Damn it, this isn't over. Aji, round up some men. No matter where that bastard hides, drag him out, someone roared. Yanggu, who had been sleeping in his partition, was abruptly awakened by the clamor, and annoyed simply turned over to resume his sleep. But from outside came the shout of his father. Yanggu, stop sleeping. Go to the back and bring a box of gauze, and also fetch some disinfectant. With no alternative, he reluctantly rose, pushed open a narrow little door, and turning sideways, entered a cramped storage space of less than 5 square meters, a makeshift storeroom fashioned from the space beneath the staircase. He first hauled out a box of disinfectant, and then placed a box of gauze atop it. The corridor was so narrow that he could not carry them upright. He had to bend and drag them sideways out. Outside lay Yang Ji's home, an approximately 40 square meter dwelling divided by wooden boards into a living room, a bedroom, and a medical room. Thus his home also doubled as an unlicensed makeshift clinic. Dragging the boxes outside, he was first met by a group of rough-looking thugs adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos. At the head of these ruffians stood Bao Yichun, his yellowed, interlocking teeth, one of which was gilded, spitting saliva wildly as he ranted furiously. Before him lay Huang Mao, a blond man marred by several gruesome knife wounds with flesh exposed, his face ashen as he clenched his rear molars in stoic defiance. Yang Ji's father, Yang Huaishan, clad in a white lab coat and mask, paid no heed to Bao Yichun's raucous shouts, nor scolded the smoking thugs nearby, even as stray ash landed upon Huang Mao's wounds. He didn't even bother moving Huang Mao to a proper medical room. Instead, he administered anesthesia right in the living room. Yang Gu then approached, dragging the boxes and opening them both. Yang Huaishan cut a piece of gauze with scissors and held it with tweezers, while Yang Gu, in perfect unison, opened a bottle of disinfectant and poured it over Huang Mao's wound to aid in its cleansing. At that moment, the effect of the anesthesia had yet to fully set in, so as they cleaned the wound, especially as Yang Huaishan used tweezers to pry it open to check for any foreign objects. Huang Mao's rear molars creaked as he bit down, his face contorting in pain. Yet he endured silently, steadfastly clinging to his tough guy image. Once the wound had been cleansed and the anesthesia began to take effect, Yang Huaishan took up a needle and thread with tweezers and commenced suturing. In no time, 3 major lacerations and 2 minor wounds were sutured. Strips of gauze were cut, soaked in iodine, and applied over the wounds, followed by meticulous bandaging in layers. After everything was taken care of, Yang Huaishan removed his mask. 3 major wounds at 100 each, and the 2 minor ones are complementary, 300 in total. Anesthesia is 500, and later an additional 50 for some anti-inflammatory drugs. Gauze and disinfectant aren't charged. Altogether, that comes to 850. Since Bao Yi is a regular, I'll give you a discount. 800 it is. With those words, the once boisterous living room fell silent as everyone turned their gaze toward Bao Yichun in unison. There were also a few malevolent glances directed at Yang Huaishan. These thugs clearly had no intention of paying and even contemplated seizing the makeshift clinic, but lacking their leader's signal, they held back. Under the watchful eyes of his henchmen, Bao Yichun's mouth twitched slightly as malice filled his gaze. Yet when his gaze met Yang Huaishan's calm eyes, it seemed as if a thought had struck him. The malice in his eyes quickly faded as he reached into his jacket pocket and produced a wad of cash. He handed over about 8 banknotes to Yang Huaishan, noticing that he still held 4 or 5 more. Bao Yichun made no attempt to retrieve them, instead stuffing them directly into the blood-stained clothes of his subordinate, Huang Mao, on the bed. Keep this money for now. After shedding so much blood, you deserve a treat. Rest assured, I've already sent someone to track down that scumbag. Even if he hides in a rat hole, I will drag him out to avenge you, Bao Yichun declared fiercely. Bao Yichun seethed as he spoke. Bao Yi stands for loyalty. Bao Yi is mighty. Let's hack that bastard to death. A chorus of thugs roared in unison. After collecting the fees, Yang Huaishan's expression softened considerably. If your wound becomes infected, or if you begin to feel feverish, remember to come back for a checkup. If no symptoms appear, simply return in a week for suture removal. Though the patient owed nothing further, the medical instructions were firmly delivered. Even if neglecting daily dressing changes might greatly raise the risk of infection. That would depend on Huang Mao's luck. After all, despite being told to come in daily for a change of dressings, he was unlikely to do so. And even if he came, he probably wouldn't have the money for it. After all, these thugs seemed as resilient as cockroaches, making such details hardly worth mentioning. When the wounds inevitably became inflamed or a fever set in, only fear of death would drive Huang Mao to come forward. Supported by his companions, Huang Mao left, and the once noisy clinic fell into silence. Yang Gu then took a mop and began cleaning up the bloodstains on the floor, as well as the disorderly, dusty footprints. Yang Huaishan proceeded to disinfect the tools just used, disposing of the soiled gauze into a trash bag. He then scrubbed the medical bed with disinfectant. Once the room was cleaned, the overpowering scent of disinfectant made Yang Gu frown deeply. Nearby, Yang Huaishan, having put away the instruments, lit a cigarette and asked his frowning son, "Is your head feeling any better?" A few days earlier after school, Yang Gu had returned home only to have a brick struck against the back of his head by that damned poverty-driven madman who even robbed a student like him. Yang Gu had passed out right then, and when he awoke again, he found himself back home. Thus, he had been convalescing at home for the past few days. "All right, today, I don't feel faint anymore," he remarked. Yang Gu replied, "I feel fine now with no lingering aftereffects." Yang Huaishan took a drag on his cigarette, and with a hint of sternness asked, "Do you really have no desire to attend school?" "I simply can't concentrate on studying. There is no hope of succeeding in the high school entrance exams, so these final months of junior high are essentially meaningless," Yang Gu responded. "If you don't attend school, what do you plan to do?" Yang Huaishan frowned as he asked. Hearing this, Yang Gu hesitated briefly before resolutely declaring, "I want to learn martial arts." Yang Huaishan's frown deepened, an instinctive impulse to refuse welling up, for in a crowded slum teeming with people learning martial arts was virtually synonymous with joining a gang, a fate he wished to avoid for his son. Yet when he thought of the gamblers and addicts, desperate enough to prey even on students, learning martial arts would at least give him some means of self-defense, and wasn't entirely a bad idea. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Huaishan said, "You can forego school for martial arts. I'll even arrange for you to study at a martial academy. But you must never join any gang, or I'll break your legs. I want to learn martial arts only so that I won't one day be unexpectedly crushed by a brick from behind." "I never intended to join any gang," replied Yang Gu. Those were his honest words, not mere placation. Hearing this, Yang Huaishan's expression softened a bit. "Then I'll arrange a martial academy for you to try it out. Your schooling is already a lost cause. If martial arts doesn't work out, you'll work with me in the clinic. Don't waste time on idle dreams," his father added. Yang Gu muttered, "If I weren't destined for martial talent, I wouldn't force it. I just don't do well in school, not because my mind is closed." Then he glanced at the panel visible only to him. Name Yang Gu, talent by Lian Chengzhen. Yang Gu was not from this world. He was but a lowly cog within Lanqing's underclass. After working overtime for an entire week, he suddenly died at his workstation. When he opened his eyes again, he had traversed into the body of a 15-year-old boy sharing his name, absorbing all the boy's memories and inheriting this attribute panel. The moment he discovered his innate talent, Yang Gu resolved to learn martial arts, especially since this world was one of high martial prowess. Yet after absorbing the boy's memories, he realized that his father, Yang Huaishan, was reluctant to let him pursue martial training. Thus, for the past 2 days, he had been pondering how to persuade his father, or perhaps secretly begin training. Unexpectedly, the very Yang Huaishan who had once opposed martial arts consented so readily upon hearing his wish. There were many martial halls within the fortress, sects and schools of every size. The larger ones had several thousand disciples, such as the Tianlang Martial Hall, which was also one of the fortress's 3 great gangs. Joining the Tianlang Martial Hall was equivalent to becoming a member of the Tianlang gang, so their admission threshold was extremely high. New students had to undergo a talent test, and if one's aptitude was too poor, no amount of money could buy entry. Smaller martial halls were even more numerous. Those run well had several hundred students, while those run poorly were deserted with only 2 or 3 learners lingering inside. In most of the small halls, as long as you paid the tuition, you could go in and learn a few moves. Yang Huaishan did not want Yang Gu to get involved with any gang, so he chose for him the Shahu Martial Hall, which had almost no ties to such forces. It was located near the fortress docks. Many laborers gathered there, making it one of the most crowded areas in the fortress. Shahu Martial Hall was a small hall with around 50 students. Tuition was 3,000 a month, not including food, lodging, or medicinal supplements. Anyone who wished to eat at the hall or receive medicinal nourishment had to pay extra. Yang Huaishan only paid 1 month of tuition for Yang Gu and did not pay for food, lodging, or medicine. He intended to let Yang Gu train for a while first. If the boy truly had talent and was willing to work hard, it would not be too late to pay for meals and medicinal supplements later. Although the clinic's income was decent, every coin that could be saved should be saved. Shahu Martial Hall accepted enrollment at any time, and on the day Yang Gu registered, he happened to be the only new student. The master of the hall did not teach in person and did not even show his face to Yang Gu. Instead, a burly senior disciple about 1.80 meters tall, named Lin Hong, was assigned to instruct him. This could not help but leave him somewhat disappointed. Seemingly seeing through Yang Ji's thoughts, Lin Hong led him to an open space in the courtyard and spoke. The master does not casually instruct students. unless your talent for martial arts is exceptionally high and catches his eye. Or you pay an additional fee to attend the master's personal instruction class, 10,000 per session. Hearing this, Yang Ji's first reaction was, is this some kind of scam haul? First they coax you into paying, then casually assign someone to perfunctorily teach you, and afterwards show you. If you want to learn that, you have to keep paying to upgrade your membership. Above member is VIP, above VIP is gold, then diamond, and so on. It was like a slaughterhouse scam, draining you step by step. As these thoughts spun through his mind, Yang could not help glancing at the senior students practicing their punches not far away. They wore only shorts, bare-chested, and dripping with sweat, their bodies gleaming as if coated in oil. With every sharp shout and punch, power exploded from their corded muscles, making the air crack loudly, full of momentum. Could they all be shills? Wild thoughts flew chaotically through Yang Ji's mind. This time Lin Hong failed to notice that the youthful face before him was concealing such a whirlwind of doubts. Come follow my movements. We'll warm up first and open up your body. As he spoke, Lin Hong began with chest-expanding stretches and arm swings, then moved on to leg presses and tendon stretches. Yang followed along, mimicking the movements. Although he still felt in his heart that this was a scam haul, they had clearly stated upon payment that tuition was non-refundable. So he could only learn for now, staying on guard against their tricks and refusing to pay more. He treated the 3,000 tuition as money temporarily deposited at Shahu Martial Hall, planning to reclaim it in his own way once he had achieved success in martial arts. After 10 continuous minutes of warm-up, Yang felt his whole body heat up and a light sweat break out. He could not help giving Lin Hong an extra glance. These seemingly simple warm-up moves actually seemed to have some hidden depth. When the warm-up ended, Lin Hong signaled for Yang to spread his legs and stand firm. At that moment, the senior students practicing punches nearby finished a round and stood in place, panting heavily, clearly exhausted by the set. Though tired, their faces showed the cathartic pleasure of having vented themselves, and they looked over at Yang with evident interest. A cluster of old students watched like spectators at a show, which immediately made Yang feel that something was off. By then, Lin Hong had already come up behind him, both hands pressing down on his shoulders. I'll open your hips and stretch your tendons first. Without open hips and fully stretched tendons, you won't even understand how to stand in stance. Before Yang could react, Lin Hong slipped a foot between his spread legs and swept lightly at his feet from side to side. Yang Ji's feet instantly lost balance, his legs involuntarily sliding apart to the sides. Ouch, damn. He cursed reflexively. The next moment, his startled cry turned into a scream. Hiss, torn, it hurts. A bolt of agony shot from the inner muscles of his thighs while the bones in his legs protested with audible cracks. He felt as if his entire body were being torn in half. The burning pain was so intense that tears nearly burst from his eyes. He tried to stand, but Lin Hong's hands on his shoulders were as heavy as mountains, leaving him no room to struggle. Hearing his miserable screams, the senior students nearby could not help bursting into laughter. Clearly, they had all endured this very scene once before. Ignoring Yang Ji's screams, Lin Hong kept using his foot to nudge and adjust the angle of his spread legs, forcing the major tendons to stretch to their utmost limit. Thus, with a full split, Yang was pinned to the ground by Lin Hong. The searing pain in his legs gradually turned to numbness until even the spot between his legs lost all sensation. Cold sweat poured from his body. He had no idea whether a minute or 10 had passed. To Yang every second felt like a year. Then all of a sudden, the hands pressing on his shoulders loosened. Instinctively, he tried to stand, but his body staggered and refused to obey. A hand seized his arm and gave a light tug, and he was lifted like a chick and tucked under Lin Hong's arm. Not bad. You screamed miserably enough, but at least you didn't burst into tears. Lin Hong commented, then carried Yang into another courtyard and tossed him onto a wooden plank bed. Loosen his muscles and bones. He's in so much pain, he's breaking out in cold sweat. Don't let it trigger a chain reaction of muscle spasms elsewhere, Lin Hong said. A gaunt old man about 1.60 meters tall with a goatee and graying hair then walked over. This old man was called Fu Bo by Lin Hong. Fu Bo straightened Yang Ji's body as if he were handling a fish, then placed his bony hands on the boy's thighs and began to press. Yang screamed again. Fu Bo's hands felt as if they were tipped with steel needles. Every press drove them into his thighs and stirred them about. The burning pain was even worse than the forced hip stretch earlier. Lying on the plank bed, Yang wanted to resist to escape. But despite his frail appearance, Fu Bo's strength was no less than Lin Hong's. Handling him was like handling a chick. Several times when he tried to get up, he was casually pushed back down. After several tries, realizing he could not break free, Yang simply gave up resisting to save his strength. To be fair though, Fu Bo's pressing hurt terribly compared to the raw tearing pain of the forced stretch just now. The areas he pressed once they had endured the pain gave rise to a warm current, leaving those places that had been in excruciating agony with an indescribable sense of comfort. In addition to massaging his legs, his back, shoulders, and arms were also pressed thoroughly. After that, Yang Gu was stripped and thrown into a steaming wooden tub. The water in the tub was very hot, filled with colorful herbs and poisonous creatures like scorpions and centipedes. As Yang Gu was thrown in, the scalding hot water licked at his skin, and he let out a howl trying to jump out, but a bony hand pressed him back down. If you don't want to be unable to get out of bed tomorrow and suffer from pain for a whole week, stay in there and soak properly. Uncle Fu snorted coldly and released his grip. Once the hand pressing his head was removed, Yang Gu wanted to get up, but Uncle Fu's words struck him like a hammer in his heart. Recalling the excruciating pain from the forced stretching and massage earlier, he realized he would be in pain for a whole week. Yang Gu clenched his back teeth tightly, squatting in the wooden tub, enduring the scalding pain without moving. Seeing that Yang Gu didn't jump out, Uncle Fu's stern expression softened a bit. Of the 3,000 yuan tuition you paid, 2,000 is in this tub of medicine. If you want to soak again, it will cost you extra, Uncle Fu said. Upon hearing this, Yang Gu sank a little deeper into the tub, letting the water cover his chin with only his lips above the surface. Since he had already paid, he certainly couldn't waste it. His father earned money with great difficulty. It was just hot and painful, and if he stayed a little longer it would cool down. However, Yang Gu clearly miscalculated. The reason the water in the tub made him feel like he was being burned was not solely due to the temperature. More so, it was because of the overwhelming potency of the medicine stimulating his skin. His entire body turned as red as a boiled lobster, not from the heat, but from the blood rushing to his skin due to the medicinal effects. So waiting for the water temperature to drop before feeling comfortable was not something he could expect. The intense pain persisted, and about a quarter of an hour later, Uncle Fu, who occasionally glanced over, noticed that Yang Gu's brow had started to swell and turn purple, and he reached out to pull him up. Your willpower is decent. You might have the makings of a martial artist. However, your body is rather lax in absorbing the medicinal properties, he said, seeing that the tub still contained a lot of green liquid, which indicated that Yang Gu hadn't fully absorbed the medicine. Once again lifting Yang Gu onto the wooden bed, Uncle Fu's bony hands began to pat him down. Originally, his skin was redder than a boiled lobster, but as Uncle Fu patted him, the bright red color gradually faded, leaving an indescribable sense of comfort that enveloped him, and he unknowingly fell asleep. Uncertain how long he had slept, Yang Gu opened his eyes, first looking around. Then he reached down to touch the inner side of his thigh. The previous excruciating pain was still fresh in his memory. When his palm touched his thigh, the anticipated pain did not occur. He jumped up from the wooden bed, and his body felt no pain. Instead, he experienced an indescribable lightness. It seems there's something to this. It's not entirely a scam. Yang Gu glanced at the wooden tub, pushed into the corner, and walked out of the room. He followed the sound of grunting and exertion nearby, arriving at the courtyard where the students practiced. Lin Hong was instructing other students in their punches. Upon seeing Yang Gu approach, he said, "You didn't pay for your meal. Go find something to eat. After you finish, he'll teach you the horse stance." After saying this, he ignored Yang Gu and continued to instruct the other students. Yang Gu quickly grabbed a bite outside, not wasting any time, and returned to the martial arts hall. When Lin Hong saw Yang Gu return, he pointed to the empty space in the corner. Then, after guiding an older student on the punch stance, he walked over. "Spread your feet shoulder-width apart," Lin Hong said. Yang Gu instinctively felt a slight pain in the inner side of his thigh, hesitated for a moment, and then spread his legs. "Keep your arms raised while squatting down, chest in and back out, calves slightly forward, and thighs parallel to the ground. Good, maintain this posture while standing. Stand there whenever you can, hold it for an hour straight, then he'll teach you something else. If you can't sustain it for an hour after a month of practice, then your tuition for this month will be wasted. Don't think the martial arts hall is stingy. The stretching and massage you received earlier along with the medicinal bath have already made your tuition worth it." After finishing, Lin Hong turned and walked away, continuing to teach the older students. Seeing that Lin Hong had just demonstrated a horse stance and then left, Yang Gu was momentarily taken aback, then felt once again that this martial arts hall was a scam. Such a simple horse stance didn't need teaching. He could do it on his own. Could this really be worth 3,000? However, recalling the sensations from the massage and medicinal bath, he chose to remain silent for the time being and began to seriously practice the horse stance. And in this stance, Yang Gu instantly felt something different. While maintaining the proper horse stance, he did not feel the anticipated soreness in his legs. Whenever he felt soreness in his arms, legs, or his straightened back, a warm energy would surge in those areas, alleviating the soreness, while simultaneously reinforcing them. Is this the potency of the medicine from earlier? Now it's being absorbed by my body. Yang had a guess in his heart, and began to take the horse stance even more seriously. However, even with the aid of the medicinal properties, his young body had not undergone any martial training. So during this time holding the horse stance, he could only endure for 15 minutes before his legs became stiff and uncontrollable, causing him to plop down onto the ground. Yet Yang was quite satisfied with this duration of persistence. He had previously thought that enduring 3 minutes would be impressive. Unexpectedly this time, he lasted 5 times longer. More importantly, during his first attempt at the horse stance, the panel he had been observing finally changed. Name Yang talent 100 practice to true basic horse stance novice 210. He with proficiency, this is going to be much easier. Looking at the information on the panel, Yang couldn't help but smile. Anyone who has played games knows that when a skill has proficiency, it's like a divine being revealing its health bar. Next, there's no need for further discussion, just dive into it. Yang once again assumed the horse stance to continue, but was stopped by Lin Hong, who was instructing the older students nearby. Don't rush into the second round. Do you remember the warm-up moves I taught you this morning? Do them once to get your blood flowing before continuing. As the sun sank beyond the western horizon, the dock laborers began winding down their day's toil. Exhausted yet smiling, they made their way toward their foreman. The monthly payday had arrived. Once wages were in hand, each laborer set aside 1/10 of his earnings and placed it into a chest guarded by guild enforcers, a protection fee. Without paying it, no man could work the docks. The guild overseeing these laborers was the Chow Gang, the largest and most dominant faction at the docks. In its prime, it not only commanded legions of dock workers, but also operated its own fleet of cargo vessels, amassing fortunes daily and ranking among the top 3 gangs in the entire walled enclave. Alas, the dawn of the modern age brought steam-powered ironclads that supplanted the manpower-driven junks. With its core advantage eroded, the Chow Gang saw its revenues halved overnight. Worse still, the maritime magnates dominating long-haul trade were themselves formidable powers, backed by government sanction, and no longer susceptible to coercion by muscle-bound guilds like the Chow Gang. Thus, the Chow Gang entered a steep decline, eventually abandoning shipping altogether and clinging solely to dockside loading and unloading for survival. It had not been idle in resisting decay. It invested heavily in connections and even purchased large freighters in a bid to re-enter the transport trade. Yet it moved too late. Established tycoons, sensing threat, united to crush its ambitions. Compounding this was the ill-fated legacy of its former patriarch, a greedy despot who routinely skimmed commissions from shippers, tarnishing the guild's reputation so thoroughly that no merchant would entrust it with a single consignment. Its expulsion from the shipping industry was absolute. Laborers paid by the day departed the docks. Some hurried home, where wives and children awaited. Others settled at food stalls clustered around the wharf, ordering steaming bowls of noodles, 2 liang of rice wine, and a small dish of roasted peanuts, savoring life's modest luxuries. Still others, too restless even to eat, plunged straight into gambling dens. Yesterday's losses had stripped them bare, today demanded restitution. Beyond food and gambling, aging courtesans plied their trade along the docks. Younger women scorned the laborers' grime and refused to come near. Only these weathered women past their prime eked out a meager living here. Yang strode swiftly away from the docks after leaving the martial arts academy. Each month's payday transformed the harbor into a cauldron of chaos. Pickpockets multiplied twofold amid the throng. In narrow-shadowed alleys, unseen assailants lay in wait, ready to strike with cobblestones or worse. Sometimes groups of laborers colluded, luring a fellow worker into seclusion before robbing him outright. Compliance might cost only money. Resistance, or hiding one's wages, could invite savage beatings, or worse, a swift, silent end. Yang wore a canvas satchel across his shoulder. His youthful face marked him clearly as no dockhand, but even so, more than a few eyes in the crowd followed him with predatory intent. True, today's wage earners were fat lambs, but an unfamiliar boy like him carried untapped value. Even if he carried no cash, he could be kidnapped for ransom, or sold outright to brothels catering to wealthy patrons. Every path led to profit. Walking briskly, Yang kept one hand inside his satchel and the other deep in his trouser pocket. The satchel concealed a 30-centimeter Jian-style sword. His pocket held a pouch of quicklime. Such tools were standard issue for children attending elementary school within the enclave. With law enforcement absent and governance non-existent, child traffickers operated with brazen impunity. A short distance from the docks, the road narrowed sharply. crisscrossed by haphazard shanties and tangled webs of illegal wiring. Most structures were built of bamboo or timber, rendering the enclave perilously flammable. Fires spread fast, consuming entire blocks in minutes. Sanitation fared no better. There were no proper sewers, no real toilets at all. Excrement and urine pooled everywhere. Severed limbs and body parts often floated in the stinking ditches. Yang-gu darted swiftly through the cramped, winding lanes. After 3 streets, Yang-gu exhaled in quiet relief. He had entered familiar territory. Neighbors nodded as he passed, recognizing him. Moreover, his father Yang Huaishan had once saved the life of the Tianyin gang's chieftain, the very man who governed this district. No one dared trouble Yang-gu here. His recent ambush, 2 days prior, had been entirely self-inflicted. Skipping home after school, he'd wandered into a gaming parlor on another street, then taken a shortcut through back alleys to avoid punishment. Foolhardy, reckless, and nearly fatal. A few steps farther, Yang-gu spotted his father standing at the intersection, cigarette in hand, as if he'd just stepped out to run an errand. He hurried over. Yang Huaishan handed him a paper bag containing half a jean of pickled pig's head and 2 jean of marrow bones, intended for a nourishing soup to restore his son's strength. How did training go today? Yang Huaishan asked, walking beside him. Yang-gu glanced at his inner interface. His horse stance proficiency read 810 and smiled. Not bad, though the Shanhu Martial Arts Academy felt suspiciously like a scam, charging extra for meals and medicinal baths. Still, the medicinal bath truly delivered results. Coupled with his innate talent for relentless refinement, Yang-gu felt certain he could master the foundational horse stance by nightfall, with focused practice at home. Not bad is good enough, Yang Huaishan replied. Old gambler proved reliable for once. Didn't swindle me. Next time he comes for treatment, I'll give him extra painkillers. Old gambler lived next door. Rumor claimed he'd once been a martial artist, and even a high-ranking enforcer in a gang, until addiction consumed him. He'd brazenly embezzled guild funds and suffered the ultimate penalty: 6 stab wounds, 3 on each side. Miraculously, he survived, but his body was ruined. His wife endured poverty and exhaustion for a time, supporting both him and their child, until she quietly vanished, unable to bear the weight of caring for a broken man and raising a child alone. Now old gambler scraped by with odd jobs, carving trinkets, mending tools, while his daughter, having dropped out of school, scrubbed dishes in a hotel kitchen. Back home, Yang-gu hauled the gas cylinder from the bedroom, connected it to the stove, set the pot atop the burner, and retrieved the chopping board and cleaver hanging on the wall. Thus the kitchen came into being. Running water remained scarce in the enclave. The Yang household had no tap connection. Water had to be fetched manually, bucket by bucket, from communal sources. Hence a massive plastic drum stood in their home, capable of holding 10 full buckets, enough for 3 days' use or longer if bathing was skipped. First, he boiled a large pot of noodles. Then, rinsing the pot clean, he set it again on the single-burner stove to simmer the marrow bones. Finally, he sliced the pig's head meat and stirred it into the noodles. Father and son sat side by side, each with a bowl, eating heartily. A growing boy starves his father, especially after exhausting horse stance training. Yang-gu ate voraciously. 3/4 of the entire batch vanished into his belly, while Yang Huaishan finished only a modest portion before declaring himself full. After washing the dishes, Yang-gu stacked them neatly. Yang Huaishan lit a cigarette and ambled next door. When his clinic was quiet, he preferred chess matches with old gambler. Once the kitchen was set to rights, Yang-gu skimmed the scum from the simmering broth, lowered the flames, stretched his limbs, and assumed the horse stance. Just 2 points of proficiency remained. Tonight he would grind them out. Anything less would rob him of rest. As dawn broke, Yang-gu opened his eyes. Having entered the basics of the horse stance in just 1 day, he witnessed the immense impact of the talent known as Balian Qingjin on martial arts training, filling him with anticipation for his visit to the martial arts school today. After breakfast, as he prepared to head out, Yang Huaishan called to him. "I will go with you." "Huh?" Yang-gu looked at his father with a puzzled expression. The old gambler said that to achieve success in martial arts, one must keep up with food and medicinal supplements. "Since you say the Shanhu Martial Arts School is reliable and not a scam, and that you have a talent for martial arts after standing in horse stance for a day, I will pay for your food and medicine." Yang Huaishan spoke. Yang-gu opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. Although the clinic had good income, treating a knife wound could earn over 800. However, earning more also meant paying more in protection fees. Although Yang Huaishan had saved the life of the leader of the Tianyin gang, the monthly protection fee was still substantial. Otherwise, various little thugs would come to create trouble every day, and the clinic would definitely not be able to continue operating. Even those thugs who came for treatment would not only refuse to pay for medical fees, but would also rob. Don't worry, I've saved some money over the years. It should be enough for you to learn martial arts. The child of a poor family matures early. Yang Huaishan noticed his son's dilemma and offered a word of comfort. The father and son walked side by side toward the Shanhu martial arts school. The morning city was much safer than at night. Aside from a few pickpockets eyeing the pockets of the morning vegetable vendors, there were far fewer robbers. After all, those who leave home in the morning are mostly going to work. Even if it is a daily wage, they wouldn't have money on them at this time. They would have to wait until the end of the day to be paid. Upon arriving at the martial arts school, hearing that they were there to pay for food and medicine, the elder Fu, who had massaged Yang yesterday, came out to receive them. The food cost was 5,000 and the medicinal bath was 15,000, totaling 20,000. Hearing this amount, Yang first reaction was that the martial arts school was charging exorbitantly. Yang Huaishan, however, showed little change in expression, clearly having inquired about the specifics of the fees from the old gambler beforehand. After paying, Yang Huaishan said to Yang, "Go practice well," and then left the martial arts school. Elder Fu escorted him to the entrance, turning back to see Yang's conflicted expression. "Kid, don't feel that this fee is expensive. As long as you can hold on, you'll find out how worthwhile this food and medicinal bath really are. If it weren't for your apparent talent in martial arts and decent willpower, the school wouldn't even accept your payment." Elder Fu spoke. Yang forced a smile, but did not respond. Yet in his heart he was filled with dissent, thinking they wouldn't even accept payment. "When I registered yesterday, they didn't hesitate to take 3,000 at all. At that time, the martial arts school didn't assess talent or willpower." Back in the courtyard, Lin Hong continued to guide Yang in his horse stance, not teaching anything extra, just because he had paid for food and medicine. He still insisted that the horse stance must be held for an hour before he would teach anything else. However, when Yang assumed the position, Lin Hong was momentarily taken aback. As the saying goes, outsiders look at the bustle while insiders observe the subtleties. Yesterday, Yang held the horse stance for 15 minutes, which seemed impressive, but the reality was that this was all due to the opening of his hips and stretching combined with the medicinal bath and elder fuss massage techniques. Now, however, it was different. If yesterday he had relied on external aids and his youthful stamina to hold on, today Yang had found a sense of rooting with his feet, clearly demonstrating his initial grasp of the horse stance. Lin Hong paused in his steps, then suddenly kicked Yang's calf. "What are you doing?" The sudden attack caused Yang, who was in the horse stance, to fall onto the ground. "I'm not doing anything. The true essence of the horse stance is to be as stable as a rock. You fell with just one kick. It's clear your foundation is unsteady. Get back up." The sudden attack caused Yang, who was in the horse stance, to fall onto the ground. "I'm not doing anything. The true essence of the horse stance is to be as stable as..." Originally, he had gone home last night to practice, and now he had reached a proficiency of 130 in the horse stance, planning to dazzle Lin Hong today, but instead of praise, he received a kick, which was utterly baffling. As Lin Hong walked away, he didn't want to show any signs of emotion, but inwardly, he murmured with such rooting, "He really has entered the horse stance. One day in the horse stance, could it be that I've accepted a martial arts genius this time?" Although his mind was swirling with thoughts, his exterior remained calm. Compared to yesterday, when he had taught Yang the horse stance position and let him practice on his own with occasional reminders, today he was more attentive. This morning, while teaching the senior students to punch, Lin Hong's peripheral vision frequently glanced toward Yang. Standing in the horse stance for the entire morning, Yang felt a bit sore in his waist and back. However, seeing the results of his practice, a smile appeared on his face. His proficiency in the horse stance had reached 630, and he had managed to hold it for a maximum of 32 minutes. In just a day and a half, he had completed more than half of the 1-hour requirement for the horse stance, filling Yang with anticipation for learning other things after maintaining it for an hour. Watching the other senior students finish their punching practice, Yang, who had paid for food, prepared to follow them to the cafeteria to see what this 5,000 monthly meal fee could buy. However, just after taking a few steps, he was called back by Lin Hong. "First, go to Elder Fu for a massage, otherwise your muscles will stiffen and your qi and blood will stagnate. You won't be able to practice in the afternoon." Hearing this, Yang halted his steps toward the cafeteria and headed toward the courtyard where he had soaked in the medicinal bath yesterday. He didn't notice that as Lin Hong reminded him to go for a massage, several senior students displayed expressions of surprise. They first glanced at Lin Hong, thinking they had misheard. Then, seeing Yang walking toward the pharmacy, they confirmed they hadn't heard wrong, their expressions shifting from shock to intrigue. Clearly, such treatment was not something every new student received. After paying, new students typically spent their first week simply holding the horse stance without being arranged for massages or medicinal baths. Only after holding the horse stance for an hour would Lin Hong start teaching new things, and only then would massages and medicinal baths be arranged. Thus, Yang-gu receiving a massage on his second day was clearly special treatment. The reason for this special treatment could be either that Yang-gu was a relative of Lin Hong, or had some background that warranted such care, or that Lin Hong recognized his martial arts talent. From Lin Hong's attitude toward Yang-gu yesterday, and the clothing of the father and son, the first two possibilities were clearly not the case, leaving only the last one. Yang-gu, heading toward the pharmacy, was unaware that Lin Hong's single remark had attracted the attention of the other senior students. Upon reaching the pharmacy, he found Elder Fu and mentioned that senior brother Lin Hong had sent him for a massage. Elder Fu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but Yang-gu, already lying on the massage table, did not see the change in Elder Fu's expression. After a round of massage, Yang-gu's cries of pain were relentless, and the discomfort was no less than yesterday. This led one to wonder if the initial success in the horse stance and the improvement in his physique from the medicinal effects were false. Why was it still so painful? Once the massage concluded, Yang-gu, wincing in pain, arrived at the cafeteria, and contrary to his expectations of finding only leftover food for arriving late, this did not happen. Although the other senior students ate quickly, they were not competing for food. Clearly, after paying for meals, they could eat until satisfied. As he took his tray to get food, the staff behind the counter reminded him, "Take as much as you want, eat until full, but no waste, otherwise you won't be allowed in the cafeteria for 3 days. Understood. Yang-gu replied, pointing to a large bowl of meat in the counter. "I'll have one of this, and then this." After a hearty meal that left him pleasantly full, Yang-gu strolled slowly around the courtyard to aid digestion, then warmed up and resumed his horse stance training. Old Fu's massage had been exceptionally effective. The soreness and stiffness in his lower back and shoulders from that morning had vanished entirely, and his muscles felt supple and relaxed. Had it not been for the tangible increase in his cultivation panel's proficiency, Yang-gu would have doubted whether he'd trained at all that morning. His body showed no trace of fatigue. His body recovered well, and the substantial midday meal, rich in meat, further enhanced his afternoon horse stance endurance. By the time the sun neared the horizon, his horse stance proficiency had risen to beginner level 1730, and his sustained stance duration had surpassed 40 minutes. The results were nothing short of immediate. Upon concluding his practice, Yang-gu glanced at the other senior disciples, and then almost involuntarily turned his gaze toward the canteen. The canteen's oil-rich hearty meals held an irresistible allure for him, a growing youth perpetually ravenous. The martial arts hall provides no dinner. Warm up, activate your blood flow, and be gone. So said Lin Hong, exasperated. No dinner, and no massage benefit from old Fu either. 5,000 yuan per month, for only one midday meal. That's outright extortion, Yang-gu grumbled inwardly. He conceded the canteen's fare was abundant and rich in fat. Moreover, the large cuts of meat appeared to have been slow braised with medicinal herbs, not only flavorful, but imparting a soothing warmth throughout his body, significantly aiding his horse stance endurance. His afternoon proficiency gain nearly doubled, attributable not only to old Fu's massage, but also to that nourishing lunch. He acknowledged the food's excellence, but the cold reality of 5,000 yuan in hard cash exchanged for just one daily meal still stung sharply. His family's clinic, after deducting the monthly protection fee, barely netted that same amount, and only when occasional gang skirmishes brought in wounded patients with no forced credit accounts. After performing the warming up and blood-circulating exercises twice, Yang-gu felt his horse's ancestophan body loosen considerably. Glancing at the deepening twilight, he swiftly departed the martial arts hall. The compound grew perilous after nightfall. He needed to return home early. As yesterday, passing the dockyard shift change area drew suspicious, hostile glances from all sides. Yet with so many bystanders present, none dared act openly. Such sordid business demanded. A few trailed him stealthily, but Yang-gu deliberately stuck to crowded thoroughfares, avoiding narrow alleys, denying them any opening to strike. Upon reaching his neighborhood street, his father Yang Huaishan stood waiting at the intersection, as he had the day before, while occasionally glancing back toward their clinic nearby. This way he could spot his returning son instantly, and if a patient arrived at the clinic, he could rush back without delay to provide treatment. Cultivating martial prowess was costly. Patients must never find the clinic unattended, and the monthly protection fee remained unchanged, even if few patients came calling. Spotting his father, Yang-gu broke into a smile, waving eagerly as his steps quickened with renewed lightness. "Hey, whoa!" he cried out in alarm, stumbling backward just in time to avoid collision. Emerging suddenly from a side alley was a young man drenched in blood, his hair wild and tangled like a chicken's nest. Chasing close behind him, Bajie Chun and several underlings brandished knives. The fugitive was unmistakably the one who'd wounded Bajie Chin's henchman Huang Mao. As the chickenist youth fled, he wildly shoved aside objects along his path to impede his pursuers and onlookers scattered, instinctively wary of collateral harm. Yet neither adults nor children wore expressions of fear. Such scenes were commonplace in the compound long since normalized. Seeing his son in danger, Yang Huaishan rushed forward. Only after Bajia Chen's group had thundered past, and Yang Gu emerged unharmed from his hiding place, did he exhale in quiet relief. Where's this one from? The chickenist youth was unfamiliar, clearly an outsider. Just arrived from Siam. 2 days ago outside Lao Wang's rice noodle stall, Huang Mao was drunk and mouthy. Saw the youth was new in town, hurled insults, then spat at him. The youth had a fiery temper, snatched a knife from a nearby vendor, and slashed Huang Mao down on the spot. His companions were too intoxicated to give chase. Today someone spotted him in the rear alley. He's been cornered. Yang Huaishan lit a cigarette, his voice calm and measured as father and son walked home together. Whether Bajiao Chun would kill the youth or not held no interest for either of them. Death was no rarity in the compound, especially for outsiders like the chickenist youth. Their deaths went unmourned, uninvestigated. And body collection meant no solemn burial, but rather sale of the corpse. Corpses held considerable market value to the flesh-eating monks from India residing in the compound, to Siamese sorcerers practicing black arts, or at the very least to off-compound medical institutions willing to pay handsomely. Thus in the compound a person often held greater worth dead than alive. Arriving home, they found an elderly woman awaiting treatment, a chronic cough worsened by wind-cold exposure. Yang Huaishan prescribed medicine while Yang Gu prepared dinner. Though dinner included meat, it bore no resemblance to the herb-infused dishes served at the martial arts hall. Without medicinal support or therapeutic massage to restore his qi and blood, Yang Ji's horse stance endurance dwindled, barely surpassing 20 minutes, never reaching 30. His proficiency rose by only 3 points, less than his morning sessions gains. Medicinal cuisine, herbal baths, and massage, they truly deliver results. If only the fees were more reasonable. After a brief wash, Yang Gu lay down. Unlike the previous night, when post-training vigor still hummed in his limbs, tonight left him utterly drained. The stark contrast stemmed clearly from yesterday's herbal bath. Even after a full afternoon's training, residual medicinal energy still lingered within him. Today, however, he'd only consumed medicinal cuisine. No bath, no lingering essence. The ordinary dinner offered negligible replenishment. Hence the dramatic disparity in training outcomes. What if I ate all 3 meals at the hall, and soaked in herbal baths and received massages daily? How rapidly would my proficiency soar? The next morning, after casually finding a Baozi shop for breakfast, Yang Gu devoured 4 baskets of meat buns and a bowl of soup, only then feeling somewhat full. If he allowed himself to eat more, he could easily handle another 2 baskets. At this age, it's the time for growth and eating. Now that I'm practicing martial arts, my appetite has increased even more. I wonder if my dad can afford it. Yang Gu patted his belly, resisting the lingering hunger that told him he was still not fully satisfied, and paid for his meal. Upon arriving at the martial arts school, without Lin Hong needing to urge him, he warmed up first, and then began to practice his stance. Although he hadn't eaten enough in the morning after a night of sleep, his weary body had completely recovered. Thus Yang Gu's practice time for the stance once again broke the 40-minute barrier, and the entire morning earned him a solid 10 points in proficiency. Originally, he thought he would have to wait until noon for a massage and a hearty meal to break through the stance, but he managed to do it without waiting for food or a massage. Name Yang Gu talent 100 training becomes true basic stance proficiency 050. After kicking his stiff legs, Yang Gu did not go to the cafeteria this time, but headed straight to the pharmacy. He thought that after practicing the stance, going to find Fu Bo for a massage was a perk for the newcomers at the martial arts school. So this time, even though Lin Hong didn't tell him to go to the pharmacy first, he took the initiative to go. The older students who witnessed this were momentarily stunned and turned to look at Lin Hong. Lin Hong watched Yang Gu heading towards the pharmacy, also taken aback, opened his mouth, but ultimately did not stop him. What's wrong? Not hungry. Ready to continue practicing. Lin Hong shot a glance at the older students, clearly annoyed. Oh, my stomach hurts. I'll go to the restroom first. I'm so hungry. Let's go see what dishes are available today. Let's go. If you're not eager to eat, there must be something wrong with your head. The older students began to chatter and walk towards the cafeteria, but their eyes couldn't help but glance at Yang Gu. The treatment that this new student received made them feel both jealous and curious. Upon seeing Yang Gu come for a massage again, Fu Bo didn't ask anything and directly had him lie down on the board bed. However, as he reached out to relieve the stiffness in Yang Gu's leg muscles, his expression changed subtly. How's your practice of the stance going? Fu Bo casually initiated a conversation. Yang-gu, who had just entered the martial arts school for only 2 days, had no idea about Fu Bo's typically taciturn nature. Fu Bo had spoken to him yesterday, so he found it quite normal for him to ask today. I feel I've gained a lot. On the first day, I could only hold the stance for a maximum of 15 minutes, but after Fu Bo massaged me, and I was full, I could hold it for 40 minutes in the afternoon. This morning I didn't eat enough and I didn't have a massage, yet I could still hold it for 40 minutes. Once Fu Bo finishes my massage, I'll head to the cafeteria to fill up. Maybe in the afternoon I can hold it for an hour and have senior brother Lin teach me something new. Yang Gu's words were filled with anticipation. If you can hold it for an hour in the afternoon, you have a good talent for martial arts, Fu Bo said with a smile. I feel like I have a talent for martial arts too, Yang Gu said confidently, glancing at the talent displayed on the. If you really can stand for an hour this afternoon, you can learn something else. Just remember to come for a medicinal bath and massage first before learning new things. Why is that? Yang Gu asked in confusion. Your stance has just started to improve, but you still can't root your feet properly, and your power isn't grounded. Thus the stance is still a dead stance. After standing, the blood and qi become congested and the muscles stiffen. You need a massage and a medicinal bath for quick recovery to better learn new things. I see, Yang Gu nodded. I'll remember that and definitely come back later. After the massage ended, Yang Gu hurriedly rushed into the cafeteria to have a feast. With the breakthrough in his stance, he felt his appetite had significantly increased. Yesterday at noon, he devoured 3 large bowls of steamed meat with rice. Today, he directly ate 5 large bowls and several side dishes. After finishing his meal, Yang Gu couldn't wait to find Lin Hong. Are you sure you can hold the stance for an hour? Back in his room after lunch, preparing to take a short rest before continuing lessons, Lin Hong, upon hearing Yang Gu's words, raised his normally calm tone considerably. I feel it should be fine, Yang Gu said. Besides, whether it works or not, we'll know once I try it. Right, we'll know if it works once you try it. Show me your stance, Lin Hong said. Yang Gu immediately turned and walked outside. Where are you going? To the courtyard, Yang Gu replied. You can do it here, why run over there? Here. Yang Gu glanced at Lin Hong's room, finding the space quite adequate. Yes, it's fine here, Lin Hong affirmed. Hearing Lin Hong say that, Yang Gu didn't waste any more words, turned around, did a few warm-up exercises, and then assumed a standard stance, preparing to hold it for an hour for Lin Hong to see. However, to his surprise, Lin Hong did not make him stand for an hour. Just as he lowered his center of gravity and started to stabilize his stance, one of Lin Hong's feet kicked towards him. Just like in the morning, he was knocked over again. Do you not want to teach me something new? Yang Gu, having been knocked down again, felt a surge of anger. What do you know? You can tell just from a test like this. Do you really want to stand for an hour foolishly? Lin Hong rolled his eyes. From a test you can tell. Yang Gu looked at Lin Hong with suspicion, feeling that the other party had intentionally kicked him down, but for a moment he had no evidence, so he asked, so did you test it? If Lin Hong dares to say, I tested it, and you can't stand for an hour. Yang Gu immediately dragged him to the courtyard again to stand once more. He had already paid 1,500 for the medicinal bath fees. If the other party didn't dare to teach him something new, he must let the other students see the true face of this martial arts school. So it should have met the standard. What do you mean by so? Yang Gu instantly became dissatisfied. His breakthrough in the stance had not been tested yet, but he was absolutely confident he could stand for an hour. What I say is so, Lin Hong said, clearly displeased with Yang Gu's tone, and made a long face. If you're not satisfied, I'm ready to teach you the double stance. You can skip it. If senior brother Lin says it's so, then it must be so. I've only been practicing the stance for a few days. I definitely don't have as much experience as senior brother Lin, Yang Gu said with a big smile. This sudden change of expression left Lin Hong momentarily stunned, unexpectedly looking at the youthful face before him, clearly not expecting this guy to be so thick-skinned. Lin Hong looked at Yang Gu, hesitating for a moment about whether to continue teaching this guy. Before he could make a decision, Yang Gu turned and ran outside. Where are you going? Not planning to learn anymore. No, I definitely want to learn. It's just that Fu Bo said if I can hold the stance for an hour, I can learn new things. So I'll head to the pharmacy to have a massage and medicinal bath, then come back to learn. As for why Fu Bo wanted him to have a massage and bath, it was because an hour of standing in the stance put too much strain on his body and required relief and recovery. Yang Gu didn't mention that. He paid 1,500 for the medicinal bath fees, so the more he soaks, the more worthwhile it is. There's no need to be too stingy with such small details. In the pharmacy, seeing the excited Yang Gu rushing over, Uncle Fu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting this young man to come so early after just finishing lunch. Is the test over? It's over. Senior brother Lin said, I passed with mediocre results and can learn new things now, so I came to soak in the medicinal bath. Yanggu was not lying about this, feeling quite justified. This made Uncle Fuss' gaze flicker slightly, but then he seemed to recall something, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on his lips. All right, I'll go prepare the medicine. You wait here, and don't wander off. You're not allowed to touch anything in the room. With that, Uncle Fu walked towards the inner room. Watching Uncle Fu not go to verify with Lin Hongyang, Gu let out a sigh of relief. Shortly after, a helper from the kitchen brought in hot water and poured it into the wooden tub. Then Uncle Fu emerged holding a bag of herbs and poured all the medicine into the wooden tub. All right, take off your clothes and get in, he said, slapping the tub twice with his palm, causing ripples in the hot water. The herbs and poisonous insects which had just been poured into the tub and were still quite dry instantly unfurled as the water rippled, their medicinal properties rapidly merging into the hot water, turning the originally clear water a vibrant green. Don't we need to boil these herbs first? Yang Gu asked while undressing. He remembered that on the first day of soaking in the medicinal bath, the helpers first poured hot water into the tub, then added a pot of boiled medicine. No need. This is a special medicine that releases its properties upon contact with water, Uncle Fu replied. Yang Gu, half convinced, approached the tub and peered into the water, which looked just like it did during his first medicinal bath, with various herbs mixed in and poisonous insects floating the water, still a bright green. Thus, no longer doubting, he lifted his leg and stepped in. Hiss! As soon as his leg entered the water, the intense heat felt like fire, sending sharp pain coursing through him. Yang Gu took a deep breath, held it, and put in his other leg, biting down on his back teeth and squatting down. Like a man. Uncle Fu's smile grew wider as he praised him. This time Uncle Fu did not just stand by and watch like he did during Yang Gu's first medicinal bath. Instead, he came behind Yang Gu and slapped his withered hands on several acupoints on his back, then on his chest, and finally a slap on the top of his head. With Uncle Fuss slapping, Yang Gu felt the scorching pain ease, significantly warm currents flowing through the areas that were struck. His forehead, unlike the first time when it felt dizzy from blood rushing to it, was now extremely clear. Thus, one person squatted in the tub while the other continuously slapped him for about a quarter of an hour, after which Uncle Fu lifted him out of the tub and tossed him onto the wooden bed. However, this time, although Yang Gu's entire body was flushed, his forehead did not turn purple from blood congestion. Moreover, compared to his first medicinal bath, the water in the tub was still a vibrant green, indicating a waste of much medicinal power. Once again, after a quarter of an hour, the water in the tub became extremely clear with all the medicinal properties absorbed, clearly indicating that Uncle Fu's slapping technique had played a significant role. The sound of slapping echoed again in the pharmacy as Yang Gu's flushed skin quickly returned to normal, and a feeling of unprecedented fullness washed over him from his cells. At that moment, Lin Hong entered the pharmacy. What new things are you planning to teach him? Uncle Fu glanced at Lin Hong as he walked in, patting Yang Gu on the back, signaling him to get up and get dressed. Hearing Uncle Fu's question, Yang Gu really wanted to stay and listen, but seeing the expression on the other's face, he sensibly did not linger and quickly exited the room, even shutting the door behind him. Lin Hong glanced at the departing figure and then at Uncle Fu. It's worth noting that Uncle Fu never usually concerned himself with such matters. However, he soon thought of something. Could it be that Uncle Fu also sees potential in this kid? Double horse stance. Let's include the crouching tiger stance as well. Isn't that a bit too fast? Lin Hong asked hesitantly. It's important to note that if the horse stance and double horse stance are merely the foundational teaching of the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School, then the crouching tiger stance is the true transmission of the school. After all, the school is named Mountain Tiger. Under normal circumstances, students joining the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School would take a week to reach an hour in horse stance, and only those with decent martial arts talent would have the chance to learn the crouching tiger stance. Typically, those who take longer than a week would only learn the double horse stance along with a set of fist techniques. Uncle Fu was giving Yang Gu the true transmission right from the start. Although he had mastered the horse stance in 2.5 days, such talent was indeed worth it. Yet Lin Hong still felt it was better to play it safe and to first practice the double horse stance while continuing to observe. It's just a matter of time. Let's practice and see, Uncle Fu said casually. However, Lin Hong instantly understood the underlying meaning. Given Yang Gu's displayed talent in horse stance, even if he didn't perform well in the double horse stance, the crouching tiger stance would still be an opportunity for him. Since the crouching tiger stance would be taught sooner or later, it was better to teach it now. Practicing one horse stance and two stance techniques together would reveal just how high this kid's talent really was. If the talent was average, it would be known early on, and there would be no need for special treatment. If the talent was high, then plans would have to be made early. Then let's teach it. Lin Hong was not one to be shy since Uncle Fu had said, so he naturally would not. Lin Hong took Yanggu out of the pharmacy, but instead of heading to the main courtyard, they went to a side courtyard. Kid, you've mastered the horse stance in 2.5 days, and your martial arts talent is decent. Today I will teach you 2 stance techniques. One is the double horse stance, and the other is the crouching tiger stance. They are both standing stances without any fist techniques. Yanggu asked in surprise. He was quite envious of those old students in the main courtyard who were sweating profusely, their muscles exploding with power as they threw punches. Don't aspire to be too lofty. A tall building rises from the ground up. Without a solid foundation, no matter how good the techniques, they will be useless, Lin Hong said, giving Yanggu a glare. Then he assumed a horse stance and stood firm. Put your hand on my calf and feel it. Yanggu squatted down and placed his hand on Lin Hong's calf. He felt Lin Hong's calf muscles were very hard, akin to stone, and couldn't help but instinctively squeeze. However, he quickly realized that what Lin Hong wanted him to feel was not the hardness of the calf muscles. In the next moment, Lin Hong took a deep breath as if activating something, and Yanggu distinctly felt something like a little mouse rapidly scurry up through Lin Hong's calf muscles. Besides the sensation of a little mouse moving, he also heard a sound like flowing river water in his ears. Touch the thigh, Lin Hong said in a deep voice. Yanggu promptly placed his hand on Lin Hong's thigh, the spine, the chest, the lower abdomen. Lin Hong continuously issued these commands, and Yanggu's hands followed his movements. After that, Lin Hong withdrew his energy and stood up, asking, "What do you feel?" "It feels like something is flowing in your muscles," Yanggu replied. "It's the blood and qi flowing." The horse stance must be stable, emphasizing rooting from the feet with strength arising from the ground. The double horse stance must surge with strength surging and blood and qi flowing. Therefore, the double horse stance is also called the qi and blood transport stance, complementing the horse stance. One is still, the other is in motion, and they reinforce each other, transporting blood and qi, strength surging blood and qi flowing. Just a moment ago, Yanggu was somewhat disappointed to hear that he would only be learning stance techniques, but now his eyes began to shine. The stance of the double horse stance is similar to that of the horse stance, with one focusing on a stable base, while the other emphasizes the flow of vital energy. Thus, Yanggu's stance is correct as he has already mastered the horse stance. However, he is perplexed about how to let his vital energy flow and transport it. Pay attention to my breathing rhythm. Use the rhythm of your breath to create vibrations in your vital energy and get it moving. Inhale. Hold the energy in your dantian, then exhale, pause, hold, exhale, pause, and hold again. Feel the expansion of your chest as you inhale. The tension in the abdomen after holding the breath, and the rhythm of inhaling and exhaling alternating between tightness and relaxation. Under Lin Hong's guidance, Yanggu began to breathe in and out. Sometimes he inhaled in 3 parts, and sometimes he exhaled in 7 parts. Between the different rhythms of inhalation and exhalation, he sought a resonance between his breathing rhythm and vital energy. After studying for a while, Yanggu mastered the breathing rhythm and found the resonance of his vital energy. However, this resonance was not created by his breathing rhythm and the vital energy within him. Rather, it was due to the medicinal energy absorbed from the treatment by Uncle Fu. His cells were now highly active. Even without the rhythm of breathing, his entire vital energy seemed restless, akin to a frisky puppy eager to engage with anything it saw. At this moment, the rhythm of breathing resembled a flirtatious gesture which only heightened his desire. Yet Yanggu had not grasped the method of achieving resonance. The two seemed separated by a glass barrier, able to see each other and tease across the void, but unable to touch. After teaching for a long time, and seeing Yanggu's correct breathing, yet ineffective attempts, Lin Hong couldn't help but feel disappointed. He then said, "Stand up first." Yanggu glanced at Lin Hong and stood up. "Lift your foot and stomp hard on the ground." Yanggu was puzzled, but did as instructed and stomped the ground. "Lift your leg higher and put some force into it. Haven't you eaten?" Lin Hong scolded. Yanggu had no choice but to raise his leg high and stomp down hard, producing a loud thud. "Does your leg feel numb?" "Yes," replied Yanggu. "Why does it feel numb?" "You stomp and yours would feel numb too." "Get lost." "Is that what I asked?" Lin Hong glared at Yanggu. "Have you been to school? Do you understand the concept of recoil?" "I know this," Yanggu nodded. Although his original self did not graduate from middle school, his current soul was well educated. The numbness in your legs from stomping is similar to linking your vital energy through breathing rhythms to create resonance. Use the rhythm to strike your vital energy. Your vital energy is so agitated now that even a blind person can make it move. Get your posture right, and try again. Upon hearing this, recalling the numb sensation that spread from his heels to his calves when he stomped, Yang seemed to have an epiphany and resumed his stance. As the rhythm of breathing resumed this time, Yang no longer thought about how to guide his vital energy. Instead, he began to throw punches as he inhaled. The premise of vital energy flowing is that you first need to get it moving, just as the most important thing in mixing with others is to show up first. Therefore, regardless of whether there is resonance or whether it will flow, he first threw a slap and a punch to get the vital energy moving. The first round of punches had little effect. However, Yang did not feel discouraged. He stood up and stomped his foot hard on the ground again, feeling that tingling sensation rise from his feet, and resumed his stance. Thus, the sound of stomping echoed in the courtyard. Yang lost count of how many times he had stomped. All he knew was that Lin Hong's expression grew increasingly disappointed, contemplating whether to teach other senior students first and return later. Finally, as Yang continued with his punches, he shattered that glass barrier, landing a slap on the puppy's face. The puppy was momentarily stunned before it lunged at him with a yelp. Yang's breathing rhythm faltered, creating immense pressure in his lungs, causing his face to turn red. "Steady yourself," Lin Hong, who had been observing Yang called out, while slapping him on the back. The suffocating feeling in his chest was dispelled by that slap, and Yang felt a lightness in his lungs, quickly resuming his breathing rhythm. Both legs like double horses, vital energy flowing upward into the hips, merging at the tailbone, entering the spine, and reaching for the heavens. Crossing over the crown, descending along the brow, passing through the throat into the chest, entering the lower abdomen, and reaching the dantian. Don't ask me where the dantian is, you will know when your realm rises. Directly plunging downward towards your lower body. Hold it in it, don't release it, sinking into your legs and entering the Yongquan acupoint. Don't ask where the Yongquan acupoint is. When your vital energy reaches the soles of your feet, it will flow into the center of your feet. As Lin Hong spoke, he was patting Yang's body, guiding the flow of his vital energy from his calves to his thighs, from his hips to his spine. After completing a cycle without needing Lin Hong to guide him a second time, Yang felt as though he had activated something once the vital energy entered the Yongquan acupoint. He felt his feet rooting down, the vital energy surging like a spring, bursting forth from his soles and circulating again along the previous path. After another cycle, Yang began his third round of vital energy transport. With each round of transporting vital energy, the cells that had been agitated from absorbing too much medicinal energy gradually calmed down. Yang felt the strength within his flesh and blood increasing bit by bit as the vital energy flowed, his physique subtly growing stronger. After transporting vital energy 5 times, he opened his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue transporting vital energy, but after 5 times, the medicinal energy within his cells and the energy from the medicinal meal at noon had been completely consumed. Now he felt as if he was starving, with his stomach pressed against his back, and his vital energy appeared feeble. Although your body is relatively healthy compared to an ordinary person, your vital energy is too weak and clearly insufficient. You should go eat in the cafeteria first, then go to the pharmacy for another medicinal bath. Practice the double horse stance for a few days to build up your physique. Then I will teach you the tiger lying stance, which consumes even more vital energy than the double horse stance. Your physique is too weak to practice it without risking your foundation. Lin Hong spoke. During his first practice of the double horse stance with the aid of the medicinal bath, it took him an hour and a half to stir his vital energy. This cultivation talent was not as high as he had imagined, but it was considerably better than that of ordinary students in the courtyard. So Yang was worth cultivating, but since he hadn't practiced martial arts before and had not supplemented his body, his physique was considered healthy among ordinary people. However, he still needed to build it up to practice the tiger lying stance. Thank you, senior brother Lin, for your guidance. With an adult's mindset, Yang naturally understood the situation. He would not think that Lin Hong's reluctance to teach him the tiger lying stance was a tactic of the martial arts school. He hurried to the cafeteria while glancing at his status panel. Name: Yang talent mastery through repetition, basic horse stance, minor accomplishment 3100, double horse stance entry 650. Reaching entry means a mastery level of 50 points, which allows for the transport of vital energy. Indeed, it is superior to the basic horse stance. Did you learn it? Uncle Fu asked. I learned the double horse stance, but I haven't learned the tiger lying stance yet. Senior brother Lin said my physique is weak and needs to be built up first, otherwise it could harm my foundation. After a set of herbal bath massages, Yang felt invigorated and began to practice standing. The horse stance and double horse stance can be practiced together, especially utilizing the blood circulation from the double horse stance, which helped him discover the key to rooting his feet into the ground, allowing him to reach the minor success level in horse stance. The exhilarating feeling of achieving twofold benefits from a single practice was simply delightful. The only downside was that moving the blood too much consumed energy, and despite just having eaten and taken the herbal bath, he had also received additional energy-boosting herbs in the bath. After just 7 circulations of blood, all his energy was depleted, and he felt hungry again. Following the 7 circulations, his proficiency in horse stance reached 22100, while the double horse stance progressed slowly, only achieving 1350. Although his proficiency did not increase significantly, Yang Ge's strength had grown considerably. He clenched his fists and swung them a few times. Despite lacking professional measuring tools, he felt his strength had increased by at least 50%. Previously, he had the strength of a slightly frail 15-year-old boy whose body had not yet matured. Now his strength was comparable to that of an untrained adult. Moreover, the strength in his legs had increased even more, at least doubling, thanks in no small part to the horse stance. He looked at the sky and stepped out of the side courtyard just in time to encounter senior brother Lin walking towards him. Let's head back first. Come early tomorrow and go straight to the side courtyard. Don't go to the main courtyard, Lin Hong said. Yang Ge felt a bit disappointed not to be invited to have another meal at the martial arts center or take another herbal bath. However, he understood the principle that haste makes waste. During the second herbal bath, although Uncle Fu still helped him absorb all the medicinal properties in the wooden tub, he felt a noticeable burning pain in his meridians, and his skin even oozed a bit of blood. Clearly, with his small frame, 2 herbal baths had already reached his limit, and taking another would do more harm than good. With a grumbling stomach, Yang Ge walked quickly, feeling that his legs were stronger. Before long, he arrived at the intersection of the street where his home was located. However, when he saw Yang Huaishan waiting for him to return, he waved and smiled, but did not run over. Instead, he curiously looked towards the other side of the street. If his memory served him right, that place was still a 3-story bamboo building in the morning, crookedly housing more than 20 people and at risk of collapsing at any moment. Now, not only had the bamboo building been demolished, but the shanty next to it had also been cleared away, surrounded by makeshift boards with a group of laborers digging in the area. Is this a reconstruction of a dangerous building? Yang Ge asked as he approached his father. Reconstruction is correct, but it was forceful. What do you mean? A big boss outside the city found the Tianyan gang, and they are collaborating to build a hospital here, Yang Huaishan replied. A hospital in such a large area? Can it make money? Yang Ge asked in surprise. There are hospitals in the city, and they are large hospitals with various technological facilities that are no less than those in the bustling urban hospitals outside the city. But such hospitals are concentrated in the eastern part of the city, adjacent to the prosperous urban area. The wealthy people on this side of the city, such as the owners of cargo ships at the docks or the wealthy leaders of gangs, all reside in the eastern part of the city, which is the rich district, unlike the impoverished areas of the city. Yang Ge's home is located in the western part of the city, where the population is dense and the stench of waste fills the air with a pungent odor. Not far to the west is the garbage dump of Longgang district. The mountains of garbage emit various foul odors, making the residents living on the edge of the western city the poorest of the poor. In such an area, only small clinics with low fees like Yang Huaishan's can survive. The large area in front of him obviously belongs to a high-standard large hospital, which would have no patients in the western city. People here do not seek treatment for minor ailments and endure serious illnesses. They simply cannot afford to visit such hospitals. Who knows? Yang Huaishan also looked puzzled, not understanding why the leader of the Tianyan gang was collaborating with outside merchants to open a hospital here. Let's go back to eat. I've already stewed the chicken. Not understanding the reason behind it, Yang Huaishan did not think further. As for the residents who originally lived in the bamboo building, he did not mention them, nor did Yang Ge ask. It was said to be a forced demolition, and it was the Tianyan gang which managed this street that enforced it. Those people had no household registration, no connections, and lived in a place where even the police would not come. The fate of these people is evident. Being allowed to take their belongings and set up shanties near the garbage mountain is already the best outcome. Thus, the relocation fees were certainly non-existent, and if they moved a little slower, they would face violence. After dinner, Yang Ge continued to practice the horse stance. He only practiced the horse stance and did not stand in the double horse stance to move blood. Although he drank chicken soup in the evening, that little food was not medicinal food, so he estimated he could only move blood for half a circle before feeling hungry again. Today, Yang Huaishan did not play chess. An old lady came seeking medical help, saying her son accidentally stepped on a nail a few days ago and had not come to see a doctor, having treated it at home, but now he was in so much pain he could not walk asking for a house visit. The old lady lived in a nearby shanty, so Yang Huaishan packed his medical bag and went over. It was only because it was close that he agreed to go, otherwise he would not have gone out at night. Assuming the proper stance for the horse stance, this time Yang Gu did not stretch his arms straight out, but instead adopted a hugging posture. Moreover, although he did not control his breathing rhythm, he circulated the blood. Yet he felt as if his soles were connecting with the earth through the thin shoe soles, with streams of power rising from the ground and flowing into his legs. Power rising from the ground signifies that the horse stance is alive, no longer merely a dead stand. Reaching this realm, when practicing the horse stance, his legs would not become increasingly rigid, causing back pain over time. This horse stance would become more comfortable the longer he stood, causing him to sweat slightly and feel an indescribable ease. Moreover, this power rising from the ground is not only a feeling in the horse stance, but also useful in combat. Many martial artists stomp their feet to exert force in combat, relying on the power rising from the ground to increase the impact of their strikes. Of course, Yang Gu did not yet understand these concepts. He only felt that practicing the horse stance was very comfortable and that he wanted to stand longer. After standing for an hour straight, Yang Gu felt his leg strength increase a bit more, while his stomach began to feel slightly hungry. Practicing the horse stance consumes energy. Although it is not as much as moving blood in the double horse stance, it still consumes energy to strengthen the legs, so feeling a bit hungry is normal. He checked the time and found that his father had not yet returned. Opening the door to look outside, he noticed that it had started to drizzle, making the wind outside feel quite chilly. Yang Gu looked worriedly towards the shanty area. Without streetlights, it was completely dark there, with only a few neighboring households stealing electricity, faint lights flickering from within. He found a raincoat and grabbed an umbrella, locked the door, and with a flashlight in hand walked towards the dimly lit shanty area. Although Yang's neighborhood is primarily made up of shantytowns, the roads are not mere dirt paths. This area is too close to the garbage dump, where construction debris is occasionally dumped. Many residents who sell steel bars for money bring some broken concrete or bricks to lay in front of their homes. Over time, the places where debris was laid connected with one another, and the road achieved a basic level of hardening. However, while the road was not muddy in the light rain, it was undeniably filthy. When the rain gets a bit heavier, some outdoor latrines or the filth from the corners will be washed out, causing sewage to flow freely. Moreover, the uneven hardening of the road means it has not been flattened by a roller. This leads to a bumpy road surface where water easily accumulates on rainy days, and if one is not careful, their entire foot could step into sewage. Using the beam of his flashlight, Yang Gu nimbly jumped along the road, avoiding the puddles that had already begun to form. As he entered the shanty town, the residents were mostly asleep after dark, and the few who were still awake emitted sounds inappropriate for children. Following the route etched in his memory, Yang Gu arrived at the home of the elderly woman. He sought for medical help only to find the house dark and silent. This made his heart skip a beat. He took a bold step forward, not intending to knock, but rather to kick the door open. However, as soon as he lifted his foot, he was startled by a sound nearby. "Really, it's not necessary. I can owe you the money for now. My son is still waiting for me at home, and I have to go. If you keep dragging this out, I won't seek treatment from you again." "Oh, it's Yang Gu over here," came Yang Huaishan's voice. Yang Gu quickly walked toward the direction of the sound, waving his flashlight and calling out, "Dad." "Ah, here's Yang Gu," Yang Huaishan replied. Yang Gu hurried forward and saw his father standing in front of a shanty lit by candlelight, while a plump woman in thin clothing was turning to walk back inside. Inside the shanty, there was a silent man with his head down and a timid child peeking outside. Seeing this scene, Yang Gu instantly understood what the earlier commotion was about. He recognized this family of three. They had smuggled themselves over from Annan. The man initially worked as a laborer, while the woman skilled in sewing worked at a tailor shop in the eastern part of the city, and their family was managing decently. However, the man had injured his leg in an accident while working, and the woman's sewing wages were insufficient to support the entire family, forcing her to resort to half-open dealings. It was evident they had no money for medical treatment, hence the intention to settle the medical fees with flesh. Such occurrences were common in this area, and many couples engaged in such business. The man was outside soliciting clients while the woman was selling inside. "Let's go," Yang Huaishan said as he opened the umbrella, and the two walked forward without looking back. Once back home, Yang Huaishan removed his outer clothing and tossed it into a basin before fetching water to wash up. If one were to say who was the cleanest in this area, Yang Huaishan, whose profession caused him to be meticulous about cleanliness, might not be the absolute best, but he certainly ranked high. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, mechanical noises from the construction site not far away began to sound. Perhaps the construction deadline was tight. They had cleared the site overnight, and even before dawn they were at work again after last night's rain. Getting up to wash, Yang-gu pocketed 10 yuan for breakfast and greeted his father before heading out the door. Just as he reached the entrance, he encountered Li Wanru, the daughter of the neighbor, who was a notorious gambler returning from a night shift. The hotel where she worked had a night shift, hence the split between day and night schedules. The night was busier than the day, and the pay was somewhat higher. When encountering drunken clients, tips could sometimes exceed a month's wages. However, if you couldn't resist taking those tips and the client asked you to drink with them, you would have no reason to refuse, and the hotel wouldn't take your side. Li Wanru was about the same age as Yang-gu, standing at around 1.6 meters tall and quite beautiful. After all, her father had been handsome in his youth, leading a gang with flamboyance and certainly not settling for plain women. But no matter how beautiful the base, if one looks weary from long-term labor coupled with malnutrition leading to dull hair and a thin physique along with the stench of spoiled water, the overall appearance lacks any charm. Upon seeing Yang-gu, Li Wanru paused for a moment, clearly surprised to see him so early. She had only switched to the night shift yesterday and was not accustomed to Yang-gu's early rising. Thus, she was unaware that Yang-gu had been going to the martial arts school this early for the past few days. The two exchanged nods, but did not speak as Li Wanru sidled past him holding her bag. The bag contained leftover food from the hotel that clients had not finished. Yang-gu found a stall to resolve his breakfast before heading to the martial arts school. Instead of going to the main courtyard, he headed to the side courtyard where Lin Hong had taught the day before. When leaving the martial arts school yesterday, Lin Hong specifically reminded him to come to the side courtyard in the future and not to go to the main courtyard. Lin Hong had not yet arrived, and he was alone in the side courtyard, so he quickly settled into a horse stance. He hadn't eaten enough that morning, making it impossible to practice moving qi. Not long after he settled into the stance, Lin Hong approached, and noticing Yang-gu only standing in horse stance without moving qi, asked, "Why aren't you practicing both stances together?" "Without herbal meals and baths, my qi is too weak to move. You mentioned that forcing the movement of qi could harm my foundation. Aren't you eating enough at home?" Lin Hong asked in surprise. Judging by the attire of Yang-gu and his father, they did not appear to belong to a wealthy family. However, since they had paid their meal and herbal bath fees promptly, they clearly weren't a family that couldn't afford to eat. Lin Hong asked in surprise. Judging by the attire of Yang-gu and his father, they did not appear to belong to a wealthy family. However, since they had paid their meal and herbal bath fees promptly, they clearly weren't a family that couldn't afford. He knew that the day after Yang-gu began practicing martial arts, his father had come with money to pay for his meal and herbal bath fees, clearly indicating their awareness of his needs. However, thinking of the many less affluent students at the martial arts school who seemed to devour their meals in the cafeteria like starving ghosts at noon, he quickly realized the situation. Thus, Lin Hong changed his words to, "From now on, come here earlier for breakfast in the cafeteria. Go eat now, and then return to practice, okay? After eating, go to Uncle Fu for a herbal bath before coming back. Since breakfast was being arranged, let's also schedule the herbal bath together. This way the afternoon herbal bath can be arranged again, with the 2 sessions spaced out a bit, reducing the stimulation to the meridians." Yesterday, Uncle Fu had arranged 2 herbal baths in a short time, which was somewhat risky. Yang-gu was unaware of Lin Hong's thoughts, and upon hearing that he could have breakfast at the martial arts school, rushed directly towards the cafeteria without hesitation. That feeling of hunger. It would be somewhat bearable to be constantly hungry, but the most torturous sensation was when one felt the deliciousness of food, yet could not eat enough. Such feelings were incredibly tormenting. Moreover, having breakfast followed by a herbal bath would directly enhance the practice effect for the morning, making his legs run even more energetically. A day passed quickly, and in the evening, noticing that Lin Hong wanted to cultivate him, Yang-gu shamelessly joined him for dinner before walking home contentedly. Including the breakfast he paid for in the morning, he had a total of 5 meals that day and underwent 2 medicinal baths, with the second one occurring around 3 in the afternoon. The long interval between the 2 medicinal baths meant that the sensation of pain in his meridians, which he had experienced the previous day, did not occur. Having eaten so much and undergone 2 medicinal baths, the benefits were undoubtedly plentiful. Name: Yang-gu. Talent: 100 training into reality. Foundation stance, minor completion 65100. Double horse stance, beginner 3250. Tomorrow I can break through both the foundation stance and the double horse stance together. I wonder if breaking through the double horse stance will meet the requirements for learning the tiger lying stance. After starting to circulate my qi and blood, I found the practice quite enjoyable. circulating qi and blood, rapidly digesting food and medicinal potency, and enhancing one's strength and physique. This feeling of getting stronger every moment is utterly captivating. The improvement in physique from the foundation stance combined with the double horse stance was already delightful. The tiger lying stance, which is even more powerful than the double horse stance, filled Yang Ge's heart with anticipation. In the evening, he exited the martial arts hall through the side door, not walking out with the other disciples through the main entrance. The road by the side door was narrower than that of the main entrance, but since it was near the dock, it was certainly much better than the shantytown. Therefore, the foot traffic on this road was decent. It wasn't some remote alley. The shops on both sides were densely packed with various businesses. The materials used for construction were either bamboo or wood or garbage picked from the landfill. The overall planning of the houses here was somewhat better, with bamboo buildings basically unseen and wooden houses being few. Most were concrete structures. Although these concrete buildings appeared rough and many places were already peeling and crumbling, their sturdiness was undeniable, far safer than bamboo or wooden houses. Yang Gu had never been on this road before, so he curiously surveyed both sides. The shops ranged widely, including hardware stores, grocery shops, bars, chicken coops, and gambling dens. He even spotted a large opium den that should have been eliminated by the times. Watching a few laborers just coming down from the dock rushing in to smoke, Yang Gu gained a new understanding of the methods used by gangs in the city to exploit the lower-class laborers. Continuing forward, he saw a thin figure quickly running towards him with two men chasing after him. "Kid, you dare steal from Dogmaster, stop, or I'll break your legs." "Hey, the person in front, stop that kid for me. Dogmaster has a reward," the chasing man yelled. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone on the road hurriedly stepped aside, as if they hadn't heard his shout, preferring to avoid trouble. Like everyone else, Yang Gu stepped aside to clear the path. "Split up, meet at the old place." The thin figure shouted at Yang Gu, who had stepped aside, then quickened his pace to dash into a nearby alley. Hearing the shout, Yang Gu frowned, watching as the thin figure was about to escape into the alley. He swiftly moved forward and delivered a powerful side kick. Although Yang Gu had only been practicing martial arts for a few days, his minor completion of the foundation stance allowed him to circulate qi and blood, resulting in a surge of strength. Thus, this kick was forceful and heavy, striking the thin figure from the side as he attempted to turn, sending him flying and crashing into the adjacent concrete wall with a loud bang. Coughing, the thin figure slid down the concrete wall, clutching the area where he had been kicked in pain and gasping painfully. He tried a few times to stand up and continue running, but he stumbled and couldn't get up. He looked at Yang Gu with a face full of anger and resentment. Seeing the resentment in the other's eyes, Yang Gu wanted to go over and kick him again, but at that moment the two men pursuing had arrived, watching him warily. Thus, Yang Gu refrained from taking further action, stepping aside a couple of steps to indicate he meant no harm. No one questioned him. The person was stopped, and now it was a matter of where to claim Dogmaster's reward. At that moment, the alley was extremely quiet, and the pedestrians and shop owners watching Yang Gu leave did not speak. The two pursuers hesitated but did not attempt to stop him. It was only after his figure vanished at the end of the alley that the previously frozen crowd came back to life. "I miscalculated." After regaining his breath, the thin figure stood up painfully, clutching the spot where he was kicked. He was not someone who had been caught stealing. He was merely a thief in a panic. He was actually in cahoots with the two men chasing him. The three had been boasting not far away, and seeing Yang Ge's tender appearance, although he was dressed plainly, his complexion was good, indicating he was a child from a well-fed family. Thus they conspired to act. The thin figure pretended to be a thief, shouted at Yang Gu, and then quickly fled. His two companions behind treated Yang Gu as his accomplice. Using the excuse of stolen money, they forced Yang Gu to compensate. They had used this tactic many times, specifically targeting naive individuals, and it had generally been successful. Even when encountering those who were tough and unyielding, dragging them into an alley for a beating would usually make them compliant. However, they hadn't anticipated miscalculating this time. The seemingly tender and naive Yang Gu was unexpectedly fierce and decisive, taking him down with a single swift kick. The thief didn't escape. Yang Gu was still the one who caught the thief, so the two chasing him naturally couldn't frame him. In truth, if the thin figure had encountered the Yang Gu from Blue Star, his scheme might have succeeded. Because Yang Gu was Chinese, and the stable environment of China had made him less vigilant. Even if he sensed something was off, he wouldn't have acted so decisively, considering that hurting someone could lead to compensation and possibly imprisonment. Had he encountered the original Yang Gu, it might have worked as well. The original had grown up in the city, having seen too much of the darker side. He had witnessed this kind of drama countless times, and had even seen people framed. Those who resisted stubbornly were dragged into alleys and beaten to death. However, the original Yang Gu had never practiced martial arts and was a somewhat timid boy. Thus, even knowing the other party had ill intentions, his first reaction was to run away rather than strike back. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Yang Gu, who possessed the mature mindset of Blue Star, the memories of a city boy, and the training of martial arts. Having practiced martial arts for only a few days today had yielded excellent results, significantly boosting his strength, and he was feeling bold. After seeing through the other party's scheme, he didn't hesitate and kicked him away decisively. What mattered was that Yang Gu was unharmed. Returning to the main road, Yang Gu cast a furtive glance backward and exhaled deeply upon confirming no one was pursuing him. His heart swelled with exhilaration, adrenaline, and lingering dread. Truth be told, his seemingly decisive and ruthless action moments earlier had been partly an instinctive reflex. The assailant's tactics instantly evoked the image of that man, beaten to death for lacking money and refusing to borrow funds to pay compensation. He refused to die, and so he struck back. Fueled by raw adrenaline, he hadn't paused to consider whether he could overpower 3 adversaries, nor whether they might have even more accomplices lying in wait. His sole thought had been stark and primal: if you intend to kill me, then I will kill you first. Now, with composure restored and fury receding, his heart pounded uncontrollably. Thud, thud, thud. Plainly put, neither Yang Gu of Blue Earth nor this youthful incarnation had ever known violence, not real life or death brutality. Yet were the moment to repeat itself, Yang Gu would act again without hesitation. He would never gamble his life on the hope that his attackers might spare him. This was the walled compound, not the secure, orderly realm of Huaxia. Here, once marked by predators, survival demanded either swift flight or immediate effective resistance. To rely on their mercy after capture would be as futile as testing one's luck at a gambling den. Back home, the clinic had patients that day, so Yang Huaishan did not wait for his son at the street corner. Still, the groceries were already purchased, 3 gene of beef bones with meat already simmering in the adjacent chamber. Upon seeing his son return, Yang Huaishan instructed him to check the stew's heat while continuing his work uninterrupted, cleaning a malignant abscess on a patient's back and prescribing anti-inflammatory medication. After escorting the patient out, the beef bone broth had reached perfect tenderness, and father and son sat down to eat. Before the meal concluded, another visitor arrived, not a patient, but a group of thugs. Their leader was a young man in his 20s, his forehead tattooed with a single eye, his hair bleached white, a gang chief of the Heaven Eye Syndicate who collected monthly protection fees from this entire street. The Heaven Eye Syndicate was the largest faction across 3 neighboring streets. Formal members bore the eye tattoo on their foreheads to distinguish themselves from mere underlings. Uncle Yang still eating. Brother Bai Mao's here. Please come in, sit down. Have you eaten? Join us, won't you? Yang Huaishan hurriedly rose and pulled cigarettes from his pocket to offer a round. Bai Mao stepped inside, glanced dismissively into the pot, where bare bones swam in thin broth, and said flatly, "Already ate. No need to trouble yourself." Yang Huaishan lit his cigarette with a lighter and asked, "Brother Bai Mao, what brings you by at this hour?" "Yes, something urgent," Bai Mao replied, exhaling smoke. "You've seen the new hospital being built ahead, haven't you?" Yes." Yang Huaishan nodded along. "Indeed, it's a fine thing. Once completed, it'll make medical care far more accessible. Across the entire walled compound, only the affluent East District has a proper hospital. So this hospital is truly a blessing for all residents of West District." Accordingly, our syndicate held a meeting and resolved that to ensure its swift and successful construction, nearby residents must contribute financially, if able, physically if not. Ordinary households are asked to donate 100 yuan per person, business owners like yourself, 300 yuan per individual. But Uncle Yang enjoys a personal rapport with our syndicate master, so your contribution is reduced 200 yuan instead of 3. For your 2-person household, that totals 400 yuan. Bai Mao spoke with disarming calm, but arriving at night with armed men rendered the demand unmistakable. Payment was inevitable, whether given willingly or extracted by force. As for the Yang family, running a clinic, the hospital's arrival would inevitably erode their livelihood. Or perhaps, since minor ailments could be treated at home and major ones were unaffordable anyway, the hospital held no relevance for them. That, however, was irrelevant to Bai Mao. The hospital was a communal boon, and donations therefore morally obligatory. This, Yang Huaishan's expression stiffened. Monthly protection fees already strained them severely, and now with his son training martial arts, every coin was stretched unbearably thin. Now the Heaven Eye Syndicate cloaked extortion in the noble guise of hospital construction, an act of sheer inhumanity. Word had already spread among neighbors about the daytime demolition. During the bamboo hut demolition, investors had paid full relocation compensation, and even compensated for the land itself. Yet the syndicate seizing the hospital pretext had forcibly displaced those residents and feasted lavishly on the spoils. And still it was not enough. They continued squeezing ordinary people dry, devouring them bone and sinew alike. Trouble-making payment. Bai Mao tilted his head, his smug, insolent grin infuriating. No, perfectly convenient. Yang Huaishan hastened into the inner room and returned with 400 yuan, handing it over without delay. Why not just do that from the start? Wasting time. With that, Bai Mao blew a plume of acrid smoke directly into Yang Huaishan's face and strode off with his men toward the next house. Watching their retreating figures, Yang Ji's eyes narrowed. Sensing his son's gaze harden, Yang Huaishan swiftly stepped between them, fearing Bai Mao might turn and misread that look as provocation. We cannot afford to cross such syndicates, especially not the Heaven Eye Syndicate. From now on, avoid them entirely. Never let them see that look again. I understand. Dad, hurry. Your noodles are getting soggy, they'll spoil the taste if left too long. Yang Gu blinked, his expression softening into guileless boyish innocence. Don't treat this lightly, Yang Huaishan warned sternly. Relax, Dad. I may struggle with school, but when have I ever ignored your words? Reassured, Yang Huaishan's countenance softened, and the two resumed their meal. Yet the meal passed uneasily. Most neighbors lived in dire poverty. Many barely scraped together enough for daily sustenance, let alone spare cash. Bai Mao and his men showed no mercy. Refusal meant beatings, or the seizure of valuables. Women of modest beauty often endured groping as routine. Even compliance through sexual submission bought only a 2-day reprieve, not exemption. Yes, surrendering one's body delayed payment, but did not cancel it. In West District slums, gangs devised ever more grotesque methods of extraction. That night, Bai Mao's crew descended like marauding bandits, sparking chaos, panic, and desperate cries. Yang Huaishan had no appetite for chess, so he extinguished the lamps early and barred the door. Yang Gu stood in stance, restless and agitated. Damn cowards. Bullies who prey only on the helpless. Before the East District gangs, they wouldn't dare utter a peep. Yang Gu pulled the blanket over his head, muffling the wails of supplication outside. As a modern man, he could not remain unmoved by such suffering. Yet, bearing the memories of his former self, he knew well in the walled compound compassion was often the swiftest path to death. Though the family retained modest savings, enough perhaps to aid others, that money could not be spent. To do so would invite not only the syndicate's attention, but also thieves eager to plunder the clinic. As the days passed, Yang Gu had been practicing martial arts for a week. For breakfast, he had a hearty medicinal meal supplemented by a barrel of nourishing tonic for his vitality. At noon, he indulged in a large meal again, accompanied by a barrel of tonic to relax his muscles and enhance his qi and blood. 3 meals a day of medicinal food, along with 2 medicinal baths. With the addition of his innate talent, Yang Gu's experience in the horse stance and double horse stance skyrocketed. In just a few days, his horse stance level reached great success at 88,200, while his double horse stance achieved a skilled minor success at 33,200. At just 15 years old, the still youthful boy already possessed arm strength of 100 pounds, while his leg strength had increased even more, reaching 500 pounds on a single leg. If he were to encounter that previously slender figure again, Yang Gu was confident that he would not just kick the opponent away, but rather with one kick leave them either dead or severely injured. Your talent for martial arts is indeed remarkable, Lin Hong remarked, sensing the surging qi and blood power within Yang Gu. A young boy just starting to practice martial arts who once lacked the necessary qi to learn the tiger-lying stance now brimmed with vitality after just a week. The medicinal food and baths certainly played a part, but the greatest contribution was undoubtedly Yang Gu's innate talent for martial arts. Without such talent, he would not have been able to break through the realms of the horse stance and double horse stance. With so much medicinal food and baths, consuming them without benefit could instead lead to adverse effects, potentially poisoning Yang Gu and causing him to be overwhelmed. Can I learn the tiger-lying stance now? Yang Gu asked with eager anticipation. Although he no longer practiced in the front courtyard, seemingly separated from the other senior students. However, at noon, everyone still gathered in the cafeteria to eat together, and every 5 days the paying senior students would collectively take a medicinal bath. Thus, Yang Gu would still encounter these senior students listening to their discussions about various matters, gaining some understanding of martial arts, no longer the pure novice he once was. He understood that despite his current physical enhancements and significant strength increase, these were merely the basics. Only by mastering the tiger-lying stance could he truly begin his martial arts journey. The tiger-lying stance was a combat stance. In a high martial world, practicing martial arts was not merely for strengthening the body, but for combat purposes. Your body is barely acceptable. Lin Hong nodded. He then gestured for Yang Gu to pay close attention as he moved aside and assumed a lying posture. Generally, a person lying on the ground might appear somewhat unflattering. Yet Lin Hong was different. The moment he laid down, Yang Gu, who was intently observing his movements, felt a shiver run down his spine. While it appeared as if a person was lying before him, Yang Gu felt as though a tiger was crouching on the ground. A tiger lying in the grass, fully coiled and ready to pounce on its prey. Just as his mind was captivated by Lin Hong's imposing presence, a voice reached his ears. "Come and feel the changes in my qi and blood," Lin Hong instructed. Yang Gu stepped forward and placed his hand on Lin Hong's back. He then sensed the changes in Lin Hong's qi and blood, which felt different from the flowing qi of the double horse stance. The qi of the tiger lying stance felt more like a hammer clanging, as if forging iron. The purpose of the double horse stance is to transport qi and blood, rapidly absorbing the medicinal power from the food and baths to nourish the body through the flow of qi and blood. The tiger lying stance is different. Its role is to temper, refining your qi and blood, flesh, bones, and even your inner organs, providing lifelong benefits. If we compare the body to a wooden barrel, the double horse stance's function is to continuously pour water into this barrel. The tiger lying stance, however, not only fills the barrel with water, but also continuously reforges the barrel, increasing its capacity and limits. Therefore, the essence of the double horse stance is transportation, allowing for better absorption of nutrients to nourish the body. The essence of the tiger lying stance is tempering, akin to forging iron, continually hammering the body to remove the dross and extract the essence. Lin Hong explained while allowing Yang Gu to feel the force of the hammering within him. After demonstrating, he had Yang Gu assume the tiger lying stance and taught him its breathing technique. However, the breathing technique of the tiger lying stance is not merely a rhythmic breathing pattern, it must also be coordinated with the flow of qi and blood, as well as muscle tension. The stance of the tiger lying stance is that of a fierce tiger lying in wait to ambush its prey. Using the sudden explosive power of the tiger's ambush as a hammer, first hammering the flowing qi, and then using the extracted qi as a hammer to strike the flesh. After the flesh is tempered, using qi and flesh as a hammer to strike the bones. Layer by layer, progressively breaking through the original limits, ultimately achieving the cleansing of bones and marrow, reversing the innate limitations. Having experience with the double horse stance's transportation of qi and blood, combined with the ability to circulate qi throughout the body, Yang Gu's control over his body was now on a completely different level compared to before. Thus, Lin Hong taught him to tense his entire body for a build-up, then suddenly release, akin to a hammer striking the qi, applying a tempering stance. He managed to accomplish it after 2 attempts. However, achieving this marked the beginning of his suffering. With every hammer strike, it felt less like striking the qi and more like being hammered on the chest. His chest felt tight, qi surged, and his face flushed like a ripe eggplant. Transforming the tempered qi into a hammer to strike the flesh was even more excruciating. That strike felt as if a heavy iron hammer was crashing down on his fingers, causing him to jump in pain. After striking himself twice with the tempered qi against his flesh, Yang Gu felt this was not martial arts, that was akin to a brutal execution. This was merely the simplest hammering and refining of qi and flesh. Later, he would also need to hammer and refine his bones, internal organs, and marrow. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Observing Yang Gu's face contorting in pain, Lin Hong quickly interjected, "Don't rush. First temper your qi, enhance your physique with that before proceeding. With your current small frame, your resistance to pain is too weak. Even if you can withstand the pain of hammering, the flesh striking the bones would feel like having every bone in your body gradually shattered, a pain you cannot bear at this stage. Be careful not to suffer a heart attack from the pain." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Gu exclaimed. "Who knew you were so fierce, wanting to go for the full set right from the start?" Lin Hong smiled, clearly amused by Yang Gu's reckless experience. "Next time, explain things more clearly. How could I know these basics on my first time practicing martial arts?" Yang Gu retorted. After hearing Lin Hong explain the essence of the tiger lying stance, he genuinely believed that from qi and blood to the final marrow, going through it all in one go constituted a complete cycle. This was also the reason he felt a shiver from the thought of the pain of being hammered, knowing there were many more stages. After all, for a beginner like him, hammering the qi was bearable, but the pain from hammering the flesh was simply... If the pain from the later stages escalated, this tiger lying stance was certainly not meant for humans. Haha, fine, I'll remind you earlier next time. Now let's discuss the techniques of practicing the tiger lying stance. First, do not be overly clever thinking that the qi flows on its own. instead of waiting comfortably in one place for the qi to pass by for hammering. You must follow the flow of qi and hammer every corner of your body, not even sparing areas like your earlobes and eyelids. Because hammering and refining qi in any area also serves as a subtle tempering for the flesh, and such continuous refining will accumulate. And once your body reaches a higher level, the subsequent refining of flesh will come naturally and be much less painful. Similarly, while refining the flesh, the bones should also receive preliminary tempering, gradually progressing from superficial to deeper levels. In the evening, after indulging in a medicinal meal at the martial arts school, Yang-gu returned home, no longer feeling the usual satisfaction, but rather looking as if his body had been hollowed out. If the first few days of practicing martial arts, especially when mastering the double horse stance, brought a vivid sense of increased strength that fascinated him and filled him with immense enthusiasm for training, today's practice of the crouching tiger stance made him fully understand that martial arts was not a simple affair. It was not as easy or relaxed as he had thought. In fact, it was quite tormenting, and those with weak willpower could easily give up. However, Yang-gu was no ordinary person. He had a panel. While others, after undergoing such torment, would question the effectiveness of their training, wondering if their suffering was worth it and whether they had made any progress. He was different. As long as he persevered, all progress would be displayed on the panel. He could clearly receive positive feedback, and each time he saw his improvement, he felt that his efforts were worthwhile. Name: Yang-gu. Talent: 100 practices become true. Foundation horse stance major completion 22200. Double horse stance minor completion 11200. Crouching tiger stance entry 11100. That night, Yang-gu went to bed early and did not practice extra. The crouching tiger stance consumed a great deal of qi and blood during its refinement, often requiring 10 strands of qi and blood to extract just one strand of essence. Without the support of the martial arts school's medicinal meals and baths, and with only ordinary food, the conversion of qi and blood was limited and could not meet the demands of the crouching tiger stance. Yang-gu was somewhat satisfied with his current physique, but did not want to become too thin from excessive qi and blood consumption. There was no conversation throughout the night. Before dawn, Yang-gu was awakened by the sounds from a nearby construction site. He did not know how tight the construction schedule was, but the construction team worked day and night, stopping only after nearly midnight yesterday and starting again before dawn today. Are they rushing to reincarnate? Yang-gu cursed in annoyance at being awakened, rolling over in an attempt to continue sleeping, but the incessant clattering outside made it impossible. Reluctantly getting out of bed, he carried a basin to the door to wash up. At the construction site not far away, there were many laborers carrying building materials either on their shoulders or using small carts resembling ants transporting items from outside to the site. The roads here were too narrow for larger vehicles to enter. Thus, these building materials had to be transported to the dock first, and then carried over by manpower. It was said that a couple of days ago the investors proposed to the Tianyin gang to build a wider road to the dock because large machinery could not enter, causing delays in construction. They even sent people to measure and mark, but in the end the road was too long, and too many houses along the street would need to be demolished, especially after crossing 2 streets, which would be in the territory of the Chow gang. The investors on that side ignored the hospital's investors, leading to the proposal being abandoned. After washing up, Yang-gu did not wait at home and directly went to the martial arts school. Since it was too early, the senior students had not yet arrived, but the cafeteria of the martial arts school was already busy. Some students from wealthy families paid for 3 meals a day and even lived in the martial arts school. Thus, the cafeteria had to prepare the medicinal meals early, as the helpers started their work very early. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he found a corner to sit and wait for breakfast. Not long after sitting down, he saw a woman in a black trench coat with a ponytail walking briskly into the cafeteria, seemingly like the wind heading towards the kitchen. The woman looked unfamiliar, and Yang-gu couldn't help but take a few more glances, especially since she was quite beautiful. The cafeteria helpers seemed to know her, as no one stopped her when she walked towards the kitchen. Moments later, the woman emerged from the kitchen accompanied by Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu noticed Yang-gu sitting in the corner, but showed no expression, not even nodding to greet him. The woman also glanced at Yang-gu, but did not pay much attention. The two exited the cafeteria, their figures disappearing through the archway in the courtyard. Who was that? Yang-gu approached the food serving area and asked the helper behind the counter, who was arranging the dishes on the table. Lin Mukin. Miss Lin, our martial arts school's major client. The helper's tone carried a hint of fear and a touch of imagination. How beautiful and noble this Miss Lin was! If she insisted on marrying me, should I agree? Major client. Yang-gu expressed a look of confusion. Although he had not been at the martial arts school for long, it had been a week. He considered himself somewhat knowledgeable about the affairs of the martial arts school. Aside from enrolling students, he had not heard of any other business, so this major client left him a bit puzzled about the nature of their relationship. The Lin family is a well-known, wealthy family in the eastern district of the city. They not only own cargo ships, but also run a medicinal herb business. The medicinal herbs for our martial arts school are supplied by the Lin family. The helper explained. A medicinal herb supplier. Yang Guest's expression showed understanding. Seeing that the dishes on the table were almost ready, he took a plate and began to eat breakfast. After finishing breakfast, he arrived at the pharmacy area, but Uncle Fu, who had left with Lin Mukin, had not returned. However, Lin Hong was waiting for him. Uncle Fu has something to attend to today and won't be giving you a massage. You should soak in the medicinal bath and try standing the double horse stance in the tub. While standing, absorb the medicinal power to avoid waste. Lin Hong's suggestion made Yang Guest's eyes light up, then he'll give it a try. Previously, Uncle Fu used his techniques to infuse the medicinal power into his body, and he had never thought of absorbing the medicinal power while standing. Uncle Fu isn't here, and I have quite a few things to attend to today. After you finish soaking in the medicinal bath, stand the stance yourself. If I have time, I'll teach you the Tiger Cannon Fist. Tiger Cannon Fist. Isn't that the Black Tiger Fist? Yang Guo asked, puzzled. The senior students in the courtyard had all been practicing the Black Tiger Fist. This was the first time he had heard of the Tiger Cannon Fist. I'll explain it in detail when I teach you. Keep your mouth shut and don't talk about it outside, Lin Hong reminded before hastily leaving the pharmacy. The senior students were about to arrive at the martial arts school, and he needed to go for the morning class. Could it be a secret transmission that outsiders cannot learn? Yang Guo speculated with sparkling eyes. After a week of observation, he noticed that the senior students were all practicing the double horse stance and had not heard anyone practicing the crouching tiger stance. Now that there was a mention of the Tiger Cannon Fist, which he had never heard of, instead of the Black Tiger Fist that everyone else practiced, it was evident that his treatment was quite different. To grasp the entry level of the horse stance in just 2 days, this martial arts talent seems to be quite rare. In this world, there is no love without reason. Lin Hong's special care for him clearly indicated that he had noticed his martial arts talent. Stripping off his clothes and entering the wooden tub with the double horse stance already at minor completion, he could freely circulate his qi and blood without being constrained by the stance. Thus, he absorbed the medicinal power in the water, quickly, completely consuming it in less than 15 minutes. However, without Uncle Fu's massage, his reddened skin could not quickly return to its normal color. But this was not a significant issue. He continued to stand in the stance and circulate his qi and blood, converting all the absorbed medicinal power into qi and blood, and his skin naturally returned to normal. However, without Uncle Fu's acupoint massage, although he absorbed all the medicinal power, the efficiency of its utilization decreased. No wonder senior students are willing to spend extra money to have Uncle Fu massage them. By noon, the hours had flown. Fu Bo still had not returned, and Lin Hong was the one preparing the medicinal bath. When will Fu Bo be back? Yang Guo could not help but ask. Without Fu Bo's massage after a morning of practice, his proficiency in Wohu Zhuang crouching tiger stance had risen by 8 points, while his Shuang Ma Zhuang double horse stance and Ma Biu horse stance proficiencies had fallen by nearly 20%, seriously affecting his standing practice. There is no fixed time, but seems the matter is somewhat troublesome, Lin Hong said with a frown. He did not elaborate to Yang Guo what the trouble was. Seeing Yang Guest's disappointed expression, Lin Hong teased, "Is the medicinal potency not being absorbed efficiently? Missing Fu Bo's massages?" "Yes," Yang Guo nodded. "Then soak in the medicinal bath first. I will teach you a method to improve your absorption rate later," Lin Hong said. "If there is such a thing, tell me earlier next time." Yang Guo complained. "You made me waste a lot of medicinal potency this morning. That costs money." I will tell you in advance next time," Lin Hong replied, though the smile at the corner of his mouth carried an inscrutable meaning. While Yang Guo was in the soaking tub moving his qi and blood, he did not notice anything else. After absorbing all the medicinal potency, he dressed. Lin Hong led him out of the courtyard, not to the secluded yard where Yang Guo usually practiced standing, but to an indoor sparring platform in the backyard. "Go over there and put on the protective gear. Can you lads help him?" Lin Hong pointed to the armor hanging on a rack and called 2 assistants over to help Yang Guo don it. Some of the protective pieces were clumsy and fastened from the back. One person could not manage them alone. Why wear armor? Yang Guo felt a bad premonition. "To help increase your medicinal absorption rate," Lin Hong answered, as if it were the most natural thing. Soon Yang Guo, clad in protective gear, stood on the platform. Lin Hong removed his jacket and wore no armor, not even gloves. "Stand firm. I am coming." Wait. Seeing Lin Hong advance with a raised foot in a whip kick, Yang Gu lifted his hands to block and stepped back. I feel like you simply want to beat me up, not help me improve medicinal absorption. If you doubt me, we can test it and see, Lin Hong said calmly. Realizing he was not joking, Yang Gu, half believing, went forward to stand properly again. Bang! Lin Hong wasted no words. A whip kick snapped out. The dull thud of his leg striking Yang Gu's armor resounded. Yang Gu felt as if a charging bull had struck his chest. The force was tremendous. Even the lower base of a practitioner at the Deshang realm could not resist it. Yang Gu lost his balance and staggered backward. You? Yang Gu tried to speak, but before he could finish, Lin Hong leapt with astonishing speed to his rear and delivered another whip kick to his back. The body that had been stumbling backward was flung forward. Your Ma Bu is no good. The core of the horse stance is a stable lower body. You wobble like a weak shrimp, and that will not do. Plant your feet and feel the roots under your soles. As Lin Hong critiqued, he never ceased attacking. Whip kicks, fierce punches, relentless. They battered Yang Gu like a spinning top on the platform. Are your ears deaf? I told you to find that rooted feeling under your feet. Did you hear me? Lin Hong barked and slammed a kick into Yang Gu's thigh. The tremendous force passed through the armor. His thigh burned with pain. Surely a large bruise would bloom without looking. He stopped speaking because every time he tried to open his mouth, Lin Hong's strikes brought such searing pain that he had no chance to form a word. And Lin Hong's stern scolding was not mockery, it was a demand. Find the rooted stance, or the next blow would be worse. Yang Gu had no choice but to cast aside distractions, and in the brief lull before the next attack sink into a solid Ma Bu to stabilize his lower body, so his feet would no longer wobble. Even so, Lin Hong's next kick still drove him from his stance. He could not hold his ground. Like that again, Lin Hong shouted. Yang Gu forced himself to steady his base once more. The previous kick had stung his hip bone, but had not been as painful as the first. It was clear Lin Hong had mastered the art of modulating force. He could make it excruciating or stop, just short, provided Yang Gu rooted himself. He planted his feet again, only to be blasted away by a punch. He steadied himself once more, then a horizontal blow nearly felled him like severed wheat. Flushed and battered, Yang Gu resembled a giant lobster cooked in its shell, the armor trapping his pain, as Lin Hong, like a merciless bandit, beat him with fists and feet. The beating lasted half an hour. Yang Gu felt as if there was no unbruised piece of him left. Even his face had swollen into a porcine puff pressed within the armor, so his eyes could barely open. Flushed and battered, Yang Gu resembled a giant lobster cooked in its shell, the armor trapping his pain, as Lin Hong, like a merciless bandit, his forearm struck his own chest with a brutal thud, but this time he was not thrown. His toes gripped the floor. Though the collision sent his torso tilting back, the soles of his feet clung to the ground like suction cups. In the next instant, Yang Gu righted himself and assumed the posture to receive the next wave of attacks. But the assault did not come. In the next instant, Yang Gu righted himself and assumed the posture to receive the next wave of attacks. But the assault did not come. Of it. That is enough for today. Stand in Shuang Ma Zhuang and transport your qi and blood. Wherever you feel congestion, direct the flow there to disperse swelling. Remove the swelling first, or the armor will not come off. Yang Gu, who had been poised to receive strikes, froze for a few seconds. Then his taut body loosened. He felt as if his limbs had fallen apart, pain erupting from everywhere, as though every bone had been broken. He longed to lie down rather than stand. But he dared not lie down for fear Lin Hong would continue to torment him. So he clenched his teeth and, despite the agony, began to transport his qi and blood. At first the transport was halting. His swollen body resembled a city road at rush hour, clogged and jammed. Yet as time passed, the stagnant qi and blood were slowly flushed open. The flow grew smoother, and the swelling visibly subsided. His qi and blood regained fullness, and Yang Gu hurried into the Wohu Zhuang posture to draw in the nourishing force. An hour slipped by. Now, apart from the everywhere aching, a tingling, prickling sensation crawled across the sore spots, an itch that made him want to scratch, more torturous than mere pain. He reached to scratch, but was stopped by Lin Hong, and had to turn his attention to the training board instead. If this torment did not yield the promised improvement, Yang Gu resolved, he would mark the debt in his heart against Lin Hong. Name: Yang Gu. Talent: 100. Practice to reality. Basic horse stance perfect 2300. Double horse stance minor achievement 77200. Tiger lying stance entry 55100. What the heck? Yang Gu almost cried out. The effect was better than Uncle Fuss massage. His proficiency in the three stances had greatly improved, and the horse stance had reached perfection. Clearly, the continuous attempts to stabilize his stance without being knocked away had an excellent training effect on the horse stance. At this rate of practice, with another session the tiger lying stance would quickly reach proficient level, and by tomorrow the double horse stance would be mastered. A worker stepped forward to remove his protective gear. Yanga looked at himself, although there were still some bruises, his body was no longer cumbersome. The bones that had hurt intensely now felt a tingling sensation due to the nurturing of qi and blood. How's that? The effect is not bad, right? Lin Hong handed him a bottle of water. It works well, but it was really torturous. Yanga took the water and gulped down half the bottle in one go. Are you coming back for more? Of course I must come back. Yanga gritted his teeth and replied. Though the process was hard to remember, the incredible effect made him eager to continue. Haha, not bad, you look like a martial artist now. Lin Hong laughed heartily while patting Yang's shoulder, clearly pleased with his answer. If you can't endure this bit of hardship in martial arts, it's better to go home early and hold your child. Why does being beaten enhance the absorption of medicine so effectively? Yanga asked. It's quite simple. Just like a wounded tree secretes sap to seal the wound, after some time, the injured area becomes harder than the surrounding parts. When a person is injured, the body instinctively wants to heal itself, and that's when the absorbed medicinal energy comes into play. Every cell works hard to convert the medicinal energy into vitality to keep itself alive. Lin Hong explained. I see now, Yanga nodded. This principle was simple and straightforward, but he just hadn't thought of it before. After Lin Hong's explanation, he recalled the training methods of Muay Thai from his memory. It is said that Muay Thai fighters train their legs by kicking hard objects to induce minor fractures in their leg bones. As these fractures heal repeatedly day after day, the leg bones become exceptionally strong, capable of kicking through a tree. Go eat to replenish your strength. Let's rest early today, and tomorrow morning, we'll continue, then I'll teach you some boxing techniques in the afternoon. Your body has just recovered from moving qi and blood, so it's not suitable for intense exertion right now. Okay. Yanga nodded, stood up, and walked towards the cafeteria, filled with anticipation for tomorrow. This training not only provided the benefit of rapidly increasing proficiency, but also helped him practice his ability to withstand hits. As the saying goes, if you want to hit someone, first learn to take a hit. If a warrior only has immense offensive power, but their defense is as fragile as paper, they won't get far. To be able to both attack and defend is the right path. A warrior who isn't physically strong is useless in battle. He walked into the cafeteria and indulged in a hearty meal. After vigorous consumption, his stomach was full, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Glancing at the time, it was only a little past 4. With still some time left, Yanga ran back to the side courtyard to continue moving qi and blood, exhausting the energy from the food before going for another meal and then heading home. Arriving back on the street where he lived, the construction site was still bustling, but the atmosphere felt off. Numerous members of the Tianyan gang were patrolling the area, their faces filled with vigilance. He hurried back home and saw his father Yang Huaishan cleaning up. The trash can was filled with bloody bandages, and the smell of disinfectant permeated the room. What happened? In the afternoon, the Haish gang and the Tianyan gang had a gunfight on the adjacent street, injuring quite a few people. Now all the lackeys of the Tianyan gang were mobilized, patrolling their territory. Especially on the construction site, which was the first investment the Tianyan gang had received outside the city, they were extremely concerned. Aren't the two gangs supposed to keep to themselves? Why did they suddenly start fighting? Yang Gu was astonished. The territories of the Haish gang and the Tianyan gang were adjacent, and for the past 2 years, they had had constant friction over control of that street. As time passed, and each skirmish resulted in losses, and with both sides evenly matched, neither had the capacity to completely swallow the other. A war of attrition would be detrimental for both. Eventually, they found a mediator to broker a deal where both would share the street equally, and it settled down. Who would have thought it would flare up again today? They say that on the garbage mountain today, there were some valuable items dumped in the trash, leading to a scramble between the two sides, and one side lost control, resulting in the gunfight. There were also rumors that the Tianyan gang had received investment and had money, preparing to recruit more members to completely swallow the Haish gang. The Haish gang didn't want to sit idly by, so they took the initiative. The commotion from the gang fight was a favorite topic of conversation among the residents of the city. Thus, the reasons behind each skirmish were vividly embellished into dozens of different versions. What? Both gangs' members simultaneously took a liking to the same woman, and as one didn't want to lose out to the other, they fought. What? One person with very fancy dyed hair walked with an air of arrogance, and the opposing gang found it infuriating, leading to a fight. What? Members of the opposing gang lent money at high interest, causing the mistress of their own gang's leader's little brother to fall into debt, and they treated the other as a fat sheep to slaughter. Such a blatant disrespect. They fought. In short, there were countless reasons, but the final outcome was always fighting. The two reasons Yang Huaishan told Yang Gu were clearly the most reliable ones filtered out from a sea of unreliable rumors. Be careful when you're at home. If you see someone fighting, keep your distance, Yang Gu reminded. Since the territories of the Haish gang and the Tianyan gang are adjacent, the members of both gangs are generally familiar with each other. Hence, during their fights, as long as you keep a distance and don't get mistaken for a newly recruited lackey of the opposing gang, you basically won't be harmed. When your father lived in the city, you weren't even born yet. Do I need you to remind me? Yang Huaishan scoffed. This was an unarguable point. After all, who was Yang Weishan's son? Yang Guest's birth date certainly gave him some say in this matter. He grabbed a garbage bag and headed toward the garbage mountain. Although it contained medical waste, there were no such concerns in the western district of the city, especially near the garbage mountain. After all, those who feared infection had all died out, and the survivors were essentially immune to this sort of medical waste. Arriving at the garbage mountain, Yang Gu saw members of the Haish gang and the Tianyan gang distinctly searching through the trash. The possibility of the first reason Yang Huaishan mentioned for the fight had greatly increased. It was just uncertain how precious the garbage was to provoke a full-blown conflict between the two major gangs. In the slums of the western district of the city, within one of the few two-story concrete buildings, a burly man with a scar on his forehead, resembling a fierce eye at first glance, sat gloomily on the sofa. This man was Wu Tai, the leader of the Tianyan gang. In front of him stood the only two capable subordinates of the gang, Bucktooth Chun and Bai Mao. At this moment, they stood with their heads lowered, looking like children who had made a mistake. This man was Wu Tai, the leader of the Tianyan gang. In front of him stood the only two capable subordinates of the gang, Bucktooth Chun and Bai Mao. At this moment, they stood with their heads lowered, looking like, "Have you figured out what it is yet?" Wu Tai looked at Bucktooth Chun with a gloomy expression. Not yet. Not figured out, and you go and provoke them. Wu Tai's eyes began to blaze with anger. If it weren't for the fact that he truly had no capable people under his command, and that Bucktooth Chun was injured, he would have wanted to slap him away. They hadn't figured anything out, and yet went to war, resulting in two subordinates of the Tianyan gang dead and 6 or 7 severely injured. He had already spent nearly 100,000 on compensations. It was a G who said that when he went to the toilet at the dump, he saw members of the Black Snake gang digging up a box from the garbage and stealthily moving it away. I didn't intend to start a fight, just wanted to scare them a bit and see if I could bluff out what they had, hoping to get a share. But unexpectedly, just as I brought my people over and hadn't even opened my mouth to ask, members of the Black Snake gang came charging at us with knives, and I had no choice but to lead my brothers to fight back. You just brought your people to the door and hadn't even asked anything. They charged at you with knives. Wu Tai looked at Bucktooth Chun with suspicion, feeling insulted by his intelligence. Really, if you don't believe me, boss, you can ask the others. It was truly just as we arrived, and we hadn't even crossed the boundary line separating our territories when they came at us with knives. Bucktooth Chun hurriedly explained. He couldn't let his boss misunderstand, otherwise with his small frame, he wouldn't be able to take a kick. Hearing Bucktooth Chun speak so earnestly, Wu Tai couldn't help but believe him somewhat. He didn't think Bucktooth Chun had the guts to deceive him. But if what Bucktooth Chun said was true, then the Black Snake gang's reaction was indeed a bit strange. What was in that box that made them react so strongly upon seeing Bucktooth Chun's group approaching? Don't we have our spies in the Black Snake gang? Hurry up and get in touch, find out what that dead snake dug out from the dump. Wu Tai was also filled with curiosity about the contents of the box. But curiosity aside, the main business could not be neglected. Bai Mao, gather the brothers, distribute the weapons, and be ready to act at any time. We need to gather information, and we must be prepared with manpower. No matter what is in that box, since the Black Snake gang crossed the line today, we must demand an explanation. Otherwise, if others think the Tianyan gang is afraid, how can they survive in this area in the future? Morning. The sound of construction at the site continued as usual, and both the Tianyan gang and the Black Snake gang's territories were eerily quiet. It was as if yesterday's skirmish had never happened. Be careful at home. If things get dangerous, just close the door and go somewhere else to rest for a day. After washing up and preparing to go to the martial arts school, Yang Gu still felt a bit worried and advised Yang Huaishan. Alright, I know you're more nagging than my mother. Yang Huaishan waved his hand impatiently, signaling Yang Gu to get lost. As he stepped out of the house, Yang Gu couldn't help but glance at the two-story building where the leader of the Tianyan, a dozen members of the Tianyan gang, were playing cards with the door wide open, while a few sentinels stood at the entrance vigilantly watching the passers-by. Not daring to linger, he quickly left. After going to the cafeteria at the martial arts school for breakfast, Yang Gu went to the pharmacy. Uncle Fu, who he hadn't seen all day yesterday, finally returned. Lying on the wooden bed, he first had Uncle Fu give him a massage. Did Lin Hong use you as a target yesterday? As soon as he started massaging, Uncle Fu felt the subtle changes in Yang Gue's body. Although Yang Gue's skin now showed no bruises, the blocked qi and blood had long been circulated away. However, the physical strength enhanced by the circulation of qi and blood had subtle differences from that enhanced by being beaten. Uncle Fu keenly sensed this. Yang Gue nodded. You should practice with him more. Even if it's just getting beaten up, you need to seek him out actively. As the saying goes, before learning to hit others, one must first learn to take hits. If you want to become a martial artist, you must be able to endure blows. Moreover, training together can enhance your practical experience, which is better than just standing still. I know this. Yang Gue replied. If it weren't for the panel, he might have thought that Lin Hong was finding an excuse to give him a beating because he disliked him. But with the panel present, he could clearly see the rapid increase in his proficiency in stance training, naturally distinguishing between the good and the bad. After the massage, Yang Gue entered the wooden tub, and Uncle Fu didn't strike his body to help him absorb the medicinal power. However, the massage had already improved his absorption ability by about 20%. Coupled with the dual horse stance, circulating qi and blood, Yang Gue absorbed all the medicinal power even more easily than yesterday, then put on his clothes and went to find Lin Hong for practice. Then naturally there was another beating. But compared to being beaten to confusion yesterday, today, because his horse stance had reached a perfect level, Yang Gue was no longer thrown off balance by a single kick. From time to time, he could timely circulate qi and blood to the attacked areas, increasing his ability to withstand blows and helping his legs stand more firmly. After such a morning, Yang Gue had indeed been beaten into a pig's head. But he managed to last longer than yesterday, thus the gains were naturally greater than before. Name Yang Gue. Talent mastery through repetition. Basic horse stance perfect 88300. A dual horse stance proficient 12300. Lying tiger stance skilled 9200. With the dual horse stance breaking through to a proficient level, Yang Gue found it much easier to circulate qi and blood. No longer needing to specifically control his breathing rhythm to mobilize qi and blood, often just a thought was enough to get the qi and blood moving. Moreover, in the proficient realm, he no longer needed to lay on the ground, mimicking a tiger's hunting posture for the lying tiger stance. Simply standing, Yang Gue could skillfully control the tension and release of every muscle in his body. Yesterday's senior brother Lin Hong had him lay on the ground to teach him the lying tiger stance purely so he could understand it more clearly as a beginner. At the same time, the lying tiger posture allowed beginners to better store energy and refine qi and blood. Now that his stance training had reached a higher level, he could refine qi and blood without striking the lying tiger posture. Naturally, he no longer needed to be confined to a fixed stance. In the afternoon, Yang Gue had mostly reduced his swelling, with some areas still bruised, but it had little effect. Lin Hong began teaching him the tiger cannon fist. The tiger cannon fist, as the name implies, relies on the tiger, which is key, and the cannon, which is equally crucial. It is fierce like a tiger and explosive like a cannonball. In short, it embodies the essence of violence. If the black tiger fist is about channeling bodily strength into a single force to be released, creating a powerful and vigorous punch, then the tiger cannon fist takes it a step further. The core of the tiger cannon fist is sheer unreasonable violence. It has only two main moves: the mountain opening cannon and the continuous cannon. The continuous cannon is further divided into 3, 6, and 9 rounds. Lin Hong can currently perform up to 6 rounds of the continuous cannon. However, this 6 rounds is not the limit of Lin Hong's mastery of the tiger cannon fist, but rather the limit of his physical capacity. The tiger cannon fist demands a high level of physical strength, which is why Lin Hong is only now teaching Yang Gue this technique rather than starting with it from the beginning. For example, the simplest and most fundamental move of the tiger cannon fist is the mountain opening cannon. A single punch can unleash a force exceeding 3 times one's own strength. However, the prerequisite for delivering this punch is that one must withstand nearly double the force of the explosion. Otherwise, before the threefold force even erupts, your own muscles and bones will be unable to bear it, injuring yourself before you can harm others. In truth, although Yang Gue's physique has improved significantly, it is still a bit early for him to learn the tiger cannon fist. However, Lin Hong's decision to teach Yang Gue the tiger cannon fist now is not a case of wanting to push him too hard. As the senior brother of the martial arts school, he is very busy every day and cannot spend too much time sparring with Yang Gue. The tiger cannon fist imposes a physical burden, but it is also a form of tempering. When he is available, Lin Hong can practice with Yang Gue, and when he is not, Yang Gue can practice the tiger cannon fist alone to strengthen his body. This way the efficiency of training martial arts will be greatly increased. The power rises from the ground using the foot to gather force, increasing strength in the legs, twisting the waist to add more force, channeling energy into the back, like a great bow drawn taut, the force like an arrow, and the fist is the direction. On the indoor martial arts platform, Lin Hong held a stick guiding Yang Gu on the striking techniques of the Tiger Cannon Fist. Whenever he noticed something amiss, he would not waste words, but would directly strike with the stick, making Yang Gu grimace in pain. However, strict teachers produce excellent students. Under Lin Hong's rigorous instruction, after merely practicing a dozen times, information about the Tiger Cannon Fist began to manifest on Yang Gu's status panel. Tiger Cannon Fist Beginner 1100. Although Yang Gu had made a start on the Tiger Cannon Fist, there was little joy on his face. This technique was as painful as refining one's body using the tiger stance, making one want to curse. The force trajectory of the Tiger Cannon Fist resembles the rampage of a mad bull. Starting from the foot strike, the force begins to build at the soles, and wherever it passes, the muscles and bones feel as though they are being fiercely scrubbed with a steel brush, causing them to bleed. With a punch delivered, half of Yang Ji's body was racked with pain, and the arm and fist that finally unleashed the force were so painful he could hardly lift them. However, great sacrifices yield great rewards. The Tiger Cannon Fist tears the body from within, then facilitates the flow of qi and blood for healing. Its tempering effect on the body is even better than Lin Hong's external strikes. Of course, sparring also has its benefits. Facing Lin Hong's attacks, Yang Gu's ability to mobilize his own strength and gain practical combat experience cannot be compared to merely practicing punches. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. With your current physical condition, you should limit yourself to a maximum of 2 punches a day. After tearing, the healed areas will become increasingly resilient. If the torn areas do not heal, it will result in injuries that damage your foundation. Seeing Yang Gu constantly rubbing his body and shaking his arms in an attempt to regain sensation, Lin Hong reminded him. Understood, Yang Gu nodded. He'll practice one more punch before heading to take a medicinal bath. Using qi and blood to heal torn injuries consumes a significant amount of energy. Thus, this fist technique can only be practiced in the martial arts school, as the school's cafeteria provides food at any time and allows for medicinal baths. This can provide enough energy for the body. If practiced at home, without adequate nutritional support, the torn injuries cannot heal, potentially causing sleepless nights due to pain. After his body recovered, Yang Gu threw another punch, this time with his left hand. Martial artists most dread an imbalance between their left and right hands, which is why Lin Hong had long reminded him to train his left hand to be as agile as his right. With a punch thrown, the qi and blood began to repair the injuries. Yang Gu's stomach started to rumble in protest, and his brain issued a strong signal for food. He quickly ran toward the cafeteria. Like a famished ghost, he gorged himself before heading to take a medicinal bath. After such a tumultuous session, the qi and blood that had been deficient within him became replenished, gradually alleviating the intense hunger. You can practice the Tiger Cannon Fist a few times, but with your current small frame, even if you enhance your mastery of the Tiger Cannon Fist, you won't be able to deliver many punches. Lin Hong's primary purpose in teaching you this fist technique is to better improve your physique. The body is the foundation of practicing martial arts. Without needing to massage him, Uncle Fu could tell at a glance what Yang Gu had been practicing by observing the changes in his muscles. Got it, Uncle Fu. Senior brother Lin reminded me as well. Today he'll practice 2 punches and then focus on moving qi and refining my body for the rest of the time. Yang Gu said. Uncle Fu nodded with a smile and reminded him, don't stay out too late tonight. And don't come too early tomorrow morning, try to take the busier routes. Is something wrong? Yang Gu asked, confused. Yesterday morning, the Lin family's goods were robbed at the dock. Upon hearing Uncle Fu's words, an image of a graceful figure from the cafeteria flashed through Yang Gu's mind. He then asked in surprise, who would dare to rob the Lin family's goods at the dock? The Lin family is a well-known wealthy clan in the eastern part of the city. Even Yang Gu, who had never been to the eastern part, knew that the Lin family is not to be trifled with. Moreover, the robbery took place at the dock, which is the territory of the Tsang gang. Although the Tsang gang has declined, it is not dead. Offending 2 major forces in the city all at once takes extraordinary courage. Whether they dared or not depends on how great the profit is. This matter hasn't spread, yet do just be cautious and don't spread it around. It hasn't spread. Yang Gu was puzzled. With something so significant and offending 2 major forces in the city, shouldn't there be an immediate bounty for heads? Why hasn't the news spread? But the next moment Yang Gu thought of something. Is it because the goods cannot be exposed? Uncle Fu glanced at him without speaking, but the answer was evident. These goods must not be exposed, or otherwise the city would already be in chaos. How could everything be? Yanga couldn't help but be curious about these goods that couldn't be exposed. What exactly were they, and what could be their value that would prompt robbers to offend both the Tsang gang and the Lin family? However, despite his curiosity, he did not inquire further. Since Uncle Fu hadn't said anything, even if he asked, he surely wouldn't get an answer. As the evening sun had yet to touch the horizon, Yanga stepped out of the martial arts dojo, leaving a bit earlier than usual. Today he exited through the main door instead of the side, wary of being ambushed by a few individuals lurking in the alley. The dock was still active and the main road was nearly devoid of passersby. However, just a few steps away from the dojo, Yanga keenly sensed the scrutinizing gazes of several individuals idling by the roadside. Clearly his unfamiliar face had caught their attention. If not for his youthful appearance and the fact he had just come from the dojo, they might have approached him for questioning. Leaving the dock area, he entered the chaotic shantytown. Everything appeared as usual, yet there were several ruffians boasting and chatting on the streets. These individuals seemed to be idly passing time with their boasts, but they frequently glanced around on the lookout for suspicious characters clearly engaged in surveillance. Returning to his residential street, the small two-story building belonging to the leader of the Tianyin gang remained heavily guarded, indicating that the conflict with the Black Snake gang had yet to be resolved. However, it seemed there had been no brawling today, as Yang's family's clinic was unusually empty. Upon arriving home, he hadn't even had the chance to start dinner. His father Yang Huaishan eagerly shared the latest news with him. The cause of the clash between the two gangs turned out to be a box of wine. Yesterday afternoon, a garbage truck from the bustling city outside the walled city came to dump its load, and the spot where it dumped was precisely at the boundary dividing the two gangs. This truckload of trash was quite valuable, as it came from the wealthy district outside the walled city, which was a level above the affluent area in the eastern part of the city. Thus, both gangs were keenly interested in this trash truck. They called many people to rummage through it, hoping to find more valuable items. Ultimately, the Black Snake gang members were the first to uncover a box of wine worth tens of thousands. Upon spotting the wine, the Black Snake gang members hurriedly tried to conceal it, aiming to sneak it away. However, they were spotted by the sharp-eyed members of the Tianyin gang, who reported it to Bao Chun. The informant had only seen the Black Snake gang stealthily hiding something and recognized it as precious, but did not clearly see what it was. Yet knowing it was valuable was sufficient. Upon receiving the information, Bao Chun gathered people preparing to confront the Black Snake gang members to see if he could get a share. However, he did not expect the Black Snake gang members to be so hot-headed. Upon seeing the opposing gang bringing people to their doorstep, they drew their blades without hesitation. Now the Tianyin gang claimed compensation from the Black Snake gang for crossing the boundary and attacking. The Black Snake gang argued that the Tianyin gang members were breaking the rules as they had found the items while rummaging in their own territory. It was the Tianyin members who had violated the rules, and the Black Snake gang had suffered injuries to several of their brothers, so they insisted that the Tianyin gang should compensate them. The first negotiation between the two gangs ended in discord. As for what would happen next, whether each side would gather their forces to fight or seek a mediator to negotiate further, that remained to be seen, depending on how the situation developed. After hearing Yang Weishan's account, Yang Gu believed that the likelihood of a negotiation was the greatest. Because the strengths of the two gangs were evenly matched, if they truly clashed, the victor would still suffer heavy losses, giving nearby smaller gangs the opportunity to take advantage. Tisk tisk tisk, a bottle of wine worth tens of thousands. I can't even imagine what it tastes like, Yang Huaishan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. This was also the focal point of interest for most people regarding how many had been injured over that box of wine. Brawls in the walled city were not rare occurrences, but a bottle of wine priced at tens of thousands was a luxury many had never even heard of. When I succeed in the future, I'll buy you a bottle of wine worth tens of thousands to drink like water, Yang Gu said. Yang Huaishan snorted in response. You just know how to say nice things. Yet although his face showed disdain, his heart was filled with joy. Even though he knew his son was just painting a pretty picture, Yang Huaishan still found it quite appealing. After dinner, due to practicing the Tiger Cannon Fist while his injuries had healed through the circulation of qi and blood, the exertion had drained his vitality. Thus, he skipped additional practice and went to bed early. Going to bed early meant waking up early. Before dawn, Yang Gu opened his eyes, glanced at the sky outside, originally intending to turn over and catch a bit more sleep, but found himself unable to, so he simply got out of bed. He carried water to the door to wash up. Not far away, construction at the site had temporarily halted due to the conflict between the two gangs. On the street, only a few individuals pushing food carts were preparing to set up for breakfast at the dock, while everyone else remained in slumber and the surroundings were unusually quiet. After washing up, he turned back into the room to start cooking rice porridge, then tidied up the trash in the house. Today he planned to have breakfast with his father and would head to the dojo later when there were more people on the streets. He would certainly heed Uncle Fuss' advice. Carrying the trash towards the dump, the stench grew stronger the closer he got. It was still early spring, but come summer the smell would be beyond description. Especially since the surrounding residents treated this area as a toilet, the stench of urine was overwhelming and the ground was littered with excrement. Yang-gu, holding the trash, could only tiptoe as he made his way. He prepared to discard the trash and find an empty spot to relieve himself. Entering the garbage mound, he searched for a relatively less soiled area. Just as he was about to pull down his pants, a voice came from the other side of the pile of trash. "Are you sure Wu-Tai doesn't know what's in the box?" "Absolutely. Valia-chen's subordinate, AG, only saw a box and has no clue what's inside." So when the news of the expensive wine was released, everyone believed it. "That's good. Keep a close watch. Once the matter settles down, I'll personally deal with Wu-Tai, and these 3 streets will be under your control." "Thank you, Brother Snake, for your kindness. I will do my utmost to ensure this matter is handled well. Just be careful not to expose yourself." "Don't worry, Brother Snake. Since Balia-chan is injured, Wu-Tai can only rely on me, and he won't suspect anything." "Then that's good." After the two ended their conversation, Yang-gu quickly scanned his surroundings and hurriedly hid behind a nearby garbage pile. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. It was none other than Bai Mao, one of the 2 main enforcers of the Tianyin gang. Bai Mao emerged from behind the trash heap, first warily scanning the area. Not spotting the concealed Yang-gu, he unzipped his pants and relieved himself. Watching Bai Mao's figure disappear from view, Yang-gu then stepped out from his hiding place. A double-crosser, huh? There was only one person among the nearby streets bold enough to call himself Brother Snake, and that was Zhou Kuei, the leader of the Black Snake gang. Due to his triangular eyes resembling a snake, he earned the nickname Brother Snake. Yang-gu found another spot to take care of his business. As he relieved himself, he pondered what exactly was in the box obtained by the Black Snake gang. Meanwhile, he had overheard the secret conversation between Bai Mao and Zhou Kuei. He had never considered that he wasn't familiar with Wu-Tai. Now, with the 2 gangs on the verge of conflict, running over to inform Wu-Tai that one of his 2 capable subordinates was a traitor seemed unwise. Wu-Tai's immediate reaction would likely be to suspect him of sowing discord, thinking it was a ploy by the Black Snake gang. He was someone whose words carried little weight, and it was improbable that Wu-Tai would trust him solely based on a single claim that Bai Mao was a traitor. Moreover, from Zhou Kuei's tone earlier, he was confident about eliminating Wu-Tai. He simply couldn't act for some reason. Reporting Bai Mao now would be futile if Wu-Tai were eventually taken out by Zhou Kuei, as it would be like joining the National Army in 1949. Thus, this was a matter for them to resolve amongst themselves, and he would pretend not to know. However, while he had not thought of reporting Bai Mao, everything he did was being closely monitored by a pair of eyes. From a tent constructed of various trash bags not far away, a pair of eyes was observing everything. So as Yang-gu sought a spot to relieve himself, intending to wait a moment before heading out, the owner of those eyes hesitated for a moment before slowly crawling out of the tent and moving in the direction Bai Mao had left. Relieved and lighthearted after a smooth bowel movement, Yang-gu leapt effortlessly over the waist on the ground. As his toes touched down, he immediately prepared for another bound. Whoosh! Just as he coiled to spring again, a fierce gust of wind slashed toward the back of his head from behind. Instinctively he ducked, just in time. A steel pipe whistled past his scalp, a hair's breadth away from a fatal blow. "My!" A soft, startled exclamation came from behind. The attacker clearly hadn't expected him to evade. Though caught off guard, the assailant was a seasoned fighter. Surprise flickered in his mind, yet his hands never. Muscles tensing, he swung the pipe back in a brutal arc. Its target unchanged, Yang Ji's skull. This was no warning, it was murder. The attacker moved swiftly, but so did Yang-gu, who just dodged certain death. Though his hair stood on end from the near-fatal strike, his reflexes remained razor-sharp. In that instant, the toe that had been poised to launch him skyward slammed downward instead. The explosive energy meant for leaping surged downward into his legs. Thud! His soul struck the earth with seismic force. A single decisive stomp that not only arrested his stagger, but also channeled raw power upward from the ground. In one fluid motion, his other leg lashed backward. Thud! His heel struck first, blasting into the attacker's chest before the pipe could descend. The weapon flew backward, still clutched in its wielder's hand, both hurtling through the air together. Only then did Yang-gu twist his head sideways, to see his assailant sprawled midair, Bai Mao, the very man who'd left moments earlier. Cough, cough, cough. Rattling heaps of refuse crashed around him as Bai Mao flailed wildly, clawing garbage off his body in a desperate bid to rise. But Yang Gu gave him no such chance. Whirling sharply, he closed the distance in 3 swift steps and drove his fist straight into Bai Mao's chest. Tiger cannon fist, mountain-splitting strike. Tum! A deep, meaty impact echoed, followed instantly by the sickening snap of fractured bone. Sputter! Blood erupted from Bai Mao's mouth, splattering across the refuse, shielding his face, streaked with fragments of ruptured viscera. A heartbeat later, his body locked rigid, then collapsed like a puppet with its strings-cut limbs twitching unnaturally. Oh! A cry of terror pierced the air. Yang Gu whirled, only then noticing another figure standing nearby. Filth coated the stranger from head to toe. His tattered clothes reeked of rot, the same stench clinging to the dump site itself. Yang Gu understood at once why Bai Mao had returned. This scavenger, hidden in a blind spot Yang Gu had overlooked, had witnessed his unwitting eavesdropping and reported it to Bai Mao. Thus Bai Mao had doubled back, not to confront, but to silence. And that scream, it sent a chill down Yang Ji's spine. He feared it would draw more witnesses. Ignoring the searing agony in his paralyzed right arm, he lunged forward and struck with his left fist. Crack! The shrieker flew backward like a rag doll, his back arching grotesquely around a perfect sunken fist print. His open mouth flooded with blood, choking off the scream, before he crashed 3 meters away into the refuse heap, convulsing violently. Yang Gu turned. Bai Mao lay gasping breath, shallow and ragged, life already slipping away. He glanced back at the scavenger, still breathing, but his heart shattered beyond repair. No recovery was possible. Yang Gu planted his feet, forcibly circulating qi to restore sensation to his numb, torn-back muscles. His gaze swept coldly across the surroundings. He'd failed to detect the watcher, nearly paid for it with his life. That mistake would not be repeated. After a meticulous sweep confirmed absolute solitude, and both bodies utterly still, he took a wide detour before exiting the dump site. By now many residents were stirring. The earlier scream had drawn glances, curious but cautious. Those who heard it peered toward the dump site, yet none dared enter to investigate. Even those already inside, discarding trash or answering nature's call, hurried out just as Yang Gu had, pausing at the edge to stare inward, unwilling to approach. In the walled slums, prudence was survival. Never linger too long at trouble's edge. Knowing this instinctive reticence, Yang Gu had dared remain, methodically checking for oversights before departing. After prolonged scrutiny yielded no further sound or suspicious movement, onlookers exchanged glances, then dispersed, bored and unimpressed. Yang Gu melted into the crowd, carefully swinging his deadened arms with feigned naturalness, until he reached the door of his family's clinic. Father, the martial arts hall says another payment is due. Take the money and come with me today, Yang Gu said. Didn't we just pay a few days ago? Why again? Yang Huaishan frowned. My son's talent is extraordinary. I've mastered in days what others take a month to grasp. The next training phase requires fresh tuition, far higher than before. Bring extra cash. Yang Gu lied smoothly. No such fee existed. He fabricated it. Fearing someone might have evaded his sweep, witnessed the killings, and fled to report him to Wu Tai. He couldn't risk leaving his father alone. This tuition was a contingency, a ready-made escape fund should disaster strike. A son's martial brilliance should bring joy, but the crushing cost weighed heavily on Yang Huaishan. Retreating to the inner chamber, he gathered cash and passbook, lost his appetite for breakfast, snuffed the stove, hung a sign reading "out on errand," and set off with Yang Gu toward the hall. Yang Huaishan walked burdened by worry. Yang Gu wore calm like armor. Though no nausea or dizziness followed the double killing, no physical revolt, his composure was a mask. His heart hammered against his ribs, each beat echoing like a war drum in his ears. He forced deep breaths to ease the suffocating pressure in his chest. Beside him, Yang Huaishan remained lost in tuition anxieties, oblivious to his son's tremulous pulse. At the hall, Yang Gu guided his father to the side courtyard where he practiced stance holding, claiming his medicinal bath time had arrived. Miss it, and the session would be forfeit for the day. He'd bathe first, then collect the payment. His father, trusting, urged him to hurry. The 15th Zandiyuan fee made every minute precious. Once his father was settled, Yang Gu strode directly to the herbal pharmacy, his arms screaming with pain, demanding immediate immersion to heal before permanent damage set in. He pushed open the door. Fubo, the elderly pharmacist, glanced up, said nothing, and resumed grinding herbs. Yet within seconds he snapped his head up again, eyes sharp with disbelief. You've killed someone. Once a formidable martial artist, Fu Bo possessed uncanny sensitivity to killing intent and blood qi. and Yang Ji's frantic heartbeat still thundered unmistakable to trained ears. Yang Gu paled. He'd entered rehearsing how to coax Fu Bo into playing along, fabricating excuses to shield his father from the truth. Instead, Fu Bo had pierced straight through the lie he most dreaded exposing. "What are you talking about, Uncle Fu? Killing whom?" Yang Gu feigned ignorance. Fu Bo's brows knotted. He admired Yang Ji's martial aptitude, but cultivation demanded more than talent. Character was paramount. A prodigy with flawed virtue posed grave danger. Nurture him, and you might forge a slaughterer who would one day turn on his own masters. So Fu Bo fixed him with a piercing silent stare. If Yang Gu failed to explain himself convincingly, he would not hesitate to cripple him. Better a broken body than a future catastrophe. The pharmacy fell into silence. Yang Gu's mind raced furiously. He opened his mouth several times wanting to articulate a plausible excuse, but upon meeting Uncle Fu's sharp gaze, the words he was about to say were swallowed back. At that moment, Uncle Fu's eyes gleamed with danger. It was best not to harbor any delusions of luck. "Kill too." Yang Gu, drenched in cold sweat from behind, uttered these words. His whole body felt as if all strength had been drained away, leaving him utterly exhausted. "You practice martial arts to kill?" Uncle Fu asked. "How could that be?" Yang Gu immediately retorted. As a psychologically normal person, he was not a pervert. How could he practice martial arts purely for the purpose of killing? The first reason he practiced martial arts was due to his talent for the 100 practices become real. However, this was clearly not something he could divulge. The second reason was that he didn't want to be randomly killed by someone, so he needed a degree of martial power for self-defense. As for the third reason, in an environment like the city fortress, practicing martial arts was evidently easier for making money than going to school. Not to mention, once his battle prowess improved, the members of the Tianyan gang would no longer dare to collect protection fees from his clinic, saving him a significant sum each month. Moreover, the original owner's academic performance was abysmal. Aside from practicing martial arts, he had no better options. After hearing Yang Gu's second and third reasons for practicing martial arts, Uncle Fu nodded noncommittally and then asked, "Tell me about your killing." "It was entirely an accident, and they struck first." Yang Gu recounted how he unexpectedly encountered the white-haired man and Zhou Kuei secretly meeting while taking out the trash in the morning. He also briefly mentioned the subsequent ambush by the white-haired man and how he retaliated fatally. After speaking, Yang Gu felt his wildly beating heart calm down a bit. As someone who had killed for the first time, he bore immense psychological pressure and wanted to find someone to confide in. Yet after taking a breath of relief, his heart tightened again. Sharing such a huge secret with an outsider undoubtedly placed a handle in the other party's hands. However, he couldn't avoid talking about it. Revealing it would at least gamble on Uncle Fu's character. If he didn't say anything, given Uncle Fu's earlier gaze, he could very likely be dead in an instant. After killing, was there a body left behind? "No, I didn't have time." "Did you conceal the fatal injury?" Uncle Fu continued to question. I didn't have time either. During his first kill, he had been able to wait until the other party was completely dead. He was also alert, checking around for any witnesses and ensuring no items that could identify him were left at the scene. That was already a significant feat. Next time, if you don't have time to handle the body, it's best to disguise the characteristics of your attack when killing to avoid being easily tracked down. Uncle Fu glanced at his arm. His words eased Yang Gu's tense heart considerably. The fact that Uncle Fu was so concerned about his aftermath clearly indicated that he believed his account, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually receded. Uncle Fu spoke. "All right." Yang Gu gritted his teeth against the pain and began to undress. He had already disclosed his handle. There was no need to hesitate or be. Uncle Fu spoke. "All right." Yang Gu gritted his teeth against the pain and began to undress. He had already disclosed his handle. There was no need to hesitate or be coy now. Hiss. As he squatted into the wooden tub, the familiar searing pain brought a measure of peace to Yang Gu's heart. At that moment, he thought of his father still waiting in the side courtyard. "Uncle Fu, could I trouble you with something?" "Speak." Uncle Fu's expression was cold, unchanged from usual. "My dad is in the side courtyard." Yang Gu recounted how he had tricked his father Yang Huaishan into coming to the martial arts hall due to the danger he faced at home. After hearing Yang Gu's account, Uncle Fu's gaze softened a bit. A dutiful child is at least one who understands gratitude. "You soak, well, we'll go arrange it," Uncle Fu said, turning to leave the room. Watching Uncle Fu depart, Yang Gu closed his eyes and submerged his body into the tub. What just happened was undoubtedly quite perilous. He had nearly died in an instant. Fortunately, he had gambled correctly. He told the truth, and Uncle Fu did not make things difficult for him. As for whether Uncle Fu would use his confession of murder as leverage against him, Yang Gu had contemplated this issue before deciding to admit to the killing. The final answer he arrived at was no. After spending time together, he was quite certain that Uncle Fu was a powerful martial artist. Killing him would be a piece of cake, and there was no need to resort to leverage. Moreover, the threat posed by this leverage to Yang Gu was not as significant as he had imagined. Killing in the city fortress was not a big deal. The police would not enforce the law in the city fortress. His biggest trouble in killing was facing the retaliation of the Tianyin gang after being exposed. Therefore, whether or not to admit to Uncle Fu that he had killed was not important. What mattered was to quickly enhance his strength. As long as he improved his strength to the level where he could annihilate the Tianyin gang, this leverage would no longer be leverage. It was precisely because of this understanding that he admitted to killing, taking a gamble that Uncle Fu would not mind allowing him to continue staying at the martial arts hall. After a while, Uncle Fu returned. Yang Gu leaned his head to look behind him, but did not see his father's figure. "I sent your father back first," Uncle Fu stated. Yang Gu's expression shifted, and with a splash he stood up from the wooden tub. Then he heard Uncle Fu say leisurely, "I had someone from the martial arts hall accompany him back. Don't worry, even if those Tianyin gang people discover you killed someone, given the presence of that Black Snake gang, they cannot do anything to your father." "Then does sending my father back mean?" Yang Gu had brought Yang Huaishan to the martial arts hall precisely to keep him out of danger. Uncle Fu sending Yang Huaishan back, and even sending someone to protect him, clearly indicated ulterior motives. "What do you think?" Uncle Fu glanced at Yang Gu. Yang Gu instantly understood Uncle Fu's intentions. Although Uncle Fu had temporarily believed his words, he had not fully trusted him. He was sending someone to verify. As for what was being verified, it was naturally not whether he had killed someone, but rather whether he had lied about the incident. Whether or not he had killed was secondary. What mattered was Yang Gu's character, which related to whether the martial arts hall would continue to invest in him. "Come over for a massage." Having glanced at the medicinal water in the tub, which had turned clear, Uncle Fu gestured towards the side bed. Having understood Uncle Fu's purpose in sending his father back, Yang Gu's worrying heart was entirely put at ease. After all, he hadn't lied, so there was nothing to fear. However, thinking of Yang Huaishan, he couldn't help but ask, "You didn't tell my dad that I killed someone, right?" Killing was something he could discuss with Uncle Fu, because he could weigh the pros and cons. But Yang Huaishan was different. He was his father, and no father would like his son to be a killer. Slap. Uncle Fu angrily slapped Yang Gu on the back. "Do I seem like such a brainless person? First take a medicinal bath, then a massage." The tearing injuries caused by the Tiger Cannon fist are rapidly healing. This tearing injury is worse than yesterday's practice. For the next couple of days, refrain from practicing the Tiger Cannon fist. Healing injuries consumes not only qi and blood, but also vital energy. Qi and blood can be easily replenished through food or medicinal supplements. However, vital energy recovers slowly. If too much is consumed without replenishment, be cautious of life depletion. Uncle Fu reminded Yang Gu while giving him a massage. "Understood, I won't practice the Tiger Cannon fist for the next few days," Yang Gu quickly replied. To practice martial arts is to live better. If practicing reduces one's lifespan, wouldn't that be counterproductive? After responding to Uncle Fu's question, Yang Gu hesitated and asked, "Uncle Fu, how did you know I killed someone?" "Your qi and blood are turbulent, and the killing aura has not dissipated." Killing aura. Yang Gu was taken aback and looked down at himself. He didn't see any killing aura, but he could indeed feel the turbulence in his qi and blood. Ever since the killing, his heart had been racing, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't calm it down. The killing aura is invisible unless you learn the art of qi observation. "Can Uncle Fu observe qi?" Yang Gu asked. "No." Uncle Fu shook his head. "Then how did you notice the killing aura on me?" "The more you kill, the more you can naturally discern it," Uncle Fu replied. Yang Gu opened his mouth, momentarily unsure of how to respond. This was clearly a matter of experience. He was just a novice who had killed 2 people and clearly lacked the qualification to critique. "All right, the massage is about done. Hurry up and eat." After eating, go practice standing meditation, Uncle Fu said. "If I go to the cafeteria like this, will the other senior brothers also notice that I killed someone?" Yang Gu asked worriedly. Although the fact of killing someone meant little to Uncle Fu, it was evidently different for others. Moreover, the more people who know, the higher the chance of exposure. He still did not have enough strength to deal with the Tianyin gang. "Do you think this kind of insight is something anyone can have?" Uncle Fu shot Yang Gu a glare. "So who in our martial arts school possesses such insight? I should avoid them. Or Uncle Fu, can you help me eliminate the killing aura on me?" Yang Gu was still somewhat uneasy. "Eliminate what?" "The killing aura is already gone. Hurry up and go eat." My. Yanga looked puzzled, recalling the massage. Did Uncle Fuss massage help clear it? What does that have to do with the massage? When your mind is calm, the killing aura dissipates. This is called stabilizing the inner spirit, preventing external evils from invading. As long as you don't actively display murderous intent, now no one will be able to sense your killing aura. Uncle Fu said. Is that so? Yang Guest's face showed a thoughtful expression. The heart that had been racing was indeed calming down, and the tinnitus had vanished. Especially since Uncle Fu did not mind his killing, he could continue to train at the martial arts school to improve his strength. This gave him confidence against potential retaliation from the Tianyan gang, and his current mindset was indeed stable. Exactly. As long as you remain composed unless you encounter someone who can read minds who would know what you've done. That's true. Yanga nodded. As long as he stayed calm unless the other party opened their heavenly eye or had locked evidence against him who would know what he had done. Yanga felt a lot more at ease, his mindset steadier. He got up to put on his clothes to prepare for dinner, but halfway through he sensed something was off and looked at Uncle Fu in shock. Is there someone who can read minds? There are people who can use soul capture techniques. Oh, what's so surprising about someone reading minds? You can. No, hurry up and leave, I'm busy and don't have time to chat with you. Uncle Fu seemed to have thought of something and impatiently shooed him out of the medicinal room. If you can't, then you can't, why get angry? Yang Gu mumbled as he walked towards the cafeteria. As he walked, he opened his interface to take a look. Name Yang Gu, talent 100 refinements into reality, basic horse stance perfect 201300, double horse stance proficient 98300, lying tiger stance skilled 63200, tiger cannon fist beginner 42100. Yesterday, he had only practiced the tiger cannon fist twice, so the proficiency was only at beginner 2100. Today, after killing 2 people with 2 punches, the proficiency skyrocketed by 40 points. This practical combat experience was evidently easier for gaining proficiency than practicing alone. He just didn't know if this proficiency could only spike through combat, or if it required killing someone to achieve such a significant increase. After pondering for a while, Yang Gu felt that the latter was more likely. Moreover, apart from killing, it probably also related to his state at that time. Facing a life-and-death crisis, his hair stood on end, blood surged, and his heart thumped violently, as if it were drumming. That state of adrenaline surge was likely one of the main factors for the explosive increase in proficiency. Glancing at the proficiency of the tiger cannon fist, Yang Guest's attention inadvertently shifted to the proficiency of the horse stance. The most significant increase in proficiency wasn't for the tiger cannon fist, but rather for the horse stance. Yesterday, it was only over 100 points at the perfect realm, but it had now surged directly to over 200. Recalling the previous battle, the fundamentals of the horse stance had played a huge role in practical combat. Faced with a sudden ambush before his brain could react, his body steadied its center of gravity immediately and was able to counterattack instantly. All of this was thanks to the horse stance. If it weren't for practicing the horse stance to perfection, rooting his feet and drawing power from the ground, it would have become an instinct. The white-haired assailant might have succeeded. This foundational skill must be practiced. To be fair, Yang Gu had previously looked down on the horse stance. He preferred the double horse stance that could transport qi and blood, and the lying tiger stance that could refine the qi and blood. Since learning the double horse stance, the growth of his horse stance proficiency had relied entirely on incidental practice. Moreover, at night when he returned home without medicinal meals or baths for replenishment, it seemed like a waste of time just practicing casually. Never did he expect that the horse stance, which he previously ignored, would save his life in actual combat. Through this experience, Yang Gu understood that foundational skills are not useless, they are incredibly important in real battle. And if one horse stance is so crucial, the basic fist techniques and leg techniques that he previously paid no attention to. Especially since foundational skills require lower proficiency, combined with the talent of 100 refinements into reality, he could quickly master what others would take years to hone. Moreover, now his main goal was to enhance his combat power to deal with the Tianyan gang. This made him even more eager to practice foundational skills. If I could bring all foundational skills to perfection, how strong would I be? Yang Gu couldn't help but start fantasizing. When he thought about it, he wanted to act. After eating in the cafeteria, he immediately went to the front courtyard to find Lin Hong. He expressed his desire to practice foundational skills. Upon hearing Yang Guest's request, Lin Hong looked surprised. It should be noted that according to Yang Guest's previous character, as soon as he had some success with the horse stance, he couldn't wait to learn something more powerful. Lin Hong taught Yang Gu the tiger cannon fist for one key reason: he perceived in the youth an impetuous temperament, disdainful of fundamentals, ever eager for formidable high-level martial techniques. Having mentored countless students, he understood such adolescent restlessness was futile to reason with. At this age, defiance often ran deep. These youths feared neither heaven nor earth, convinced themselves the sole protagonists of their world, and dismissed earnest counsel as mere noise. Moreover, Yang Ji's extraordinary martial aptitude could not be squandered, or worse, tarnish the reputation of the Shanhu Martial Hall. Thus, while instructing him in the crouching tiger stance, Lin Hong also imparted the tiger cannon fist. His purpose was clear: if Yang Gu refused to tread the earth with humility and diligently cultivate foundational skills, then pain itself would forge his body and temper his will. Even should his fundamentals remain underdeveloped, a robust physique and unshakable resolve would still honor his rare talent. While physical cultivation in its own right was foundational training, ensuring stability rather than fragility. Now that Yang Gu had awakened to this truth and willingly committed himself to foundational practice, Lin Hong rejoiced. Every master cherishes a student gifted, diligent, and free from arrogance. Since you wish to learn, I shall teach you. But understand, foundational training extends beyond basic fist forms, palm techniques, or legwork. Body forging is equally vital, indeed indispensable. Therefore, each day, not only must you drill punches and kicks, you must also run with weighted gear, building strength and endurance. The body is the root of all martial mastery. Without a resilient physique and solid core strength, even flawless fist or leg techniques become castles in the air. Hence, your foundational curriculum begins anew, not just with the horse stance, but with many disciplines to lay bedrock beneath your art. I'll train them all. Yang Gu nodded without hesitation, now fully grasping the gravity of foundational discipline. Very well, wait here a moment. Lin Hong departed the side courtyard and returned 10 minutes later carrying weighted leg wraps and a reinforced vest. Put them on now. Yang Ji's arms dipped sharply as he took the vest. It looked compact yet weighed no less than 10 jin. Slipping it on, he reached for the leg wraps, sand-filled, each weighing roughly 5 jin. Both the vest and wraps featured elongated external pockets, clearly designed not for their current load, but for incremental augmentation. Lead strips could later be inserted into those pockets to increase resistance. Come, let me lead you on one lap. They exited the hall, and Lin Hong guided Yang Gu in a circuit around the wharf. As they ran, Lin Hong instructed beside him, "This is no ordinary running. With every stride, circulate your blood and chi using the twin horse stance." The twin horse stance denotes stillness. Twin horse evokes motion. You stand still to cultivate the stance. You gallop to embody the twin horses. Now move as though your legs are those horses. At these words, Yang Ji's eyes widened in sudden clarity. Ever since mastering the twin horse stance, he'd sensed something incomplete in merely circulating blood and chi. Yet Lin Hong had said nothing, so he'd asked nothing. He had never imagined the twin horse stance could unfold into two complementary states, static and dynamic. Instantly, Yang Gu regulated his breath, igniting a torrent of blood and chi surging through his limbs. Then, inspired, he recalled the horse stance principle: power rises from the earth. With each footfall, he activated that principle, channeling earthward force upward, transforming his sprint into a thunderous, grounded gallop. A spark of insight. Lin Hong, pacing beside him, instantly noticed the shift in Yang Ji's gait, and a quiet smile touched his lips. He had planned to introduce the subtle integration of twin horse stance and horse stance only after Yang Gu grew accustomed to its dynamic form, yet the youth had grasped it unaided. Thus Lin Hong led Yang Gu once around the wharf, continuously refining his posture, smoothing his circulation, easing his exertion. Many members of the Chaobang Guild frequented the wharf. At first sight of Yang Gu, a stranger, they watched with sharp, appraising eyes. But when they recognized Lin Hong running beside him, appraisal turned to astonishment, and then unmistakably to envy. Yang Gu noted their shifting expressions. The Shanhu Martial Hall, seemingly modest, held far greater stature at the wharf than he had ever imagined. Upon completing the lap, Lin Hong instructed Yang Gu to continue alone while he returned to instruct senior disciples. Alone, Yang Gu circled the wharf again and again, until noon, when he finally halted. After hours of relentless running, he was drenched as if dragged from the sea. His first act upon returning was not to eat, but to drink. "I'd wagered 4 or 5 laps would exhaust you." 8. Remarkable. How do you feel? Lin Hong approached, eyes crinkling with approval. Lungs about to burst, legs numb. Yang Gu gasped, chest heaving. Lin Hong had set no quota. This feat sprang solely from his own will. He had run the entire morning to probe the outermost edge of his physical limits, pushing until his body yielded its final reserve of stamina. Even he was startled by the result, especially bearing 20 jin of weight. Yet recalling the medicinal broths, herbal tonics, and the profound bodily transformations wrought by his horse stance and stance breakthroughs. Such endurance in truth was no surprise. First seek Master Fu for massage, then eat. Without it your organs jostled for hours will rebel at nourishment. You may vomit. Lin Hong clapped Yang Ji's shoulder. In the herbal pharmacy, Yang Gu collapsed onto the treatment plank. Under Master Fu's skilled hands, taut muscles and frayed nerves began to soften. An overwhelming wave of bliss flooded his mind. His eyelids grew heavy, and sleep claimed him swiftly, deeply, utterly. He awoke refreshed beyond measure. No post-exertion soreness lingered. His body felt supple, serene, luminously restored. Opening his eyes, he saw the wall clock read past 3 in the afternoon. He sprang up and rushed to the mess hall, feasted heartily, then opened his inner cultivation panel. Name Yanggu, innate talent, hundredfold refinement yields truth, horse stance perfection 255300, twin horse stance proficiency 175300, crouching tiger stance competence 63200, tiger cannon fist novice 42100. Just as before, on the sparring platform amidst Lin Hong's relentless strikes, he had sought the horse stance's rootedness beneath the soles. Now integrating the twin horse stance into running accelerated its proficiency more than static practice ever had. After the meal came a medicinal bath. By 4 o'clock afternoon light waned. Too late, and too fatigued from the morning's exertion, Lin Hong directed him to stand in stance, circulating and refining his blood and qi, then depart early. Other foundational drills could wait until tomorrow. Concerned for his father's condition, Yang Gu completed his stance practice, digesting the herb's essence, then hurried home. At dusk, an unsettling tension hung over the 3 streets governed by the Heaven Eye Gang. Numerous official members, each bearing an eye-shaped tattoo on their forehead, patrolled alleys and thoroughfares armed and scowling, radiating menace with every step. Everyone instinctively veered away, treading lightly to avoid drawing their ire. When Yang Gu returned and witnessed the scene, his heart tightened. He quickened his pace toward the clinic. Only upon seeing his family's clinic open as usual, and his father seated inside calmly sipping tea from a porcelain cup, did his breath finally ease. Back already? Tired today? Yang Huaishan greeted his son with a warm smile, though it vanished within seconds as thoughts of the Heaven Eye Gang flickered across his mind, prompting him to glance warily toward the street. Relieved to see no patrolling gang members had noticed his expression, he exhaled again. That morning, Master Fu, citing the martial arts academy's high regard for Yang Ji's innate talent, had fabricated a plausible excuse to cover up the boy's absence. He then symbolically accepted 10,000 yuan from Yang Huaishan, assuring him that no further fees would be levied for the entire year. This lifted the crushing weight from Yang Huaishan's shoulders, the very fear that tuition costs might exceed his means, and filled him with unexpected lightness. Not too bad. What's going on out there? Yang Gu asked innocently, tilting his chin toward the street. His father glanced outside once more before lowering his voice. Something grave has happened. Bai Mao is dead. That morning it took over 2 hours for Wu Tai to notice Bai Mao's disappearance and dispatch men to search. By noon, they'd found nothing. So Wu Tai personally confronted Zhou Kuei, nearly sparking open conflict between the two gangs. A standoff loomed, until a scavenger at the municipal landfill rummaging through refuse uncovered a corpse buried beneath rotting waste. Recognizing Bai Mao, the man dared not secretly haul the body away for profit. Instead, he alerted the Heaven Eye Gang. Thus the body was finally recovered. Wu Tai erupted in fury upon seeing his most formidable lieutenant slain, lying side by side with a ragged scavenger. He immediately blockaded the Black Serpent Gang's territory, demanding the killer's surrender and an explanation, or threatening all-out war. Yet beneath the rage simmered suspicion. Both corpses bore identical concave chest wounds, clear evidence of a martial artist's hand. And Bai Mao's death coincided precisely with escalating tensions between the gangs. Any rational mind would sense something amiss. As leader of the Heaven Eye Gang, Wu Tai possessed no shortage of intellect, but regardless of whether foul play existed, his immediate priority was not unmasking the murderer, but forging a unifying cause, a shared external enemy, to rally his members' loyalty and morale. After all, his 2 strongest lieutenants were now incapacitated, one nursing a wounded arm slung in a sling, the other lifeless. The fragile equilibrium between the gangs had tilted sharply in favor of the Black Serpent Gang. Without decisive action, his underlings would falter, unity would fracture, and the Heaven Eye Gang would collapse from within long before the Black Serpent Gang ever raised a blade. Thus, as gang leader, Wu Tai had to lead, not with reckless charge, but with resolute posture. demonstrating unwavering resolve to his men. His blockade of the Black Serpent Gang involved clashing steel and rattling pipes, but no bloodshed. His sole aim was to force Zhou Kuei to publicly acknowledge responsibility. The near-violent standoff ended when the Black Serpent Gang pledged to deliver answers within 3 days. Zhou Kuei's willingness to concede, even while holding overwhelming advantage, startled Wu Tai. Though this was precisely Wu Tai's demand, Zhou Kuei's swift compliance exceeded expectations. Had he been in Zhou Kuei's position, he would have struck without hesitation. Yet reflection brought clarity. Rival factions watched like vultures on the periphery. Though the Heaven Eye Gang had lost its 2 elite enforcers, its leader remained intact and vigilant. A direct assault would exact heavy losses and invite opportunistic strikes from neighboring gangs. Zhou Kuei's retreat, therefore, was not weakness, but strategic prudence. Still, Wu Tai considered another possibility. Perhaps Zhou Kuei's concession was mere subterfuge, feigning cooperation while secretly marshalling forces for a surprise strike. Accordingly, after the meeting, Wu Tai mobilized all peripheral operatives, ordering them to patrol relentlessly, guarding against potential ambush. Yet Wu Tai's vigilance proved excessive. Zhou Kuei had agreed to the 3-day ultimatum, not out of fear of mutual annihilation, nor to lull his adversary into complacency. Those 3 days were in truth Zhou Kuei's final window to flee. Bai Mao had delivered intelligence on the Heaven Eye Gang that very morning, then died moments later. But Wu Tai had not struck the blow. Someone else had. And Zhou Kuei's first thought was chilling. Had his clandestine dealings with an external power been exposed? Or did his adversary possess uncanny investigative prowess, penetrating even his most meticulous deceptions, tracing the trail all the way to the landfill? The moment he learned of Bai Mao's death, Zhou Kuei grew restless. His first instinct unequivocally was escape. He abandoned even his own turf. Seizing Heaven Eye Gang territory was the furthest thing from his mind. Thus, when Wu Tai besieged his gate, Zhou Kuei sought only one thing: to dismiss him swiftly, so he could dispatch messengers to relay the alarming news. He needed masters from the outside faction to investigate. Was the conspiracy truly compromised, or was Bai Mao's death merely tragic coincidence? Only after that truth emerged could he even consider annexing Heaven Eye Gang territory. Upon learning that Wu Tai had pinned Bai Mao's death on the Black Serpent Gang, and that Zhou Kuei had compliantly promised resolution within 3 days, Yang Ji's expression turned subtly unnerved. Yet as long as suspicion hadn't fallen upon him immediately, it meant he'd killed unseen. The longer time passed, the lower his risk of exposure. Undoubtedly favorable odds. In the shantytown, deaths were commonplace, especially among the marginalized. Bai Mao's status as a gang member alone compelled Wu Tai to make a spectacle of it, preserving face and cohesion among his ranks. Had the corpse been that of a lone scavenger, most would lament only the missed opportunity, not the manner of his demise. No one cared how the scavenger died. Thus, the longer the investigation dragged, the more likely the matter would simply fade into silence. Though much of his anxiety had eased, Yang Gu remained vigilant. After all, he was the killer, and so long as the Heaven Eye Gang endured, the threat endured. And now the Black Serpent Gang, too, posed danger. Bai Mao had been their informant. This was no time for complacency. Quiet cultivation, steadily ascending in strength, remained his sole, true safeguard. Late at night, beneath the pale glow of a waning moon, a makeshift spirit tent had been erected on an empty lot near Wu Tai's 2-story concrete residence. Inside lay an ice casket, Whitehair's lifeless body resting within. Wu Tai decided to postpone Whitehair's funeral rites until the Black Serpent Gang offered an explanation. As for the scavenger slain alongside him, Wu Tai had already ordered his men to dispose of the corpse, leaving no trace here. The spirit tent appeared crude, yet it bore all the expected rites. Wreaths adorned its entrance, and joss paper burned solemnly before the ice casket. In this shantytown, such arrangements were considered a mark of rare dignity in death. Whitehair had no living kin. His mother vanished before he could remember her. His father was hacked down in gang violence while he was still a boy. His so-called paramours had only called themselves his confidants when his purse was generous. Now that he was gone, even warmth had fled with him. No one came to offer wreaths. His lone underling, originally assigned to keep vigil at the tent, stood absent. At this late hour, with no fear of inspection from their boss, the men had scattered, some seeking women in the shanties, others gathering in clusters to gamble away the night. Even the sentries Wu Tai had posted had dwindled. More than half had slipped away to sleep. This gang, euphemistically named, was in truth little more than a rabble. The moon hung high, bathing the shantytown in hushed stillness. A man in a gray trench coat entered the dimly lit spirit tent, his face mostly concealed beneath the brim of a baseball cap. He paused before the ice casket, gazing down at white hair's still form. Then, with deliberate care, he lifted the lid, first palpating the limbs, then the torso, finally resting his palm over the chest. Beneath the shadowed brim, his brow seemed to lift, just slightly. He closed the casket and departed as silently as he had arrived. Minutes later, the trenchcoat man stood deep within the landfill. From the gloom emerged Zhou Kuei, leader of the Black Serpent Gang, carrying a shoebox-sized case he handed over without a word. "Did you uncover anything?" "Nothing useful." The man opened the case, inspected its contents, and spoke. "The wounds are minimal. The fatal blow shattered the heart with a single punch. The technique resembles cannon fist, a style widely practiced, thus nearly impossible to trace." "Where is the scavenger's body?" "I'll examine it for comparison, perhaps glean something meaningful." "It was shipped to East City Hospital as experimental material. I'd intended to intercept it for your inspection, but feared alerting the enemy, so I held back." "Then I'll go to East City Hospital myself." He turned to leave. "Wait. What is it?" The man glanced sideways at Zhou Kuei, whose face betrayed raw anxiety. And this was no trivial matter. It was a question of life and death, and fear came naturally. "It's unlikely the operation has been exposed. Otherwise, how would you still be standing here?" The trenchcoat man continued. "Don't frighten yourself needlessly. More likely this was mere coincidence, nothing more. Your native status in this enclave is invaluable. Do not abandon it lightly. Observe quietly for 2 days. Rest assured, should danger truly arise, you will be escorted out safely. Then I'll wait and see." Zhou Kuei appeared placated, but this was only surface calm. Beneath it churned panic, even regret, over having allied with this man. The man's words sounded like reassurance, but they were also a veiled warning. Zhou Kuei's soul worth lay in his roots here, in this enclave. Without that identity, and without the Black Serpent Gang, the covert channel into the enclave would vanish. And with it, Zhou Kuei's utility would evaporate entirely. To the useless, death is the only fitting end. Thus, any evacuation promised would be a pretense, its true purpose silence. Grasping this truth, Zhou Kuei dared utter no further protest. "I'll take this with me." While Wu Tai slept, I embedded a bone-piercing needle deep within his body. Should he engage in fierce combat, the needle will pierce his heart. If the matter remains undiscovered after 3 days, incite a bloody clash between 2 rival gangs, and seize the Heaven Gang's territory. Proceed as planned. With those final instructions, the trenchcoat man strode off, case in hand. Morning sunlight spilled across the earth as Yanggu ran laps around the wharf, weighted down by training gear. Today he added 2-pound lead strips to both his weighted vest and leg wraps, bringing his total load to 26 pounds. After 3 full circuits, fully absorbing the medicinal essence from his herbal broth and tonic bath, he refrained from pushing further. Returning to the martial arts school, he ate again, then sought out Lin Hong to learn fist techniques. Lin Hong led Yanggu to the rear courtyard's training hall, but instead of ascending the sparring platform, they moved to the equipment zone. "You've begun circulating blood and qi. Your physique has strengthened markedly under the nourishment of herbal tonics and medicinal baths. Thus, basic strength conditioning may be bypassed. What you now require is instruction in foundational striking mechanics, how to generate power in punches or kicks, and enhanced resilience in fists and legs. Only through relentless impact, day after day, against unyielding surfaces can bone density increase. Only through such unrelenting forging can fists and legs become true weapons, not soft, tender flesh that breaks at the slightest contact. Let's begin with power generation. Throw a punch for me to observe." Lin Hong gestured toward a nearby sandbag. Yanga stepped forward and struck. Thud. A heavy blow landing squarely. Lin Hong shook his head. "That isn't proper force generation. Punching isn't about tensing only the arm and shoulder muscles. True power rises from the earth. First the legs drive, then the hips rotate, the waist twists, the spine locks taut. And energy surges upward, engaging every muscle along the path. Recall the mechanics of Tiger Cannon Fist, and strike again." Yanga nodded. Before the sandbag he paused, revisiting the principles of Tiger Cannon Fist. Then, without drawing upon blood and qi to amplify muscular force, he simply rooted himself, channeled power from the ground up through his legs, rotated his hips, tightened his spine, and launched his fist. Tum! The sandbag recoiled violently backward. This single strike engaged his legs, waist, back, shoulders, and arms in perfect sequence, its power vastly exceeding his first attempt. "Not bad, again." Lin Hong showed no surprise that Yang Gu grasped the principle by his second strike. Such coordination might elude ordinary practitioners, but Yang Gu was no ordinary student. His horse stance was deeply refined. He had mastered both roots in the earth, and power rising from the ground. His double horse stance was likewise advanced, and the pathways he used to circulate blood and chi mirrored precisely the channels through which physical force must flow. With such foundations, mastering striking mechanics came naturally. What Yang Gu lacked was integration, embedding this technique so deeply into his being that it became instinctual, like his horse stance, instantaneous, unmediated by thought, even under sudden attack. Thud, thud, thud. Yang Gu continued striking the sandbag, right fist then left, balancing both sides meticulously. In combat, imbalance invites defeat. Though Lin Hong had never explicitly taught this principle, Yang Gu, having spent considerable time at the school, had absorbed such fundamental knowledge through observation and conversation. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic, muffled sounds of strikes echoed within the training room. Standing beside Lin Hong nodded in approval as he observed Yang Gu practicing his left and right punches, noting how smoothly his power increased with each strike. However, after a while, Lin Hong waved his hand to call for a stop. Don't focus solely on practicing the pivot and twist of your waist. It makes the left and right hooks easier to power up. Practice straight punches, uppercuts, side hooks, and so on. You need to train all the techniques. The more diverse your muscle memory for generating power, the better. This way you'll have more options when you engage in combat. Understood. Yang Gu nodded. Thud. The dull sound of strikes resumed, but now compared to the earlier rhythmic and balanced tones, the current strikes sounded somewhat chaotic. It was hard for him to master the power distribution among different techniques. Some punches were light, while others were heavy. However, with the innate talent of 100 practice sessions yielding real results, he began to find the sense of power in his hooks. For a single technique, Yang Gu could strike a dozen times and easily find the path of power. The rhythmic sound of strikes returned, but Lin Hong raised his brow again. Stop. Lin Hong approached the sandbag and pushed Yang Gu aside. You can't always rely on your movements to coordinate your power. Instead, you need to control your power to complement your movements. You need to distinguish between the primary and the auxiliary. Only then can you strike wherever you want. For example, with the pivot and twist motion of your waist. When you twist to the left, throwing punches in that direction indeed feels smoother. But have you considered that if you follow the power to make a move, it becomes easy to predict? An experienced person can tell your intended move just by watching the direction your shoulder sways. If they can anticipate your attack, how will you strike? Straight punches have the same flaw. Either you step back to gather strength before rushing forward, or you step forward until your head is level with the sandbag, pushing your fist forward with brute force. Your opponent is a living person, not a lifeless target hanging there. They won't just wait for you to strike in the most comfortable position. Even when running, you know to exert force from the ground, coordinating with a horse riding stance. Why do your punches become stiff when you practice? Do you think you need to root your feet and maintain the most standard posture just to exert force from the ground? The power originates from you, and the place where it circulates is within you. Can't you control it and unleash it in the way you desire? If it feels comfortable to go that way, then punch in that direction. What do you think it means to listen to it? Well, Yang Gu felt a bit dazed by Lin Hong's sudden scolding. Wasn't it said that the more comprehensive and solid the basic skills, the better? So is it wrong to practice the standard movements, repeatedly sweating as he throws punches? Of course, Lin Hong's reprimands weren't entirely unfounded. He must be in control of his power and not let it control him. But isn't this supposed to be a higher requirement after solidifying the basics? Lin Hong had previously scorned him for aiming too high. Oh, why was he suddenly trying to rush things now? While I am steadily progressing here, why does he insist on pushing me to run? Seemingly noticing Yang Gu's inner doubts, Lin Hong spoke. Although your time practicing martial arts is short, your talent is exceptionally high. It's like a genius who finishes all elementary school courses by the age of 9. If you don't let him advance to middle school and keep him in elementary, it's a waste of life. So you can take 2 steps at once, otherwise it's just a waste of time. I see now. Yang Gu suddenly understood. It wasn't about rushing, it was about tailoring his training to fit his martial arts talent. I'll give it a try. Yang Gu stood in front of the sandbag, first envisioning how to direct his power as he wished, then began to throw punches. After a few punches, Yang Gu shook his arms, wearing an awkward expression. It was difficult to change the originally smooth leftward power into a straight punch moving forward. It's like trying to force a stubborn bull running to the right to go straight ahead. It was as uncomfortable as it sounds. You're simply a blockhead. Lin Hong, standing nearby, scolded without mercy. You've completed the power generation process, yet only in your last step do you change its direction. What's the difference from forcing a bull to drink water? Pay attention to your spine. Whether generating power with your legs or twisting your waist, all power first converges in your spine. Only then does it transfer to your arms for delivery. What I want you to control is whether the power in your spine goes to the left or to the right. That decision is yours. It's not just about twisting your waist to the left because it feels more comfortable that way. You can't just strike to the left based on that. It's also not about forcing all the power into your arms to punch out. Clearly, it's the power of a hook punch, but you insist on straightening it out to throw a straight punch. You should have said that earlier. Once Lin Hong explained, Yang Gu instantly grasped the key to controlling his power. Why do I have to tell you everything? Are you a pig-brained fool? When you poop, do you need me to remind you to first take off your pants? Lin Hong yelled. Yang Gu pouted, suppressing the urge to retort. Some teachers are like that. They know exactly where the critical points are, but don't mention them at the start, letting students figure it out themselves. When students can't find them and make mistakes, only then do they yell. They call this reinforcing memory, but it's simply crazy. If someone can learn, they will. If they can't, no matter how much you cram it into their heads, they won't remember. If this method of deepening memory worked, there wouldn't be so many poor students. So noting down another point for Lin Hong, when his strength improves enough to handle the other side, he would definitely seek a sparring match to let the other know why the flowers are so red. Understanding where the key points lie, the sounds of strikes in the training room quickly regained their rhythm. Clearly lifting his right arm to generate power, while turning to the left the next moment, his left fist erupted with tremendous force, smashing into the sandbag. Isn't this just a feint? It's all talk and no substance. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was some secret technique. Yang Gu continued to grumble in his mind. Of course he could complain, but in reality, controlling his own power allowed it to flow as it wished. It was not merely a feint. For instance, once he became adept at managing the power flowing into his spine, Yang Gu could split that power in two, throwing a right punch followed quickly by a left punch. Alternatively, after splitting the power, he could unleash half of it, while retaining the other half within his spine to coordinate with the next move, delivering an attack that exceeded the limits of a single burst of power. These feats could only be accomplished after mastering one's own power, not just a simple feint to deceive. Seeing Yang Gu exploring various applications of his power actively, without reminders, Lin Hong's eyes revealed a look of satisfaction, yet his words remained harsh. Finally, using your brain. He struck the sandbag relentlessly, barehanded without any protective gear, until his knuckles split open, then gradually turned raw and bloody, searing with unbearable pain. Yet Lin Hong stood beside him, commanding him to continue, without pause. Such trials were indispensable. The sandbag was merely the beginning. Once the skin on his fists had toughened sufficiently, no longer tearing upon impact, he would progress to striking hardwood wrapped tightly in coarse hemp rope. Next came bare fist strikes against the same hardwood, unwrapped, followed by iron pillars, stone slabs, and finally shattered stone. Only when his fists could cleave rock without injury would his pair of iron hands be deemed complete. Lin Hong called a halt only at noon. Yang Gu glanced at his own knuckles. Bone was already visible beneath the mangled flesh. Yet having endured the excruciating flesh and sinew tempering of the crouching tiger stance and the visceral inward tearing wrought by the tiger cannon fist, this agony remained well within his threshold of endurance. Go to Elder Fu for medicinal ointment, then circulate your vital qi to accelerate healing, and resume the crouching tiger stance to further temper your flesh. Newly regenerated tissue will prove far more resilient than before. This method of tempering flesh, it feels remarkably akin to hard body cultivation techniques, Yang Gu asked aloud. Indeed, same principle, different path. Does our martial hall possess manuals on such hard body arts? May I study them? We possess the manuals, but you are not yet ready to learn. Lin Hong replied. Why not? Yang Gu pressed. Must I pay additional tuition? 3 medicinal meals daily, 2 herbal baths each day. Do you truly believe your tuition covers that? Lin Hong snorted. Yang Gu rubbed his nose. Though thick-skinned and unembarrassed, he persisted. Then why may I not learn? Hard body cultivation consumes immense reserves of vital qi and blood. Do you possess sufficient reserves now? Lin Hong countered. Then I shall postpone it for now. His reserves were laughably insufficient. Even with 3 medicinal meals and 2 herbal baths daily, the qi he could circulate barely sufficed. First, his body had never undergone prior nourishment. Its foundational constitution was profound. This slender frame might pass as healthy among ordinary folk, but advancing in martial cultivation demanded vast expenditures of vital qi to fortify his physical vessel. Half his cultivated qi vanished instantly into this endeavor. Second, the crouching tiger stance itself refined his vital qi and expanded his body's physiological ceiling, a step absolutely non-negotiable. Without it, even abundant qi would encounter an impassable barrier once that ceiling was reached. and breaking through such a ceiling later would exact a far heavier toll. Third, the Tiger Cannon Fist inflicted deep internal trauma, each session demanding further chi to mend the damage. Moreover, his current training, striking kicking, repeatedly tore muscle and bone requiring constant regeneration, which consumed yet more vital chi. Thus, the chi he could muster was wholly inadequate, leaving none to spare for hard body cultivation. Noting Yang Ji's crestfallen expression, Lin Hong offered encouragement. Your growth rate is already extraordinary. And as I said, the flesh-tempering effect of the crouching tiger stance shares the same essence as hard body arts. Once you have tempered every inch of your flesh, mastering hard body cultivation will come effortlessly. Senior brother Lin, what hard body art do you practice? Yang Gu asked, curiosity alight. The bronze idol art. Lin Hong rolled up his sleeve and clenched his fist, flexing his arm. His skin, ordinary moments before, suddenly shimmered with a metallic luster. His entire forearm resembled a bronze statue cast from molten metal. Yang Gu tapped it lightly with his knuckle, producing a resonant ringing clang, and gazed with undisguised awe. Such defense would shrug off bullets, and likely even conventional artillery shells. Morning devoted to fist techniques, afternoon to legwork. The day passed swiftly. Name Yang Jin, innate talent, tempered perfection through repetition, fundamental horse stance perfected, 286-300 in twin horse stance proficient, 19-2300 in crouching tiger stance competent, 88200 in tiger cannon fist novice, 42,100 in fundamental fist techniques accomplished, 33,100 in fundamental leg techniques accomplished, 42,100. Though his knuckles still throbbed with raw pain, and every step sent sharp jolts up his shins, the effort was undeniably worthwhile. Especially the newfound mastery over his own strength elevated to an unprecedented level. That profound sense of absolute control was intoxicating. What level of power does Wu Tai possess? After yesterday's killing, fear of retaliation from the Sky Eye gang had left Yang Gu trembling, his pulse still racing even as he walked from home to the martial hall. Today, however, with strength fully harnessed and poised within his grasp, he felt, against all reason, that even Wu Tai might be challenged. His confidence dwarfed yesterday's by a wide margin. Returning home, no conflict erupted between the rival factions. All waited for the Black Serpent Gang's response, due within 3 days. Yang Gu lengthened his sleeves to conceal the bandages on his hands from his father Yang Huaishan, then claimed he'd already eaten dinner at the martial hall, and retreated to the adjacent room to practice the horse stance. Previously, he'd trained in the living room, so he could watch the clinic while his father played chess next door. But after killing by Mao, Yang Gu resolved to keep his cultivation discreet. He feared someone with an overactive imagination might connect the murder to his sudden martial rigor, so he trained in secret behind closed doors. Legs parted, he sank low and settled his breath to begin the stance. Yet scarcely 10 minutes had passed before voices drifted in from the living room. His father hadn't gone to play chess today, instead he remained at the clinic's front. Yang Gu had intended to stay hidden until he recognized the voice outside. Bao Yichun. A chill tightened his chest. He seized the steel pipe leaning behind the door and stepped out. Why did you come out? Yang Huaishan had just escorted Bao Yichun to the door and turned back to find Yang Gu emerging. What did Bao Yichun want? Yang Gu asked directly. Hearing his son's question, Yang Huaishan's face darkened. He glanced back to confirm Bao Yichun had departed, then muttered irritably, what else? The man's dead, yet they still seek to scrape every last coin from his passing. Bao Yichun's purpose was simple: to notify everyone to attend Bai Mao's funeral in 2 days, and to lament how tragically impoverished his family had become now that he was gone. Beneath the pious veneer lay a single truth: the funeral was pretext, the real demand was generous contributions of ritual paper money. Bai Mao's mother fled long ago, his father is dead. What family remains? Yang Gu sneered. The Sky Eye gang had truly abandoned all pretense, seizing any excuse to extort funds. Indeed, their moral bottom continues to erode, Yang Huaishan sighed. 2 years ago things had been different. Newly founded, the Sky Eye gang needed stability, treating neighbors with unusual courtesy and collecting modest protection fees. Residents held them in high regard, until shortly thereafter Wu Tai consolidated his power, filling his ranks and securing his territory, then abruptly discarded all goodwill. Protection fees surged under ever more inventive pretexts. Even holiday surcharges appeared, sparking widespread resentment across the 3 streets. Thus, Bai Mao's death brought grief only to the Sky Eye gang itself. Neighbors secretly celebrated, many silently praying the Black Serpent gang would strike soon, cleansing the streets with steel. Enough, say no more. If the Sky Eye gang hears, will suffer for it. Yang Huaishan sighed, waving Yang Gu back inside. The night passed until dawn. Sitting up in bed, Yang Gu lifted the gauze on his hands and legs to examine the wounds. Uncle Fuss ointment was quite effective. The wounds on the back of his hand and leg had already formed scabs. Today he would go to the martial arts hall to change the dressing again and combine it with a medicinal bath to circulate his qi and blood, which should nearly heal him. Tomorrow he could practice his fists and legs without protective gear. The so-called iron fists and iron legs are built through layers of injuries and recoveries. Getting out of bed, he freshened up and told Yang Huaishan, who had not yet risen, that he was heading to the martial arts hall. He decided not to have breakfast with his father to avoid worrying Yang Huaishan about his injuries. In the morning at the martial arts hall, his injuries had not yet healed. He practiced his fists and legs without striking anything solid. Like the senior students in the front yard, he refined his striking techniques in the air. As he practiced during a particularly ordinary strike, Yang Gu suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body, as if he had broken some kind of shackles, and a wave of clarity enveloped his mind. Yang Gu felt as if he had transformed into a small tree. Its roots burrowed deep into the earth, drawing nourishment that flowed into his body. The small tree grew larger, its roots digging deeper. Seasons changed, and it withstood the assaults of wind and rain. Regardless of how the changing seasons battered its branches and leaves, the roots remained solid underground, continuously providing the energy for growth. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Yang Gu stood in the side courtyard like a wooden post, his vacant eyes gradually regaining focus. A sense of confusion washed over him as memories belonging to a human quickly resurfaced. Name: Yang Gu. Talent: mastery through repetition. Spiritual seed: roots underfoot. Double horse stance mastery 13400. Lying tiger stance proficient 188200. Tiger cannon fist proficient 22200. Basic fist technique mastery 61200. Basic leg technique mastery 151200. What is this spiritual seed? Yang Gu looked astonished. He then realized that the perfected level of the horse stance was gone, and that roots underfoot was indeed one of its functions, leading him to some thoughts. Looking down at his feet, he felt as if roots were entrenched in the soil, and he sensed strands of energy being drawn up and infused into his body. Lifting his foot, he found that there were no roots connecting to the ground, and the sensation of rootedness disappeared. He stepped forward, his foot once again landing on the ground. The feeling of rootedness returned, and soon strands of energy began to be drawn up. He continued to lift his foot and walked forward without stopping, taking more than 10 consecutive steps. The sensation of roots underfoot persisted, but to draw energy from the earth, he needed to remain stationary for over 3 seconds without moving. While this is true rootedness, one step, one root, Yang Gu grinned widely. He opened the attribute panel again, confirming that the perfected level of the horse stance transformed into the spiritual seed. The successful condensation of the spiritual seed brought a wave of enlightenment, causing the proficiency of other techniques to soar, and Yang Gu's eyes sparkled. As for the double horse stance, lying tiger stance, and tiger cannon fist, he would let them go. The proficiency requirements were too high, and they were difficult to practice, requiring gradual refinement. However, the basic fist technique and basic leg technique not only had a massive breakthrough in proficiency during an enlightenment, but their requirements were also lower. If he could perfect these two techniques and achieve another 2 insights, he could also boost the proficiency of the other 3 difficult techniques. Yang Gu felt he had found a shortcut to rapidly enhance his strength. He wiped at the corner of his mouth where saliva was about to drip and untied the gauze on his hands. The blood scabs that were supposed to fall off tomorrow had all come off, now revealing new skin. The newly grown skin was a bit pink and delicate, but when he poked at it, it was not as soft as it looked. On the contrary, it had a leathery toughness. Enlightenment not only caused the proficiency of skills to soar, the energy drawn from the earth during enlightenment automatically tempered his body, significantly enhancing his recovery ability. Saying this, Yang Gu condensed his qi and blood into a hammer and struck his flesh. The familiar pain returned, but it was not as intense as before, clearly indicating that his flesh had been tempered. The excruciating pain he had previously been unable to endure had now dropped to a bearable level. Let's practice in the training room. Yang Gu excitedly tore off all the gauze on his body, hurriedly heading to the training room in the backyard. Bang! A punch struck the sandbag, feeling more proficient than yesterday, with a smoother flow of power surging in his heart. The breakthrough in the basic fist technique elevated his control over striking techniques and his own strength to a new level. Bang! Another punch erupted, sending the sandbag flying away, the iron chain connecting the sandbag creaking in agony. The flying sandbag swayed to its highest point before quickly descending. Seeing the sandbag crashing down, Yang Gu sidestepped and delivered a whip-like kick. Bang! The falling sandbag hit the ground as if struck by a speeding truck flying back at an even faster speed than it had fallen. Crack! The iron chain on the sandbag could not bear the load and broke, sending the sandbag flying over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. Yang Gu tiredly shook his legs. The ordinary sandbag had clearly lost its training effect for him. Thus he walked toward a wooden post wrapped in hemp rope. Bang! A punch hit the wooden post, causing it to vibrate, a painful sensation pulsing from his fist. Yes, this is the feeling. Yang Gu grinned widely, akin to a maniac, and began to rain down punches on the wooden post. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds of impact echoed continuously in the training room. Yang Gu's punching speed increased, and the force behind each strike grew heavier. Gradually, his punching technique no longer adhered to the straight punches or hooks he had learned yesterday. He unleashed punches from various angles, and his striking techniques flowed smoothly. After unleashing a flurry of punches like a torrential downpour, Yang Gu took a deep breath and stepped back 2 paces, his legs whipping towards the wooden post like a lash. Similar to his fist techniques, his leg techniques displayed even more proficient striking techniques than yesterday, with power control enveloping his heart. The angles of his kicks became increasingly tricky, and the force behind them grew stronger. The wooden post, as thick as a thigh, began to shake. Finally, with a crack, it snapped in two. Looking down, he saw that his pants were tattered and the wounds on his legs were grotesquely mixed with blood and flesh. He raised his hands, and the wounds on the back of his hands were similarly gruesome. With the excitement fading, Yang Gu winced in pain, limping towards the medicine room. Uncle Fu was lounging in a chair at the medicine room entrance, leisurely sipping tea and basking in the sun. He glanced at the disheveled Yang Gu as he approached, his gaze sweeping past Yang Gu's wounds without displaying any emotion. This kid had a wild streak in him when practicing martial arts, as evident from how he nearly exhausted himself yesterday morning and had no good flesh left on his hands and calves by the afternoon. The ointment is on the counter, take it yourself, Uncle Fu said, then closed his eyes again, humming an unknown tune to amuse himself. Yang Gu stumbled past Uncle Fu due to the pain. Uncle Fu's ears perked up, and suddenly opening his eyes, he turned to look at Yang Gu with incredulity. You stand still for a moment. Yang Gu was startled by Uncle Fu's sudden shout, instinctively freezing in place. Uncle Fu quickly sat up, his index, middle, and ring fingers coming together as if checking a pulse resting on the back of Yang Gu's ankle. After a few seconds, Uncle Fu raised his head, his eyes staring at Yang Gu as if he were a monster. You brat, are you the son of the martial sage? How long have you been in horse stance to develop such sensitivity? My father is named Yang Huaishan, not the martial sage, Yang Gu replied with a grin humorously. Gently, gently. Grandfather, are you massaging me or dismantling my bones? Yang Gu wailed, lying flat on the wooden examination table in the apothecary. The first time old Fu had massaged him, Yang Gu felt those fingers like steel needles, each press piercing deep into his flesh and marrow. Now, however, those same fingers moved like surgical scalpels. Every downward press felt like an unanesthetized operation. Layer upon layer of muscle and sinew peeled back with chilling precision. Strange, strange, it's not here. Could it be elsewhere? Absorbed in his own mutterings, like one possessed, old Fu paid no heed to Yang Ji's cries, continuing the massage, while his hands suddenly drifted downward. E.g. Chu. Yang Gu leapt upright from the table like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. A distracted old Fu instinctively reached out, but missed entirely. What on earth are you searching for, grandfather? Just tell me. I'll tell you. That spot is absolutely off limits. It's fatal. Yang Gu shouted desperately as old Fu's hand shot out again. Those withered hands already inflicted unbearable pain just resting upon his skin. A single touch there would send shivers down his spine. He dared not even imagine the agony. Old Fu finally snapped back to awareness, ceasing his pursuit, but his gaze sharpened like twin blades, scanning Yang Gu up and down. You possess no martial bone, nor any rare physical constitution. So how did you infuse your horse stance with spiritual resonance? Had Yang Gu practiced the horse stance for over a decade, refining it through sheer time and innate talent until it blossomed with spiritual essence, that would have been plausible. Yet how long had he truly trained? Less than 10 days, barely that. And most of that time he'd been practicing the double horse stance and the crouching tiger stance. Actual horse stance practice aside from the first few days rarely exceeded 2 hours per day. Were reason not holding him back, old Fu would have dissected Yang Gu slice by slice, just to uncover what resonance. Yang Gu feigned ignorance. Still playing dumb with me? How did you achieve rooted steps? Old Fu's expression hardened. I truly don't know. My. A dangerous glint flickered in Old Fu's eyes. Honestly, I couldn't strike the sandbag this morning still recovering from injury, so I practiced empty-hand forms in the air instead. As I trained somehow, I felt myself transform into a tree. Then, everything went blank. All I remember is sinking roots deep into the earth, drawing nourishment, growing ever taller and stronger. Through countless gales and tempests, scorching suns, and biting frosts, I awoke suddenly rooted to the ground, able to draw energy straight from the soil. Old Fu scrutinized Yang Ji's face closely, finding no trace of deception, only raw, unvarnished sincerity. Yet he remained unconvinced. Still, he recalled his thorough examination. Every inch of Yang Ji's body had been inspected save perhaps the most intimate regions. No rare constitution, no martial bone, no residue of celestial herbs or rare treasures. Nothing at all. Only sudden enlightenment remained as a viable explanation. Especially given Yang Ji's description of his awakening. It matched accounts from other martial artists who had likewise infused their horse stance with spiritual resonance. Such an experience could never be fabricated by a novice so utterly ignorant of fundamental martial principles. What rotten luck, or rather what absurd fortune, you've stumbled upon, practicing fist and foot techniques, and somehow attaining horse stance enlightenment. Old Fu grumbled, exasperated. When all possibilities are eliminated, the sole remaining impossibility, however unbelievable, becomes irrefutable truth. Perhaps it relates to the horse stance's core principle: power rises from the earth. Whether practicing tiger cannon fist foundational forms or leg techniques, I always stomp to generate force. Each session left me with fresh insight into the stance itself. Then it was indeed enlightenment. Old Fu conceded, largely convinced. The logic was seamless. No novice could fabricate such a coherent narrative. So now, Yang Gu gestured toward his leg. The pant leg had been crudely cut away, leaving him in tattered shorts. Wait a moment. Old Fu strode into the inner chamber and returned minutes later, tossing Yang Gu a dust-covered thread-bound book. Yang Gu caught it and glanced at the cover. 3 characters: Lian Shi Ju, the chi-concealing art. The manual was slim, only 5 or 6 pages, and open to diagrams of the human body annotated with directional arrows. Learn it well, if you wish to avoid being hunted down by immortal elders and turned into experimental subjects. I listened to your explanation. They won't. He'd been nearly entranced earlier, desperate to uncover the source of Yang Ji's horse stance resonance. More than anything, it was the sheer brevity, less than 10 days, that stunned him. It was terrifying. He'd suspected some hidden constitution, martial bone, or rare bloodline, something he'd overlooked and rushed to verify. Though the thought of dissecting Yang Gu crossed his mind, reason held it firmly in check, never allowing it to become action. Many thanks, grandfather, for bestowing this cultivation art. Old Fu's earlier demeanor had been frightening, but he'd ultimately spared him, even granting the Lian Shi Ju to conceal his breakthrough. That was a debt worth remembering. Of course, Old Fu's behavior would also be remembered. Henceforth, should Yang Gu ever attain perfect realm mastery and crystallize a technique into a spiritual seed, he'd ensure such revelations remained tightly veiled. Old Fu waved him off. As Yang Gu dressed and neared the doorway, the elder's voice floated after him, calm and distant. Strive to make yourself valuable. Only then will those who wish to use you also protect you. If your secret holds value, but you yourself offer no further utility, you needn't ask about the consequences. His words froze Yang Gu mid-step, blunt, brutal, yet undeniably the reality of the walled compound. In this world, where life held no legal protection, governed only by gang codes and the whims of the wealthy, the worthless were discarded like refuse. Yang Gu said nothing, merely clasped his fists in solemn gratitude, and departed the apothecary. Watching his silhouette vanish beneath the arched gate, Old Fu settled back onto his reclining chair and murmured softly. Even a latent dragon ascending to heaven must endure life or death tribulations. You, a mere mud loach blessed with uncommon fortune, must withstand the constant pressure of being flayed alive before you may rise higher. Only by transcending madness does ascension become possible, yet even then it remains merely a possibility. Returning to his side courtyard, the earlier elation over discovering a shortcut to power had vanished completely. A suffocating dread enveloped him. Old Fu was no paragon of virtue, but he spoke plainly, and once convinced he would not overstep. Others would not be so reasonable, and how many such figures lurked within the compound? Fortunately, the first person to witness his horse stance's spiritual resonance had been Old Fu. Had anyone else perceived it, the outcome would surely have been grim. Even with an advantage, Never flaunt it. Yang Gu admonished himself sharply, then opened the Lianxi Ju and began studying with unwavering focus. Only by concealing his breakthrough could he by the time he needed to grow. One afternoon, aside from transporting and refining his blood and energy, Yang Gu spent his time practicing the breath regulation technique. The difficulty of mastering this technique is not high. The principle of the technique is quite simple. It involves transporting qi and blood to form a thin layer beneath the skin. This layer acts like sound-absorbing cotton, absorbing the energy emanating from Yang Gu's body. With the energy contained, others naturally cannot perceive his internal state, thereby avoiding the risk of exposure. His double horse stance has already reached a significant level, making the transport of qi and blood feel as simple as breathing. Furthermore, he does not need to conceal his entire body. The only areas that require concealment are his legs, more specifically his feet. As long as he roots himself with every step, standing still for 3 seconds will allow him to absorb energy from the earth, effectively masking his presence. After all, others are not perverts, they want bend down to touch his ankles. Having fully grasped the principle of the breath regulation technique, and with minimal areas to conceal, he enveloped his feet with qi and blood, quickly becoming proficient in the technique. Breath regulation technique, entry level 1100. The proficiency is on par with the tiger stance, and the difficulty is manageable, Yang Gu commented as he glanced at the breath regulation technique displayed on the panel. With injuries on both hands and feet, he couldn't practice on the wooden stake, so Yang Gu had to practice in the courtyard. He also trained in the application of the breath regulation technique in combat situations. During combat, he needs to root his feet, drawing strength from the ground, while moving quickly, unleashing power and stimulating his qi and blood. Each step of these movements presents a challenge to the breath regulation technique's ability to contain the energy from his feet. Thus, he must adapt in advance, otherwise the risk of exposure will greatly increase the moment he makes a move. Returning home in the evening, everything was as it had been, no different from the previous day. Members of the Tianyan gang still patrolled the area, preventing ambushes from the Black Snake gang. "Dad, how about you come with me to the martial arts school tomorrow?" Yang Gu said during dinner. "What? Is the martial arts school charging again? Didn't that Uncle Fu say you have great talent in martial arts, and the school is ready to cultivate you, charging another 10,000 yuan, after which you won't need to pay anymore?" Yang Huaishan's expression stiffened for a moment. It wasn't that he was concerned about the money. He would be more than willing to spend if it meant his son could learn something. The problem was that he had no money. After paying the 10,000 yuan, his savings accumulated over 10 years were nearly all gone. Currently, their living expenses relied entirely on the clinic's surplus, and there was little disinfectant and gauze left in the warehouse. He was still hoping to save some money to restock. No, it has nothing to do with tuition. The awkwardness on his father's face made Yang Gu's heart ache, but he decided to hold back on this topic for now. He quickly explained, "Tomorrow marks the end of the 3-day agreement between the Black Snake gang and the Tianyan gang. If the Black Snake gang can give the Tianyan gang a satisfactory explanation, everything will be fine. However, if this explanation fails to satisfy the Tianyan gang, the current standoff between the two gangs could very well lead to conflict. This time it would be a fierce clash led by both gang leaders. If things escalate, who knows if they will indiscriminately attack anyone in sight. It's better to avoid it." Hearing his son's words, Yang Huaishan also showed a hesitant expression. If the two gangs indeed need to determine life and death tomorrow, it would indeed be wiser to stay out of the fray. However, considering his empty pockets and the potential for many injuries after the two gangs clash, Yang Huaishan dismissed the idea of going to the martial arts school with his son. "If it really comes to fighting, he'll just hide in the clinic and close the door. I should be fine not going to watch the commotion," Yang Huaishan said. Yang Gu wanted to persuade him further, as he really didn't feel at ease leaving his father behind, especially since the white-haired man was someone he had killed. But thinking of the fleeting awkwardness on his father's face, he guessed that his father wanted to make some money during the gang clash. Therefore, he swallowed the words of persuasion. "Then be careful at home and don't go out." Since he couldn't persuade him, Yang Gu considered whether to skip the martial arts school tomorrow and stay home with his father. Alternatively, he could go to the martial arts school early in the morning to ask Uncle Fu for 2 men to accompany him. That would be safer. "I can distinguish between safety and danger. I won't act recklessly. Besides, it might not actually come to fighting." "That's true," Yang Gu nodded. However, he still leaned more toward the likelihood of a battle. The person was not killed by the Black Snake gang, but Zhou Kuei stated that they need to give Wu Tai an explanation within 3 days, which already hinted at something unusual. Coupled with the fact that the white-haired man was an informant planted by Zhou Kuei in the Tianyan gang, the situation became even more complicated. The more complex the issue, the harder it is to resolve. Wu Tai insists on a satisfactory explanation. Unless Zhou Kuei can find out who the killer is and provide Wu Tai with an explanation. Otherwise, the only option left is to fight. With few patients that evening, Yang Huaishan closed up the clinic early. Yang Gu returned to the inner room to practice his stance. The horse stance spirit seed had no proficiency, evidently the spirit seed had reached the maximum limit for the horse stance. However, even without proficiency in the horse stance, he could still absorb energy from the earth. With no medicinal meals or herbal baths at home, Yang Gu absorbed energy from the earth, supplemented by dinner. He could barely transport qi and blood for one cycle. Over time, this small accumulation would still yield considerable benefits. While Yang Gu was transporting qi and blood, a lackey from the Black Snake Gang entered the Tianyan Gang's territory, bringing a message. They had helped Zhou Kuei identify the killer of the white-haired man and wanted Wu Tai to come for a discussion. The meeting place was at the junction of the two territories where Zhou Kuei was waiting for him. There was no need to go into the Black Snake Gang's territory, significantly lowering Wu Tai's guard. However, being inherently cautious, he still called all his subordinates to accompany him, taking enough manpower before proceeding. The movements of the Tianyan Gang startled many residents who had not yet gone to sleep. Yet these onlookers only watched from a distance. Although curious, none dared to approach. Thus Wu Tai led his men to the junction of the two territories. Zhou Kuei was already waiting on the other side. Compared to Wu Tai, who brought a large group of subordinates, Zhou Kuei appeared quite calm, having brought only 3 trusted aides and a dozen lackeys, without summoning all his men. Seeing this scene, Wu Tai, who originally intended to hear Zhou Kuei's explanation, had a flicker of ferocity in his eyes, evidently having other thoughts. With so many people here, it seems like Wu Tai is not here to listen to explanations, but rather to start a fight. Zhou Kuei's slanted eyes glinted with coldness. If your explanation doesn't satisfy me, then a battle is certainly possible. Wu Tai snorted coldly. Then come over here, and let's have a talk. Or are you too timid standing behind your lackeys while I speak louder? As Zhou Kuei spoke, he stepped forward, arriving at the front. Of course you need to speak louder, so all my brothers can hear what your explanation is. But this doesn't mean I am afraid of you. Wu Tai strode forward, stepping right up to Zhou Kuei. Having come from the world of underground fighting, he believed his strength surpassed that of Zhou Kuei, a mere street thug, so he naturally had no fear facing Zhou Kuei alone. Seeing the distance between them shrink to less than 2 meters with their subordinates standing 5 meters away, he began to ponder whether he should take the opportunity to strike and eliminate his opponent. As Yang Gu lay in bed preparing to sleep after circulating his vital energy, he was suddenly startled awake by a cacophony of fighting sounds interspersed with curses and cries of agony. Yang Gu's body sprang up from the bed as he grabbed the steel pipe behind the door and pushed it open. Yang Huaishan, who was sleeping in the living room, also sat up, his face marked with fear as he looked outside. Is it a fight? Yang Huaishan asked. The sounds of the struggle were somewhat distant, making them hard to discern clearly. The ruckus was loud and chaotic, and even without seeing, it was clear that many were involved in the fight. It must be a fight, Yang Gu said as he quickly walked to the door, reaching for the handle. What are you doing? Yang Huaishan hurriedly got up to stop his son. Yang Gu, holding the steel pipe and looking ready to join the fray, was not something he could allow. I just want to hear better by opening the door, Yang Gu quickly explained, realizing his father misunderstood. We could just open the window instead. The fight is likely at the boundary between our two territories far from here, and there's no one outside, Yang Gu said. That won't do. Yang Huaishan grunted, pulling his son back and walking to the window. As the window opened, the sounds became somewhat clearer, but due to the distance, all they could hear were the fighting and cries with no additional information to be gleaned. Which side do you think will win? The thin-faced, deep-eyed old gambler from next door also leaned out the window. Other neighbors aside from the two families were also peering out. Some brave souls, seeing no members of the Tianyan Gang outside, stepped out of their homes tiptoeing to. Although there were many onlookers, none approached the scene of the fight. The fact that they made it outside was already the limit of their curiosity. They wouldn't dare get closer. Who can guess? Yang Huaishan replied. Yet despite saying so, he actually believed that the battle capabilities of the two gangs were originally similar, but now with Ba Yachun from the Tianyan Gang still injured, and by Mao dead, the balance of power undoubtedly tilted towards the Haish Gang. In truth, Yang Huaishan hoped the Tianyan Gang would win, especially since they were under the protection of Wu Tai, who was a lifesaver for him, even though he regularly paid them protection fees. At least the members of the Tianyan Gang dared not act too recklessly in his clinic. Those ruffians who couldn't even enter the gangs wouldn't dare come here to cause trouble. If the Haish Gang won, they would still provide some protection after collecting their fees. However, without the title of lifesaver, minor thieves, or those who owed debts would surely increase. I think the Tianyin gang can win, the old gambler said to himself. Why, oi? Yang Huaishan couldn't help but ask. Wu Tai from the Tianyin gang is a professional fighter, while Zhou Kuei only mingles on the streets. Although I've heard he learned a few moves from a martial arts school, he primarily established the Haish gang through brute force. There are rumors that had Wu Tai not been crippled in his last match, he would surely be a much higher-level martial artist. Even though he was disabled in that match, he is not someone Zhou Kuei can contend with. That does seem to be the case, Yang Huaishan nodded in agreement. Yang Gu standing nearby glanced at his father, and then at the old gambler without speaking. Others might find the old gambler's reasoning sound, but he had overheard Zhou Kuei speaking to Bai Mao. Given Zhou Kuei's tone, it was clear he didn't regard Wu Tai highly. Thus, as the two gangs officially went to war, he did not believe the Tianyin gang could win. If they lost, their family would surely have to keep a low profile. Thus, as the two gangs officially went to war, he did not believe the Tianyin gang could win. If they lost, their family would surely have to keep a low profile. We need to find a way to move out of here. It would be best to get some money to send my dad out of the city to the town, Yang Gu said, casting a disgusted glance at the nearby garbage heap. Although he absorbed all the memories of his former self, this was where his childhood was spent. Yet he felt no attachment to it, and was determined to leave if given the chance. The intense fighting did not last long, perhaps less than half an hour before the sounds became sparse, and the cries gradually faded. It was uncertain whether the injured were finished off, or if the winning side sought medical help, while the losing side remained silent. After about 10 more minutes, a group of fierce-looking individuals strode towards them from the street corner. Those who had stepped outside to watch the commotion quickly rushed back inside, like mice fleeing from a cat. However, these individuals did not head towards the shantytown, but instead turned at a corner near a construction site and rushed into Wu Tai's two-story house. Looks like they are from the Haish gang. What do you mean looks like? The leader is Zhou Kuei, the boss of the Haish gang. So that means the Haish gang won. It's clear to anyone who isn't blind that the Haish gang won. I wonder how much protection fee they collect each month. I think it's slightly less than what the Tianyin gang charges. That's good, that's good. Confirming that Zhou Kuei was the final victor, the chatter around them didn't cease. The old gambler who had previously spoken with confidence had now retreated inside. How could it be the Haish gang that won? Yang Huaishan sighed with worry. His son needed money to learn martial arts, and now the Haish gang was starting to manage this area. He didn't know any members of the Haish gang, and had no personal connections. The business of his clinic would surely suffer in the future, especially since he had treated many members of the Tianyin gang after their skirmish with the Haish gang. If the Haish gang sought revenge, they wouldn't just be losing money, it was uncertain whether their lives would be safe. Son, should we run away? It wasn't that Yang Huaishan was cowardly, but in the shantytown life was truly cheap. Even if Zhou Kuei didn't seek revenge, many of the Haish gang's lackeys had been injured by members of the Tianyin gang. Should any of those individuals find Yang Huaishan, who had treated Tianyin gang members, they would not have a good life going forward. However, before Yang Huaishan could finish discussing their escape, Yang Gu hadn't yet agreed. Yang Huaishan glanced around the room and shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Life and death are fated. We'll pay the Haish gang's protection fee. They shouldn't hold previous matters against us. The clinic was filled with too many items. Not to mention the medicines in the storage room, even the medical equipment could not be moved out in a short time. Although the Haish gang was still focused on purging the remnants of the Tianyin gang, if they moved out with all their belongings, the other side wouldn't be blind. And if they abandoned the clinic and only took the essentials to flee, Yang Ji's tuition had already drained their savings, and Yang Huaishan had little money left. If they lost all their possessions, they would starve within 3 days. As for leaving this place and finding work elsewhere to make a living, if jobs in the city were so easy to find, there wouldn't be so many women in the shantytown resorting to half-open door businesses while their husbands stood guard outside. Since leaving would ultimately lead to starvation, it was better to stay here and gamble that the Haish gang wouldn't seek revenge. Yang Gu noticed his father's dilemma and swallowed his words about wanting to leave. He could not earn money now, and even if he spoke up, Yang Huaishan would not trust a 15-year-old kid like him. Therefore, for Yang Huaishan to agree to leave, Yang Gu had to achieve something noteworthy to convince his father. Let's first find a place outside to spend the night. In the morning we can gather information to see whether we should stay or leave, Yang Gu suggested. Yang Gu's suggestion caused a flicker of change in Yang Huaishan's expression. If it were only him, he would certainly hold his ground, as going out was also a dead end. But his son certainly could not stay and die with him, so it was safer to hide outside first, and then return after inquiring about the situation. Let's wait a bit longer until everyone else is asleep, and then we'll quietly leave through the back door. We'll come back in the morning to gather information. Otherwise, if someone sees us leaving now, Not to mention whether the Heish gang would obstruct them, but in the shanty town, as soon as they left there would surely be someone daring enough to smash their door open and take everything inside. As dawn broke, the residents who set up their stalls began to rise for business. This area belonged to the Tianyan gang, but it had now become the territory of the Black Snake gang. To them it mattered little. After all, regardless of the gang, they would still come to collect protection fees. As long as the Black Snake gang did not go too far, they could continue their lives. Last night, the Black Snake gang targeted only the members of the Tianyan gang, leaving others unharmed. This allowed Yang Huaishan to relax somewhat, wanting to sneak back home through the back door. After hiding in a corner for the entire night, both father and son felt quite exhausted, with Yang Huaishan eager to return home to rest. However, he was stopped by Yang Gu. The fact that the Black Snake gang did not expand their attack last night did not mean they wouldn't do so during the day. It was better to observe a little longer for safety. Thus, the father and son waited until dawn. Basically, all the residents had risen. The number one thug of the Black Snake gang, a muscular man known as Big Biao, appeared. Listen up, from now on these 3 streets belong to the Black Snake gang. I don't care what you did in the past or how much protection fee you paid to the Tianyan gang. From now on, everything here will follow the rules of the Black Snake gang. As long as you follow the rules, you'll have a good life. Anyone who dares to betray us, I will ensure your entire family is wiped out. Big Biao's voice was loud like a megaphone. After a round of scolding and warnings, Big Biao changed his tone. Our gang leader is kind-hearted. The reckoning for those involved with the Tianyan gang has already been done last night, and for those who weren't, it ends here. Additionally, understanding your hardships and knowing how severely you were exploited by the Tianyan gang, from today onwards for the next 2 months your protection fees will be waived. But as a person, you must know gratitude. During this time, if any strangers come here, or if members of other gangs cross the line, you must report it actively. Those who perform outstandingly will not only receive a reward, but also have the opportunity to become members of the Black Snake gang. The Black Snake gang's combination of kindness and intimidation brought a spark of life back to the previously lifeless residents. Not having to pay protection fees for 2 months would ease their tight lives considerably, allowing their children to have a few more full meals. Does this mean everything is fine now? Yang Huaishan couldn't help but ask as he watched Big Biao and the Black Snake gang's subordinates leave. Maybe it's fine, Yang Gu replied uncertainly. The Black Snake gang's actions were unexpected to him. However, seeing another gang's subordinates glancing towards them from the alley, Yang Gu understood a bit more. It was temporarily unclear how many had died in the battle between the Black Snake gang and the Tianyan gang last night, but there would surely be losses. The Black Snake gang taking over the Tianyan gang's territory meant they wanted to integrate and digest these 3 streets over time. They didn't intend to just scrape everything and leave. That was why Zhou Kuei adopted a strategy of appeasement to stabilize the people's hearts, preventing those who had close ties with the Tianyan gang from causing more trouble. As long as they stabilized the situation first and did not give other gangs an opportunity to take advantage, the Black Snake gang would have enough time to digest the newly acquired territory. Then let's go home, Yang Huaishan said. The father and son returned to the clinic. As they opened the door, Yang Huaishan stood at the entrance, peering at the Black Snake gang's subordinates patrolling the street, murmuring, "What a pity." Every time there was a gang conflict, it was the best time for the clinic's business. Unfortunately, this time the Tianyan gang was the defeated party, their territory lost, and the remnants scattered far and wide. No one dared to stay here to seek his medical help. Members of the Black Snake gang injured as they were naturally trusted their own doctors on their territory, and no one came to the clinic for treatment. If there's nothing else, you should go to the martial arts hall. It's getting late. He'll rest at home today and go tomorrow, Yang Gu replied, feeling uneasy about leaving his father alone. How about I accompany you to the martial arts hall? There probably won't be much business today, or I can take a day off. Yang Huaishan understood his son's concerns. In truth, he was also uneasy. Who knows if the Black Snake gang would employ a strategy of feigning retreat to lure out those Tianyan gang members hiding away and then strike back. Moreover, the medicinal cuisine and medicinal baths at the martial arts hall also cost money. Missing a day meant losing a day's income. Since there were no patients coming in today, it was better to go out and hide for a while to see if the Black Snake gang's words were true. That works too, Yonga nodded. Compared to staying at home, going to the martial arts hall was undoubtedly safer. After a quick tidy-up, Yang Huaishan called out to the old gambler next door. "Brother, I'm taking my son to the dock to see if he can find a job. Please keep an eye on the clinic for me." "Sure, go ahead. He'll watch the door for you." The old gambler poked his head out to respond. Although the Black Snake gang spoke beautifully, no one could be sure of their true intentions. Moreover, Yang Huaishan had been treating members of the Tianyan gang before. Now that this area was under the control of the Black Snake Gang, it was undoubtedly a wise choice to seek a job outside to leave a backup plan. The father and son locked the door and walked towards the dock. On the way, some members of the Black Snake Gang recognized who Yang Huaishan was. Their expressions somewhat unfriendly, but they did not stop them from leaving. Thus, the credibility of the Black Snake Gang's words increased a bit. Arriving at the martial arts hall, Yang Gu went into practice while Yang Huaishan said he would take a stroll nearby. He would come back in the evening to pick him up. All right then, take care. If anything happens, don't act impulsively. Come to the martial arts hall to find me, Yang Gu reminded. Yang Huaishan waved his hand without speaking. Yet in his heart he sighed that his son had grown up and wanted to help him. The father. Why are you so late today? Upon entering the martial arts hall, he bumped into Lin Hong. I had some matters at home that delayed me. Being late means you can't skip today's lesson, Lin Hong reminded. Don't worry, how could I possibly slack off? Yang Gu patted his chest in assurance. Now that the Tianyin gang was gone, there was still the stronger Black Snake Gang. Moreover, even if they hadn't discovered that he killed the white-haired man, the Black Snake Gang could still target his family. He wished he could split a day into two to quickly improve his combat prowess. How could he afford to slack off? First he went to eat, then had a medicinal bath, and began his running for the day. His stance transformed into spiritual seed, making Yang Gu's run much easier today. After completing a lap, the medicinal effect had mostly been absorbed, and he added 2 more laps. Afterwards, he went to the training room to practice his punches and kicks. The improvement in his mastery of the Huahu Zhuang stance enhanced the efficiency of his blood and qi refinement, and the refined blood and qi had better effects on healing injuries, especially with the medicinal ointment specially prepared by Uncle Fu. In just 1 day's time, Yang Gu's injuries had mostly healed. Bang! 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 Yang Gu was drenched in sweat in the training room, eagerly striving to enhance his strength. Today his punches were fiercer and more powerful than yesterday. Crack! The wooden post bound with hemp rope was shattered by his punch. Yang Gu took a deep breath and exhaled, releasing all the pent-up frustration from the night he spent hiding in a remote place. He moved to another wooden post and kicked it, beginning to practice his leg techniques. With the frustration released, Yang Gu's kicks became steadier and faster, executing a whip-like kick. Crack! The wooden post that took half a day to break yesterday was swept away by his leg. This made Yang Gu momentarily stunned, recalling the sensation of his kick just now. Without adjusting his breath or deliberately thinking about power techniques, he naturally swept his leg out, and the force turned out to be much greater than yesterday. He switched to another wooden post, and again swept his leg out, without any conscious control, still feeling that spontaneous sensation. Crack! The wooden post was shattered once more. This is... Once you master Mingjin, go hit a tougher post. Do you think the dojo's equipment is free? Lin Hong's annoyed voice came from behind. Have I broken through to Mingjin? Yang Gu looked at his leg, and then at Lin Hong, somewhat incredulous. But he recalled the sensations of his kicks just now. Without needing to deliberately control his power techniques, lifting his leg to strike, all the muscles in his body coordinated naturally, generating immense force, and a crisp sound echoed from his bones. This was indeed a sign of breaking through to Mingjin, an invaluable sound. It's not Mingjin, did you eat a strength pill, eh? Lin Hong snorted. Looking at Yang Gu, who appeared dazed and seemingly unaware that he had broken through to the Mingjin realm, Lin Hong seemed calm on the surface, but his heart was tumultuous. How long has this kid been practicing martial arts? Not even half a month, and he's already crossed into the ranks of warriors by mastering Mingjin. How long did it take me to break through to Mingjin and become a warrior? Forget it, it's been too long. I'm a warrior now. Yang Gu still found it hard to believe. Although he had talent and a solid foundation, he was filled with confidence that he could become a powerful warrior. But it was previously unimaginable for him, with no martial arts foundation, to break through to Mingjin so quickly. You realize you're a warrior now, so what are you bragging about? Lin Hong rolled his eyes. I'm not bragging, I don't want to hear your nonsense. Uncle Fu is looking for you, go see him. After saying that, Lin Hong turned and left. He knew Yang Gu wasn't bragging, but the fact that this kid broke through to Mingjin so quickly made him unhappy and unwilling to show a good face. Seeing Lin Hong's envious yet scornful expression, Yang Gu couldn't help but grin. He arrived at the pharmacy where today was the day for the dojo students' collective medicinal bath. Therefore, the usually quiet pharmacy was bustling today, with helpers coming in and out to set up wooden tubs. Upon seeing Yang Gu, Uncle Fu nodded at him, signaling him to wait to the side. Before long, all the medicine tubs were in place, and Uncle Fu had prepared the medicine, handing it to a helper to take to the kitchen for boiling. The pharmacy quickly fell silent. Uncle Fu walked to the wash basin and washed the medicinal residue from his hands. Holding a towel, he wiped his hands while asking, "Did the Black Snake Gang swallow that Tianyin gang?" Hearing Uncle Fu's question, Yang showed a look of surprise, clearly not expecting that Uncle Fu had called him over to ask about this matter. Yes, the two gangs fought last night. This morning the Black Snake Gang announced on our street that the territory of the Tianyin Gang now belongs to them. Although surprised, Yang recounted what he knew. Keep an eye on Zhou Kuei from the Black Snake Gang. This? Yang showed a troubled expression. Don't want to do it. Uncle Fu lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. It's not that I don't want to, but Zhou Kuei's residence isn't on my street, it's in the original territory of the Black Snake Gang. For me, a resident of the former Tianyin Gang territory, to run over to the Black Snake Gang right now is too conspicuous. There are so many people smuggling over from your side, do you think the Black Snake Gang will remember a little brat like you? Uncle Fu frowned, thinking Yang was looking for excuses. The others from the Black Snake Gang might not remember, but they will definitely remember me. Oh. Uncle Fu looked at Yang waiting for him to continue. The leader of the Tianyin Gang, Wu Tai, used to be a fighter. There was a time he suffered internal bleeding from a beating. At first it wasn't serious, but later it became critical, and he was lucky enough to encounter my dad who saved him. Since then, whenever members of the Tianyin Gang got into fights or were injured for other reasons, they would go to my family's clinic. My father and I might not be registered patients at the Black Snake Gang, but we would definitely be recognized. There's that too. You don't need to keep a constant watch. If the Black Snake Gang stirs up any major trouble, or if some conspicuous smuggler shows up there recently, just let me know. No problem. Yang sighed in relief. Right now, what he and his father wanted most was for the Black Snake Gang to treat them as if they didn't exist. Actively monitoring Zhou Kuei at this crucial moment would be like looking for shit in the toilet. The ointment is on the table. The other students need to take their medicinal baths today. Come back in the afternoon after they finish. Oh, okay. By the way, I broke through to Mingjin and became a warrior. If Lin Hong hadn't seen it, Yang might have used the concealment technique to hide it. Uncle Fu wouldn't have asked, and he wouldn't have said anything. But since Lin Hong had already seen it, there was no need to keep this breakthrough a secret. Uncle Fu's face, which was usually calm, showed a hint of surprise, and after taking a good look at Yang he said lightly, "Keep working hard, but Mingjin alone won't help much." Yes. I will definitely work twice as hard. Yang didn't foolishly ask Uncle Fu what help he needed. If his strength met the requirements, Uncle Fu would naturally mention it. Just like keeping an eye on Zhou Kuei, without a proper reason, he couldn't refuse. Having broken through to Mingjin, you can start learning about weapons. Aside from breaking through realms, weapons are one of the fastest and most effective ways to enhance combat power. Got it. Yang nodded in agreement. Basic training includes weapon usage techniques, otherwise as a martial artist, holding a weapon would be like wielding a fire stick, which would greatly tarnish a warrior's image. Yang hadn't learned before, because he hadn't had enough time to practice martial arts. Lin Hong wanted him to first build his physique with punches and kicks before learning weapons. Now since Uncle Fu took the initiative to bring it up, he indeed needed to quickly increase his combat power and arrange a schedule for learning weapon usage. However, Yang was uncertain about which weapon to learn first. If possible, he actually wanted to learn firearms. After all, there's an old saying, no matter how high your martial arts skills are, a single shot can bring you down. This world is a high martial arts world, as well as a technological world, and firearms are still quite formidable. However, unfortunately, even in places like the city-states where the law is lax, the control over formidable firearms is still very strict, and they are not easily obtainable. Yang wanted to learn ordinary firearms based on physical principles, but unfortunately the dojo didn't have the venue for Lin Hong to teach him. After selecting for a while, he decided to learn the short staff first. Since he couldn't learn what he wanted, he would start with something easy to carry. This way, after learning, he could easily bring the weapon with him and directly enhance his combat power. With a series of sharp sounds, Yang swung the short stick in his hand, creating afterimages as he struck rapidly at the wooden dummy before him. Having mastered various techniques of force application in his fist techniques, Yang quickly adapted to wielding the short stick, envisioning it as an extension of his fist. After several attempts to master the force application techniques, Yang not only struck quickly, but also with strength and precision, targeting the head, neck, and joints of the wooden dummy. Do not underestimate the power of the wooden stick just because it is not sharp. If it were a real person with Yang's current strength, a single blow would not just incapacitate, but could potentially kill, surpassing even the lethality of a sharp dagger. Using a dagger, a thrust may be countered by the opponent's desperate attempt to block with their hand, at most piercing through their hand. However, if using a stick, if the opponent dares to raise their hand to block, their arm would be shattered. Of course, this requires one to be skilled in using the stick to unleash its full power. If you are unskilled, the slashes of a machete or the thrusts of a dagger would be far more effective than wielding a firewood stick. After practicing punches and kicks in the morning, he still hadn't fully recovered by the afternoon. Therefore, Yang-gu spent the afternoon practicing with the short stick, training both his left and right hands. By the end of the afternoon, he had broken 7 short sticks, and after damaging the wooden dummy, he switched to a bronze dummy. This helped reduce the wear and tear on the training equipment. As the sun began to set, Yang-gu emerged from the training room with a satisfied expression. Name: Yang-gu. Talent: Master of Repeated Practice. Realm: Initial Stage of Mingjin. Spiritual Seed rooted beneath his feet. Double Horse Stance Major Accomplishment 68400. The Reclining Tiger Stance Minor Accomplishment 7300. Tiger Cannon Fist Proficient 35200. Basic Fist Techniques Perfect 11300. Basic Leg Techniques Perfect 15300. A Breath Control Technique Proficient 83200. A Short Stick Mastery 51150. Keep it up, and soon you'll have 2 more spiritual seeds. After heading to the cafeteria for dinner, Yang-gu quickly made his way to the martial arts school's entrance, preparing to find Yang Huaishan. Just as he was about to reach the entrance, Lin Hong called out to him and tossed something his way. Yang-gu caught it and discovered it was a collapsible baton. Using this instead of the short stick, is it not embarrassing for the students of the martial arts school to utilize such training tools as weapons? Alright. Thick-skinned Yang-gu showed no embarrassment from being caught stealing teaching equipment. He pulled the short stick from his waist and tossed it to Lin Hong. With the baton firmly in hand, he swung it vigorously, causing the previously compact stick to instantly extend. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He waved it through the air. The steel baton was significantly heavier than the wooden stick, making it feel much more comfortable to wield. Thanks, senior brother. Yang-gu clasped his fists in gratitude. This item was not only easy to use, but also more convenient to carry. It could be collapsed and tucked away easily. Arriving at the martial arts school entrance, Yang Huaishan was already waiting outside. Clearly worried that his son might not find anyone, he returned early to wait at the door. Are you hungry? Here, have a big meat bun. Yang Huaishan opened his clothing to reveal a large meat bun that had been warmed against his body. Yang-gu grabbed a big meat bun and took a large bite. This meat is quite generous, Dad. You should eat too. I've already had dinner at the martial arts school. This one is enough for me. As the two walked side by side, the dock workers had already finished work and the area was bustling with people. However, among the crowd, 3 pairs of hands, though unfamiliar with Yang Huaishan, did not approach the father and son. In the days leading up to this, Yang-gu had been jogging around the docks, and whether it was the workers or the local ruffians, they all knew he was a disciple of the Shanhofu martial arts school and dared not provoke him easily. Returning to the shanty town, everything was as usual, and even the construction site that had been halted for a few days resumed work. It was unclear how the Black Snake Gang had communicated with their behind-the-scenes backer, having just taken over the territory from the Tianyin Gang last night. Yet today, they were back to work. Yang Huaishan inquired about the news from an old gambler in the neighboring area and returned to tell Yang-gu, it seems the Black Snake Gang is keeping their word. There should be no issues. That's good to hear. Yang-gu responded. However, he did not feel as optimistic as he sounded. The gangs in the shanty town were in essence bloodsuckers, feeding off ordinary people like themselves. Previously, the Tianyin Gang had extorted them under various pretexts, and Yang-gu did not believe the Black Snake Gang members were saints. Even if Zhou Kuei had no ulterior motives, his subordinates would not easily let go of the opportunity to extort the Yang family for saving Wu Tai. The current amiability of the Black Snake Gang was merely because they had just taken over the Tianyin Gang's territory and were still establishing their foothold here. After some time, once the Black Snake Gang bolstered their ranks and assimilated the Tianyin Gang's territory, they'll see how accommodating they remain. But these matters should remain within him. There was no need to voice them and add to his father's worries. The Black Snake Gang now aimed to keep a low profile and recuperate, which suited Yang-gu as he also needed time to grow. By the time the Black Snake Gang revealed their fangs, he estimated he would have the strength to contend with them. What secrets lie behind the Black Snake Gang that have drawn Uncle Fuss' attention? Standing at the clinic's door, Yang-gu glanced at the minions of the Black Snake Gang, guarding the construction site nearby, muttering to himself before turning to look at the garbage mountain behind the shantytown, then returning inside to practice standing post, as the medicinal meal he consumed that night had yet to digest. Days passed, and the other gangs did not take the opportunity to cause trouble. The shantytown remained relatively peaceful. As time went by, even the minions of the Black Snake Gang ceased to boast about their ferocity in dispatching members of the Tianyin Gang, while drinking and bragging, and others mentioned it even less. The existence of the Tianyin gang began to fade from people's memories. Only those families who previously had relatives in the Tianyin gang would reminisce about them. Without relatives from the gang to rely on, their lives became increasingly difficult. When the Black Snake gang came to collect their protection fees in 2 months, life would truly become unbearable. Thus, while the shantytown appeared calm on the surface, it was not as tranquil beneath. Especially after a large influx of illegal immigrants into the area, the situation grew even more complex. The city-state area seemed to have no laws, but in fact there were rules. For instance, the rich district in the east, where even a beggar could survive. However, it was a forbidden zone for illegal immigrants. Between the east and west of the city were docks and factories. While it seemed easy to find work for a living, illegal immigrants were also unwelcome. You cannot judge these illegal immigrants. Some may genuinely seek work to support their families, while others may be scouting for big scores. Some newcomers, once they found opportunities while working at the factory, would often resort to robbery or even resort to kidnapping and extortion, a familiar old plot that replays every so often. As a result, these newcomers were not favored by the powers in the central area of the city-state and were forced to move towards the shantytown in the west. The western shantytown resembled the garbage dump behind him, where anything could be discarded and anyone could come here to find a patch of land to settle down. After some time, these illegal immigrants would realize that life in the city-state was not as idyllic and simple as they had imagined, and hunger would temper their dispositions. Some useful individuals would then be sorted out. For instance, physically capable men would be sponsored by gangs like the Black Snake gang and sent to work as laborers, with the gang taking a cut of their wages. Women with good looks might be sent to nightclubs or similar venues. If they encountered someone bold and daring, that would be even better. They would recruit these individuals as underlings to strengthen their power, and when their strength reached a certain level, they would wage war against other gangs to seize more territory and collect more protection fees. The western shantytown functioned like a massive sorting facility for garbage. No matter how many illegal immigrants arrived, they would soon be categorized clearly. In the morning, Yang Gu got up to prepare for going to the martial arts school, but was called back by his father, Yang Huaishan. Isn't Uncle Fu going to focus on nurturing you? Why not ask the martial arts school if they have any spare beds? If you live there, it would save you the daily commute. I don't know if some place outside has suffered a disaster, but this time there are just too many smuggled immigrants entering the city district. The once vacant garbage dump on the outskirts is now filled with tightly packed makeshift shelters. With so many immigrants, the already poor public order has become even more chaotic. Some smugglers are incredibly bold, showing no fear of gangs, and Yang Huaishan worries that Yang Gu might run into trouble on his way to and from the martial arts school. Previously, when someone had hit him from behind, it was likely done by a desperate smuggler. I'll be fine, I'll be careful. Besides, these days I leave only at dawn and return before dark. I'll be using the main roads. No matter how daring these people are, they wouldn't dare to act openly on the main road during the day. Moreover, I've been training and building up my strength. If I encounter danger and can't fight back, I won't be afraid to run. If it were before, Yang Gu might have agreed to stay at the martial arts school, as it would indeed be convenient. But now, with so many smugglers around, there's a chance that the Black Snake gang might cause trouble for Yang Huaishan. How could he possibly let his father stay home alone without worry? Looking at his son, who was indeed much stronger than before, Yang Huaishan couldn't help but remind him, just be vigilant on the way. If you encounter danger in our area, shout for help. Indeed, there are no laws in the city district, but there are rules of the gangs. Once the gangs collect protection fees, they have an obligation to ensure safety. So recently, the members of the Black Snake gang have been watching the smugglers with eyes as big as cow eggs. Anyone who commits wrongdoing or shows defiance is caught and given a severe beating. If they don't manage to intimidate these people, it will be impossible to provide them with jobs. These people cannot find work, and the gang cannot take a cut from their wages. This is a matter of their own welfare, so when dealing with these unruly smugglers, the gang members act ruthlessly. Those who are of no labor value can be taken away and sold to medical institutions in the east of the city, which is also a source of income. I understand. Be careful at home and shout for help if something happens, Yang Gu said. In the city district, although people can be somewhat indifferent, it depends on the person. When he encounters patients who are truly out of money, Yang Huaishan does his best to provide them with some medicine. Furthermore, his fees are not high, and he has a good relationship with the neighbors. If danger arises, especially from troublemaking smugglers, these neighbors are still willing to help. These residents are usually submissive toward gang members, but they are quite courageous when it comes to these outsiders. As he stepped outside, Yang Gu turned to look at the newly built shanty towns near the garbage hill, his brow furrowed. Most of the smugglers are men, with only a small number of women and almost no children. The journey of smuggling is not peaceful, it is difficult for women and children to survive. So it's better if it's just a man smuggling alone. He comes here mainly to find work to earn money to send back to support his wife and children. However, if he comes with his wife and children, but they die on the way, leaving only the man to arrive in the city district, then these men become ticking time bombs ready to snap and become insane. After all, the deaths of women and children during smuggling are not simply due to the long journey or the poor conditions in the ship's cabin. It's not just from succumbing to illness. Most of them die unnatural deaths, and many die painfully in front of the men. Therefore, these men are like powder kegs ready to explode at any moment. Yang-gu raised his head, his gaze seeming to look at the sky above the garbage hill, as if peering beyond it to the prosperous Longang city. He had never been there, but he had heard that it was a paradise on earth where not only were there sound laws protecting ordinary people, but children could attend school for free and school meals were provided. As long as adults worked, the whole family could eat while be warm and have a place to live. Yang-gu could not understand why such a great place allowed the existence of this rotten city district. Unfortunately, the original owner had never left the city district and had rarely been outside the shantytown, so he knew too little. Otherwise, he might have been able to analyze the reason. Leaving the shantytown, the scenery near the dock remained the same. The influx of a large number of smugglers initially caused a certain impact on the dock area. Afterward, all the unstable factors were driven to the western shantytown. It seemed like an invisible hand was firmly pressing these smugglers down, preventing them from spreading out. Hiss. Inside the pharmacy, upon entering the wooden tub, Yang-gu gasped in pain. As his physique improved, he had already adapted to the pain that felt like being burned during the medicinal, but today's pain from the medicine instantly reminded him of the first time he soaked in the medicinal bath, almost making his heart twitch from the pain. You've broken through to the Ming level. The potency of the medicinal bath needs to be doubled. The medicinal power provided by a regular bath can no longer meet your body's needs for medicinal energy. The herbs and ingredients used in the medicinal cuisine must also be upgraded. I forgot about this last night, but I'll instruct the kitchen later. From now on, your medicinal cuisine standards will be the same as those of the older students, Uncle Fu said. I see. Yang-gu nodded, gritting his teeth as he squatted down. Previously, he wanted to learn horizontal practice, but senior brother Lin Hong said he didn't have enough vitality. He wondered if, after doubling the medicinal energy and cuisine, he could evenly distribute the vitality he had accumulated to practice horizontal skills. He was extremely envious of Lin Hong's bronze arms. The hardness of those arms gave him an unparalleled sense of safety. Glancing at the medicinal energy quickly absorbed in the tub as Yang-gu transported his vitality, Uncle Fu nodded secretly. After the medicinal potency doubles, your expenses will increase significantly. The martial arts school can train you, but they won't nurture you indefinitely. You've become a martial artist at the Ming level. Oh, it's time to do something. What do you need me to do? Yang-gu opened his eyes and asked while transporting his vitality. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Uncle Fu had always reminded him of this. After you finish standing post, go find Lin Hong. He will arrange things for you. Uncle Fu instructed and turned to go into the inner room to prepare his herbs. Okay, Yang-gu replied, then closed his eyes to continue transporting his vitality to absorb all the medicinal energy. First, he would stand post in the side courtyard, refining the vitality he had transported before going to find Lin Hong. Lin Hong must have received Uncle Fu's instructions, so when Yang-gu arrived, he hadn't even spoken yet, and Lin Hong already arranged. You are from the shantytown, which fits the criteria perfectly. You will go out with Chung Yong. He will tell you what to do. As he spoke, Lin Hong called out to an older student training in the front yard. A sturdy young man about 175 meters tall with a solid muscular build and a simple smile on his face came out. Regarding Sis matter, Yang guest background from the shantytown fits the requirements. You take him to have a look, Lin Hong instructed Chung Yong. Take him over. Chung Yong was taken aback looking at Yang-gu, who was just around 1.7 meters tall. Though not weak, he couldn't be called strong. Especially with the childishness on his face, he looked just like a middle school student. Chung Yong turned to Lin Hong with an expression that seemed to ask, "Are you sure? Is there a problem?" Lin Hong raised an eyebrow, and Chung Yong's muscles tensed as if he recalled some unpleasant memories. I didn't ask, there's no problem. I'll take junior brother Yang-gu. You can rest assured, senior brother Lin. Chung Yong patted his chest as he spoke, pulling Yang-gu along as if a dog were chasing him, moving so quickly that he left a blur behind. Pulling Yang-gu out of the martial arts hall, Chung Yong glanced back nervously. Not seeing Lin Hong's figure, he finally patted his chest and let out a long sigh, looking as if he had just escaped from a fright. Senior brother Chung Yong, what's going on? Yang-gu asked in confusion. Judging by Chung Yong's demeanor, he seemed quite afraid of Lin Hong. During the time he spent with Lin Hong, although the latter's teachings were somewhat strict, it shouldn't instill such fear in the students, right? It's nothing, let's go find Lucy. Facing Yang Guess inquiry, Chung Yong chuckled and changed the topic. Not wanting to pursue the matter, Yonggu also refrained from asking further, shifting the conversation. What are we going to do? Lucy is establishing a banner, and according to the rules of the martial arts hall, we need to go over and support him, lest the opponent feels unsatisfied and starts trouble if they lose. Chung Yong explained. Establishing a banner. Yonggu looked puzzled. It means gathering people to form. According to the rules of the city district, forming a gang isn't just about gathering people. To establish a gang in a certain area, one must have fought against the existing gangs there first. Otherwise, why would they give you a share of the territory? Gathering the underlings for a fight. Yonggu couldn't help but think of the clashes between the Black Snake Gang and the Heavenly Eye Gang. If you want to split life and death, you can do it this way. However, this isn't done often unless they are bitter enemies. Typically, the party wanting to establish a banner will challenge the gang whose territory they wish to take. The opponent can send 2 fighters while Lu Si will take on 2. If he wins, he takes the territory. If he loses his life. What kind of strength does Lu Si have to take on 2? He is at the early stage of Ming Jing with limited martial arts talent. The effects of medicinal meals and baths are ordinary, and he has no hope of breaking through, which is why he returned to the shantytown to gather people and establish a banner. Chung Yong said. What strength does his opponent have? Yonggu asked. Also at the early stage of Ming Jing, the opponent's realm must be the same. That's the rule. The same realm can senior brother Lu really take on too? Yonggu asked in surprise. Although Lu Si's martial arts talent isn't great, he is willing to endure hardships, and his willpower is decent. Thus he has trained well in the Black Tiger Fist, and has some horizontal training, so taking on 2 shouldn't be a big issue. But what if he loses? Should we intervene to protect senior brother Lu's life? Yonggu asked. No protection. If you want to establish a banner, that's the price you have to pay. The martial arts hall cannot break the rules. Our responsibilities when we go over are only 3. First, if Lucy wins and the opponent is unsatisfied and wants to take underhanded actions, we must intervene. Second, we need to monitor the opponent's fighters to see if they are sending someone with a lower realm to cause trouble. Chung Yong's tone was very firm. When he said no protection, he didn't show any leniency, because Lucy was previously a student of the martial arts hall, clearly taking the rules of the city district very seriously. Perhaps breaking the rules of the city district is something the martial arts hall cannot afford, which is why Chung Yong dared not show any leniency. And what's the third rule? Hearing that there were only 2 rules, Yonggu asked. How long have you been at the early stage of Ming Jing? Chung Yong did not immediately answer Yonggu's question, but instead asked a counter-question. Knowing that the opponent has at least 2 Ming Jing fighters, he still asked whether to protect Lu Si. The young disciple before him with a naive face was at least a Ming Jing warrior. Moreover, he seemed confident enough to take down other Ming Jing fighters. Hearing Chung Yong's question, Yonggu couldn't help but recall Lin Hong's expression when he broke through to Ming Jing, and he replied, "It's been a while. Ooh, I can't remember exactly which day." This answer was somewhat vague, which made Chung Yong feel displeased, but he didn't show it on the surface. After all, this task had been personally instructed by senior brother Lin Hong, and he dared not show any displeasure to Yonggu, but continued speaking. Thirdly, there's a rule for establishing a banner. Fellow disciples can assist in the fight, but they must belong to the same region. For example, you and Lu Si both come from the shantytown in the west of the city. If you come to assist Lu Si, you will need to enter the ring. However, you can decide whether you want to assist in the 2nd or 3rd round. Can you elaborate? Young, if Lu Si wins the 1st round, there will be a half-hour break. After the break, he can choose to continue fighting, and you can also take his place to give him more rest. If you don't fight in the 2nd round and Lu Si continues, and he still wins, the defending side has the right to demand another round. In this round, you must fight. If you win, you take the territory, and if you lose, Lu Si can no longer raise a banner. So your opponent in the 3rd round will no longer be from the Iron Fist Gang, but rather the assistants called in by the opponent. The Iron Fist Gang is backed by the Siam Association, which organizes the largest underground fighting matches in the Western City. Thus, most members of their gang are skilled fighters who have survived by fighting underground, so you need to be cautious when facing them. But what if Lu Si loses in the 2nd round? If he has no ability, yet still wants to raise a banner, then he will die for nothing. Chung Yong's tone was quite indifferent. Understood. Yonggu nodded. Fighting against the opponent's assistants was probably the reason Lin Hong sent him over. Knowing this, Chung Yong was surprised when he heard Lin Hong's instructions. Yonggu's face was simply too youthful. He looked too young. At this age, let alone stepping onto a life-and-death arena, just walking down the street without being scared to tears by thugs was already considered brave. The two moved quickly, and soon they left the pier and entered the shantytown. However, this shantytown was not the street where Yonga lived, was about 5 streets away from the Black Snake Gang, near the north side of the garbage dump. It belonged to a territory called the Iron Fist Gang. Senior Brother Chung. As soon as they entered the territory of the Iron Fist Gang, a tall man over 6 feet with a muscular build approached. Behind him stood about 30 younger brothers varying in height and build, as some looked ragged and timid, as if they had been forced to come. Opposite this group, 3 unfriendly-looking men stood there, and behind them were about 40 or 50 lackeys, each with an arrogant expression, looking much better than the group here. Chung Yong blandly nodded. Who is this? Lucy looked at Yang Gu beside him, his expression very unnatural. Chung Yong was not from this side of the shantytown, so the person sent from the martial arts hall to assist him was clearly this seemingly small child. Lucy felt a hand slipping away from him. Yang Gu, the martial arts hall sent him to assist you, Chung Yong said, causing Lucy's last shred of hope to fade. However, Chung Yong's next sentence brought a glimmer of light back to Lucy. Senior Brother Lin Hong sent him. Senior Brother Lin Hong. Lucy had studied at the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts Hall for over 3 years, and he was well aware of Senior Brother Lin Hong's protective nature. If it was Senior Brother Lin Hong's instruction, then this seemingly young child might indeed have some real skill. Since your people have arrived, can we get started? If we keep dawdling, we will miss lunch, one of the 3 men standing at the front of the Iron Fist Gang said. Yonga looked at the speaking man, who was not tall, around 5'6", and looked somewhat frail. His right ear was missing, seemingly cut off close to the scalp. In a vacant lot controlled by the Iron Fist Gang, many people surrounded it in layers, with the innermost circle consisting of the gang's lackeys and the heads brought by Lucy, while the outer circle was filled with curious residents. Residents of the slums, though fully aware that it is wise to keep a distance when watching, deemed this situation safe enough to approach, as it was not a fierce fight, but a challenge. This contest was billed as a challenge on a stage, but in reality there was no real stage. The makeshift wooden platform could not withstand the destructive force of skilled martial artists. Lucy could not afford a better concrete platform or a stage made of special metals. Thus what was referred to as a stage was merely a circle about 10 meters in diameter drawn with lime powder on the ground. The 2 combatants would fight within the circle. The contest would end when one side fell and could not rise again or was killed. Stepping outside the circle counted as a loss, while being knocked out of the circle allowed the fighter to re-enter and continue. There was no need for discussion regarding the first match. Lucy directly stepped into the circle. It was a rule that the initiator of the challenge must participate personally, otherwise if a supporter won, it would render the challenge meaningless. Thus those wishing to support must first showcase their abilities. Lucy entered the circle, and a member of the Iron Fist Gang stepped forward, none other than the gang's leader Yaka. He stepped up for the same reason as Lucy. Only if he could stand firm would his supporters be allowed to act. Yaka was not tall, barely reaching 1.70 meters. He stepped into the circle and removed his shirt, leaving only a pair of shorts revealing a well-defined muscular torso. His chest bore several long scars and his back had many more, crisscrossing and looking quite fearsome. Lucy also took off his outer jacket but kept his long pants on. His skin radiated a sun-kissed dark sheen from years of exposure, and his muscles were robust. Standing opposite Lucy, the shorter Yaka appeared somewhat slight, but the scars on his body gave him a more ferocious presence than Lucy. Yaka sneered, "You should just hide in your stinky ditch instead of jumping out to seek death." Lucy retorted with a cold smile, "Seeking death, are we?" Enraged, Yaka lunged forward, aiming a punch at Lucy's face. However, halfway through his charge, he suddenly planted one foot and lashed out with the other like a whip. Lucy retorted with a cold smile, "Seeking death, are we?" Enraged, Yaka lunged forward, aiming a punch at Lucy's face. However, as Yaka prepared to throw a punch, he was measuring their distance for a counterattack, only to find Yaka's leg already reaching him. However, Lucy was not flustered by Yaka's sudden shift. In response to Yaka's attack, he raised his left arm, slightly leaning to the left to maximize the protection of his ribs. While defending his left side, he made a step forward to close the distance, launching a right punch directly at Yaka's chest. This punch revealed Lucy's wealth of combat experience. Targeting the chest instead of the head was strategic. The head could evade, but the chest offered no such luxury, especially with Yaka standing on one leg and using his body to generate power for his whip kick. Slap. Yaka's kick struck Lucy's defending arm. The moment Lucy's arm was impacted, the muscles in his arm swelled noticeably, and his dark skin glistened with a texture reminiscent of coarse burlap. Boom. Lucy's fist struck Yaka's chest. However, just before his punch landed, Yaka had crossed his arms to shield his chest. Lucy was knocked off balance by Yaka's powerful kick, while Yaka, hit by Lucy's punch, struggled to maintain his balance and staggered backward. The two separated, and in their first tentative exchange, neither gained an advantage. Yaka shook out his arms, his previously contemptuous expression now turning somber. Lucy shook his left arm, his expression growing more serious. Yaka's leg power exceeded his expectations. Even with the iron shirt technique aiding his defense, his left arm still throbbed from the kick. They locked eyes and charged at each other simultaneously. Yaka launched another kick, this time faster and more ferocious than before. His whip kick came out, and Lucy had not even had time to respond before a second kick followed. Slap, slap, slap. Yaka's legs rained down on Lucy like a torrential downpour. Both legs left afterimages in their wake. Lucy, under the barrage, began to feel flustered, but he understood he could not allow himself to fall into Yaka's rhythm. Thus he chose to endure Yaka's whip kicks while striking back. Whether he hit or not was secondary, but he absolutely could not allow Yaka's attacks to flow so smoothly. Lucy threw his first punch, and Yaka, forced to gather his breath, twisted at an awkward angle to evade, while his legs maintained their relentless assault. Lucy took two of Yaka's whip kicks heeding, and when he threw his second punch, Yaka felt a tightness in his chest and a burning pain, but still managed to hold back his breath and twisted his body to regain the advantage. By the time Lucy threw his third punch, Yaka felt as if his chest would explode, yet he did not stop attacking. Instead, he crossed his arms to shield his chest, while his right foot viciously transformed from a side kick into a jab aimed at Lucy's ribs. Bang! Lucy's punch sent Yaka flying through the air, causing his face to redden as he violently coughed mid-flight. Lucy's punch had released the pent-up pressure in Yaka's chest, creating immense stress on his lungs and completely disrupting his breathing rhythm. However, after knocking Yaka away, Lucy was not unscathed. Though he had protected his ribs with his arm, the force of Yaka's jab was significant. The spot where his arm was struck swelled considerably, and even a slight movement sent sharp pain through his arm. The area struck by that jab had likely torn muscle fibers and might even have fractured the bone. Yet despite such injuries, Lucy did not hesitate. He let out a roar and charged forward, disregarding the pain in his arm. He had to seize the opportunity while Yaka's breathing was chaotic, otherwise once Yaka regained his rhythm, Lucy would be treated like a punching bag again. Lucy charged forward, teeth bared and eyes wide, resembling an enraged tiger. Yaka, still coughing and trying to catch his breath, chose to evade Lucy's attack by relying on his speed. However, that evasion cost him the initiative. Lucy's fist missed, transforming into a claw aimed at Yaka's neck, denying him any chance to catch his breath. Thus Yaka could only evade over and over again. The fight fell into Lucy's rhythm. The Black Tiger fist was fierce, incorporating grabs, lunges, and locks. It included slicing, striking, and sweeping for violent output. Although Yaka still had a speed advantage, he could not afford a single mistake, otherwise he would either lose flesh or suffer broken bones. If Lucy's fist landed, it would be catastrophic. His punches struck like heavy hammers, and once they connected, they would undoubtedly shatter bones. On the arena, Lucy had the upper hand, and Chung-Yong shifted his gaze from the two fighters to the Iron Fist gang across from him, focusing on the one-eared Ba-Su, who had been standing beside Yaka. Although the rules of the city-state stated that only disciples from the same region could assist in fights, it did not mean that Chung-Yong could not intervene. For example, if the Iron Fist gang saw Lucy gaining the upper hand and attempted any underhanded tactics, Chung-Yong would have every right to eliminate them without violating the rules. Seeing Yaka at a disadvantage, the Iron Fist gang members' expressions darkened, especially Ba-Su, who had only one ear. His face was grim, while his eyes flickered with ferocity. Ba-Su was not a member of the Iron Fist gang, but a disciple of the Siamese Society invited to assist in the fight. He originally thought that Yaka was strong enough that he could just watch and collect his payment. He never expected that this Lucy would be so formidable as he watched Lucy unleash the Black Tiger fist, not giving Yaka a moment to breathe. Ba-Su's toes instinctively rubbed against the ground. There was a pebble beneath his foot. If he stomped on it, the pebble could strike Lucy's leg, providing Yaka a chance to turn the tide. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed a cold gaze upon him. When he looked up, he met Chung-Yong's eyes, causing the hairs on the back of Ba-Su's neck to stand on end. He realized with absolute clarity that if he dared to pull any tricks, Chung-Yong would undoubtedly rush over and eliminate him. Chung-Yong was someone he recognized, a seasoned student who had trained at the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School for 5 years, known for his exceptional talent in martial arts, and already standing at the threshold of dark energy. Moreover, he had a record of defeating 2 severely injured and 1 late-stage bright energy practitioner. Against Chung Ba, Su had no chance of victory. Crack. The crisp sound of bones cracking reached Ba Su's ears, and his expression changed as he looked up. Yaka, who had been passively dodging and defending, was caught off guard by Lu Si, who landed a punch on his shoulder. Yaka was sent flying, his shoulder crushed his arm, hanging limply devoid of any fighting strength. Do you want to continue? Lu Si looked at Yaka, who was being helped up by the Iron Fist gang members, his eyes glinting with coldness. Yaka's expression was incredibly grim, compounded by the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder. He did not respond, but turned his head to look at Ba Su. Yaka was no match for Lu Si, and his top henchman could not possibly contend with Lu Si either. Since he was the strongest member of the Iron Fist gang, they had no choice but to rely on Ba Su to fight in the third match. Lu Si did not overestimate himself, even knowing that the next competitor from the Iron Fist gang was not as formidable as Yaka. He took a half-hour break before stepping into the ring. The second match was somewhat challenging, although the opponent was not as strong as Yaka. Lu Si's arm was injured, affecting his combat effectiveness. Fortunately, despite his injured shoulder, his overall martial arts training remained intact. Yaka could not easily break through his defenses, and naturally those weaker than Yaka could do even less. Lu Si successfully secured victory in the second match without much danger. Good. Cheers erupted after Lu Si claimed the second match. The members of the Iron Fist gang, who looked like a well-organized army before now, appeared as if they had lost their mothers, their expressions grim. Initially, they were reluctant to cheer, fearing retaliation from the Iron Fist gang if Lu Si lost. But they were also afraid that Lu Si might kill them if they did not cheer. Now that Lu Si had won 2 consecutive matches, their identities had elevated from ordinary peasants to gang lackeys, with just one more match standing between them and a better life. It was unnatural for them not to feel excited. However, this excitement did not last long. One by one, they looked as if their throats were being squeezed, their cheers abruptly ceasing as they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They watched as Yonggu walked toward the ring. Previously, when they saw this kid, they assumed he was just accompanying Chung Yong to watch the spectacle. Chung Yong was the one who would serve as the assistant for the third match. The aura that Chung Yong exuded made people feel at ease. Having won the first 2 matches, they considered the third match to be secured. But to their surprise, the one stepping into the ring for the third match was a mere child. The wealth that was about to be theirs seemed to have sprouted wings and flown away, or it was hard for them to be happy. Sending out such a small child to assist in the fight shows that the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School really has no one left in the West City District. Have you been weaned yet? Ba Su looked at Yonggu with a mocking expression, his eyes gleaming with ruthlessness. No one doubted that he would rip this little lamb apart in the next moment. However, on the surface, Ba Su appeared to disregard Yonggu entirely. In reality, he was extremely cautious and serious. He recognized Chung Yong, who was not from the West City District. Initially, he thought Chung Yong had merely brought Yonggu along for show. Because Lu Si had a grudge against the Siamese Society, his brother was killed by the Siamese Society members while fighting underground. Therefore, Lu Si learned his skills at the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School and specifically targeted the Iron Fist gang, which was a subordinate of the Siamese Society. Thus, upon seeing Chung Yong bring a child to assist, Ba Su's first thought was that the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School was not optimistic about Lu Si, who was blinded by hatred and insisted on challenging the Iron Fist gang. He believed Lu Si was insufficiently skilled and could not secure the first 2 victories, so he came over to play his part, allowing everyone to save face. But now Lu Si had won 2 consecutive matches. He was not a reckless fool blinded by hatred, but truly had the strength to challenge. Knowing that Lu Si had a chance to win the earlier matches, he even allowed Chung Yong to bring a child to assist. If the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School's people were not foolish, it meant that this seemingly small child could not be underestimated. Understanding the importance of not underestimating Yonggu, Ba Su was outwardly mocking, which was part of his strategy. He was acting, making Yonggu think he looked down on him, thus letting his guard down. This would allow Ba Su to seize the initiative and strike without giving Yonggu any chance to react. After all, someone like him who survived from the deadly underground fighting arenas to join the Siamese Society could never afford to underestimate his opponents. Even if the opponent was just a child, he dared not hold back until he defeated him. Moreover, the opponent was from the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School. Stay cautious, do not be complacent. Those who come from underground fighting backgrounds can be ruthless. Chung Yong loudly reminded Yonggu. This reminder caused Ba Su to glare at Chung Yong with displeasure. Yet this seemingly displeased glance was also part of Ba Su's strategy. As he looked at Chung Yong, his legs were already in motion, heading straight for Yonggu. Yonggu moved along with him. The opponents had already entered the ring, and the battle could commence at any moment. Seeing Ba Su glare at Chung Yang Gu felt it was a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Ba Su also thought that glaring at Chung Yang while preparing to sneak attack Yang Gu was a good opportunity. Bang! The two whips of legs collided midair, creating a jarring sound that sent chills down the spine. Both individuals, believing it was a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack, chose to use their most powerful whip kicks, aiming to heavily injure the other. Seeing the two legs collide, Chung Yong's face revealed a worried expression. After all, Ba Su, who had fought in underground matches for years, was very skilled with his legs. His legs were as hard as iron. Yang Gu, looking delicate, probably hadn't even started training yet, and a direct confrontation would surely put him at a disadvantage. In fact, it was just as Chung Yong feared. Yang Gu's legs were indeed not as strong as Ba Su's. Although he quickly circulated his chi blood to enhance his legs' resistance to impact, he still felt a sharp pain in his shin after the collision. However, on the surface, Yang Gu remained composed. Their first exchange seemed evenly matched. Are today's youngsters really this ruthless? An opening he'd crafted for a surprise assault had instead escalated into a heated exchange of blows. Bajuo cautiously widened the distance between them, cursing inwardly. Damn it all. Underground bare-knuckle fighters are truly untrustworthy. What he'd assumed was his chance to strike first turned out to be a trap laid by Yang Gu himself, prompting another furious internal tirade. For several seconds, the two stood locked in tense confrontation. Then Bajuo lunged forward first. With deception rendered useless, he would settle this with raw skill. He held absolute confidence in his fists and feet. He did not believe this brash youth could match the hardness of his limbs, or rival the depth of his combat experience, forged in life-or-death underground rings. Thud, thud, thud. Two figures blurred across the arena, their limbs colliding in rapid succession. At first, they traded blows evenly, but as time wore on, Yang Gu was forced to sacrifice offensive openings in favor of defense. Bajuo's strikes were harder, his instincts sharper, his battlefield intuition honed through relentless duels. Though Yang Ji's punches, trained under Lin Hong, carried formidable power and precise angles, Bajuo struck faster, hit harder, and angled his blows with unnerving cunning, executing strikes and kicks that defied anatomical logic. His joints seemed to rotate freely in every direction, enabling impossible strikes, each delivered with devastating force. Caught off guard, Yang Gu absorbed multiple punishing hits, nearly collapsing under the onslaught. Though Bajuo appeared dominant, Yang Gu reduced to reactive defense. He dared not unleash full aggression. He had to conserve strength for defense. This youth lacked Bajuo's battlefield experience, but possessed one terrifying weapon: explosive cannon fists. Earlier confident in his own dense bone structure, Bajuo had sought to trade blows, betting injury would be worth the swift victory. He wanted to end the fight quickly, before complications arose. Moreover, after several exchanges, Bajuo, veteran of countless brutal contests, had already discerned Yang Ji's physical frame was less resilient than his own. Thus, trading injuries remained his optimal strategy. When Yang Gu threw his fist, Bajuo prepared to absorb the blow and retaliate instantly. Yet what Bajuo presumed a favorable exchange, a calculated risk, shattered the moment Yang Ji's fist slammed into his forearm, raised only symbolically to guard his chest. Yang Ji's seemingly ordinary punch landed with seismic weight, like a cannonball exiting its barrel, numbing Bajuo's arm to the bone. Fortunately, Bajuo's habitual caution saved him. Even in a trade, he'd interposed his forearm. Had that blow landed squarely on his chest, shattered ribs would have been the least of his concerns. His heart itself might have ruptured. Can this junior brother truly win? Lu Si watched the bout with mounting tension. Yang Ji's current passivity left him no room for calm. If Yang Gu lost, Lu Si would forfeit 2 newly secured city blocks and surrender 1 hand. Trust senior brother Lin Hong's judgment. Chung Yong spoke calmly, but his inner pulse quickened. After all, defense falters with time, and any impartial observer could see Bajuo's superiority over Yang Gu. Yang Gu endured only because Bajuo believed patience would grind him down, refusing to risk injury with reckless offense. Otherwise, Bajuo could have shattered the stalemate by enduring a few of Yang Ji's cannon fists. Yang Gu simply could not hold his ground. Yes, senior brother Lin Hong's judgment has always been impeccable. Lu Si nodded vigorously, yet his face remained etched with worry. Even Lin Hong's authoritative insight offered little solace amid such dire odds. Crack, crack, crack. Yang Gu stood like a wooden post, repeatedly struck by Bajuo's fists and feet. He looked even more battered than Lu Si had moments earlier, only because his horse stance had transformed into a spiritual seed, anchoring his lower body with uncanny stability. did his footwork remain unwavering regardless of Bajuo's onslaught. Otherwise, he would have crumbled long ago. But passive defense was unsustainable. His attacks lacked Bajuo's ferocity, his physique, his endurance. No attrition war could favor him. Worse still, each time Bajuo struck, Yonggu had to circulate his blood and qi to reinforce his guard. Otherwise, those bone-shattering blows might well shatter his limbs. Thus, his physical stamina and his vital qi were depleting at an alarming rate. Though he knew prolonged defense meant certain defeat, Yonggu felt no panic, no urgency. In moments like these, haste spelled death. Yet outward composure did not preclude feigned distress. For instance, when raising his arms again to block Bajuo's assault, Yang Ji's face flickered with involuntary pain, then swiftly smoothed into stoic calm, betraying nothing. That fleeting expression, however, had surely been caught by Bajuo. So Yonggu repeated it, subtly, intermittently, while his molars gradually clenched, signaling mounting strain. Yonggu did not know if this ruse would dull Bajuo's vigilance. The man opposite him was unervingly composed, convinced exhaustion would deliver victory without risk. Yet Yonggu had no choice but to try, to seize any opening for counterattack. Failure was inevitable otherwise. So the duel continued, while outside the ring, Iron Fist gang enforcers, who'd earlier looked as though they'd lost their mothers, now roared encouragement. Meanwhile, Lucy's men slumped, silently wilted like eggplants drenched by frost. Even a novice could now see Yang Ji's desperate, faltering resistance. Thud! Bajuo's kick slammed into Yang Ji's guarding forearm. Yonggu staggered, his previously immovable stance momentarily unbalanced. Thud! Bajuo followed instantly with a punch, unchanged in rhythm, undeterred by Yang Ji's stumble. He intended to wear his opponent down with relentless, methodical pressure. Yonggu fought to steady himself, and meeting Bajuo's fist, chose not to block, but to strike back with equal force. Bajuo knew the cannon fist's danger, yet this time he refused to evade. He would meet fist with fist. Simultaneously, one leg lashed out. Confident in his superior bone density, and certain Yang Ji's waning strength had diminished the cannon fist's impact. Their fists collided. Yang Ji's face contorted in genuine agony, not pretense. Yet he refused to retreat. Meeting Bajuo's kick, he countered with his own leg, unyielding, unflinching. Seeing Yonggu attempt leg-to-leg combat, Bajuo's calm expression softened into a faint, knowing smile. He acknowledged the youth's cannon fist prowess, but after prolonged testing, he knew those legs lacked fist-to-fist. Acceptable. Leg-to-leg. Pure folly. Thud! Bajuo's smile froze, then shattered. Yang Ji's kick carried far greater force than anticipated. Though he wielded no cannon leg, Yonggu stored kinetic energy along his spine, doubling the power of his next strike. This kick was its culmination. Though caught off guard, Bajuo remained unruffled. His razor-sharp combat intuition instantly registered Yang Ji's exhaustion. He needed only to step back, regain balance, and resume his overwhelming assault. Victory would still be his. But Yonggu, grasping this rare counterattacking opportunity, would not let it slip away. He surged forward with rapid, weighted steps, launching a tiger cannon fist, denying Bajuo any chance to recenter. Even then, Bajuo stayed calm. He doubted Yang Ji's dwindling reserves could sustain such explosive follow-ups. Each cannon fist expended further sapped Yang Ji's vitality, increasing Bajuo's odds with every blow. Bajuo understood that Yang Ge's cannon fist could not be sustained indefinitely. Yonggu himself was well aware of his physical limits, and what seemed like a desperate pursuit with the tiger cannon fist was not his true intention. In reality, the purpose was quite different. With another cannon fist strike, Bajuo's center of gravity was destabilized, and his defensive posture began to falter. Yonggu gritted his teeth as the qi and blood surged wildly within him. His fists and legs attacked Bajuo relentlessly, as if he were throwing them without concern for expense. If just moments ago he seemed like a wooden post being continuously struck by Bajuo, now Bajuo had become that wooden post. The foundational fist techniques and foundational leg techniques of perfect mastery were being executed by Yonggu with exquisite precision. The attacks flowed like mercury, without a single gap. Whenever Bajuo attempted to withstand a blow in hopes of creating a counterattack opportunity, Yonggu would unleash a full-force tiger cannon fist, forcing Bajuo to defend rather than retaliate. Good. The sudden shift in the situation caused Lucy, who had been anxiously watching from the side, to cheer loudly. Those who had been lethargic moments ago were now energized and joined in his celebration. However, Qingyong, who stood beside Lucy, frowned. His ears clearly picked up Yang Ge's heavy panting. What appeared to be a turning point in the battle was in fact the last desperate gasp. Cheng Yong understood Bajuo's strength. He did not believe that Yang Guest's final desperate counterattack could defeat Bajuo before exhausting himself. Why did senior brother Lin Hong send you? Cheng Yong's face showed a contemplative expression. It was no secret that the Iron Fist Gang had the Siam Association backing them. Lin Hong was clearly aware that the Siam Association could send those disciples from the slums to aid in the fight. So knowing that people from the Siam Association would come to assist, why still send Yanggu over? Did this little brat hide some secret technique capable of turning the tide? If Yanggu heard Cheng Yong's thoughts while fighting, he would surely curse. He had no secret techniques. The most powerful move he possessed was the Tiger Cannon Fist. Now he could barely afford to use even the Tiger Cannon Fist. Although his physique had improved, and he was no longer the fragile one who could only unleash 2 Tiger Cannon Fists per day, he could still not withstand continuously unleashing over 10 Tiger Cannon Fists. Especially now with his chi and blood severely depleted after a punch, he had no energy left to nourish his meridians. Every time Yanggu unleashed a Tiger Cannon Fist, his body had to endure the strain, and the damage to his body was causing his bones to emit sounds of unbearable burden. But he could not stop, nor dare to. In fact, he had considered jumping out of the ring to concede. Although conceding would leave one of his hands behind for Lu Si. Even though it was the first time Fu Bo had instructed him to do something, he still understood the gravity of failing a task compared to directly losing his life. However, he did not want to concede. Facing an opponent like Bajuo, and simply giving in what would happen in the future. He had the talent of refining through countless practices, and as his martial arts training progressed, he would acquire more spirit seeds. Although he had the breath-holding technique, what if the opponent opened their heavenly eye? If even a single ancient practitioner mentioned by Fu Bo discovered any clues, he would have no way to escape. So now gritting his teeth and persisting without yielding was to ensure he could confront those ancient practitioners without evasion. This was a hurdle he had to overcome. If he conceded now, it was very likely he would become the person Fu Bo referred to whose secret value outweighed their utility. The ancient practitioners had not discovered him, but Fu Bo would first use him as material for research. Thus what seemed like a concession was actually a path that could lead to death. Bang! Yanggu unleashed another Tiger Cannon Fist, shattering Bajuo's intent to withstand. As this punch was thrown, Yang Guest's expression twisted into a grimace. His arms burned with pain, and his back was numb to the point of losing sensation. If it weren't for the muscle memory of his legs, which had transformed into spirit seeds, allowing him to attack according to his will, he would now be completely at a loss. On the opposite side, Bajuo, who took another Tiger Cannon Fist from Yanggu, revealed a rich smile. He clearly sensed the weakness conveyed in this punch. Laugh it up, you bastard. Yanggu kicked out his toes, heading straight for the space between Bajuo's legs. After Bajuo retreated to evade, Yang Guest's kicking foot seamlessly transitioned into another kick. He despised Bajuo's current smile, in which he saw the hunter's mocking gaze upon the prey struggling in its death throes, losing its ability to resist. He did not want to become the other's prey, nor did he want to die. Bajuo raised his knee to block Yang Guest's attack, and launched a punch toward Yang Guest's head. The prey's punches were already quite weak, so he would crush him while he still had a last bit of strength. Let him wail with his final ounce of power. Facing Bajuo's attack, Yang Guest's arm could barely lift, and he could only grit his teeth, allowing his other leg supporting his body to spring up and sweep toward Bajuo's ribs. Watching the opponent's final struggle, a sadistic gleam flickered in Bajuo's eyes. He did not evade. He wanted the prey before him to clearly feel the despair that this last counterattack could not shake him at all. And on the opposite side, as Yanggu made a decisive final counterattack, a flicker of divine light moved in his eyes. Countless shadows of kicks played rapidly in his mind, like a slideshow: side kicks, sweeping kicks, whip kicks, skyward kicks. Various angles and actions of kicking constantly overlapped, becoming the deepest memory of his. A sound akin to an egg cracking echoed in Yang Guest's heart. Bang! Yanggu kicked Bajuo in the side ribs, while Bajuo's punch, due to Yang Guest's midair side kick twisting his body, failed to land on his head. Bajuo's expression, which had been twisted into a cruel smile, instantly changed. The force of this kick far exceeded his expectations, sending him flying horizontally. Clap! Yang Guest's other leg landed with his foot striking the ground, as if it had exploded in the air, producing a crisp crackling sound. Balancing on one foot with his body in a twisted state from the side kick, the roots of his foot anchored him, allowing Yanggu to stabilize his center of gravity instantly, and his other leg followed suit. His body did not stagger in the slightest, his leg muscles tightened and sprung forth like a cheetah. In the next moment, before Bajuo, who was propelled horizontally, could land, Yanggu kicked him again. His body, which had been flying to the left, suddenly turned to the right, ultimately crashing into the crowd of Iron Fist gang members. You? Bajuo struggled to rise, but the pain in his ribs prevented him from making any significant movements. He could only laboriously lift his head, gazing at Yang Gu in disbelief. He could not comprehend why his opponent, already at the end of his tether, could still unleash such tremendous power. Unfortunately, there was no time for him to ponder further as blood began to uncontrollably froth from his mouth. Clearly, he had broken ribs that had pierced into his internal organs. Take me back to the gang, hurry. As a Ming-Jin martial artist, Bajuo had an unusually clear perception of his body. He immediately controlled all the muscles in his body to clamp down on the fractured ribs, preventing them from causing secondary damage to his internal organs. Hearing Bajuo's cry, Yaka was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure and instructed his subordinates, "Find a stretcher, no, a doorboard will do. Hurry and bring it to carry him out." Looking at the Iron Fist gang in a flurry, they carried the injured away. The scene first fell into silence. Then someone shouted, "We won! We won!" The silence was shattered, transforming into a sea of joy. "We won, haha, we won. We defeated the Iron Fist gang. We won against the Iron Fist gang. We defeated the Iron Fist gang." Gurgling. In the back courtyard of the Shanhofu Martial Arts School, a large pot sits on a makeshift earthen stove filled with water, and on top of it rests a wooden bucket. At this moment, the firewood underneath the pot burns fiercely, crackling loudly. The water inside the pot has reached a boil, bubbling and releasing steam. Inside the bucket, Yang Gu sits, the opening covered by a lid resembling an ancient torture device, leaving only his head exposed. To an unknowing observer, it might appear as though someone is being boiled alive. In reality, this is a treatment for Yang Gu's injuries. Indeed, his victory was assured, but the reckless expenditure of his vital energy would certainly leave lasting repercussions if he didn't take proper care to recuperate. A regular medicinal bath wouldn't suffice, so Uncle Fu decided to boil him instead. After being boiled for a full hour, he was retrieved by Uncle Fu for a massage and the application of silver needles. "You cannot practice the Tiger Cannon Fist for now. I'll focus on transporting and refining your qi to nurture your body." Removing the silver needles from Yang Gu's back, Uncle Fu waved his hand, indicating he could leave. Dressing and stepping out of the medicinal room, Yang Gu looked up at the sun in the sky. "It's great to be alive." Hastily leaving the courtyard of the medicinal room, he glanced at the panel. Name: Yang Gu. Talent: 100 training achievements. Realm: initial stage of Mingjing. Spiritual roots: rooted in legs. Spiritual roots: leg techniques. Spiritual roots: fist techniques. Double horse stance: great perfection 393400. Lying tiger stance: minor perfection 277300. Tiger cannon fist: minor perfection 182300. A breath control technique: minor perfection 162300. A short stick perfection 51300. The spiritual roots of basic leg and fist techniques were both breakthroughs achieved during combat. However, at that time, Yang Gu had overexerted himself with the Tiger Cannon Fist, leaving his arms nearly useless, ultimately defeating Bajuo with his leg techniques. After the basic leg and fist techniques transformed into spiritual roots, Yang Ji's understanding of these techniques ascended to a new height. For instance, when defeating Bajuo, he was able to kick him away with a heavy kick. This was an application of the leg technique's spiritual root. Previously, Yang Gu's application of strength was quite rudimentary, only allowing him to store a burst of power in his back for a doubled force on his next attack. However, once the spiritual roots of the leg and fist techniques were successfully condensed, he could store a burst of power in his back, while also doubling the striking power of his fists or legs. This enabled his explosive power to reach 4 times its original height. It was precisely this transformation that led Bajuo to misjudge the strength of his attack, catching him off guard and winning the match. Nevertheless, such an explosion does not come without cost, requiring a massive expenditure of vital energy. Yang Gu's body is currently weak, largely due to the excessive consumption from the Tiger Cannon Fist. The explosive power of his legs also contributed significantly. The newly acquired spiritual roots have not greatly improved my proficiency in techniques, Yang Gu murmured. When he first acquired the horse stance spiritual root, the enhancement to his proficiency in other techniques was immense, with some directly breaking through realms. However, for these 2 newly acquired spiritual roots, it seems that due to the higher realms of the other techniques, the improvement in proficiency is much harder to achieve. Or perhaps the enhancement effect of these basic level spiritual roots has already been overshadowed by the horse stance spiritual root. Thus, when the basic fist and leg techniques transformed into spiritual roots, their impact on the proficiency of other martial skills was minimal. Even so, compared to daily incremental training, the transformation of basic martial skills into spiritual roots still yields significant benefits. For instance, basic sword techniques or basic knife techniques. Although swords and knives are not as convenient to carry as sticks, for instance, basic sword techniques or basic knife techniques. Although swords and knives are not as convenient to carry as sticks, as long as he possesses spiritual roots, it doesn't mean he has to fight with those specific weapons. Moreover, having a variety of skills is never a disadvantage. Mastering various weapons such as swords, spears, halberds, and axes will significantly boost his combat power. In future fights, he can wield whatever weapon he finds. I hope senior brother Lin Hong won't mind the trouble, Yang Ge thought, heading towards the front courtyard to seek Lin Hong. However, before he could reach the front courtyard, Lin Hong came directly to find him. In the future, would you prefer your share from the Tiger Tooth Gang in cash or as a card for direct deposits? Tiger Tooth Gang. Share. Yang Ge looked utterly confused. It's the gang established by Lu Si. You helped him win, and from now on you'll receive 10% of the profits from those two streets, while the martial arts school takes 60% and he takes 30%. You don't need to worry about the gang's affairs, you'll only receive pure profit. However, your share is limited to these two streets, and if his territory expands in the future, you won't be entitled to any profit without contributing. Upon hearing Lin Hong's profit-sharing proposal, Yang Ge's first reaction was that the martial arts school was quite greedy, taking 60%. Then he felt puzzled as to why he only received 10% despite risking his life. Ultimately, he concluded that since he didn't have to manage anything or exert further effort, simply sitting back and collecting 10% profit might not be so bad after all. Later territorial expansion. Yang Gu recalled the incident of the Black Snake Gang swallowing the Tianyan Gang on his street. After this assistance, he gained a deeper understanding of the gangs in the Western City District. Previously, his understanding of gangs was that as long as one was skilled and had the guts to wield a watermelon knife to attack others, they could seize territory. But the assistance in the fight enlightened him. What seemed like a rustic gang that only knew how to hack people and collect protection fees actually had so many interests intertwined behind the scenes. Lu Si has successfully raised the flag and will have a 6-month protection period. After 6 months, once he has established himself, he will wish to expand outward, or if neighboring gangs find him easy to bully, they might come to seize his territory. In principle, these territorial disputes are limited to the gangs in the Western City, and higher-level forces should not intervene. But in reality, there are many manipulative tactics involved. If higher-level forces intervene, they will certainly pay a price if caught, but if not caught, it's a case of no evidence. It all depends on whether someone is willing to take the risk. Lin Hong smiled knowingly. Yang Ge instantly understood the underlying tricks of the trade. There's always a plan B in place. During gang fights, all sorts of unexpected events can happen. This was not just a fight. Two individuals in the ring can clearly see each other. During a gang conflict, as long as they aren't caught on the spot, a gang leader of the Mingjing level was killed by a mere underling wielding a watermelon knife. If you don't believe it, let the already deceased gang leader rise again and let the underling strike him once more to prove it. You must not go too far, otherwise it will be hard to explain. Seeing the thoughtful look on Yang Ge's face, Lin Hong offered a reminder. While everyone is tacitly aware a fig leaf is still necessary. Otherwise, going too far can easily provoke a larger gang conflict, which is something the higher-ups do not want to see. Of course, if a force like the Shanhofu Martial Arts School and the Siamese Association declares war on each other, then there's no need for such concerns. The smaller gangs under the rivals will be easily wiped out at will. As long as it doesn't cause too many civilian casualties, the upper echelons won't bother to intervene. Afterwards, the victorious side simply needs to pay the costs that the defeated side was originally required to contribute each year. The influx of a large number of illegal immigrants has worsened the already harsh living conditions of the shanty town. Everywhere is crowded, making it impossible to find a place to step. Previously, the shanty town would only experience a flow of excrement and urine during heavy rains. Now, every corner seems to have become an open toilet. Many who have just crossed over are struggling to even have a meal, so they save wherever they can, not even buying a urinal. In the middle of the night, when nature calls, they dare not venture too deep into the garbage dump, so they simply find a corner to relieve themselves. Therefore, during this time, one often hears angry shouts in the middle of the night as the illegal immigrants are discovered by the tent owners while urinating near their tents. What are they doing? Upon returning home, Yang Ge saw a group of illegal immigrants carrying shovels, carts, and other tools emerging from the garbage dump, and he asked, "It's too cramped." The Black Snake Gang has organized these illegal immigrants to move the garbage around, creating more space. At the same time, they are providing these immigrants with an opportunity to take out high-interest loans. That's right, Yang Huaishan interjected. It's not a mistake. Even to borrow high-interest loans, one needs to work to secure a quota, or else they won't even qualify for the loans. Under normal circumstances, the interest for illegal immigrants borrowing high-interest loans for the first time is usually not very high, leading them to feel that as long as they find work, they will be able to repay it. Otherwise, they would not see the beautiful life they imagined upon crossing over. Instead, they experience a life of uncertainty and hunger. If you don't allow them to see hope, it would be strange if they did not explode. Of course, because the interest is low, the amount of the loan is also not much. The money lent to these illegal immigrants is primarily meant to help them make ends meet. For instance, they need to buy essentials like pots, pans, and urinals. As the temperature rises, continuing to relieve themselves in public could lead to an outbreak of disease in the shanty town. After securing daily necessities, they also buy some food. Although it may not be much rationing, it can help them. With food in hand, the impending emotional outbursts can be soothed. Thus, the shanty town, which feels like a powder keg ready to explode due to the large influx of illegal immigrants, becomes temporarily calmer. The gang can take this opportunity to roughly categorize these illegal immigrants. After categorization, they still cannot be sent directly to the docks or factories. The time for refinement is too short, and the unstable factors among these illegal immigrants have not yet been eliminated. If they were sent to the city center and committed a crime, the gang would bear joint responsibility as the guarantor. Thus, after this initial categorization, the gang will select some reliable-looking individuals who seem honest and simple. They will personally take these individuals to the city center to observe their work. This group not only brings immediate benefits to the gang, but also serves as a role model. Other illegal immigrants, seeing those who were once just as hungry as them now having work and being able to repay their loans while improving their lives, will naturally want to find work as well. In this way, these illegal immigrants will not need to do anything for the gang. They will voluntarily suppress their hostility and become obedient in order to secure opportunities for work sooner. Gradually, this group of illegal immigrants, which initially resembled a powder keg ready to explode, will be gradually diffused. As time passes, these illegal immigrants will become residents of the shanty town. When these residents grow old or fall ill and are accidentally crushed by machinery in factories, or when gang conflicts arise, they will be consumed. When the shanty town becomes slightly empty, a new batch of illegal immigrants will once again flood, in creating a continuous cycle. Thus, even if there are fewer women and children are likely to die at birth, there will not be a shortage of population. Having something to do is good. It means having food to eat, preventing chaos from arising out of idleness. Yang Gu remarked, then shifted the topic to ask, is everything all right here today? Why do I see the Black Snake Gang increasing their manpower at the intersection? To the west, 2 streets away, there's a gang called the Wolf Gang. Today, their leader came with lackeys to negotiate with the Black Snake Gang. The leader of the Tianyan Gang is his brother, and now that he has died under mysterious circumstances, the Black Snake Gang must provide an explanation. Did a fight break out? Not yet, but given the situation, it is very likely. Yang Huaishan said. Yang Ge looked at the illegal immigrants finishing their work not far away, lining up to receive food from the lackeys of the Black Snake Gang, revealing a thoughtful expression. The leader of the Wolf Gang likely comes from the same faction as Wu Tai of the Tianyan Gang. Therefore, after Wu Tai was taken out, the Wolf Gang would demand an explanation. As for why they didn't demand an explanation on the day Wu Tai was killed, but waited until now to come, it is likely due to timing. There was a large influx of illegal immigrants the day after Wu Tai was killed. The situation on the Wolf Gang side is also unstable. They cannot bring lackeys over for a fight. Otherwise, whether they can win with their younger brothers is questionable, and their own territory might explode first. Thus, they can only appease these illegal immigrants for now, and once the situation stabilizes, they will turn their attention to the Black Snake Gang. Wu Tai used to be involved in underground fighting. I wonder if the Siamese will come out. As for Zhou Kuei of the Black Snake Gang, Yang Ge furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. Previously, as an ordinary person, he had no idea about the many twists and turns behind the gang. So he was completely unaware of the martial arts school or the gang behind the Black Snake Gang. His mind held no useful information. Yang Ge had already eaten dinner at the martial arts school, while Yang Huaishan was in the adjoining room cooking himself a bowl of plain noodles. The reason for cooking in the adjoining room instead of the living room as before is not that the living room is too crowded with things and there is no space. Rather, it is because outside, a group of illegal immigrants who have not been selected for work are still hungry. When a person is hungry, their bottom line easily drops and their hostility accumulates. Facing a group of illegal immigrants who could explode at any moment eating in front of them is just asking for trouble. Therefore, it is better to hide a bit during mealtime to avoid triggering the nerves of these hungry people. Yang Huaishan went to eat in the back room, while Yang Gu stayed in the living room. In recent days, there have been many incidents of theft, and patients might arrive at the clinic at any moment, so someone needs to be on guard. Sitting in the living room calculating how much profit there was from 2 streets away, a frail old gambler squeezed in through the door. Yang Gu, could you do me a favor? Sure. Yang Gu looked up at the old gambler. I see you leave early every morning. Can you take Wanru with you when you go? The old gambler glanced anxiously outside. Li Wanru now works the day shift. Besides being a dishwashing worker, she also has to do miscellaneous tasks. So she needs to be at the hotel before 6 in the morning to help move goods, wash vegetables, and prepare for the lunch rush. Although the days are getting brighter earlier this season, 5 o'clock is still too early and the streets are very quiet. The lackeys of the Black Snake Gang are even less likely to get up early to maintain order. Therefore, waking up early and returning late is equally dangerous. The morning air of the shanty town was thick with the mingled stench of urine and decay. Yang Gu frowned slightly as he stood at his doorstep, occasionally glancing back at the old gambler's house. Thank you. Li Weiner timidly stepped out of the house, carrying a tote bag. She was a kind-hearted girl, once vibrant and full of laughter. Unfortunately, after her mother couldn't bear the burden and fled from the family, the pressure of life began to weigh heavily on the girl, causing her to become increasingly silent and numb. It's nothing, I usually wake up early anyway, let's go. Yang Gu said. Li Weiner followed behind with her. Behind them, the old gambler had come out of the house at some point, looking regretfully at his frail daughter's back. The street was sparsely populated with only a few vendors pulling their food carts, creating squeaking sounds as they moved. For the most part, no one spoke. Waking up early every day over the years, few could maintain a good mood at such an early hour. In fact, those who rose early to sell goods were often at greater risk than those heading to work. Vendors needed to keep some change for business, while most workers had breakfast at home before leaving, often without even a penny for a meal, making them less appealing targets for robbery. As for Li Weiner, although she also left without money in the morning, she was a woman. Most of the illegal immigrants were struggling with hunger, focused solely on filling their stomachs, leaving them with neither the energy nor strength to think of anything else. However, in the shantytown, there were many single men. The women there, lacking both beauty and figure, were not particularly young, yet the half-closed doors of their businesses thrived with these single men forming the majority. Previously, when the weather was cold, people bundled up in thick coats and pants, making it difficult to take off their clothes, let alone engage in any illicit activities. But as the weather grew hotter, people wore less, and the gazes of single men toward women became increasingly lewd. Moreover, with illegal immigrants everywhere, the security situation was even more chaotic than before. Women, especially those like Li Weiner, despite their thin frames, were young, and thus increasingly at risk. As they walked, Yang Gu felt many lecherous gazes directed at them, not only from vendors, but also from laborers heading to work. This was likely why the old gambler sought him out, instead of allowing Li Weiner to venture out alone among the morning crowd of vendors and workers. The hotel where Lin Weiner worked was not far from the docks. Although it was called a hotel, it hardly provided any lodging services. During the day, it served food, primarily catering to the workers at the docks, somewhat resembling a fast food canteen. At night, the place transformed into a den of vice, with flamboyant women standing at the entrance soliciting clients. With the casino business, the place was even livelier at night. What time do you finish work in the afternoon? Yang Gu asked as he walked Li Weiner to the alley behind the hotel. 6 o'clock. Although she wouldn't be busy serving dinner, Li Weiner needed to wash the lunch dishes and tidy up the kitchen before she could leave. Then I'll come pick you up at 6. Since he had promised the old gambler, he certainly couldn't let anything happen to Li Weiner in the morning or evening. After all, it was only half a month until the next shift, and then Li Weiner would be working the night shift. During night shifts, she would arrive at the hotel around 4 or 5 in the afternoon and leave the next morning around 8 or 9. During those 2 time periods, the streets were bustling with people. As long as Li Weiner didn't wander into secluded areas, she would generally be safe, even if some single men had ulterior motives. Li Weiner nodded. She was aware of the current situation in the shantytown. Although she didn't want to trouble Yang Gu, she also understood that this was not something to be taken lightly. Yang Gu watched Li Weiner walk into the alley, only turning to leave once she had entered the hotel. After he left, the older woman who had been sweeping the alley glanced at his departing figure, then picked up her broom and also entered the hotel's back door. Weiner, who was that just now? Your boyfriend? The older woman asked with a friendly smile, though her eyes flickered with curiosity. No, Li Weiner replied coldly as she rinsed radishes in the sink, showing no desire for The older woman seemed to understand Li Weiner's gloomy nature, not minding her tone as she continued. Then who is he? He seems quite handsome. Faced with the older woman's probing, Li Weiner remained silent, gritting her teeth as she struggled to lift a basket of radishes into the sink, then picked up a brush and began her work. Seeing Li Weiner not respond, the older woman was about to ask again. At that moment, a chef passed by the back kitchen, watching Li Weiner work diligently and glancing at the older woman standing idly by with a broom. Today, a new batch of laborers is coming to the docks. What are you standing around for? Get to work. If the ingredients aren't ready, it'll affect the boss business, and you'll regret it later. Just finish sweeping, getting to work now. The older woman replied with a smile, quickly putting the broom aside and joining Li Weiner at the sink to wash the radishes. However, as she bent down when the chef couldn't see her face, she muttered quietly under her breath. After the chef left, only the small worker who was washing vegetables remained in the yard. The older woman dropped the brush in her hand. The water was quite cold in the early morning. As for the large basin of radishes, she and Li Weiner were partners in this task, and naturally the work fell to Li Weiner. Other small workers observed this scene. A young man, unable to bear it, was about to speak up, but was nudged by the old man he was working with, signaling him to remain silent. The older woman was not only hot-tempered, but also had a foul mouth. Most importantly, she had a son involved with gangs. Such a person was not someone ordinary people could provoke. Moreover, she was paired with Li Weiner. Since Li Weiner said nothing, they as outsiders naturally wouldn't intervene. The older woman noticed the exchange between the young man and the old man, snorting derisively. These mud-legged men dared to bare their teeth. Her son had done some dirty work before, and he was quite formidable. Yanga headed to the martial arts school, first to have his medicinal meal, then to the pharmacy. After the medicinal bath, Uncle Fu gave him a massage and acupuncture session. After 2 treatments, the qi and blood he had been lacking were replenished, leaving no lasting issues. Once the acupuncture was done, Uncle Fu washed his hands and said, "You'll soon have an income. Starting next month, you'll need to pay for the medicinal meals and baths." Uncle Fu's words caught Yanggu off guard for a moment, then he realized something and nodded. All right. The martial arts school provided free training for Yanggu, expecting him to help out in return. There is a significant difference between Yanggu actively working to enhance his strength and merely fulfilling obligations. From the perspective of the martial arts school, the assistance provided to Yanggu during this time was already a form of favor. If Yanggu understood gratitude, he would surely repay the martial arts school once he achieved success in martial arts. If he did not, then even if they invested heavily in him, he would remain ungrateful. Moreover, in the adult world, relationships are not something that can be excessive. A moderate amount is sufficient. Too much turns into a burden. And in adulthood, friendships are friendships and business is business. Standing in the courtyard, Yanggu was refining his blood and qi. After finishing, he prepared to find senior brother Lin Hong to learn more weapon techniques when Cheng Yong hurried over. "Come with me, something happened with the Tiger Tooth gang." "What happened? Did another gang come to take over their territory? Didn't they say there would be a protection period after the flag was raised?" Yanga put on the coat hanging nearby while following Cheng Yong outside and said, "It's not about territory, it's that the smugglers in those 2 streets they took control of are out of control. Yesterday, a smuggler attacked Lu Si. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been killed," Cheng Yong said. Naturally, no one dared to cause trouble openly during the protection period for novice gangs in the city. Therefore, even if the Iron Fist gang wanted to take back the territory from Lu Si and other gangs were coveting it, they didn't dare to act directly. However, if the attackers were desperate smugglers, then this could not be blamed on other gangs, and it wouldn't violate the rules of the city. You can only blame Lu Si for being incompetent. How serious is it? Have they caught the attackers? Yanga couldn't help but ask. They killed 3. The others ran to the territory of other gangs, and Lu Si was refused when he took people to search. So what are we going to do now? We're not going to protect Lu Si, are we? Yanga frowned and asked. It was evident that he did not wish to get involved in this messy situation. Although Uncle Fu said that the medicinal meals and baths would start charging next month, he desperately needed the 10% income from Lu Si's territory. But anyone with a brain could understand that Lu Si being attacked by smugglers was merely a superficial cover. There must be other gangs involved behind the scenes, possibly even the Siam Association. The Siam Association has hidden strength and even more powerful warriors. If the other party were to secretly strike, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. To risk one's life for a 10% profit was clearly not worth it for Yanggu. No, someone is scheming behind the scenes. Having another visible warrior on Lu Si's side is of little use. Cheng Yong shook his head. So why are we going? To support Lu Si. Are we going to help him fight again? Yanggu was taken aback. No, Lu Si is. We're going to support him just in case, Chung Yong explained. Oh, I see. Yang Gu breathed a sigh of relief, and then curiously asked what's Lu Si's solution. To sort through the residents and smugglers on his territory and recruit the warriors among them into the Tiger Tooth gang. Is that method useful? Yang Gu raised an eyebrow, not believing this was a good method. It was impossible to distinguish whether the incoming warriors were talented or treacherous. Forcing them to gather now could lead to unforeseen consequences. Seemingly sensing Yang Gu's thoughts, Chung Yong said this method does have its risks, but for now the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. By gathering these warriors together, there would be no one left on Lu Si's territory who could threaten him. If these warriors joined the Tiger Tooth gang and then betrayed them, that would simply follow the rules of the underworld. At that time, no matter which gang's territory he ran to, the Marshal Hall would have the right to send someone to pull him out and clean house. If after gathering these warriors Lu Si were still taken out by smugglers from other places. Chung Yong did not continue, a cold smile appearing on his face. If today Lu Si were killed by wandering warriors, it wouldn't matter if those warriors were real smugglers or imposters. By tomorrow at the latest, the heads of several gang leaders nearby would also be rolling, just like no one had anyone backing them. So Lu Si's current method, while seemingly reckless in bringing in unknown warriors, was actually a strategic maneuver. But given the current situation, it was already a good solution to the crisis. What happens later is to be discussed later. The priority is to solve the immediate problem. Otherwise, you might lose your life without knowing why, and you wouldn't even be qualified to talk about the future. The reason I called you is not just for support. What's the reason? Yang Gu turned to look at Chung Yong. Lu Si means that since it's gotten this big, after recruiting these warriors, they cannot just eat for free, they need to work. So he plans to take out 20% of his earnings from the territory. The Marshal Hall side is also prepared to take out 20% of their earnings as benefits for the newly recruited warriors. If there's money to be made, these people will have the motivation to work hard. While I'll contribute half a share, I come from a shantytown, and I have no change in my pocket, so I can only give this much. Alright, as long as you have this attitude, that's enough. In fact, this profit is only temporarily taken out, as Lu Si said they cannot let these people eat for free. If they can recruit the warriors into the gang, the strength of the Tiger Tooth gang will grow rapidly. Once Lu Si stabilizes the situation, he will definitely expand outward, and at that time your profits will return. Let's hope so. Yang Gu displayed a smile. However, deep down, he did not have high hopes for Lu Si's future. Before it even started, they began selling thunder in the gang. Unless luck was extraordinary, it was unlikely that the recruited warriors with unclear backgrounds would all be reliable. Otherwise, the faster the development, the faster the demise. Once we get there, don't mention the benefits. Let's see how many people we can recruit first. If we only recruit a few strays, we won't need to put out so much money. After all, Lu Si is the gang leader. We are merely insiders. It's unreasonable for insiders to drink soup while these outsiders eat meat. What if we don't recruit any warriors? If we don't recruit any warriors, it would mean that there's no one on Lu Si's territory who could threaten him. The people who could kill him have already fled. If those people ran to other territories and then returned to kill Lu Si, the Mountain Tiger Marshal Hall would have reason to suspect that these were the people of other gang leaders. Otherwise, when being chased by Lu Si's men, why would these people run to your gang and not to other gangs, especially since you won't allow searches? Chung Yong snorted disdainfully. Whether Lu Si can recruit warriors today or whether there are any warriors on his territory is not important. What's important is to bring this matter to light under the witness of the Mountain Tiger Marshal Hall. Thus, his life during the protection period is tied to the lives of the other gang leaders. If he dies without a clear reason, the Mountain Tiger Marshal Hall would have reason to act, sending a few of the other leaders down to accompany him. As for filtering out the warriors, what if those people refuse to join the Tiger Tooth gang? Do you think Chung Yong specifically made this trip just for show? If Chung Yong can't hold them down, do you think the Mountain Tiger Marshal Hall is merely for show? What if during the filtering process a fish slips through the net and ends up killing Lu Si? The shanty town in the west of the city follows the rules of the gang, not the established law. The peacekeepers need evidence to catch people, but the Mountain Tiger Marshal Hall does not. If Lu Si dies, the Mountain Tiger Marshal Hall won't be interested in proving the innocence of other gangs. Directly killing people would be the right solution. Thus, Lu Si's current method of recruiting warriors, seemingly a forced choice, may lay hidden dangers for the future development of the gang, but in reality, it is also a strategic move. As he stepped out in the morning, the sky was painted with rosy hues, but by noon a strong wind had picked up, and by afternoon the sky had turned overcast. In the garbage dump of the Tiger Tooth gang's territory, a father and son were rummaging for ropes and materials like plastic and wooden boards to reinforce their makeshift shelter. They were preparing to prevent their home from turning into a water curtain cave if it rained at night. The father was named Wang Dachui, and the son was Wang Taizhu. Wang Dachui had a scruffy beard and deep-set wrinkles on his forehead, making him look much older than his 40-something years. With his calloused hands and dark skin, he resembled a typical old farmer squatting by the roadside. Wang Taizhu appeared to be around 15 or 16, about the same age as Yang Ge. However, he was much sturdier than Yang Ge, looking like a robust pillar, showing no signs of the hunger he had endured during this time. "Dad, are we really going to join the Tiger Tooth Gang?" Wang Taizhu asked, pulling tightly on the rope to secure the wooden supports of the shelter. Whether it would rain tonight remained uncertain, but the strong wind could easily blow their shelter apart. "What do you think?" Wang Dachui did not dismiss his son's opinion simply because he was young. Instead, he asked him directly. "I feel that Lu Si isn't very capable. Although he has the powerful Shan Hubang behind him, if he doesn't have the ability himself, no amount of help will matter. Furthermore, it seems that the Shan Hubang isn't fully committed to supporting Lu Si. His success or failure largely depends on whether he can prove himself." Wang Taizhu, despite his somewhat foolish appearance due to his weight, was quite clever and far from dull. Since he was young, he had been perceptive and intelligent. Thus, after just one act of support and one public appearance, he had met with people from the Shan Hubang twice. He was able to analyze the Shan Hubang's attitude towards Lu Si quite thoroughly. Indeed, he seems to lack potential. If he can secure the position of the leader of the Tiger Tooth Gang in this lifetime, that will be the end of it. Wang Dachui nodded, agreeing with his son's assessment. However, he quickly shifted the conversation, saying, "Whether he has great potential or not is not the issue right now. At present, we have two choices before us: to move to another place or to follow him for a meal. Which one do you choose? Is there even a choice?" Wang Taizhu instinctively rubbed his belly. Ever since his father had killed the village head who wanted to seize their family land in a fit of rage, he had not had a full meal. Though he appeared quite fat now, he had actually lost quite a bit of weight over time. "Then why are you still talking? Hurry up and get to work." Wang Dachui shot a glare at his son. Wang Taizhu was generally good-natured, but he had a penchant for being clever since he was young. His father had even given him the rather silly name Wang Taizhu and had fed him lavishly to make him appear harmless. Yet his cleverness could not be concealed, often surfacing unexpectedly. "I'm working, aren't I? My hands haven't stopped," Wang Taizhu muttered under his breath. Wang Taizhu understood that his father wanted him to hide his cleverness, as without any family background, being too smart could lead to being targeted or facing early demise. In the world of ordinary families, a genius must pay a price to grow up smoothly. However, he knew he had a natural tendency to show off, making it impossible to act deep and mysterious. Moreover, being young, he was inclined to analyze everything he saw, which had earned him quite a few beatings. As for why they were reinforcing the shelter instead of moving to a better place in the Tiger Tooth Gang, the reason was clear. Others might not understand, but Wang Taizhu was aware of his father's thoughts. There were two reasons: one was the fear of standing out, and the other was that agreeing too quickly would seem cheap. Since he didn't have high hopes for Lu Si's future, it would be better to go with the flow. He would wait for the other two martial artists to make their choices before deciding on his course of action. Cheng Yong was adept at assessing abilities. With his help, 3 martial artists, 2 men and 1 woman, were selected. Among them, Wang Dachui and a woman named Zhou Rong were chosen from the group of illegal immigrants. The other man, named Qian Hui, was a local resident. He arrived in the city 3 years ago, and when the Iron Fist Gang was still in control of the area, he had concealed his strength by working as a laborer at the docks. Had it not been for Cheng Yong's assessment, he would likely have remained hidden. As for why he concealed his identity as a martial artist, Qian Hui was unwilling to share, and Lu Si did not inquire. Those who came to the city were either escaping hardship at home in search of fortune, or those who had committed crimes back home and could not stay. Qian Hui likely belonged to the latter group, having offended someone with considerable influence. That's why he had come to this district, yet he still preferred to remain anonymous while working as a laborer. He also did not dare reveal his identity as a martial artist. Even his name, Qian Hui, might be a false identity. However, none of this was significant. It was acceptable even if Qian Hui did not join the Tiger Tooth Gang. The purpose of this screening was not merely to recruit personnel. The real objective was to set the stage for the coming year. Due to the gloomy weather, night fell early, prompting Yang Ge to leave the Tiger Tooth Gang's territory ahead of time. As for Cheng Yong, after fortuitously discovering that Qian Hui, a martial artist suffering from a severe cold, was at home recuperating, he decided to wait until nightfall to inspect all the laborers returning from work before leaving. To put on a complete show, so that if Lu Si were to inexplicably meet his end, the Shanhobang's actions would. Yang Ge returned to the martial arts hall first to make up for the missed medicinal bath and herbal meals from noon before going to pick up Li Wanru. Standing in the morning watching Li Wanru enter through the back door, Yang Gu kicked at the stones on the ground out. After waiting a while, without seeing Li Wanru come out, he lifted his leg and walked towards the alley. He had no watch to check the time, but it was already past 6 as the dock was empty and the laborers had finished work a while ago. After taking a few steps forward, he heard a creaking sound as Li Wanru hurriedly emerged from the back. Upon seeing Yang Gu approaching, Li Wanru quickened her pace and jogged over to him. Behind her, the elderly woman who had been sweeping in the morning rushed out saying, "Wanru, where are you going? I still haven't finished my..." The woman who followed out saw Yang Gu in the alley and swallowed her unfinished words, forcing a smile before turning back. "I'm sorry, I had too much work and finished late." Li Wanru apologized, panting. "It's fine. Who was that?" Yang Gu nodded towards the woman who had just entered through the back door. "A co-worker not familiar," Li Wanru said, looking down. "Oh." Yang Gu nodded, and since Li Wanru didn't elaborate, he didn't press for more. However, he caught a glimpse of the empty bag Li Wanru was carrying. In the past, after work, she would bring back leftovers for the old gambler, but today she had brought nothing. Yang Gu walked ahead with Li Wanru following closely behind. The sky darkened swiftly. A howling gale raged across the shanty town, rattling corrugated iron sheets and plastic tarps with a relentless metallic clatter. The leaden clouds seemed to swallow all light. Yang Gu could barely make out the path beneath his feet. Fortunately, Li Wanru carried a small flashlight in her bag. Otherwise, the two would have had to grope their way forward in utter darkness. Besides the flashlight, her bag also held a dagger, a standard possession for children raised in the walled district. Whether she kept lime powder in her trouser pocket, however, remained uncertain. They walked in silence. Occasionally, a sudden noise from the roadside would prompt Li Wanru to instinctively grip the dagger in her pocket, not reach for Yang Ji's arm in fear. Yang Gu had already drawn his collapsible baton, ready for any danger that might emerge. Their journey passed without incident, until they neared the street where they lived when Yang Huaishan's voice rang out ahead. "Is that Yang Gu?" "It's my father. Wanru. Is Wanru with you?" This time the old gambler spoke. Fearing something had befallen the pair, they had taken flashlights and come searching. "I'm here," Li Wanru replied, her tone cool, distant. Though she worked tirelessly to support her gambling father, her heart held little warmth for him. The four reunited and walked together until reaching the clinic's entrance, where they parted ways. "Why did you return so late today?" Yang Huaishan asked, placing his flashlight into the drawer. Li Wanru finished work late. Her shift ran long. "I see." Yang Huaishan nodded, saying nothing more. Though deeply concerned for his son's safety, he could not bring himself to say, "If it grows too late, don't wait for Wanru. Just return home early on your own." "Have you eaten dinner?" "I ate at the martial arts hall." "You prepare something for yourself. The weather's grim, and there'll likely be no patients tonight. Close up early. Then I'll cook dinner. I'll leave the door to you." Outside, the wind roared, and the night lay impenetrably black. Few would brave such conditions to seek medical aid. In this shanty town, many households lacked even a single flashlight. That night passed quietly, and at dawn the next day, Yang Gu once again escorted Li Wanru to work. After dropping her off, he noticed the elderly woman who had swept the alleyway the previous day was absent. He paid it no mind and turned directly toward the martial arts hall. Today marked the day Lu Si would formally recruit 3 martial artists into his gang. Yet Qing Yong had not come to summon him. Yesterday's summons had served a specific purpose, to involve him in the division of profits. Bringing Yang Gu to witness Lu Si's current state firsthand was meant to dispel any lingering resentment or doubt within him. Now the financial shares had been firmly settled. The martial arts hall contributed 1/10, Lu Si 2/10. Yang Ji's share remained untouched. Lu Si feared Yang Gu would grow discontented if newly recruited fighters earned more than he did. With all terms agreed, and no contribution required from him, he naturally had no need to attend. Though his cut remained untouched this time, Yang Gu felt a quiet wave of relief. Yet the cost of next month's medicinal bath still fell far short. During yesterday's bath, he had asked Master Fu how much would be due under current standards. Master Fu named 50,000 yuan, a discounted rate granted solely because of Yang Ji's promising martial aptitude and efficiency in carrying out tasks. Even if Lu Si possessed extraordinary business acumen, the Tiger Fong Gang's 1/10 share could not possibly yield 50,000 yuan next month. The remainder therefore demanded his own initiative. After completing the blood danqi tempering in the side courtyard, Yang Gu sought out senior brother Lin Hong, not to learn weapon techniques, but to ask how one might earn money. Previously, whenever Master Fu assigned tasks, Yang Gu moved only upon direct instruction, his entire focus fixed upon cultivation. Now the weight of 50,000 yuan pressing upon him next month had awakened his agency. He began proactively seeking opportunities, no longer waiting to be directed. Martial artists have many paths to wealth: underground fighting circuits, hunting down those who trespass upon Shanhu Martial Arts Hall's territory, or working as bounty hunters capturing criminals hiding within the walled district for Longang's Public Security Bureau. Are there other options? Yang Ji's brows lifted slightly. All three avenues Lin Hong proposed involved combat, and each grew progressively more perilous. Moreover, Master Fu's prior request for him to assist in a fight confirmed a shared intent to steer him toward real-world combat experience. Gaining battlefield proficiency held undeniable value, especially since martial techniques sharpened rapidly under actual duress. Yet with the hundredfold refinement talent and his cultivation interface at his disposal, Yang Gu believed he need not constantly risk his life. Steady, deliberate progress promised no slower breakthroughs. Other options: robbery, jewelry stores, minor gang treasuries, banks. Fast money. One successful heist, and luck may spare you worry for half a year. Exceptional fortune could sustain you for 3 years. Yang Ji's brow furrowed deeply. He studied Lin Hong's smiling face, broad-browed, square-jawed, seemingly upright, yet somehow untrustworthy. You think I'm joking? Lin Hong's expression hardened into stern seriousness. Aren't you? Sir, Lin Hong snorted coldly. Someone like you, without connections, without opportunity. Tell me honestly, apart from violent seizure, what other method could yield 50,000 yuan in such short time? Or do you truly believe your luck will soar high enough to win 5 million in the lottery? Well, Yang Gu fell silent, speechless. Without risk, no one, certainly not his father, would simply hand him 50,000 yuan. After a moment's reflection, he asked, how much monthly revenue does Lu Si generate from those 2 streets? He seized an auspicious moment. If he consolidates his position and absorbs the influx of undocumented migrants, headcounts plus wage commissions alone could net 60 to 70,000 yuan per month. Should he apply himself diligently, mastering the triad of brothels, gambling dens, and opium trade, the returns could multiply several-fold, even dozens of times. But that is no easy feat. These shantytown dwellers possess meager earnings. Squeezing them dry yields scarcely 2 ounces of oil. To amass true wealth through the triad, one must lure affluent clientele from outside, specifically from the wealthy districts of the city center and eastern city. Yet those zones teem with entrenched factions, so a fledgling gang like his stands no chance there. Thus the sole viable target lies beyond the walled district, in Longang City itself. Yet outside, the triad operates illegally. One misstep and Public Security Bureau agents may mark him for arrest. Can public security officers from outside the walled district enforce law within its walls? Yang Gu asked instinctively. Normally they cannot enter to conduct enforcement. Lin Hong bared his teeth in a grin, pale, sharp, unnerving. But they can lock onto a target, dispatch elite strike teams for immediate capture or summary execution. They withdraw before local powers react. Tell me, do you imagine any faction inside the walled district would dare pursue them beyond its gates to demand restitution or vengeance for the slain? Are public security officers truly that formidable? Yang Gu asked. That's a foolish question, Lin Hong scoffed. Fair enough. Yang Gu rubbed his nose awkwardly. In any nation, coercive institutions were inherently formidable. Yet, if so powerful, why had they not eradicated the walled district, this festering malignancy? As if reading his thoughts, Lin Hong said, some questions defy explanation. I suggest you observe for yourself. With time and rising status, truths will reveal themselves without needing words. For now, discard such abstractions. Return to the matter at hand. Have you decided how to raise funds? Or, since you asked about the Tiger Fong Gang's monthly revenue, do you contemplate raising your own banner? Yang Gu left the Martial Arts Academy and decided to wander through the central district, hoping to find a way to earn some money. As for raising a banner, the street where he lived had only recently seen the fall of the Tianyan Gang. The Haish Gang had yet to fully consolidate its grip, making it an opportune moment. Yet Master Yang Huaishan had permitted him to train in martial arts only on the condition that he refrained from joining any gang. And now not only was Yang Gu profiting from the Huyao Gang's earnings, but he also intended to found his own gang and assume leadership. He feared his father might suffer a stroke from sheer outrage. Moreover, over the past decade, the gangs ruling his street had cycled through countless iterations. The longer-lived factions endured perhaps 3 or 4 years. The shorter-lived ones saw their leaders perish, often multiple times within a single year, leaving behind widows and orphans, entire families wiped out. He had no desire to land his father on another gang's death list, so becoming a gang leader was out of the question. Besides, honest introspection told him he simply lacked the temperament for such a role. If it came to leading underlings into brutal brawls, perhaps he could manage. He possessed that kind of ruthless resolve now. But running the triad trifecta Lin Hong had described, the brothels, gambling dens, and opium trade, was another matter entirely. To be frank, even managing a brothel would elude him. As a man shaped by modern ethics, he could never force innocent women into prostitution, least of all children. Operating a gambling den would inevitably involve usury. Though gamblers were despicable, the thought of personally shattering families, driving wives mad, and children orphaned, would haunt his conscience. As for opium, he recoiled at the very notion. Merely seeing dealers conduct their vile trade stirred murderous impulses in him, let alone participating in it. After long reflection, Yang Gu realized with unsettling clarity that Lin Hong's suggestion, blunt violent seizure, suited him perfectly. Whether fighting underground bare-knuckle matches, raiding rival gangs' treasuries, or accepting bounty contracts, he felt no moral hesitation whatsoever. Especially bounty hunting, tracking down criminals hiding in the walled district, stirred in him a quiet, righteous thrill, as if upholding justice itself. Damn it all! How is it possible that amidst this mire of filth I alone remain a spotless lotus, upright in principle? Is this right? Is it truly right? Yang Gu mocked himself inwardly. Well, perhaps he was flattering himself. He wasn't a paragon of virtue either. He simply refused to let misplaced compassion cloud his judgment or weaken his resolve. For instance, countless emaciated souls starved in the shanty towns, yet he'd never once considered sharing his family's food with them. Following the wharf road into the central district, Yang Gu began wandering, idly, curiosity piqued. Though he'd spent over a decade in the walled district, he'd rarely ventured into the central district, save for the school zone near the western district. From childhood, he'd witnessed the walled district's darkest corners. A frail youth venturing alone into unfamiliar territory risked abduction, and likely sale into slavery. But now things had changed. Though still a youth, he differed from his former self by less than a month. Yet he now possessed the confidence to explore the central district. As he walked deeper, slipping beyond the sight of familiar Chaobang members, the glances around him grew hostile. Just as Yang Gu began losing interest and contemplated turning back, an old woman thrust out a claw-like hand, seized his wrist, and yanked him sharply into a side alley. "My dear grandson, again skipping school. Do you think it's easy for me to scavenge scraps to pay your tuition? Come, back to school with me." The moment her fingers closed around his wrist, Yang Gu sensed her intent, but hesitated, choosing not to evade. He detected no immediate threat emanating from the old woman. Yet the instant her gnarled birdclaw fingers gripped his wrist, Yang Ge's expression shifted. Her seemingly feeble grasp had precisely targeted his vital pulse point. His face hardened. Qi surged violently into his arm, erecting a barrier of coiled vitality between her fingers and his life vein, while his free hand whipped out a collapsible baton and struck. Her fingers were flung aside by the explosive force of his qi. The old woman's face paled. Miss, she staggered backward, desperate to explain as the baton hurtled toward her. But Yang Gu granted no reprieve. His master-level short-stick technique screamed through the air, a blur of 10 strikes per second, each blow heavy as falling stone. She could no longer speak. Her evasive movements deteriorated rapidly, pushed to their absolute limit. Miscalculated. Hurry, save Granny Hua. Several onlookers, street vendors who'd been idly watching, charged forward, clearly aligned with the crack. Though swift, they arrived too late. One misstep left Granny Hua's forearm exposed. The baton crashed down, and the sharp, unmistakable snap of breaking bone echoed. "Oh!" Her shriek choked off mid-cry as she stumbled. Thwack! Thwack! Without blinking, Yang Gu delivered 2 more blows, shattering both her tibias. The excruciating fracture of her shin bones sent shockwaves through her nervous system. Her heart lurched, and she collapsed unconscious. Yang Gu turned, lips curling into a feral grin as he faced the encircling vendors. The vendors froze, goose flesh prickling their skin as though cornered by a venomous serpent. "Young sir, this is a misunderstanding. One vendor swallowed hard, struggling to speak, but Yang Ji's assault had already begun. A grating chorus of bone fractures filled the air. Within seconds, all 4 vendors lay writhing on the ground, limbs shattered beyond count. The crowd, once merely curious, now recoiled instinctively, retreating farther, stealing only furtive glances at the carnage. Once certain none could rise again, Yang Gu crouched and began searching their bodies methodically. Even the unconscious old woman was not spared. She'd since regained consciousness, but Yang Gu, wary of betrayal, had deliberately broken her other arm to ensure she stayed alert and compliant. His search yielded 1322. 8 yuan from the 5 victims. Modest profit, but not insignificant. Yang Ji's gaze drifted toward the nearby stalls. 2 were food carts, each worth roughly 3 or 500 yuan. One sold fruit, another tofu displayed on a wheeled cart. Selling them all might net another 1,000 or so. A faint involuntary smirk tugged at Yang Ji's lips. See, the first rule of survival is simply to go out, and going out had indeed borne fruit. Brother, what gang are you with? That was excessive. Several burly enforcers approached. Their leader, a narrow-eyed man with a cigarette dangling arrogantly from his lips, tilted his chin upward with practiced disdain. Gang rules don't apply when eyes are blind. It's not my fault. Yang Gu scoffed, his gaze lingering over the stalls as he calculated how best to seize everything. You dare quote gang rules on my turf? You're the first ever. The narrow-eyed man clenched the cigarette between his teeth while his men fanned out surrounding Yang Gu. Yang Gu withdrew his gaze from the stalls and appraised the leader, then paused, eyes gleaming as they settled on the thick gold chain adorning the man's neck. Old Granny Hua hunched forward, glaring at Yang Gu, who stood encircled, her gaze burning with fury yet trembling with lingering dread. She had not consulted the almanac before leaving home today. Instead, she had stumbled headlong into disaster, encountering this violent, merciless prodigy. A veteran trafficker with decades of experience, Granny Hua prided herself on eyes honed to perfection, eyes that could discern at a single glance whether a target was ripe for abduction. Yet this time she had fallen hard, defeated not by flawed judgment, but by the boy before her, a master of concealment, deceptively unassuming. Granny Hua operated with meticulous caution. She never lunged impulsively at a stranger's face. Every abduction was preceded by deliberate, methodical observation. Had she acted so recklessly, she would have perished countless times over. Instead, she tailed Yang Gu for 3 full city blocks, studying his attire, gait, and demeanor, cross-analyzing every nuance before finalizing her decision to strike. In her assessment, Yang Ji's rosy complexion suggested modest affluence, a household stable enough to ensure he never went hungry. Yet his clothing was unremarkable: plain trousers and a simple shirt, the entire ensemble costing less than 20 yuan. Mass-produced street market wears indistinguishable from thousands of others. That attire, paired with his wide-eyed curiosity as he scanned the surroundings, painted a clear portrait in her mind: a teenage boy from the West City shantytown, wealth, moderately privileged, sheltered by overprotective kin. He possessed no visceral awareness of the district's perilous undercurrents. Driven by naive fascination, he had slipped away from school to wander the central district alone. Granny Hua held unwavering confidence in this analysis, especially regarding his student status and origins in the West City slums. His youthful innocence radiated unmistakably, untainted by the city's grime, still clinging to fragile hope for the future. Only such an untouched scholar could wear that expression. Confirming his West City roots required no guesswork. Though his clothes were freshly laundered, the acrid, sour stench unique to that district clung to him. Even from 10 paces away, she could smell it. The sole ambiguity lay in his stride, outwardly ordinary, yet underpinned by an inexplicable, unnerving steadiness. Thus her unease lingered, prompting her to shadow him across 3 streets until he neared the territory of another gang, at which point she dared approach. Even then, she did not strike immediately. Instead, she closed in for a final intimate appraisal, rechecking for hidden danger, reaffirming her conclusions before reaching out. Beyond analysis, Granny Hua employed additional safeguards in handling her targets. Abductees were never sold outright, but held captive for several days. If the victim's family possessed wealth or influence and managed to track them down, she would negotiate ransom, releasing the captive only upon payment. If the family proved formidable, she offered profuse apologies. If even that failed and threats escalated, she vanished, laying low until the storm passed. Only when no one came searching would the captive be sold. It was this philosophy, caution above all, that had sustained her through decades of trafficking, keeping her alive and unscathed. Yet fate dealt her a cruel twist this time. She had met a true harbinger of doom. Had she chosen any other mark, she would have succeeded. Her observational acuity was legendary, piercing human nature with near-clairvoyant precision. Alas, she encountered Yang Gu, a boy who exuded guileless vulnerability, the very image of an easy mark. One reason lay in his soul's origin, a transplant from Blue Star, raised since childhood in the secure embrace of Huaxia. His upbringing instilled an innate, effortless ease, a natural serenity. Earlier, just after leaving the martial arts hall, his mind had been consumed by schemes to earn money, his aura edged with faint traces of lethality. But as he wandered the central district, dazzled by novelties, the curious glances, the slow, unhurried exploration, he slipped into the role of a tourist, momentarily forgetting his financial ambitions. His presence softened into profound, unguarded calm. Moreover, he truly was a student who had dropped out just half a month prior. These two truths fused seamlessly. Unless one possessed celestial insight, even the most seasoned veteran would misread him entirely. Thus, Granny Hua's analysis was fundamentally sound. Her error lay solely in misidentifying who Yang Gu was, a convergence of coincidences crowned by mastery of the chi-sealing art wielded by a practitioner of consummate subtlety. And so she walked straight into calamity. On Blue Star, Yang Gu had loathed traffickers with visceral hatred, believing each deserved execution by Ling Qi. Hesitation, even for a heartbeat, felt like a betrayal to every stolen child. And thus Granny Hua's tragedy unfolded. Tragedy also befell the nearby street vendors. Not accomplices, merely familiar faces. Granny Hua routinely conducted her abductions in this district, and mutual recognition had bred loose cooperation. During her operations, they provided discreet cover. In return, they received modest shares of the profits once a lamb was sold. When they saw Granny Hua seemingly bitten by her own prey, instinct drove them to intervene, only to discover that Yang Gu was no lamb that bites, but a ravenous wolf seething with unspent fury. Yet, even amid agony, her bones shattered, pain contorting her features, Granny Hua's face twisted into grim satisfaction as Fine-Eyed and his thugs surrounded Yang Gu. Revenge shimmered before her. She envisioned this ruthless youth beaten to death limb by brutal limb beneath Fine-Eyed's fists. Yang Gu meanwhile lowered his center of gravity, then stomped hard, launching a whip-like strike with his collapsible baton. When peace is impossible, silence is surrender. Strike first, speak never. Bold indeed. Fine-Eyed roared, incensed that this mere stripling dared defy him and strike. Did no one in these neighboring streets know his name? Had anyone in recent memory failed to bow and call him Brother Xianyan with deference? Fine-Eyed raised one arm to block the descending baton while his other hand shot forward, clawing for Yang Ji's throat. A sharp crack echoed, but the expected splintering of bone, like that suffered by Granny Hua and her cohorts, did not occur. Instead, the baton struck something unervingly rigid. A jarring recoil surged up the handle, numbing Yang Ji's palm. Simultaneously, his pupils contracted violently, confronted by Fine-Eyed's grasping hand. That hand bore no resemblance to a locking grip or a martial claw. It resembled a crab's crushing pincer poised to sever Yang Ji's neck with a single sickening snap. Yang Gu arched backward, then snapped his right leg upward in a lightning-fast rising kick, aimed squarely at Fine-Eyed's jaw. His leg's superior length and velocity ensured the strike landed before the opponent's hand could close. Fine-Eyed's expression remained impassive. He pivoted sharply, dropping into a crouch, evading the skyward kick while driving his body deep between Yang Ji's splayed legs. His back braced against the ascending leg, preventing its descent. Meanwhile, the arm that had reached for Yang Ji's throat now bent sharply, elbow driving downward, targeting the vulnerable core between his spread thighs. A chilling sensation washed over Yang Ji's lower abdomen, the threat of catastrophic injury. His face hardened, the standing foot pressed hard into the ground, propelling a backward somersault that widened the distance between his vitals and Fine-Eyed's lethal elbow. Simultaneously, that same foot lashed upward, aiming a vicious thrust at Fine-Eyed's coccyx. Sensing Yang Ji's attempt to create space, Fine-Eyed reacted instantly, driving his spine backward to deny him room to maneuver. Yet halfway through the motion, Fine-Eyed twisted as if guided by second sight, detecting the treacherous kick aimed at his tailbone. His waist rotated mid-impact, deflecting the blow while sweeping his elbow horizontally. Another sharp crack resonated. Fine-Eyed's elbow slammed into Yang Ji's calf, disrupting the thrust and completing his pivot. His free arm darted forward in a brutal monkey steel speeches strike, relentlessly targeting Yang Ji's groin once more. Agony lanced up Yang Ji's calf, where the elbow struck. His lips twitched involuntarily, but the pain was secondary. Far worse was the destabilizing impact. Launched airborne, he hung helpless, unable to reorient, unable to evade the follow-up assault. A cruel mocking sneer flickered in his narrow, slit-like eyes, as if he had already envisioned his opponent's agonized, desperate demise beneath his crushing grip. Yet that sneer froze mid-emerge, his expression snapping rigid. He was forced to raise his outstretched arm, originally aimed to seize, to block instead. Though Yang Gu lost his balance midair and could not leverage momentum, his foundational martial training was rock solid, his core strength formidable. Off balance, Yang Gu coiled his arm and swung the iron rod like a whip straight toward the narrow-eyed man's forehead. Should the latter refuse to defend, Yang Gu would surely suffer catastrophic injury, but the attacker's skull would undoubtedly bear a gaping wound. Eunuchhood did not guarantee death, but a hole punched through one's forehead almost certainly did. Thus the narrow-eyed man abandoned his offense to parry first. Landing palms first, Yang Gu executed a swift swallow turn, sweeping his leg outward to halt pursuit before springing upright. No wonder your eyes sit atop your head. You've got skill. Not bad yourself, replied the narrow-eyed man, his lips curving in a humorless smirk, his already minuscule eyes now narrowed to mere slits. Yang Gu grimaced, shaking his right leg twice. The tibia struck earlier, likely fractured. He shook it again to stimulate circulation, lowered his center of gravity once more, and assumed a defiant stance, ready to fight anew. The narrow-eyed man gazed at the audacious youth before him with mocking amusement, then crooked a finger. His underlings, sensing their boss intended to toy with the boy like a cat with a mouse, stepped back en masse, clearing a wider arena. Kill! Yang Gu barked low and lunged forward. But in the next breath, his charging body spun sharply, swerving from frontal assault into full back turn, his legs churning like twin steeds as he vanished down the street. Fight! Fight what? This slit-eyed man not only surpassed him in cultivation, but possessed hardened body arts. Striking him with the iron rod felt like hammering stone. And yet, despite such overwhelming strength, his techniques were vicious, underhanded, devoid of any shame befitting a master facing a youth. When throat's hearing failed, he resorted to groin-targeting strikes. Truly a deranged brute. Only a madman would persist. The sudden retreat left the narrow-eyed man stunned, and the onlookers equally dumbfounded. But less than a second later, he snapped awake. What are you standing there for? Chase him. Though peerless in close-quarters combat, the narrow-eyed man lacked speed in pursuit. His henchmen even less so. None could match Yang Gu, whose twin-horse stance had reached perfection, propelling his legs like galloping steeds. Watching the detestable youth shrink into the distance, then vanish around the street corner, the narrow-eyed man's face flushed crimson with fury. Issue a martial world bounty. 500 coins for credible information. 5,000 for delivering the boy alive to me. I'll break every bone in his body. That hungry lamb-to-slaughter gaze Yang Gu had cast upon him, as if sizing up a plump sheep, had already irked him deeply, now to be mocked outright. If he failed to capture and punish the boy thoroughly, how could the narrow-eyed man ever hold sway over this? Unaware of the seething rage boiling behind him, Yang Gu only willed himself to run faster. In the central district, even an ordinary passerby nearly killed him. Who knew how many hidden masters lurked here? He had to flee, immediately. Wind howled past Yang Ji's ears, a sonic shriek born of sheer velocity. His legs blurred into afterimages, thundering like a surging river, relentless and unbroken. Weaving deftly through alleys, he chose deserted paths. Only after a wide circuitous loop did he finally reappear at the Martial Arts Academy's gate. What happened? Did you get caught sneaking around with someone's wife? Practicing the twin-horse stance, panted Yang Gu, brushing past Chung Yong, who'd just greeted him, and striding toward the rear courtyard. He had no intention of sharing today's ordeal. Having doubled back so deliberately and knowing dozens, if not hundreds, of youths his age trained martial arts across the settlement district, he judged it unlikely they'd locate him swiftly. Even if they did, it mattered little. He bore no guilt. Yet what vexed him was the modest sum he'd taken from the old woman and her companions. He'd briefly considered leveraging his youthful, unthreatening appearance, perhaps luring unsuspecting patrons like bait. With luck, next month's medicinal broth and herbal bath expenses might have been covered. But the narrow-eyed man's arrival shattered that fantasy. Fishing in the central district yielded rich catches, but risked attracting sharks that devoured the fishermen. Money is hard-earned, humiliation is harder swallowed. Back in the courtyard, he downed 2 large jugs of water. His heart, pounding wildly from surging chi, gradually steadied. Yang Gu glanced inward, reviewing his cultivation interface. Name Yang Gu. Talent forged through 100 trials. Realm bright chi, initial stage. Spirit seeds, rooted feet, leg arts, fist arts, rod arts. Twin horse stance, perfected, 84,500 crouching tiger stance. Proficient, 88,400 tiger cannon fist. Proficient, 102,400 concealed breath art. Proficient, 113,400. Should I pause weapon mastery for now and prioritize hard body arts? His bout with Beso had exposed his body's fragility. Today's clash with the narrow-eyed man confirmed it. Without hardened body arts, close combat disadvantage was crippling. After breaking through to bright chi, both medicinal broths and herbal baths improved markedly. The chi he circulated barely sufficed, but with careful allocation, he could lay a foundation for hard body cultivation. Once calm, Yang Gu headed first to the herbal bath, then to the mess hall. This month's provisions remained free, though Master Fu refused extra bath sessions. Medicinal broths were unlimited, for as much as he could consume. Stuffed and hydrated, he circulated chi vigorously, then ate again at the mess hall, before beginning tiger cannon fist practice. As his physique strengthened, the technique's toll diminished. Only his chi reserves still felt perpetually strained. His frame could now withstand the explosive force of Tiger Cannon Fist. Thus, practicing empty-handed, without expending chi, he could repeat the forms endlessly. Though empty practice conferred less proficiency gain per repetition than kind-fused training, its extended duration yielded substantial cumulative improvement. Tiger Cannon Fist had now overtaken Crouching Tiger stance in mastery. Time flew when focused on form, until the sun neared the western horizon. He slipped once more to the mess hall, then made his way to the hotel where Li Wanru worked. She finished early today, carrying home leftover dishes, just as usual. Yanga glanced toward the hotel's rear entrance. No sign of yesterday's cleaning woman. They walked side by side, she slightly ahead toward the shanty town. Back in their residential district, construction workers labored late, determined to reclaim lost time. Yanga lingered a moment longer, eyeing the sight. A man in a red safety helmet stood among the crew, gesturing emphatically while issuing instructions. The man was unfamiliar, certainly not from this shanty town. The night was deep and most residents had already fallen asleep. After a heavy rain last night, the shanty town was filled with standing water. However, the moon tonight was full and the stars shone bright. Without a flashlight, one could still make out the path ahead. The man in the red hat had been supervising the construction site late into the night to meet the tight schedule. It was too late to return home, so he had been arranged to stay in a small two-story building managed by the Black. This place had already become an important stronghold for the Black Snake Gang, where they loitered during the day to prevent other gang subordinates from crossing boundaries. While overseeing the construction site to ensure smooth progress, they dined and drank in the small building at night, occasionally bringing women back for entertainment. The light in the red hat's room had long been turned off, but he was not asleep. At this moment, he stood by the window with the curtains drawn, smoking a cigarette and squinting through a gap where the curtains did not fully meet, gazing at the construction site in the distance. 3 steps away from him stood a figure. This figure was not one of the women the Black Snake Gang had arranged. It was Zhou Kuei, the leader of the Black Snake Gang. The fact that the gang leader was in the Red Hat's room went unnoticed by the gang members downstairs, who were busy boasting and chatting. They had no idea he had entered the small building. "You shouldn't have come here," Zhou Kuei said with a grim expression. He increasingly regretted getting on the thief's boat out of impulsiveness. Now wanting to break free, there was no chance of getting off the boat. "Don't worry, it won't be exposed. Even if it does, my identity is that of a supervisor sent by the investors, their employee. I have nothing to do with our people behind you nor with you. But you intend to stay here permanently. The hospital currently under construction is a prime target for all the gangs in the area. The Wild Wolf Gang has already come looking for trouble due to Wu Tai, and your presence here is too risky." Zhou Kuei did not want to take risks. If he were to expose his true identity, the man in front of him could simply walk away, while he would face severe consequences under the gang rules. So the red hat in front of him insisted on staying here. It wasn't just his own life at stake, Zhou Kuei's life was also on the line. This is a good opportunity to mix in with the influx of refugees into the gang in the city. I can't help but come and keep an eye on things. Do you think the big gang members are fools? The more you think it's an opportunity, the more cautious they will be. I have carefully selected those with clean backgrounds who want to work honestly as illegal immigrants. None of them have made it out yet. Should I really explain why? Zhou Kuei frowned, his expression displeased. Those who can stand out in the city are all sharp-witted. Those without enough brains don't survive long enough to rise to power. Mixing in is just one of the things I plan to do, but the main reason for coming here is for this. The red hat raised a hand, and a box was pulled out from under the bed. He gestured for Zhou Kuei to open it. Zhou Kuei frowned as he walked over to open the box. Upon seeing the contents, his expression changed dramatically, and he quickly closed the box with a snap. The loud sound caught the attention of the subordinates playing cards below, who looked up in confusion towards the upper floor. "Are you crazy? Bringing this thing into the city? If even a hint of it leaks out, not only will the gangs in the city not let us off the hook, but the security bureau outside the city will also pursue us relentlessly." The box contained nothing other than a Buddha statue over a foot tall. This statue was painted entirely black. At first glance it seemed benevolent, but upon closer inspection the faint smile on its face exuded a sense of temptation. Especially the lotus pedestal below. It looked like a lotus, but it was entwined with countless poisonous in the Gu Buddhism, one of the taboo cults. While Orthodox sects require incense to recruit followers, Gu Buddhism instead plants Gu worms in its followers to breed them using their bodies. This cult once caused a city of 1 million inhabitants, including powerful warriors, to be devoured overnight by Gu worms. In the end, they stirred up public anger, and were besieged by various factions and violent organizations from different countries, fading from public view, but in the past 2 years signs of resurgence have emerged. Stay calm, stay calm. This is not a faith Buddha that can spread goo worms, it is merely a vessel for collecting foul chi. Don't you think the hunger, greed, and suffering here are excellent nourishment for the goo Buddha to regain its divinity? Moreover, with the goo Buddha absorbing this foul chi, the miasma in the city will not cause plagues, which is a great benefit to the nation and the people. The red hat bared his teeth in a smile, his expression fervent and sincere like a devout believer. After a while the fervor faded from the red hat's face, and he said to Zhou Kuei, "All right, I have already chosen a place to place the statue just in the basement of the hospital that was just poured today. I have specifically reserved a small independent room. Now I need to select some offerings for the deity, so you arrange for someone to cover it up to avoid drawing attention if someone disappears. 10 people at most, 10 people, and avoid the strong ones. Only choose those who are too weak to move from their shanties due to hunger. Otherwise the noise will be too much, and I won't be able to cover it up, and we all end up in trouble. I need a pair of young boys and girls. This is essential for the goo to attract. Or you can do it yourself, and provide me with a pair of fresh hearts from young boys and girls." The red hat teased Zhou Kuei. "They'll help you get them." Zhou Kuei bit down on his molars, his voice squeezing out between his teeth. Although he was extremely annoyed that the other party chose this area as a foul chi collection site without consulting him, there was no other choice now but to help cover it up diligently. Otherwise, if the matter was exposed, he wouldn't. Before dawn, the assigned illegal immigrants were awakened. With the first light of dawn, construction on the site began for the day. Since Yang Gu broke through to Ming Jin, his vitality was abundant. He only needed to sleep 4 to 5 hours a day to feel fully energized. So when he heard the sounds of construction outside, he felt no need to sleep anymore. He got up, washed up, stretched, and began making breakfast for his father. He didn't usually cook at home, but since he woke up early, he decided to make breakfast for Yang Huaishan to avoid having him fuss after he got up. By the time breakfast was ready, the sky outside had already brightened. Yang Gu walked out, and Li Wanru was already waiting for him at the door. "I wake up early every day. Oh, just call me when you're ready. No need to wait for me all the time. I just finished tidying up too." Li Wanru's voice was very soft, as if she hadn't had enough to eat, giving off a sense of weakness. Yang Gu said nothing more, and the two walked out of the shanty town one after the other. As they passed by the construction site, Yang Gu's footsteps halted for a moment. Li Wanru, walking beside him, noticed something unusual and turned to look at him without saying a word. Yang Gu turned his head and gave Li Wanru a smile, continuing to walk forward. It seemed that his earlier pause was merely to observe the construction work. Inside the construction site, the foreman in the red hat he had seen last night was still there. He wore a hard hat, sharply contrasting with the workers who didn't even have gloves. At the alley behind the hotel, Yang Gu watched as Li Wanru walked and then turned to head towards the martial arts school. However, upon turning back, he saw an unexpected person. When Yang Gu saw the other party also noticed him. The small figure across from him changed dramatically like a startled kitten and quickly darted into a nearby alley, vanishing in no time. This small figure was none other than the person who had previously attempted to scheme against Yang Gu when he was wandering outside the martial arts school. This person was a petty thief. In addition to teaming up with a few accomplices to find suitable targets for extortion, he also stole things. Previously, he did not recognize Yang Gu and intended to frame him for extortion. During this time, Yang Gu often trained with weights while running around the docks, and the other party had seen him multiple times in that area. He knew Yang Gu was a disciple of the Shanhu martial arts school. Thus, upon seeing him, he was as fearful as a mouse confronted by a cat, afraid that Yang Gu would catch him and take revenge. Pretty fast, those footsteps have some meaning. Watching the figure flee in a hurry, Yang Gu did not pursue. Regarding the previous incident, the other party had attempted to frame him, and he had kicked the other party away. Whatever happened that day was done and over with. As long as the other party did not provoke him again, he could not be bothered with them. He left the alley behind the hotel and walked towards the martial arts school. Before reaching the martial arts school, Yang Gu saw Lin Hong leading a group of students in practice. Today was the day for the medicinal bath, so they were to conduct a large-scale drill. The students of the martial arts school ran around the docks with weights, pushing their physical limits. Then they would return to practice the Black Tiger Fist several times, further exhausting their bodies. This way, during the medicinal bath at noon, the effects would be even better. Dozens of strong men ran quickly around the docks, creating a commotion like stampeding wild horses, forcing pedestrians to steer clear. Some who were excited followed along, while others puffed and huffed beside them, gesturing to indicate that they had learned a few moves themselves. There were many martial arts schools in the city area. With a little money, one could learn a few tricks, so many people knew a bit. However, these individuals would only know these few moves, and their hopes of breaking through to become a martial artist in their lifetime were bleak. Yang Gu did not join the crowd. Ever since he learned the double horse stance, even without Uncle Fuss massage, he could absorb the medicinal power through his own circulation of qi and blood. Afterward, he also learned the tiger cannon fist, significantly increasing the efficiency of the medicinal power he absorbed. There was no need to enhance absorption effects by being beaten up by Lin Hong. Thus, this ordinary method of exhausting the body and using medicinal baths had become useless for him. His daily weight training and long-distance running were primarily focused on practicing the dynamic stance of the double horse stance and enhancing his physical endurance. This was to prevent himself from being explosive but lacking in endurance, becoming a 3-second true man. He first ate at the cafeteria, then went to the pharmacy. Upon entering the side courtyard of the pharmacy, Yang Gu was momentarily stunned. In the past, during collective medicinal baths, the pharmacy was bustling with helpers coming in and out, but today it was eerily quiet. Confused, he walked inside, and before reaching the doorway saw Uncle Fu walking out with a grim expression. Beside him was a smiling man. The man was tall, standing at least over 1.9 meters. Moreover, he was not just tall, but also very strong. He resembled a silverback gorilla, and just one glance at him evoked a sense of inexplicable pressure. Upon seeing Yang Gu, Uncle Fu waved his hand indicating for him to wait inside the pharmacy. Yang Gu stepped aside to let Uncle Fu and the man exit first before entering the pharmacy himself. However, the smiling man paused in his steps, looking at him with a hint of interest. "Is this the recent student you just took in with good martial talent?" "None of your business. Since you brought it up, hurry up and scram," Uncle Fu replied irritably. This was the first time Yang Gu had seen Uncle Fu angry, prompting him to curiously examine the man. At that moment, as their eyes met, a deafening tiger roar suddenly rang in Yang Gu's ears. Hearing the roar, Yang Gu felt as if he had been hit by a spell. His muscles tensed up and his body became unresponsive. His mind was muddled by the tiger roar, nearly losing all consciousness. Yang Gu was terrified as his brain lost all control over his body. In this critical moment, the muscle memory forged through countless trials kicked in. Instinctively, his feet rooted deeply into the ground, and his body assumed a defensive posture. Yuan Zhen's expression halted, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light as he took a step forward. Uncle Fu, standing beside Yuan Zhen, raised his hand to stop him, but his arm froze halfway and then lowered again. Roar! The furious roar exploded in Yang Gu's ears. If the first tiger roar was like a tiger patrolling its territory, casually roaring to warn other intruding animals to get lost and stop lingering on its turf, then the second roar was as if the tiger perceived provocation, filled with the wrath to tear the challenger apart. Moreover, although Yuan Zhen seemed to have merely taken a step forward, to Yang Gu's eyes what approached him was not a person but a man-eating striped tiger. Yang Gu's hair stood on end like it had been charged with static electricity, and the hairs on his body bristled. This was a spontaneous stress response of the human body when confronted with immense danger. Within his sea of consciousness, his awareness, almost shattered by the first tiger roar, under the second roar flickered like a candle flame meeting a cold wind, leaving no room for resistance. Roar! Faced with the irresistible danger, Yang Gu let out a reluctant roar. He was a transmigrator. He possessed the talent of turning 100 trials into reality, and he had a status panel. His life was destined to be brilliant. It should not wither away like this. The intense unwillingness transformed into a surging killing intent. In the face of the unstoppable striped tiger before him, Yang Gu's legs moved, as if they were galloping horses, instantly closing the distance between them, channeling all his qi and blood power into a strike. If he could eliminate this extremely dangerous existence, he could survive. Yuan Zhen showed a surprised expression once again. Clearly, he did not expect that this young man before him not only did not crumble, but was instead stirred to ferocity. Thus, Yuan Zhen extended one hand in a claw-like manner, reaching for Yang Gu. In Yang Gu's perspective, the ferocious tiger before him displayed claws as sharp as daggers, aiming to shred him, the provocateur, into pieces. "Enough!" Uncle Fu's voice rang out. An aging yet fierce tiger stood between Yang Gu and the ferocious tiger. The ferocious tiger was blocked by the fierce tiger, its fist landing on the fierce tiger's body. Then everything went dark and he lost consciousness. Just before passing out, a question arose in his mind. Where did these two tigers come from? Why is the tiger's fur so tough? It felt like his fist smashed against steel. How about I take him away? Yuan Zhen gazed at Yang Gu, who had been caught by Uncle Fu after losing consciousness, his eyes twinkling with intrigue. He had traveled a great distance just to convey a message to facilitate a certain matter. Little did he know he had unexpectedly encountered a piece of unpolished jade. The young man before him, when faced with irresistible danger, did not flee in fear, nor did he tremble and soil himself. Instead, he was stirred to ferocity and fought desperately, which greatly appealed to him. Get lost. Uncle Fu felt that saying another word was a waste, scooping Yang Gu up and heading into the pharmacy. Yuanjin stepped aside, not daring to obstruct him, watching Uncle Fu's retreating figure as he turned and strode away. Muttering a phrase in a voice only he could hear, if senior brother were here, he would definitely give him to me. In the back room of Uncle Fu, Yang Gu lay on the bed, occasionally twitching, appearing nauseous, yet unable. At this moment, Yang Gu felt as if his brain was shaken into a mush, a chaotic whirl of dizziness, leaving him lost. Creak. Uncle Fu pushed the door open and walked in, gazing at Yang Gu, whose features seemed to contort in agony. He turned to the side cabinet and pulled out a purple incense stick from behind it. Looking at the incense stick in his hand, a pained expression crossed Uncle Fu's face, but he still lit it and placed it before the headboard. As the thin smoke curled and dispersed, Yang Gu's contorted features gradually relaxed, and he finally fell into a deep sleep. Yang Gu dreamt of a multitude of tigers in his dream. These tigers were of various colors: white, black, golden gradient, and even shades he had never seen before, such as red, green, and blue. Some even had skulls for heads or were engulfed in flames. The figures of these tigers continuously surged in his mind, emitting roars that shook the mountains and forests, causing his head to ache. He did not know how long he had been disturbed by these tigers, but suddenly Yang Gu felt a stillness in his mind and instinctively opened his eyes. Raising his head to observe his surroundings, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. He sat up from the bed and rubbed his throbbing temples. The images of the tigers and their roars vanished, yet his head continued to throb. After sitting on the bed for a while, feeling that the pain in his head had subsided, Yang Gu got off the bed and walked outside. Upon exiting the door, he first looked up at the sun in the sky, realizing it was noon. Walking down the stairs, he was greeted by a familiar old-fashioned recliner. The armrests on either side of the recliner were polished and smooth from years of use. You're awake. Just as Yang Gu was rubbing his head and staring blankly at the recliner, Uncle Fu walked into the yard. Where is this? Behind the pharmacy where I live. How do you feel now? Yang Gu replied, my head hurts and I feel dazed, like a hangover combined with a concussion. It's nothing serious, just take it easy. Uncle Fu's voice remained as indifferent as ever. What happened? Do you remember anything? Uncle Fu countered with a question. What do you mean? Yang Gu furrowed his brows, pondering deeply before speaking. I just remember having breakfast and going to the pharmacy to find you for a medicinal bath. Then I saw you and a man walking out of the pharmacy, and I exchanged a glance with that man. The sound of tigers roared in my mind. The roar was so powerful that it felt like my soul was being shattered. Then the man next to you transformed into a tiger and tried to kill me. I didn't want to die, so I fought back, desperately wanting to kill that tiger. Out of nowhere, another tiger appeared, and I hit the new tiger. What happened after that, I don't know. After listening to Yang Gu's account, a glint of light flashed in Uncle Fu's eyes. Your memory is quite clear, but seems nothing serious happened. Clear memory. That man really transformed into a tiger. Yang Gu looked astonished. He didn't transform into a tiger. He's a human, not a shape-shifting demon, so he can't change forms. Then what was the tiger I saw? Yang Gu pressed for answers. That was a manifestation of martial intent, also known as a martial soul. Martial soul. Don't act so surprised as if you've never seen the world before. Once you cultivate your body and your vitality runs deep, like the sea breaking through the first barrier in your essence, if your martial intent is strong enough, you too can condense this thing. If you fail to condense it the first time, you'll have another chance when you break through to the internal realm. The so-called internal realm conceals the spirit, and this spirit is this thing. Uncle Fu said casually, as if this thing were very common and nothing to be surprised about. Yang Gu felt that Uncle Fu was being somewhat pretentious at this moment. If his memory served him right, the second tiger that appeared should be Uncle Fu's martial soul. When the second tiger appeared, he had heard Uncle Fu shout. Who was that man? Yang Gu asked curiously. A single glance and two roars carried such power. Yang Gu was eager to know the man's identity. A detestable villain. In the future, keep your distance from him and don't believe anything he says, Uncle Fu replied with a disdainful expression, like an old man annoyed by a subway rider on their phone. Oh. Seeing that Uncle Fu did not want to elaborate, Yang Gu wisely refrained from pressing further and instead asked about something else. What is the internal realm? Bright strength, hidden strength, muscle, and bone internal organs. Power advances layer by layer as realms rise step by step. Enough of this. You'll naturally understand these basics when your strength reaches a certain level. It's pointless to say more now. It's noon. You should go eat first then come back for the medicinal bath. Uncle Fu said, turning to walk toward the pharmacy to prepare the medicinal herbs. Slapping his befuddled forehead, Yang Gu followed Uncle Fu outside, first exiting the courtyard before heading to the cafeteria. As he walked, he casually glanced at the panel. Oh, what is it? Are you feeling unwell? Uncle Fu, walking ahead, turned around. It's nothing, just feels like my feet are rooted to the ground, and even now walking feels floaty. The martial soul has a significant impact on the spirit. It's normal to feel unsteady and floaty. You'll feel better after a while. Yang Gu nodded without speaking, focusing his gaze on the panel. Name: Yang Gu. Talent: 100 Transformations. Realm: Bright Strength. Early Stage: Spirit Seed. Rooted: Spirit Seed. Leg Technique: Spirit Seed. Fist Technique: Spirit Seed. Staff Technique: Double Horse Stance. Perfect: 203500. Lying Tiger Stance. Major Achievement: 283500. Tiger Cannon Fist. Major Achievement: 197500. Breath Retaining Technique. Major Achievement: 33500. All skills proficiency, surged with the most significant increase in Lying Tiger Stance, followed by Tiger Cannon Fist. The martial soul's stimulation greatly enhances proficiency. If only. Yang Gu's eyes sparkled. But the next moment, he involuntarily shuddered. The martial soul's enhancement on proficiency was indeed immense, especially since the opponent's martial soul was a ferocious tiger. It perfectly complemented both Lying Tiger Stance and Tiger Cannon Fist. However, Yang Gu did not wish to experience the sensation of being targeted by a martial soul a second time. When that ferocious tiger unleashed its claws, he truly sensed the breath of death. Constantly teetering on the brink of life and death, Yang Gu feared that his heart wouldn't be able to take it. He worried that instead of significantly increasing proficiency, he might end up suffering a heart attack first. Yet reflecting on those tigers that had been leaping in his mind, Yang Gu felt that the use of the martial soul to stimulate him must carry some deeper meaning. After having lunch and soaking in the medicinal bath, the dizzying sensation reminiscent of a concussion finally dissipated. He went to the training room to test the power of the fully mastered Tiger Cannon Fist. With a punch, a half-inch deep imprint appeared on the iron stake, as thick as a thigh. If the Tiger Cannon Fist had this power during his battle with Bajuo would have never dared to trade blows with him. Unfortunately, even though the Tiger Cannon Fist boasted great power, his body was somewhat weak. This punch on the iron stake would likely have fractured his bones if it weren't for the protection of his vitality. I must incorporate external training. Otherwise, my flesh's defenses and resilience are insufficient, and my bones lack hardness. If my strength erupts too fiercely, I might injure myself significantly while damaging the enemy. After sweating it out in the training room, transforming all the medicinal food and effects into vitality, Yang Gu walked toward the front yard, planning to consult senior brother Lin Hong about external training. Before reaching the front yard, Yang Gu spotted the spirited Lin Mu-chun, who he had seen once before with her ponytail swaying. Lin Mu-chun was chatting and laughing with Lin Hong as they walked toward the pharmacy, seemingly intending to find Uncle Fu together. Seeing Yang Gu approaching, Lin Hong paused for a moment and asked, "Is there something you need from me?" Since he had assigned Yang Gu to practice martial arts alone in the side courtyard and arranged for him to take medicinal baths separately, Yang Gu wouldn't come to the front courtyard without a reason. "You carry on with your business. We can talk later," Yang Gu replied. Lin Hong nodded in response and said nothing further. Beside them, Lin Mukin couldn't help but take another look at Yang Gu. This martial arts disciple was somewhat unfamiliar to her. The two continued walking toward the pharmacy while Yang Gu turned back toward the training room. He would wait for Lin Hong to finish before he proactively sought him out in the training room. However, Yang Gu never expected that this wait would stretch on for over 2 hours without Lin Hong coming to find him. It wasn't until he went to the pharmacy to find Uncle Fu to make up for the missed medicinal bath that morning that he learned from Uncle Fu that Lin Mukin had an issue, and Lin Hong had gone to assist her. "Is it about the lost goods from last time?" Yang Gu asked. "No, it's something else." I see. Yang Gu nodded, removed his clothes, and stepped into the wooden tub. After Lin Mukin, she will likely request more people from the martial arts school. If possible, you should join in and have some fun. The Lin family is always generous with their support. Uncle Fu said. "That sounds great." A smile appeared on Yang Gu's face. He was currently short on money. Fishing in the urban district was too dangerous. Being able to earn some extra cash from the Lin family was naturally a good thing. The time for the medicinal bath had passed, so Yang Gu went to the cafeteria for a meal before leaving the martial arts school to meet Li Wanru. At the back door of the hotel, Yang Gu saw Li Wanru along with the cleaning ant he had seen before and a yellow-haired man he had never encountered. The cleaning ant was saying something to Li Wanru while giving furtive glances at the yellow-haired man. Li Wanru kept retreating, trying to pull her hand away, but she was too weak and the ant held on too tightly, making it impossible for her to break free at that moment. Yang Guest's expression darkened as he quickly walked over. Li Wanru was the first to notice him glancing toward the alley as she struggled to free herself from the cleaning ant. The cleaning ant and the yellow-haired man also noticed Yang Gu approaching. At the sight of him, the ant's expression initially turned fearful, and she instinctively tried to let go. But seeing her son panic, her expression changed to one of boldness. Upon reaching them, Yang Gu first pulled Li Wanru behind him, noticing that the cleaning ant still wouldn't release her grip. He glared fiercely at her, causing the ant to sheepishly loosen her hold. "Kid, where do you come from? With that stench, you're clearly from the slums, right?" The yellow-haired man tilted his head, looking at Yang Gu with a sneer, his expression quite arrogant, his eyes reflecting a sense of superiority over those from the slums. Yang Gu swiftly slapped him, the yellow-haired man stumbling backward, nearly falling, his face swelling instantly. Li Wanru, standing behind Yang Gu, was startled, instinctively covering her mouth to stifle any sounds. In the urban district, if you see a fight, it's best not to get too close or make any noise. Otherwise, the party being beaten might come over in a fit of rage and take it out on you. The cleaning ant standing nearby also instinctively closed her mouth. But the next second she realized that it was her son who had been hit. "Why did you hit him? What right do you have to hit him?" the cleaning ant exclaimed, reaching out to scratch Yang Ji's face, looking quite like a shrew. Li Wanru hurriedly stepped forward to push the ant away, trying to protect Yang Gu. However, Yang Gu was even faster. As the cleaning ant reached out to claw at him, he had already kicked out. The cleaning ant let out a yelp and staggered back, ultimately sitting down hard on the ground. Holding her stomach, she wanted to shout and make a scene, but the place where she was kicked hurt so much that she gasped for air, unable to make a sound. "Kid, do you know you've stirred up trouble? Do you know who I am?" At this point, the yellow-haired man had also reacted, but instead of coming over in a fit of rage to hit Yang Gu, he took 2 steps back, creating some distance before starting to shout. Yang Gu shot him a cold glance, and the shouting yellow-haired man felt a chill run down his spine and closed his mouth. "If you bully her again, I'll make sure you regret it," Yang Gu said coldly. The yellow-haired man lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze, while the cleaning ant, having caught a glare from him, trembled all over and also avoided his gaze. Seeing the two of them in such a cowardly state, Yang Gu lost interest in continuing to teach them a lesson. Li Wanru glanced at the cleaning ant on the ground, then at the yellow-haired man, who dared not look up, and hurriedly followed Yang Gu as they turned to leave. It wasn't until the 2 figures disappeared at the alley's entrance that the cleaning ant stood up, clutching her stomach. "Are we just going to let those 2 go? What do you know?" The yellow-haired man's face felt hot, not just from the pain of being hit by Yang Gu, but also from feeling humiliated in front of his mother. However, he didn't consider himself cowardly, or rather he believed he was more insightful, having noticed things his mother had not. "That kid has trained before, he's stronger than me. If we clash with him here, do you think anyone in the hotel will help us? Or that a good Samaritan will pass by?" The yellow-haired man wasn't just rambling. He truly recognized Yang Ji's strength. He too practiced martial arts and had participated in gang fights several times. Just now he had clearly seen Yang Gu raise his hand. He thought about dodging, but his body didn't react in time, and he was directly slapped in the face. Clearly the other party was much stronger than him, leaving him with no chance to even evade. Thus he considered this not as cowardice, but rather as a strategic retreat from a dangerous situation. Being fierce in a gang might earn the boss favor, but surviving provided a chance to rise in status. The yellow-haired man was no fool. He understood that one must know when to back down. "So we just took a beating for nothing," the cleaning ant said with a sulky expression, feeling dissatisfied. She had always bullied Li Wanru, who dared not retaliate. Moreover, Li Wanru was from the slums, while she was from the urban district. The cleaning ant had always felt superior to Li Wanru, believing herself to be of a higher class, while Li Wanru belonged to a lower class. At this moment, this so-called upper-class person had been struck by someone from the slums and couldn't retaliate. The frustration and resentment she felt were unimaginable. How could it possibly be a free beating? The yellow-haired man spat, "We are no match for him, and it's not that my gang brothers can't handle him either. He's not from the slums, and he's with Li Wanru, so it's easy to find out where he lives. I'll find a few brothers to investigate who he is. How dare he hit me? Once I find out where he lies, I'll bring people to beat him up until he can't get up." Yang Gu and Li Wanru walked forward in silence, one after the other, almost reaching the slum area, when Li Wanru said, "I'll resign and find another job. During this time, take a longer route to the martial arts school. Avoid going near the hotel." Yang Gu, who had been lost in thought, turned to look at the worried Li Wanru. He paused for a moment before responding. "No need to resign, it's nothing serious. My senior brothers at the martial arts school take good care of me. Don't worry about that punk seeking revenge. His silence didn't stem from fear of retaliation, but rather from his keen awareness of the changes in his own temperament. Just a moment ago, when the yellow-haired man had tilted his head and looked at him, a surge of anger had risen within him, before his mind could process it, his hand had already struck out. That feeling. Yes, it felt like this morning when he faced the tiger without cowering, but instead resisted. The fierce tiger felt its authority was provoked and was enraged, wanting to tear him apart. The yellow-haired man's provocative look also incited him, leading him to strike. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have acted this way. He wouldn't have struck at a dog just for showing its teeth. He would have waited until the dog opened its mouth to kick. Thus, his temperament was influenced by the fierce tiger martial spirit, otherwise he wouldn't have been so irritable. Returning to the shanty town, the construction site was still busy and members of the Black Snake Gang were still loitering at several intersections. Everything seemed just like any other day. Yet an unusual atmosphere lingered in the air. This atmosphere, not to mention that Yang Gu was a martial artist with sharper senses than ordinary people, even Li Wanru, who was malnourished and seemed to react a beat slower than normal, sensed it. The two of them unconsciously quickened their pace. Upon returning to the clinic and seeing that Yang Huaishan was fine, Yang Gu breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? Yang Gu couldn't help but ask. Several smugglers went missing over by Garbage Mountain, Yang Huaishan replied. Could it be that they died and their bodies were secretly sold? Though the gang relies on these smugglers to make money, not every smuggler is wanted. Those who are elderly or weak or need years to recuperate before they can work are generally not favored by the gang. Such smugglers coming to the west side of the city either get lucky and find a job or have to rummage through the Garbage Mountain for food, unable even to beg. In the shanty town, there aren't many families who can fill their stomachs. If one can't even feed themselves, who has the leisure to pity others? Rummaging through garbage for food means understanding the risks. Either one dies from eating something wrong or succumbs to infections from too much contaminated food. If these people die and have no relatives or friends to guard them, and the gang discovers the body, they will sell it. If others find it, as long as they can evade the gang's watchful eyes, they can transport the body out to sell. The money from the sale would be theirs. Thus, in the city, be it the west, central, or east, there is never a shortage of body collectors. That might be the case. Mainly several children have gone missing, Yang Huaishan said helplessly. Yang Gu's eyes narrowed and his expression darkened a bit. Compared to the deaths of adults, which evoke size, the reality is simply too cruel. The children are still small. Those who set their sights on them deserve to be punished severely. I helped look for them this morning, but we didn't find anything. The Black Snake Gang has already issued a bounty. Hopefully they'll find something. The incident of missing children is quite common in the city, and one should be numb to it by now. But perhaps because he has children, Yang Huaishan understands how difficult it is to raise them with constant worry. Thus, when such things happen, even when he knows the chances are slim, he will still actively help in the search. As for the bounty from the Black Snake Gang, generally gangs do not engage in human trafficking on their own turf. This is because the population in the shanty town is transient apart from the smugglers. If local residents feel that living here is unbearable, they will move to other places to set up tents. Thus, gangs can take a cut from the residents' wages, collect protection fees for small businesses, and obtain the gang's three-piece set. However, engaging in human trafficking on their own turf would ruin their reputation. If all the residents moved away, they would have no one left to exploit. Therefore, such cases of child trafficking typically target outsiders. For instance, when Yang Gu was wandering in the central city district, he could be targeted by a flower woman. Alternatively, outside traffickers might sneak in to do a job and then flee. Faced with such situations, gangs issue bounties to indicate their distance from the crime and express their disdain for those who overstep their boundaries. However, such actions are generally ineffective, as if it is indeed outsiders, they would have already planned their reconnaissance and escape routes, probably even bribed some gang members for cover. Once a child has been missing for more than half an hour, they are essentially lost, and it becomes impossible to find them. At night, whether it is due to the clash of spiritual energy and martial spirits, or simply a restless mind, or perhaps the disappearance of the child ignited a flame of anger within Yang Gu. It was the first time he experienced insomnia after starting his training in martial arts. He tossed and turned until he finally dozed off in a daze. The next morning, Yang Huaishan was already up making breakfast when he called him. Li Wanru was already waiting outside. Almost done. Yang Gu smiled apologetically and hurried to wash up. It's fine, take your time. Li Wanru kept her head down, her gaunt face showing signs of weariness, suggesting she hadn't slept well last night either. In less than 5 minutes, they were ready to go. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Snake Gang had already begun urging the laborers to start clearing the Garbage Mountain. compared to the confusion when they first arrived at the shanty town, the despair of being hungry for several days. Now these smugglers could eat their fill, and the light began to return to their eyes. There is a saying from our ancestors: a full belly leads to wicked thoughts. Previously, they were so hungry that they had no strength to walk, with their only desire being to find something to eat. Now that they could barely fill their stomachs, their thoughts multiplied. The shanty town lacks women, and even more so young women. Thus, although Li Wanru is thin with dry yellow hair and deep-set eyes that can be somewhat intimidating at first glance, she is still young. Most importantly, one must pay to enter half-open homes. As a result, many unscrupulous individuals began to stare at Li Wanru with increasingly brazen eyes. Sensing the malice around her, Li Wanru, who originally walked a step behind Yang Gu, quickly caught up to his side, seemingly feeling safer this way. Yang Gu also sensed the malice around them, and he perceived it even more clearly than Li Wanru. As a martial artist, when he enhances his physique, he enhances not just strength, but also his senses. Thus, the more powerful the martial artist, the sharper the perception. Don't mind them, as long as you are with me, you won't be in any danger, Yang Gu reassured her. As long as nothing happens on the road, Li Wanru is safe. After all, at home, Yang Gu lived right next door to her, separated only by a wall. Even a loud noise could be heard next door. Once they reached the hotel, there would be even less to worry about. The mud-legged men from the west side wouldn't dare cause trouble in the central city. You must be seeking to deliver human materials voluntarily. Maybe I should just quit my job, Li Wanru said. It was clear that her sleeplessness last night was not solely due to the lost child. Worrying about retaliation from the cleaning lattice son was also one of the reasons she couldn't sleep. I practice martial arts at the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts Institute. It's not far from the hotel where you work. You can inquire about it. Even the Chow gang has to give face to that martial arts institute. So you don't have to fear that worthless person. In such situations, saying other comforting words is useless, or just presenting strength is more effective. This makes Li Wanru understand that even if the other party knows who Yang Gu is, they wouldn't dare retaliate, which is more reassuring than any comforting words. But the fees at the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts Institute are quite high. Li Wanru couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes shining with a rare spark. Because the hotel is right next to the Martial Arts Institute, many students from the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts Institute often gather at the hotel to party and drink. Li Wanru clearly must have heard people discussing the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts Institute, which is why she knows how formidable it is. Yang Gu looked at her with some surprise. Based on Li Wanru's previous behavior and state, she gave the impression of a human-shaped puppet. She spoke little daily, performing repetitive tasks, much like an elderly person waiting for death, feeling like each day is one day less. Li Wanru breathed a sigh of relief upon not seeing the blonde-haired man in the alley. After arriving at the hotel courtyard, she noticed that even the cleaning lady was absent. It wasn't until she heard from other colleagues that the cleaning lady had resigned and just left after packing her things. While Li Wanru was surprised, she also felt completely at ease. Then her eyes gleamed as she looked towards the direction of the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School, but the light in her eyes faded within 3 seconds as she thought of something. Her gaze dimmed, and she bowed her head silently to begin washing vegetables. Yang Gu arrived at the martial arts school and went to eat first. As he passed by the front yard, he noticed that the sounds of morning training were considerably weaker than usual. Peeking into the courtyard, he saw that the number of people had decreased by about a third, practicing under the guidance of an unfamiliar senior student, while Lin Shixiang was absent. After finishing the medicinal bath and preparing to begin his first session of refining his vital energy for the day, Cheng Yong came by. Going to help out. I saw that many seniors have already gone to the front yard. Is there still a lack of manpower? Hearing Cheng Yong's intention, Yang Gu was taken aback. Cheng Yong had come to take him to Lin Hong's side, saying that they were still short on hands. You are different from those people in the front yard. Cheng Yong spoke. Are there too few seniors at the Mingjing realm to take over? Don't be fooled by the fact that many of the students in the front yard arrived at the martial arts school earlier than Yang Gu. Some have even been learning for several years, with one of them having been training for as long as 7 years. However, the proportion of those who become martial artists is not high. Of course, the low ratio of those becoming martial artists is not due to Lin Hong's lack of seriousness in teaching. Rather, the majority of people have mediocre talent for martial arts, and many cannot keep up with medicinal meals and baths. Such students who haven't collapsed their bodies due to forcefully refining their vital energy can be considered a testament to Lin Hong's good conscience. If one's talent for martial arts is lacking and they don't spend money to enhance their vital energy, even a celestial being could do nothing. That's part of it, but not the whole story, Cheng Yong said. Yang Gu was left with a head full of questions, confused by Cheng Yong's meaning. Do you know about the distinction between external and internal disciples in some sects? Cheng Yong asked. Yang Gu nodded. These distinctions are commonly found in novels. Are you saying we are internal disciples while they are external disciples? That's part of it, but not the whole story. Cheng Yong replied again, leaving Yang Gu with even more questions. I am not yet an internal disciple, nor are those in the front yard, all external disciples. Cheng Yong began to explain. The Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School has requirements even for external disciples, let alone internal disciples. About 70% of those old students in the front yard are merely ordinary students. They pay tuition, and the school teaches them skills. They can leave any time if they don't want to learn anymore. After leaving the school, they could even join rival factions without any notion of betrayal. Excluding these students, among the remaining 30%, some come with money and a desire to learn. For these long-term stable students, the school will invest more effort in their training. Some of these individuals possess some talent for martial arts and will be considered candidates for external disciples. Others are so hopeless that even money cannot help them. These individuals are fundamentally in the same relationship with the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School as that 70%. Once they stop paying tuition, their connection with the school ends. Unless the students' families have some other business dealings with the school. Removing these individuals, what's left are those who may not have much money but have potential for training. These students can generally become Mingjing martial artists, and there are even a fair number who have become Anjing martial artists. They are the true external disciples. The paths for these disciples generally diverge into two. One is to continue to work hard and strive to be promoted to internal disciples. The other is to become martial artists, yet due to talent or other reasons they find further advancement hopeless. Some of these individuals will enter other industries of the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School as managers or core members. Others, like Lu Si, may wish to go out on their own and establish their own power. The school will assist them with certain guarantees. However, this support is not given for free. Once Lu Si stabilizes his territory, he will have to share a portion of the profits with the school. As for those like Yang Gu who possess exceptional talent for martial arts, they will be singled out for special training. This is also why Lin Hong placed him in a separate courtyard instead of the main courtyard for joint lessons. To cultivate someone like him, the school will actively invest resources. However, such students can only be considered candidates for internal disciples. While pouring resources into training these individuals, the school will also assess their character to prevent cultivating a backstabber. Internal disciples are considered to be part of the core group of the school. If a backstabber were to be successfully inducted, it could easily deal a severe blow to the school. Is senior brother, Cheng, not an internal disciple yet? After hearing Cheng Yong's explanation, Yang Gu couldn't help but ask curiously. Still struggling in the external disciples. The requirements to enter the internal disciples are either exceptional martial talent or to break through the Anjing realm before the age of 25. I am still a bit away from the Anjing realm. As he spoke, Cheng Yong couldn't help but cast a jealous glance at Yang Gu. If nothing unexpected happens, this younger junior brother in front of him will undoubtedly become an internal disciple, and it's even possible for him to become a direct disciple. Although Yang Gu hadn't shared the time frame for breaking through to Mingjing, Cheng Yong remembered when Yang Gu first arrived at the martial arts school. It was less than half a month of training before he became a martial artist, and his talent was so enviable that Cheng Yong was almost jealous. Moreover, he had also noticed the special treatment Yang Gu received from Uncle Fu and the care from Lin Hong. This had already given the impression of nurturing a direct disciple. However, Cheng Yong would not share this with Yang Gu. He only offered a simple introduction to the composition of the martial arts school students. He didn't mention anything that should not be said. What does the Lin family need so many hands for? Yang Gu inquired about the task at hand. The Lin family's annual auction is about to begin. The preparation for this auction takes a lot of time, and it spans 2 consecutive days of bidding. Therefore, participants in the auction are not only prominent figures within the city, but also from outside the city of Longgang. Even wealthy individuals and martial artists from outside Longgang City will come to participate. The security work must be well managed, which is why at this time each year, in addition to arranging their own people to guard the core area, the Lin family will also reach out to martial arts schools and gangs with whom they have good relations to draw manpower to assist. How many days do I need to be there? Today is the last day for preparations to be completed, and the guests are arriving. The auction starts tomorrow and ends the day after. At the latest, I should be back the day after tomorrow morning. 3 days, Yang Gu asked. Do I have to stay there every day? Can I come back at night? To prevent any unexpected incidents, it's best for those going to stay there for these 3 days. The Lin family will arrange food and accommodation, which is quite nice, better than what we have at the martial arts school. Can I go later and return home first? Is the little junior brother unable to leave home? Cheng Yong asked. It's not that, But if I'll be there for 3 days, I need to go home and inform my father. Also, I need to bring a few changes of clothes. Oh, I see I overlooked that. Chung Yong slapped his forehead. There's no rush for the time to leave. You can go back and inform them I'll wait for you at the martial arts school. You don't need to bring changes of clothes. The Lin family will cover everything. After all, such a big event requires a uniform attire. Otherwise, if everyone wears their own clothes, it would look like a makeshift troop. The car jostled along the bumpy road, and as Yang-gu gazed at the buildings rapidly retreating on either side, a sense of disorientation washed over him. If the boundary between the western part of the city and the inner city was marked by makeshift shanties and brick-and-tile lodgings, then the boundary between the inner city and the eastern part of the city was defined by the contrast between rural houses and urban high-rises. The hardened asphalt road, neatly lined with flower beds, the ubiquitous 2- or 3-story concrete buildings, and the occasional appearance of structures soaring over 10 stories. Buses and a handful of private cars. This was no longer a slum, it was clearly a city. If it weren't for the certainty that he was awake, Yang-gu might have thought he had traveled back to a city in China from the 1980s or 90s. Impressive, isn't it? The first time I came to the east side of the city, I was just as stunned, Chung Yong said, turning to look at Yang-gu in the back seat. Yeah, it is quite impressive, Yang-gu nodded in agreement. Stunned my foot. The eastern part of the city he saw was far from the modern metropolis in his memories. For instance, the small car he was sitting in could only be compared to a Santana from the 1990s. It was a manual transmission with no central control screen. It had a radio that could play cassette tapes, which was considered high-tech by now. Chung Yong, this unsophisticated bumpkin, immediately squeezed into the passenger seat as soon as he got in the car. He claimed that sitting in the front provided a clear view and a driving sensation, making it feel like he was behind the wheel. Little did he know that the boss usually sat in the back, while the ones in the passenger seat were merely subordinates. Yang Guest's dazed expression stemmed from the abrupt transition from the seemingly tribal west side of the city to the modern atmosphere of the east side, creating a significant mental gap. He was not astounded by the prosperity of the eastern part of the city. Compared to the modern cities he had seen, Chung Yong, and even the wealthy residents of the east, were just as unsophisticated. The car continued to drive for about half an hour before finally stopping in front of a nearly 30-story building. Stepping out of the car and watching it leave, Chung Yong took a deep breath, his face revealing a look of intoxication. Yang-gu stepped aside a few paces, appearing unfamiliar with the situation. At that moment, Chung Yong's demeanor reminded him of his childhood self, chasing after car exhaust with a foolish grin. Come on, let's get you registered first, Chung Yong said, rubbing his nose as he led Yang-gu inside. With Chung Yong's keen martial artist insight, he already knew that car exhaust wasn't something good. But people always see expensive things they can't afford through rose-colored glasses. For instance, this car, reminiscent of an old Santana, seemed just ordinary in Yang Guest's eyes. However, to Chung Yong it felt quite impressive. After years of martial training, he knew that while his burst of speed could surpass that of a car, it lacked the endurance. A car could run on gas while he needed rest to recover his stamina. With a car, even an ordinary person who didn't practice martial arts could match a martial artist's speed and enjoy greater endurance. What could be more impressive than that? Yet despite recognizing the harmfulness of the exhaust, he couldn't help but feel a strange allure in its scent, inhaling deeply a couple of times. The two entered the building, and as they walked, Chung Yong introduced it. This building is 28 stories high. The first 5 floors are a shopping mall selling everything from daily goods to gold designer clothing and luxury items. However, while these high-end clothes feel comfortable to the touch and look sharp, when worn they are not durable and tear easily. They are not as good as clothes made from special materials. Floors 6 to 20 are hotels equipped with restaurants, baths, casinos, bars, karaoke, and plenty of entertainment. If you get the chance, you can go experience it and broaden your horizons. However, the Lin family only provides food and accommodation. Any other expenses will need to be covered by yourself. Be mindful of your spending. As a newcomer, you won't be able to run a tab here. The area above the 20th floor belongs exclusively to the Lin family, and ordinary people are not allowed up. There seem to be meeting rooms and special private rooms up there. It is reserved for the Lin family to entertain special guests. As they spoke, they arrived at the elevator. Chung Yong pressed the elevator button, saying, "This thing is called an elevator. If you press it like this, it will open. Then press it like this." Chung Yong took Yang-gu to the 6th floor, where the receptionist, clearly familiar with Chung Yong, stood up with a bright smile. "Mr. Chung. Oh, Shally, you're on duty today. Let's grab dinner together tonight." Seeing the receptionist, Chung Yong's eyes lit up and his smile broadened, clearly interested in her. "I have plans to go shopping with some girlfriends after work tonight, but let's have dinner together next time, Mr. Chung." Shally smiled brightly, her big eyes sparkling. Wearing a high-slit cheongsam, that accentuated her alluring figure, making anyone who looked at her feel a tingle of desire. Oh, that's such a pity. I heard that the restaurant just got a shipment of shark fins which are said to enhance beauty. I doubt they'll be available tomorrow, Chung Yong said with a look of regret. Xiao Li's smile faltered for a moment, her expressive eyes showing a brief hesitation. That truly is a pity. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Chung, but it seems I am not worthy of it. As she lamented her missed opportunity, it was at this moment that Chung Yong remembered Yang Gu, who had been standing to the side. Come help me register this junior brother, he'll be sharing a room with me. The outfit standards will follow mine, so take his measurements. All right. Xiao Li gestured for Yang Gu to step aside, taking a measuring tape used by tailors to measure. The uniforms provided by the Lin family are uniform in style, but the fabric and craftsmanship vary. For instance, ordinary disciples of martial arts academies receive clothes with standardized sizes from the assembly line. If some martial artists have longer arms or shorter legs than average, and their clothes are tailored to accommodate those differences, then other areas might not be taken into consideration. At first glance, the clothes might not seem problematic, but upon closer inspection, one would notice some ill-fitting areas. If tailored according to Chung Yong's standards, it would be of custom quality, though still not comparable to clothes meticulously crafted by skilled tailors. It would account for arm length, shoulder width, and leg length, adding a personal touch that made them fit better and feel more comfortable than the standardized assembly line sizes. Chung Yong's request was technically against the rules, as Yang Gu, with only the strength of an initial stage of Mingjing, was not qualified to receive higher-level attire. However, the relationship between the Lin family and the Shanhub Martial Arts Academy was not merely business. The current security work was not their first collaboration. Thus, Xiao Li, seeing Chung Yong's request, was not surprised and temporarily overlooked the higher-ups' regulations. After taking the measurements, she began to register. When registering the martial artist's realm, Xiao Li couldn't help but glance at Chung Yong. Initial stage of Mingjing, just write it as it is, Chung Yong instructed. Some cheap benefits can be taken while others should not be overly exploited. The Lin family would not quibble over trivial matters like clothing. However, if Yang Gu clearly at the initial stage of Mingjing was registered as being at the late stage, that would be too much. Eating more advanced medicinal meals and receiving a higher salary would be crossing the line. After registering, Chung Yong led Yang Gu to his room. According to regulations, with Yang Gu's strength, he was entitled to a 4-person room. However, since he was staying with Chung Yong, he could have a double room, while Lin Hong had a room to himself. Upon entering the room, Chung Yong first led Yang Gu to the bathroom and showed him how to use the shower. At the Martial Arts Academy, bathing meant soaking in medicinal herb tubs. No such advanced fixture as a shower had ever been installed. Wash thoroughly. Lather up twice with soap, especially around your neck. Scrub off every trace of grime. Your undershirt is white, don't twist your neck and stain it black. Embarrassing to say the least. Thus, he felt no need to tiptoe around Yang Ji's dignity when offering practical reminders. Knock, 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 knock. A sharp rapping echoed from outside the door. Self-assurance. Thus, he felt no need to tiptoe around Yang Ji's dignity when offering practical reminders. Knock, 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 knock. A sharp rapping echoed from outside the door. Mr. Chung, a guest on the 8th floor is causing trouble. We need you to come take a look. The voice was not Xiao Li's but a man's. You go ahead and shower. I'll lend you my towel for now. I'll head over right away. Your clothes will be delivered shortly by the front desk. I won't lock the door behind me. If someone knocks, just let them in. They'll place the clothes on the bed. Don't touch anything unfamiliar in the room. I'll show you how everything works when I return. And please, don't wander off. I'd hate to come back and find you gone. Understood. Go ahead. I'll stay put. Yang Gu nodded, reassuring Chung Yong that he had no intention of straying. Chung Yong hurried out. Yang Gu emerged from the bathroom, not yet having bathed, but first surveyed the room. It was a standard double room, 2 beds, 1 compact bathroom, a small wardrobe, and a sun-facing window. On the nightstand sat several bottles of drinks and water-bearing brands unknown to Yang Gu. Opposite the bed stood a long table atop, which rested a bulky color television, and beneath it a VCD player. The familiar yet dated furnishings stirred a momentary daze in Yang Gu. He walked over, pulled open the drawer beneath the TV, and found it filled with discs. Flipping through them idly, he saw urban dramas, martial arts epics, and numerous instructional titles featuring conspicuously ample figures on their covers. Well equipped indeed, Yang Gu muttered wryly before shutting the drawer. He strode to the windowsill, drew back the curtain, and gazed outward. This area lay far from the city center. No low-rise hostels marred the view. Instead, wide boulevards stretched before him, lined with modest 3- to 5-story buildings, and occasionally punctuated by towering 20- or 30-story skyscrapers. Cyclists and motorcyclists weaved briskly along the streets, imbuing the scene with vibrant life, a stark contrast to the suffocating gloom of the shanty towns. Even the air felt crisp and clean. Once I've made some money, I'll bring father here to live. Though law may be scarce, at least we'd have ties to the Lin family. He'd likely thrive more here than in distant Longgang City. With that thought, he stepped into the shower, scrubbing meticulously down to the smallest crevice. Before he deliberately ignored both his attire and the lingering musk of sweat, anything to avoid standing out. Now cleanliness was expected, so he conformed to its standards without hesitation. Once sloppiness had been his camouflage, now tidiness served the same purpose. Unlike other youths who craved attention through flamboyance and defiance, Yang Gu preferred quiet anonymity, low profile, high potential. If others simply overlooked him, allowing him to grow unseen, so much the better. By the time he finished showering, the front desk had already delivered his outfit, the stereotypical white shirt, black suit, and polished shoes. He hadn't expected, even after crossing into another world, a bodyguard would still wear this uniform. They provided 2 sets for rotation, alongside toiletries, a towel, pajamas, and other personal essentials, all thoughtfully supplied. Hanging the towel and pajamas neatly in the wardrobe, Yang Gu slipped into the bodyguard's suit. Remarkably, he looked striking. Those still young months of rigorous martial training had sculpted his frame with dense, defined muscle. Standing 170 centimeters tall, broad-shouldered by nature, and further honed by discipline, his posture was ramrod straight, ideal for tailoring. His features were chiseled, youthful innocence still softening his expression, yet the suit transformed him. No longer a boy playing dress-up, he radiated quiet authority and refined vigor. Adjusting his tie before the bathroom mirror, he stepped out, just as Cheng Yong pushed the door open. Cheng Yong's eyes lit up at the sight. Circling Yang Gu slowly, he whistled appreciatively, murmuring approving sounds under his breath. Clothes make the man. Indeed, ancient wisdom holds true. I'll take you strolling past wealthy young ladies these next few days. Who knows, you might just land one. Ever since Cheng Yong had brought him along to assist in a confrontation, and later to stand guard, he dropped all pretense of reserve. Around Yang Gu, his natural sociability bloomed freely, unfiltered and unrestrained. Was it resolved? Yang Gu loosened his collar slightly. The tie worn after long disuse felt constricting around his throat. Handled. Just some arrogant outsider thought himself above consequence because he'd heard the walled district lacked formal law enforcement and legal oversight. So he decided to act without restraint. Spotted a female attendant, didn't even ask, just dragged her toward his room. And I'm the one they call formidable. I'd still court a woman properly before making a move. How do you usually handle incidents like this? Yang Gu asked. On the way over, Cheng Yong had already outlined his duties, ensuring the safety of guests staying at the hotel, especially those attending the upcoming auction. That included quelling disturbances, calming intoxicated guests, and preventing disruptions to others' comfort. In essence, he served as hotel security, but with broader authority than ordinary guards. When confronting troublemakers, they were permitted to use force, even lethal force, if necessary, with no legal repercussions. The Lin family would manage any aftermath. We gave him a sound beating to sober him up, demanded a formal apology, and awarded 2,000 yuan to the attendant. That settled it. The man was utterly deranged. Yes, the hotel employs hostesses, but not every woman is for sale. To grab her without consent, to yank her toward his room. It wasn't just crude, it was contemptuous. True, the walled district has no codified law, but this hotel belongs to the Lin family. Where did he think he'd place their honor? Did he truly believe our security staff were mere ornaments? Or worse, spineless lackeys? Because he hailed from elsewhere and carried coin, he assumed superiority, and even dared expect cheers from onlookers. Just recalling the man's smug expression reignited Cheng Yong's fury. An outsider flush with wealth and possessing only basic martial prowess had presumed himself superior, treating the walled district as if it were beneath him. Not only had he assaulted and berated hotel staff who tried to intervene, but when Cheng Yong arrived and demonstrated his superior skill, the man remained arrogantly defiant. He even demanded Cheng Yong kneel and beg forgiveness. That final provocation shattered Cheng Yong's restraint. He lunged forward and landed 2 crushing blows. Half his teeth flew out before pain jolted him into lucidity. Moving forward, if you encounter such individuals, issue a firm warning first. We must uphold courtesy as hosts. But if they refuse to heed reason, strike decisively. Some men are born with a perverse instinct to mistake kindness for weakness, deference for fear. Only when pain breaks their pride do they collapse to their knees begging mercy, and suddenly forget they ever fancied themselves elite. In the Lin family hotel, 2 students from the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School patrolled continuously in pairs throughout the hall corridors or staircases. Yang Gu was paired with Cheng Yong. Cheng Yong was also the person in charge of the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School at the hotel, and all students had to follow his arrangements. The responsibilities of the Mountain Tiger students were simple: ensure the safety of guests in the ordinary guest room areas and prevent any disturbances. As for the high-end suites, including the presidential suite, that was the responsibility of the Lin family's own security team and had nothing to do with the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School. If the Lin family's security personnel were overwhelmed occasionally, the Mountain Tiger students would take the hotel's special vehicle to the dock or to the border between the town and Longgang City to help pick up guests. As for senior brother Lin Hong, he was leading a portion of the elite disciples from the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School responsible for security at the auction venue. Compared to the hotel, the auction venue was undoubtedly more important, as valuable items were located there. If you encounter unruly guests, be polite first before resorting to force. Find out the reason first. If it's an issue caused by the hotel staff, call the Lin family personnel to handle it themselves. If it's the guest's problem, first see if it can be mediated. If the guest continues to cause a scene, don't hesitate to take action. These guests from outside look down on the people from our town. They look at us as if we are inferior beings, and that is infuriating. Cheng Yong walked with Yang Gu to familiarize him with the area while teaching him how to handle issues. Oh, by the way, you don't need to pay attention to members of other factions you encounter at the hotel. As long as they have some sense, they understand the consequences of causing trouble on the Lin family's territory. But if they do cause trouble, there's no need to be polite. If they dare to resist, act decisively. The Lin family will cover for you afterward, so don't fear them. However, before taking action, be a bit clever and assess the strength of your opponent. If you can handle it, do it yourself and earn some extra rewards. If you can't handle it, don't be arrogant or just call for help loudly. For example, over there. Cheng Yong pointed with his chin towards a man sitting at the bar drinking. Yang Gu followed his gesture and saw 3 imposing men drinking shot after shot. The bar was well heated, so all 3 had removed their jackets, wearing short-sleeved t-shirts that revealed large tattoos on their arms and necks. Those with wolf head tattoos on them are mostly from the Tianlang gang. They can be vicious, so be cautious if they start acting rowdy. Yang Gu paused for a moment, and the 3 men who were drinking seemed to sense something, turning to look at him with sharp, fierce gazes. Yang Gu instantly felt as if he was being targeted by 3 hungry wolves, but when the 3 men saw Cheng Yong beside him, their hostility faded. They nodded in greeting and turned back to their drinks. Do you know them, senior brother Cheng? Not really, but the Lin family has a good relationship with our martial arts school. Whenever they are short-staffed, they come to borrow people from the school. Having accompanied senior brother Lin on missions here multiple times, I've become somewhat familiar with these people. The 2 continued their patrol. After following Cheng Yong for the whole morning, nothing notable occurred. They then headed to the restaurant to solve their lunch problem. The restaurant did not specially prepare any medicinal meals for them as security personnel. Since many guests at the hotel were martial artists, the cafeteria offered several medicinal dishes. When they came to eat, they simply placed their orders. Yang Gu was at the early stage of Mingjing with a daily meal reimbursement limit of 300 yuan, any amount exceeding that had to be paid out of pocket. Cheng Yong's reimbursement limit was 1,000 yuan. The dishes they ordered arrived quickly. The medicinal meals here are not as gentle as those prepared by Uncle Fu. The medicinal potency is a bit strong, so be careful while eating. Cheng Yong reminded. Yang Gu nodded and put a piece of beef into his mouth. The flavor of the herbs mixed with the meat was quite pleasant. However, once swallowed, compared to the martial arts school's medicinal meals, which would warm his stomach like a gentle stream, the medicinal energy here released slowly. The beef he just swallowed made his stomach feel warmth, but it was not a gentle flow. Rather, it felt like a ball of fire bursting with a spicy sensation, as if he had swallowed a shot of strong liquor. It feels too strong, you just eat slowly. Seeing Yang Gu's face suddenly turned slightly red, Cheng Yong spoke up. It's fine, it's all right. Yang Gu activated the double horse stance, instantly transforming the violent medicinal energy into his vital blood, which was subsequently refined by the lying tiger stance. The redness on his face visibly faded. Continuing to eat, Yang Gu's face no longer showed any redness. The first time, although Cheng Yong had reminded him he wanted to see how strong the medicinal meals were here, so he didn't immediately run the double horse stance to digest the medicinal energy. Now that he was prepared with every mouthful of medicinal meal swallowed, the medicinal potency was rapidly transformed and the spiciness in his stomach had diminished significantly. Seeing Yang Gu, who was calmly dining across from him, Cheng Yong understood that his little junior brother's double horse stance was not low in level, so He put his worries aside and focused on eating. Being able to subdue the medicinal potency in the meals, the two ate quickly, finishing all the food on the table in just over 10 minutes. Yang Gu only ate his own portion and did not take any of Cheng Yong's medicinal meals. Cheng Yong did not insist on letting him eat from his portion. Medicinal meals were an important source of energy for martial artists. Even if Cheng Yong offered, Yang Gu would not take it. Although their relationship was good now, there still needed to be a sense of boundaries. Where do we get the medicinal baths? Yang Gu asked after finishing his meal. They don't arrange medicinal baths here, but they do provide medicinal plasters. One piece has effects similar to our medicinal baths, but like the medicinal meals, the potency can be a bit harsh. Cheng Yong led Yang Gu outside, and they took the elevator to the 11th floor. The 11th floor was the dividing line. Above it was the high-end suite VIP area. Upon arriving, they found a designated Lin family member distributing the medicinal plasters. Looking at the medicinal plaster in his hand, which resembled a dogskin plaster, Yang Gu examined it curiously. Apply it while sleeping at night. At that time we will be resting and can focus on refining the medicinal energy to avoid wasting it. The usage is simple: heat it up and stick it on your belly button. Cheng Yong explained. Is this just one piece? Cheng Yong took 2 plasters, and Yang Gu initially thought they were both for him. However, Cheng Yong only gave him one, and the remaining one was darker in color, indicating it was more potent and belonged to Cheng Yong. How many medicinal baths do you have in the school each day? Cheng Yong paused for a moment. Twice. Yang Gu sensed something and lowered his voice a bit. You really? Cheng Yong suddenly felt envious. You know, ordinary students can only have a medicinal bath once every 3 days, and I can only have it once a day. Yang Gu was fortunate enough to have 2 baths a day at the early stage of Mingjing. Yang Gu had no idea what Cheng Yong was thinking, but if he did, he would explain that he didn't start having 2 baths a day only after breaking through to Mingjing. He had been having 2 baths a day even before becoming a martial artist, and Uncle Fu helped him absorb the medicinal energy through massages. Get me another plaster, put it on my account. Cheng Yong said to the staff distributing the plasters. No need, senior brother Cheng, one is enough, Yang Gu interrupted. Don't worry, I'm not paying for it. Cheng Yong said with a smile. It'll get reimbursed by senior brother Lin later, so there's no need to save for him. Hearing Cheng Yong say this, Yang Gu felt relieved and took the other plaster. Seeing his eager expression, Cheng Yong said, Let's go, there's nothing else to do now. It'll take you back to the room to try out the effects of the plaster. In the evening, Cheng Yong's friends came to find him for drinks, while Yang Gu chose not to join the revelry and stayed alone in his room. He took out the remaining medicinal patch from the storage cabinet. Upon opening the box of the medicinal patch, he did not immediately see the patch itself, but instead found a round cake sealed with wax. After breaking the thick wax seal, a dark palm-sized ointment emerged. After tearing off the protective film from the ointment's front, Yang Gu lit a candle on the bedside table. He placed the back of the ointment, which resembled tin foil, over the candle to heat it. As the dark ointment melted and released a strong medicinal fragrance, he applied it to his navel. Standing in place, he mobilized his chi, feeling the medicinal power flow through his body via his navel. After a while, Yang Gu opened his eyes. He reached down to touch his navel, which felt just as it had in the morning, burning like it had been smeared with chili peppers. The medicinal effect is similar to a medicinal bath, yet it is as volatile as a medicinal dish. However, although the medicinal effect was volatile, it was more convenient than a medicinal bath that required hot water and the brewing of herbs. This medicinal patch could simply be tossed into a bag and taken anywhere. As the medicinal power of the ointment was fully absorbed, the herbal scent in the room became faint. He opened the window to let in fresh air, removed the patch, and tossed it into the trash before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Wearing his pajamas, he tossed the towel he used to dry his hair aside. Yang Gu stood by the window, gazing at the brilliant lights outside, his expression slightly dazed. The scene before him resembled the night view of some 3rd or 4th-tier county towns. Instinctively, Yang Gu reached into his pants pocket, craving a cigarette. Unfortunately, although he was a smoker in his past life, he did not smoke in this one. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door pulled Yang Gu back to reality from his memories. Is Mr. Cheng in? There's a disturbance in the restaurant. Senior brother Cheng is not here. Wait a moment, I'll go with you to take a look, Yang Gu said as he pulled off his robe and began to get dressed. Aside from the medicinal dishes and ointments, he also received a salary of 1,000 yuan daily. The Lin family was generous, and they surely would handle any issues properly. 10 minutes later, Yang Gu followed the hotel staff to the upstairs restaurant. 2 parties were in a standoff. One was a group of guests attending the auction, while the other was from a security company called Iron Shield. Members of the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School were mixed in maintaining order. The Iron Shield Company was affiliated with the Wolf Gang, a minor force that had some notoriety in the urban district. As the top force in the Eastern City District, the Lin family had some business dealings with the Wolf Gang. However, business aside, since the Lin family was hosting the auction, they did not normally seek help from the Wolf Gang. This would create the impression that the Lin family was seeking the Wolf Gang's assistance. Therefore, even when short-staffed, the Lin family would not ask other top forces in the Eastern City for help. Instead, they would use their connections to borrow personnel from closely related forces like the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School. However, while they would not actively seek help from top forces like the Wolf Gang, they would outsource some minor tasks like security work in the lower floors of the building when most of their personnel were assigned to the auction. This work would be contracted to the Iron Shield Company, a small force under the top forces in the Eastern City, to express goodwill. This way they wouldn't appear weak by actively seeking help from forces of the same level. It also allowed other top forces to feel involved, how everyone could do business amicably. On the way, the staff briefly explained the reason for the conflict to Yang Ge. The personnel from the Iron Shield Company responsible for security in the lower-level mall were dining in the upstairs restaurant, just like the members of the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School, but they earned about 30% less. The conflict arose when an employee from the Iron Shield Company after his shift brought his girlfriend to celebrate her birthday and requested to keep an account after their meal. This account was not the same as regular credit. Usually credit meant paying for what you consumed, and at most they'd round down. However, the personnel from the Iron Shield Company were currently under contract with the Lin family, and dining in the Lin family building was included in their employment benefits. This meant that if Iron Shield employees took outside friends to dine and charged it to their employment, it would essentially be taking advantage of the Lin family. In such situations, the Lin family would usually turn a blind eye, prioritizing the smooth execution of the auction over a minor loss. This small loss was insignificant. The restaurant manager understood the higher-ups' intentions, so as long as things weren't too excessive, they would directly allow the account to be kept. However, this time, an employee named Li Fei from the Iron Shield Company, wanting to save face, called a large group of friends to come celebrate his girlfriend's birthday in a private room. If Li Fei had been smart, he would have discreetly told the restaurant to cover part of the expenses and charge the rest to his account. The restaurant manager would have let it go. Unfortunately, Li Fei not only lacked this common sense, but also overstepped his bounds, insisting on keeping an account for the meal. After finishing the meal, he embraced his girlfriend, picked his teeth, and loudly instructed the restaurant manager, get a private room for karaoke on the upper floor and arrange the drinks and fruit platters. Oh, and book 5 more rooms, my friends are staying over, and it all goes on the account. Seeing Li Fei flushed from drinking, the restaurant manager realized he was already tipsy and thought he was a wealthy young master. Thus, under the pretext of discussing the types of drinks, he pulled Li Fei aside. Politely, he said that the auction was about to be held, and there were many guests at the Lin family building. So arranging hotel rooms became a bit difficult. In reality, there were plenty of ordinary rooms available, but the attendees of the auction were affluent guests. These guests wouldn't stay in ordinary suites, they were placed in high-end suites or presidential suites. The manager's aim was to signal Li Fei to tone it down and wrap things up quickly. Though the restaurant manager's hint made Li Fei somewhat sober despite his drunken state, he knew very well whether he was genuinely impressive or just pretending. The fact that the restaurant manager was allowing him to keep an account was already a courtesy, and it would be best to leave while he was ahead. He had already given his girlfriend enough face today, and she would surely repay him later. However, while he was coming to his senses, his girlfriend was aware of his limitations, but her friends were even more intoxicated. Having never dined in such a high-end restaurant, they thought they could also visit the previously heard of Lin family building for karaoke and even stay overnight. Excited like they had just injected adrenaline, they truly believed their friend's boyfriend was a wealthy young master. Their heads were held high as if they could fly up to the sky. As they exited the private room yelling and causing a ruckus, they became quite annoying. At that moment, a guest from the adjacent room, finishing their dinner, frowned at the group of ill-mannered individuals. The disdainful gaze ignited the temper of one of Li Fei's girlfriend's friends, who reached out to slap the person, but the latter reacted quickly, not only dodging, but also countering with a slap. This incident acted as a spark, and both sides began to fight immediately. Li Fei's side had 3 men, while the opposing side had only 1 man, with the rest being women. However, the lone man on the opposing side was quite skilled, overpowering Li Fei's group in an instant, laying them all on the ground. The commotion attracted the attention of other guests, including Li Fei's colleagues. When Yang Ge walked into the private room, it was as noisy as a bustling market. Upon seeing someone push the door open, the room fell silent for a moment, and then the restaurant manager frowned at the youthful-looking Yang Ge. Not only the restaurant manager, but also the people from the Shanhua martial arts school raised their eyebrows. However, thinking about how Chung Yong had brought Yanggu along for patrol today, and that they shared a room, they felt slightly reassured. It was evident that he was different from those students who merely paid to learn martial arts. Therefore, their expressions softened somewhat. Chung Yong, the senior brother, is not here. What are both sides' demands in this matter? Yanggu observed the expressions on the faces of the people in the room, but he wasn't angered by their doubts. After all, he was young with a delicate face. But although his face was youthful, his soul was seasoned, so he didn't show any signs of fear upon entering, instead directly addressing the issue. Mr. Baiyu demands that the people here kneel and apologize to him. The restaurant manager spoke. Yang Gu's expression remained calm. Sensing his inner thoughts, he gestured towards Li Fei, saying, "What about here? They can apologize, but they don't want to kneel." Realizing that the other party consisted of wealthy individuals from outside the city, Li Fei's girlfriend's friend became alert. One by one, they transformed from initially arrogant roosters into quivering quails. In their understanding, outside the city was paradise, and those living in paradise were formidable individuals they could not provoke. Thus, if an apology could quell this conflict, even though Li Fei and the others had been beaten, it was something they could accept given their culpability. However, the other party demanded that they kneel to apologize and slap their own faces while doing so, which felt quite humiliating. If they apologize sincerely and you receive some financial compensation, how about waiving the cost of this meal? Yanggu looked at Baiyu and inquired, "Do I look like someone who cares about that little money?" Baiyu turned his head, looking at Yanggu with disdain. Though Yanggu had a youthful face and stood up to handle the situation, his identity was likely not simple. But being a country bumpkin in the village, what did that matter? Moreover, was Baiyu's identity any simpler? "You all apologize." Yanggu turned to Li Fei and the others. The room suddenly fell silent, and Li Fei and the others displayed looks of indignation. It was true that the other party was from outside the city, but Li Fei was still a member of the Iron Shield Company. The Iron Shield Company had the backing of the Sky Wolf Gang, and this little brat from the Shanhua Martial Arts School clearly disrespected the Sky Wolf Gang. "Is this the outcome of your handling of this matter?" Before Li Fei could speak, one of his colleagues reacted unhappily. He felt that Yanggu was retaliating. The Iron Shield Company looked down on the people from the Shanhua Martial Arts School due to issues regarding labor remuneration. After all, they were members of the Sky Wolf Gang, while the Shanhua Martial Arts School was merely a martial arts school in the city. They believed they deserved more. Why should the Shanhua Martial Arts School benefit? As the benefiting party, they naturally had no good feelings towards the Iron Shield Company. Thus, the two sides had ongoing conflicts, and he believed that Yang Gu's demand for Li Fei and the others to kneel and apologize was a way to humiliate the Iron Shield Company. "This incident was instigated by your side. Being beaten is simply your own incompetence. So is it wrong to make you apologize?" Yanggu said calmly. If you are not satisfied, then report this matter upwards. Let the Lin family call your boss and see how this matter is handled," Yanggu continued. "Don't report it." Li Fei, who initially looked displeased, quickly said. If they were caught taking advantage of the Lin family and offending their guests, it would be the end for him. Compared to that, he could actually accept kneeling and apologizing. It was just. If only his colleagues were not present, and there were no people from the Shanhua Martial Arts School and the restaurant, and it was just them and Baiyu. If you don't want to report it, then apologize. You are deliberately looking for trouble. Li Fei's colleague was furious. You are not involved, stay out of you. The room fell silent, and Baiyu looked at Li Fei and the others with mockery, his gaze sweeping over Yanggu, revealing a look of disdain. He initially thought they had summoned someone formidable, but unexpectedly it turned out to be just another bumpkin who dared not offend him. Wow. I apologize. The girl who had started the confrontation couldn't bear the pressure any longer, and with a cry she knelt down. But just as she kneeled halfway, her arm was grabbed by Yanggu and pulled up. "I asked you to apologize, not to kneel. Say you are sorry, but do it sincerely," Yanggu stated. The room fell silent again, and everyone looked at Yanggu in disbelief. Even the students from the Shanhua Martial Arts School felt that Yanggu was taking the opportunity to humiliate the people from the Iron Shield Company, not expecting such a twist. Baiyu, who had a face full of mockery, now had his expression freeze. Yanggu ignored the bewilderment of others and said to the girl he had pulled up, "Apologize, say you are sorry." Sorry, the girl said tremulously as Yanggu held her by the arm. "You all." Yanggu's gaze swept over Li Fei and the others. A few of them were still in a daze, their brains momentarily unable to process what was happening. However, although the girls were slow to react ever since they learned that Bai Yu was from outside the city, they had been anxious and subconsciously followed Yang Guest's instructions, saying, "Sorry, you." Yang Guest's gaze fixed on Li Fei, his brows already furrowing. "Sorry." Under Yang Guest's stare, Li Fei also opened his mouth to apologize. "All right, the apologies are done. Waive this gentleman's meal cost, and let's consider this matter closed. I don't need that little money." Bai Yu glared at Yang Gu, realizing he was furious. "If you don't need money, then fine, let him settle the bill." "Are you playing with me?" Bai Yu's eyes flashed with a cold glint. "I like beautiful women, not playing with men." Yang Gu calmly looked at Bai Yu. Upon entering the room, he had already found Bai Yu displeasing, understanding why Qing Yong had been so magnanimous earlier. That high and mighty gaze, as if looking down on someone inferior, was infuriating. If it weren't for needing to work for the Lin family's salary, this time the Iron Shield Company was indeed at fault. He would have liked to beat up Bai Yu. That expression, that gaze, was just asking for it. Good, good, good. Is this your Lin family's attitude towards handling this matter?" "I don't know how the Lin family handles it, but this is how I'm handling it. If you are not satisfied, you can report it." Yang Gu shrugged nonchalantly. He was not a member of the Lin family and wouldn't care about complaints. As for what if the Lin family favored Bai Yu in dealing with him? At worst, he would just not do this job anymore. He didn't believe that the Shanhua martial arts school would join forces with the Lin family to expel him over the anger of some Bai Yu. If that happened, it would prove that the martial arts school was not worthy of trust, and leaving early would be for the so at most he would just lose this job, missing out on 3,000 in income. The martial arts school still provided free medicine, meals, and baths. Returning to continue practicing martial arts would be the same. That night, Qing Yong did not return, and it was uncertain whether he had gone out with friends for a night of fun. In his imagination, the person named Bai Yu did not report the incident, and the Lin family did not come looking for him. However, Yang Gu still jotted down Bai Yu's name in his notebook, determined to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson later, otherwise he would be feeling unfulfilled. Early the next morning, Yang Gu had just finished applying the ointment and was still recovering his vitality when he had not yet had the chance to wash it off. Qing Yong, who had not returned all night, pushed open the door, looking as exhausted as if he had been through a marathon, collapsing onto the bed and unwilling to move. "Did you have such an exhilarating night last night?" Yang Gu glanced at Qing Yong, whose previously well-tailored suit was now wrinkled and even damaged, and could not help but curl his lip. "Get lost. If it were a woman, I could go for 3 days and nights without getting out of bed." Qing Yong shot Yang Gu a glare, as men naturally understand other men. Yang Gu's curled lip clearly mocked him for his sexual inadequacy. "So if it wasn't a battle with a woman, did you have a fight with a bunch of men?" Yang Gu asked with a strange look in his eyes. "Get out of here." Qing Yong grabbed a pillow and threw it at Yang Gu, then weakly said, "Last night, I had a super hot girl all lined up. I was just about to engage in a fierce battle, but then senior brother Lin drafted me. Last night, a cargo ship docked at the pier on the east side of the city. The last batch of auction items had arrived. Today was the day the auction commenced, so the Lin family took delivery overnight. To be cautious, they gathered a lot of manpower for security. Qing Yong ran into Lin Hong while going out for a meal, and since he was on the day shift and had nothing else to do, he was drafted again. Was there a robbery? Yang Gu could not help but ask. Given Qing Yong's current state, it was obvious that it was not just a matter of being a security guard. There had clearly been a scuffle. No, whoever came last night was met with lethal force, Qing Yong stated. Hearing this, Yang Gu was even more puzzled. If there was no robbery, how did you get into such a state? I finished my morning task and sparred with senior brother Lin. Oh, understood. Caught red-handed, while out having fun, Lin Hong was giving his junior brother a lesson. Otherwise, Qing Yong wouldn't have been kept busy at night after his day shift. During Qing Yong's task, even though he was off duty going out to have fun, was a bit too indulgent. Lin Hong asked him to work a night shift first and spar to learn a lesson. Get up, wash up, and change your clothes. Today the auction officially begins, and the manpower here may not be enough. We might need to assist in escorting guests to the auction venue, Yang Gu said. Qing Yong, looking utterly disheartened, got up. In reality, Lin Hong was being reasonable. Qing Yong had no serious injuries. He had just been pinned down and beaten with no chance to fight back. His body was fine, but he felt mentally exhausted. After breakfast, the Lin family building became bustling. The elevators dedicated to the high-end suites and presidential suites were constantly going up and down, while vehicles drove out from the underground garage. A distinguished guest typically came with 3 cars, 3 drivers, and 7 bodyguards. The lead vehicle had 1 driver and 3 bodyguards clearing the way. The middle vehicle had a driver and a bodyguard in the passenger seat carrying the guest, while the last vehicle had the same configuration as the first. If the guest had family friends or other companions, the bodyguard in the passenger seat of the middle vehicle would sit in the front or make room in the back. The building was not far from the auction venue, about 3 kilometers away, and the road had already been secured by the Lin family. The auction venue was a sizable 3-story building. From the outside, it resembled a large automobile dealership with huge floor-to-ceiling windows gleaming, showcasing various goods, and there was a considerable plaza at the entrance. Guests were dropped off at the entrance where someone was there to receive them, and vehicles returned to pick up more guests. This continued back and forth for 5 or 6 trips until it was 9 in the morning. After escorting the last guest, the auction inside had already begun. The auction took place on the 2nd floor, and in contrast to the transparent glass on the 1st floor, the glass on the 2nd floor was likely fitted with a privacy film, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. "Come on, let me take you in and broaden your horizons." Chung Yong got out of the car. Apart from being a bodyguard, he had also played the role of a driver, continuously operating the middle vehicle while Yong-gu sat in the passenger seat. "Can we go in?" "Why can't we? The security measures here have nothing to do with us. As long as no guests leave early and need to be escorted, and we have nothing to do, we can roam freely." Of course, if it were anyone else, they definitely could not go in, as who knows if this bodyguard is a thief in disguise. What if something went wrong after letting you in? But our senior brother Lin is one of the security heads on the 2nd floor, so sneaking in is naturally not a problem. "I see, then let's go take a look." Yongo was quite curious about what auction items there would be. The two of them got out of the car and walked towards the auction venue. The security guards from the Lin family saw them and did not stop them, clearly recognizing Chung Yong. They smoothly made it to the 2nd floor. Compared to the brightness of the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows on the 1st floor, the large windows on the 2nd floor were all covered with curtains. The auction venue resembled a large tiered conference room. The seats rose higher as they went back, with the auction platform at the front. At this moment, a female auctioneer in a flowing black satin gown with a graceful figure and outstanding presence was introducing the items while holding a gavel. The overall lighting in the auction venue was dim, while the display tables for the items were illuminated with bright lights, ensuring that even the guests in the last row could clearly see the auction items. Each guest's seat had a circular illuminated sign with numbers on it. Whenever they wanted to bid, they just needed to raise the sign. Above the auction venue was a suspended corridor with VIP boxes arranged in a fan shape distributed over the area directly in front of the auction platform. Powerful security personnel were walking back and forth on the corridor, with Lin Hong being one of them. When Yang-gu and Chung Yong entered the auction platform, was currently auctioning a large ceramic pot. More precisely, it was an unearthed urn coffin. In the past, when people died, although cremation was an option, it was certainly not as clean as the crematoriums of today. Hence, larger vessels were needed to hold ashes and unburned remains. Alternatively, some did not opt for cremation at all. However, local customs did not involve wooden coffins, but rather buried bodies in large ceramic pots. Thus, such items were preserved. At this moment, the urn coffin that was brought to the auction was not being sold as an antique, but rather as a soul-nurturing vessel. This item had held a corpse buried underground for many years, and the energy it emanated was quite strong. Many sorcerers liked to use such vessels to nurture spirits, or martial artists following the school would lie inside to practice nurturing zombies and other evil entities. For instance, in the practice of iron corpse techniques in horizontal training, such funerary items were needed to assist in cultivation. A urn coffin like this, having digested a corpse buried underground for a long time, was even more effective. If the corpse inside the urn coffin had once been a martial artist who practiced horizontal training, its value would increase exponentially, making it extremely sought after. One auction item after another ascended the stage, igniting an exceptionally fervent bidding atmosphere. Many of these items were outright contraband elsewhere, available for purchase only in secluded enclaves like this fortress city. Miss this opportunity, and it may never come again. Thus, every guest attending the auction raised their paddles without hesitation or restraint. Watching each item find its buyer, Yang-gu felt exhilarated and profoundly enlightened. As a youth from the West City slums, his prior understanding of the world had been exceedingly narrow. His knowledge of martial cultivation was largely secondhand rumor. His grasp of the outer world gleaned only from occasional glances at discarded newspapers scavenged from landfills. At school, instruction focused solely on literacy and rudimentary mathematics, physics, and chemistry, never mentioning cultivators or the myriad wonders beyond their walls. Hence, schooling served merely to produce literate factory workers, capable of reading manuals and tightening screws. To truly comprehend this world and escape the slums required academic excellence. Only top students could gain admission to elite academies beyond the fortress city. Even with the merged memories of his former self, Yang Ji's understanding of this high martial realm remained profoundly superficial. His horizons had widened somewhat at Shanhu Martial Arts Hall, especially after encountering that man days earlier whose very presence sent tigers roaring through Yang Ji's mind. That encounter had peeled back just one corner of the high martial world for him, revealing for the first time the staggering power of a true cultivator's martial will. Today's auction further shattered his assumptions. Cultivation was far more than mere circulation of vital blood and qi. Strengthening the body extended well beyond medicinal broths and traditional herbs. The methods, disciplines, and auxiliary materials employed across this world were astonishingly diverse, limitless in scope and ingenuity. The current centerpiece of the auction was a horn from a blue-mutated rhinoceros, half a meter long, its surface suffused with a soft cerulean hue. Treated through specialized techniques, the horn retained full biological vitality. Thus, beyond its use in alchemy or artifact forging, it could even be grafted directly into a cultivator's body, bestowing partial rhinoceros-like strength and the mutated horn's water-controlling ability. Once again, Yang Ji's perception of the martial path was irrevocably transformed. Even if your martial path reaches a dead end, never implant such chaotic abominations into your body. Lin Hong appeared silently behind them, shattering their reverie about the horn's terrifying potential within a human frame. Does this implantation carry side effects? Cheng Yong asked aloud. Though he'd claimed to bring Yang Gu here solely to broaden his horizons, as if his own knowledge were vast. In truth, his prior work for the Lin family had involved only trivial errands. This auction marked his very first attendance, so while he ostensibly guided Yang Gu, he himself was equally a novice seeking enlightenment. Though Cheng Yong had cultivated several years longer than Yang Gu, and thus possessed marginally broader experience, their environment severely constrained growth. The fortress city remained isolated, all superior resources concentrated in the East District, where Cheng Yong rarely ventured. These graftable bones retained cellular vitality, proof that the beast's genetic essence remains alive. To implant them is to splice bestial genes directly into your own genome. When you are strong, you may suppress the beast within, enslaving it to serve your will in battle. But when weakened, the beast's nature will overwhelm your humanity. Then you become a feral monster, even cannibalizing your own kind. Lin Hong's face darkened, icy light flickered in his eyes as though haunted by unspeakable memories. Then why are so many bidders so eager? Is it because this horn holds extraordinary value for artifact forging or alchemical refinement? Yang Gu asked. Inside the auction hall, excitement surged. Bidding calls rose and fell like waves. Starting at 200,000 with minimum increments of 10,000, the horn's price had rocketed to 900,000 within minutes, now hurtling toward 1 million. Lin Hong sneered contemptuously as he watched the bidders, mostly silver-haired elders, raise their paddles repeatedly. A pack of cowardly wretches who've lost their martial hearts. Though Lin Hong offered no direct answer to Yang Ji's question, his words spoke volumes. Some bidders indeed sought the horn for forging or alchemy, but others clearly coveted it for implantation. Among them were elderly cultivators whose paths had plateaued, those with no hope of breakthrough, yet desperate to cling to life. Cultivators could continually circulate vital blood and qi to nourish their bodies and extend longevity. A Mingjin-level cultivator unscathed by grievous wounds or excessive depletion in battle could easily surpass 100 years. Each successive breakthrough further prolonged life. Reaching the Nifu realm, where internal organs enshrine spiritual essence and vital energy, remains perfectly contained, granted effortless longevity beyond 2 centuries. Thus, lifespan and martial progression were inextricably bound. Across history, only a rare few faced death with equanimity, and most given any chance to survive would choose to endure, however precariously. Moreover, many cultivators bore the weight of entire families. Their prosperity hinged entirely upon a single life. In Lin Hong's own lineage, a martial aristocracy, his death would spell swift decline for their illustrious house. It might fracture utterly, or fall prey to vengeful enemies. Hence, some cultivators resorted to bone grafting not out of selfish desire, but sheer necessity. Yet whether driven by fear or duty, grafting bestial bones, be it for advancement or mere longevity, posed grave peril to the martial world itself. Some clan patriarchs implanted such bones to safeguard their line, only to have their clans annihilated not by foes, but by themselves, consumed by bestial fury and turning upon their own kin. Such grafting carried immense catastrophic risk. Ultimately, the horn sold for 1.28 million, claimed by a frail white-haired elder. The day's auction concluded. Superior lots would be unveiled tomorrow, the final day of the event. Guests began departing in steady streams. Yang-gu and Chung-yong resumed their duties, shuttling attendees back to their hotels. The first few trips passed uneventfully. On the final run, they ferried a portly middle-aged man and a stunningly beautiful voluptuous young woman. Their relationship was unmistakable, a wealthy patron and his kept mistress. Scarcely seated, they embraced and kissed passionately, acting as though Yang-gu and Chung-yong were invisible. The wet smacking sounds turned Yang-gu scarlet with embarrassment. Chung-yong, bolder and less restrained, glanced repeatedly into the rearview mirror, his lewd grin betraying exhilaration far exceeding any film's thrill. When the man began unbuttoning her blouse, Chung-yong nearly slammed the brakes in excitement. Yet the woman, though compliant, retained enough composure to halt him. Or perhaps, though she willingly played mistress, she drew the line at performing before two strangers in a... She gently pressed his hand away from her strap, whispering, "No, not here. There are people watching. Wait until we're back." Her voice, honeyed and demure, sent chills crawling up Yang-ji's spine. Yet the man found her coyness intoxicating. First, he shot a venomous glare at the two men in the front seat, as if blaming them for existing in the vehicle at all. Then, cradling her like a treasured relic, he draped his bulky torso over her lithe figure, using his thick coat to shield her allure from their peasant gaze. Chung-yong mouthed a silent damn, reluctantly withdrawing his prying eyes, his expression one of profound disappointment. After delivering the guests to the hotel, Yang-gu quickly got out of the car and jogged to the back to help open the door. Since he was being paid by the Lin family, he had to ensure that the service to the Lin family's guests was impeccable. He watched as the two clingy individuals resembling conjoined twins left together. Yang-gu turned around, preparing to get back in the car to pick up the next wave of guests. A surge of malice emanated from the side, causing him to instinctively turn his head. Baiyu, who had just exited the car to his left, bared his teeth and made a throat-cutting gesture. Yang-gu's eyes narrowed instantly. The lingering effects of the vicious tiger's temperament influenced him, and faced with such provocation, murderous intent surged within him. In that moment, the seemingly innocent and harmless Yang-gu, with a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes, walked towards Baiyu. "What are you standing there for?" A slightly puzzled voice rang out, drawing Yang-gu's attention. The speaker was a woman with long hair cascading down her shoulders, gold-rimmed glasses perched on her delicate nose, and an elegant demeanor clad in a high-neck long dress. She had returned in the same car as Baiyu, and upon seeing him standing still, called out to him. However, as soon as she spoke, she noticed Baiyu's provocative expression directed elsewhere. Following Baiyu's gaze, she looked towards Yang-gu. Yang-gu halted in his tracks, taking a deep breath to suppress the agitation within him, his gaze locked on the woman. Yang-gu stared at the woman not because of her beauty, though she was indeed attractive and aligned with his aesthetic, but because, despite sensing no immediate threat from her, he felt a vague sense of danger. Thus he stopped in his tracks and refrained from advancing further. "Did you get into trouble again?" Bairong's gaze swept over Yang-gu before turning to her brother Baiyu. "I wouldn't dare offend her. A woman wanted to fight me yesterday, and I merely asked her to apologize. This one is so arrogant, acting as if I can't escape the city district if I say one more word." Bairong remained silent, turning her attention back to Yang-gu. She undoubtedly understood her brother's character. He often stirred up trouble and would not take just his word for it. Yang-gu, too lazy to explain Baiyu's pretentious behavior, spat disdainfully on the ground. "Idiot." Baiyu, with his chin held high and an air of superiority, instantly exploded in anger. He already looked down on the mud-legged people from the city district, and this guy had repeatedly humiliated him. Yesterday he had no support and dared not act against a group of people. Today, with his sister Bairong standing beside him, he felt emboldened to act. However, just as he was about to make a move, a hand pressed down on his shoulder, freezing his anger as if it had met extreme cold. "If my brother has done anything wrong, I apologize on his behalf." Bairong's hand rested on Baiyu's shoulder. Her tone was calm and steady, exuding a sense of authority that compelled compliance. "Sister, this filthy mud." Before Yang-gu could respond to Bairong, Baiyu, feeling unwilling, spoke first. These mud-legged people were only worthy of kneeling and licking his toes. How could they demand an apology from him? Baiyu's words were abruptly cut off by Bairong's command, "Shut up." Bairong's voice was laced with a hint of anger. Although she did not know the specifics of the conflict between her brother and the young man before her, she understood her brother's character all too well. Baiyu, pressed down, turned to look incredulously at his older sister. He couldn't fathom why his sister would be angry with him over such a mud-legged person. At this moment, Bairong was not looking at Baiyu, but rather at Chung-yong, who had somehow appeared next to Yang. "From the Shanhu martial arts school?" Bairong asked in a deep voice. Bai who originally wanted his sister to demand an explanation, changed expression upon hearing her question. He turned to Chung Yong, then back to Yang Gu, his face resembling that of a ghost. Shanhu Martial Arts School, Chung Yong. Chung Yong cupped his fists in greeting. Bai family, Bai Rong. Bai Rong returned the gesture, then shot a glance at her seemingly stunned brother, Bai Yu, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. This anger wasn't because Bai Yu had offended someone from the Shanhu Martial Arts School, which could bring trouble to the Bai family. No, it was because Bai Yu, who had been so arrogant towards Yang Gu, had now turned cowardly upon learning that he was from the Shanhu Martial Arts School, which was simply shameful for the Bai family. Anger aside, she had to resolve this as it was her own brother. My brother might have some misunderstanding with this young man. Yang Gu spoke up, it's nothing serious. Although I was provoked by Bai Yu and wanted to give him a beating, the situation clearly doesn't allow for that right now. Adding to that, Bai Rong, who seemed non-threatening, gave him an inexplicable sense of danger. Thus, he decided to let this matter rest for now and find an opportunity later to deal with Bai Yu. You're magnanimous young man. I will visit you another day. Bai Rong cupped her fists in farewell. Bai Yu hurriedly followed behind his sister as they left. Watching the two leave, Yang Gu and Chung Yong turned to get back in the car. They still had work to do. As the car started and drove out of the underground parking lot, Yang Gu continuously stared at Chung Yong. What are you looking at? Yang Gu asked. Don't you have anything to say to me? I don't know anything about your affair with that guy, so what do you want me to say? Chung Yong replied. I've seen Bai Yu's arrogance. He doesn't regard the people from the city district as humans at all. Now that you aren't even an outer disciple, it's best you don't pry into this matter. Chung Yong continued. Once you become a disciple and enter the school, you will naturally learn more. Yang Gu frowned, so secretive. Yet, though Chung Yong did not elaborate, it was clear that the Shanhu Martial Arts School held secrets and that its strength was likely beyond imagination. Yang Gu couldn't help but recall the image of the old gambler. Yang Huaishan had mentioned before that sending him to the Shanhu Martial Arts School for training was due to the advice of the old gambler. Once this matter is settled, I will go back and inquire with the old gambler thoroughly. Yang Gu muttered to himself as he continued with Chung Yong to pick up more people. Meanwhile, Bai Yu followed Bai Rong back to their room, keeping his head down and standing obediently, not daring to meet his sister's gaze. Do you realize how close you were to causing a disaster? Bai Rong asked sternly. I didn't know he was from the Shanhu Martial Arts School. Moreover, isn't the Shanhu Martial Arts School situated in the city district? They shouldn't have the right to come to the eastern part of the city just yet. The auction continued the next day. Yang Gu and Chung Yong finished their tasks of sending people off and hurried to the auction venue to watch the excitement. Compared to yesterday's auction items, today's offerings were clearly of a much higher caliber. Yesterday, only a few items at the end were auctioned off for over 1 million. Today, there were several items crossing the million mark, and the final few items fetched even tens of millions. There were 3 main auction items: a rusty butcher's knife, a tortoise shell the size of a grinding wheel, and a blood-replenishing pill. The butcher's knife once belonged to a powerful warrior who wielded it throughout his life, killing countless foes. Thus, even though it had been buried underground for centuries and was now rusted, it still exuded a powerful killing aura capable of dispelling evil and suppressing malevolence. Low-level warriors lacking firm will in martial arts often suffer mental degradation when facing opponents like sorcerers who employ ghostly techniques, losing combat effectiveness even before the fight begins. However, wielding such a butcher's knife would deter the small spirits controlled by the sorcerer from approaching. Additionally, enduring the knife's killing aura over time could strengthen the soul and enhance a warrior's ability to consolidate their martial will. As a result, the butcher's knife sold for a staggering 13 million, purchased by a plump middle-aged man who had been in a car with a mistress yesterday, almost tearing her clothes off. This made Yang Gu glance at the man a few more times, but today he was not accompanied by that alluring mistress. Instead, he was seated next to an old man. The old man was gesturing towards the auction stage, seemingly discussing something. The tortoise shell was the second item to be presented. Surprisingly, even after years of death, the shell still retained faint traces of essence, emitting a soft blue glow. This tortoise was far more formidable in life than the beast horn from yesterday. Therefore, whether for medicinal use or artifact crafting, this shell was an exceptionally rare material. Consequently, the competition for this tortoise shell was particularly fierce, not only breaking the 10 million mark, but even exceeding 20 million. It was ultimately acquired by Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen was not sitting in the VIP room, but was instead among the ordinary bidders in the main hall. Yang Gu recognized him at a glance, thinking, how could it be him? Have you met Uncle Yuan Zhen? Lin Hong, who had appeared behind Yang Gu at some point, asked. Uncle? Yang Gu was taken aback, as was Chung Yong, clearly unaware that there was such an uncle in the martial arts school. Yang Gu replied, I saw him a couple of days ago at the pharmacy. Upon hearing Yang Gu's words, Lin Hong showed a hesitant expression before finally saying, whatever he says in the future, do not listen, do not believe, and do not take him as your master. Little Lin speaking ill of elders behind their backs is inappropriate. Yuan Zhen's voice, thick with age, rang in the air. Yang Gu's eyes widened in shock, and he rubbed them, looking downwards. Yuan Zhen was still sitting in his seat, not having left. Yet his voice sounded as if it were right next to him, rather than coming from below. Yang Gu turned to look at Lin Hong, wanting to ask if he had heard the voice. Seeing Yang Gu's ghostly expression directed at him, Lin Hong understood his confusion without needing to ask. Warriors at the internal organs realm can project their qi and blood as threads for communication. Long-distance communication. Not quite that exaggerated, usually just a few kilometers. Lin Hong explained. I'm not an ordinary warrior, I can send messages over 100 miles away. Yuan Zhen's voice echoed again, clearly indicating he possessed a skill to capture sounds directionally, even in noisy environments. Bragging. Lin Hong turned sideways to block Yuan Zhen's line of sight, silently mouthing words to Yang Gu without making a sound. Cheng Yong, standing next to them, looked from Yang Gu to Lin Hong. It was as if the three of them were clearly standing together, yet he felt excluded despite hearing their conversation. The auction continued. The final auction item was the blood replenishing pill. This pill could increase a warrior's success rate by 30% when breaking through to the blood exchange realm. It was rumored that the top expert in the city's garrison area, the leader of the Tianlang gang, was a warrior of the blood exchange realm. Hence the bidding for this blood replenishing pill was particularly intense, ultimately selling for an astounding 47 million. This price surpassed the combined cost of the butcher's knife and the tortoise shell purchased by a distinguished guest in Box 3. As the auction concluded, many attendees felt unsatisfied. Those who acquired items approached the staff for delivery, eager to get their hands on the goods they had won. Yuan Zhen, who had purchased the tortoise shell and became the second focus of attention today, did not go for the delivery, but instead walked toward the corridor to approach Yang Gu. Little Lin has always enjoyed talking nonsense and do not listen to his wild claims. Uncle. No, I mean your master is quite reliable. Moreover, not only is he reliable, but he is also quite wealthy. He is generous with his money. Did Uncle Fu start making you pay for medicinal meals and baths? Even if he doesn't make you pay now, he will definitely ask you to later. He doesn't understand that geniuses require initial resource investment. The practical training can come later. If you take me as your master, all martial arts expenses will be waived. In 5 years, no 3 years, at most 3 years, I will ensure that your internal organs reach a hopeful state. Uncle. As Lin Hong watched Yuan Zhen try to deceive Yang Gu, he couldn't help but speak up. Do not call me uncle. I am not your uncle. Moreover, if you truly think of me as your uncle, then keep your mouth shut. Elders are speaking, how can you as a junior interrupt? Lin Hong's words were cut off as Yuan Zhen countered him like a machine gun. If juniors cannot speak, does that mean I as an old man have the right to speak? Just as Lin Hong was at a loss on how to respond, Uncle Fu had approached unknowingly. Uncle Fu, you are still vigorous. How can you be called an old man? You could live another 1,000 years and still be young. Yuan Zhen, who had initially adopted a stern elder's demeanor to reprimand Lin Hong, suddenly wore a broad smile, changing expressions faster than a Sichuan opera performer. Get lost. All right. Yuan Zhen quickly left. Watching him leave, Lin Hong let out a sigh of relief, and then curiously asked, Uncle Fu, why are you here? The Lin family sent someone to inform me that they received a rare item and needed my help to appraise it. Uncle Fu replied, glancing at Yang Gu, fortunate that the Lin family had invited him to evaluate the item. Otherwise, with Yuan Zhen's earlier demeanor, he wouldn't know how to flatter him. Yuan Zhen's flattery was harmless, but he feared that Yang Gu would compare it with the benefits from the martial arts school, which would only aggravate him. I see. Lin Hong nodded. All right, Yang Gu, come with me. You two continue with your tasks. Uncle Fu waved his hand, taking Yang Gu away. When do we get an uncle, eh? Cheng Yong curiously asked. You'll know when you enter the inner sect, Lin Hong replied nonchalantly. Cheng Yong's expression stiffened, then he changed the subject. When will Yang Gu formally become a disciple and enter the sect? He noticed Uncle Fu protecting Yang Gu like a mother hen looking after her chick, wary of Yuan Zhen, who had ill intentions. Cheng Yong couldn't help but feel somewhat envious. Disciple. Lin Hong sized Cheng Yong up. If he becomes a disciple, he will directly enter the inner sect. If you can't break through to the dark force before he becomes a disciple, he will enter the inner sect before you. You will have to call him senior brother. Yang Gu followed Uncle Fu down, arriving at a space in the auction house that was not open to the public. This was the underground vault of the auction house, entirely constructed from one metallic alloy. During defense, a thick gate was lowered at the entrance. Even a blood exchange realm warrior would find it impossible to leave in a short time. Lin Muching personally greeted Uncle Fu, indicating that she seemed to be independently operating this auction house. Therefore, the people from the Lin family only saw her and not any other elder from the Lin family. Uncle Fu, this way, please. Lin Muching glanced at Yang Gu beside Uncle Fu and turned to lead the way. The three of them entered an independent chamber where Lin Muching stood before a safe embedded in the wall, using both a key and a numerical password to open it. She took out a square sandalwood tray from the safe, which was covered with red silk. The tray was placed on the table, and as the red cloth was pulled back, it revealed an object about 3 centimeters long, resembling a tooth of some kind of animal. This is... Uncle Fu raised an eyebrow at the item on the tray. He took out a pair of colorful silk gloves from his pocket, put them on, and then carefully picked up the tooth from the tray for closer inspection. The tooth was crystal clear and translucent, resembling high-quality crystal, somewhat like glass, and also akin to top-grade jade. He examined it under the overhead light, noting its excellent light transmission. He brought it to his nose and sniffed, detecting no scent. He squeezed it hard with his fingers, applying considerable force, even using his blood chi, yet the tooth showed no deformation. After a thorough inspection, he only found it to have an extremely hard characteristic, and he couldn't help but mutter, "How strange." "Have any other appraisers seen this?" Uncle Fu asked. Yes, they all couldn't determine what animal this tooth belongs to. Master Wu concluded that it might be a tooth formed from some animal that consumed a special substance, resulting in an abnormality. It could also be a tooth from a particularly powerful high-level demon beast. Because the level of the demon beast is too high, it exceeds my capability to identify it. He leaned towards the latter. Did the person who sent it provide any useful information, such as where it was found? Uncle Fu continued to inquire. The person who brought it is a dock worker from the east side of the city. He said he stumbled upon this tooth on the shore after last year's tsunami. When he first saw it, he thought it was a treasure and sought out many people for identification, but no conclusive results were found. Later, he casually tossed it in his home and forgot about it. The last few days, the Lin family auction has been quite lively, and nearly everyone on the east side of the city knew about it. He dug this item out and brought it to the auction, hoping for a stroke of luck in selling it for a good price. However, because the appraisers at the auction couldn't identify what kind of tooth it was or its value, I didn't let it go on auction and privately purchased it for 100,000 yuan. Now that the auction has ended and I've finished my tasks here, I invited you to come help take a look, Lin Muching said with a smile. The warrior's intuition told her that this tooth was extraordinary, but she could not yet discern what made it special or what unique function it had. In the past few days, she had occasionally toyed with it and conducted various tests, but ultimately yielded no results. Uncle Fu carefully examined the tooth again and infused it with a trace of blood chi. The transparent tooth became stained a blood red, the blood chi swirling within it like red wine swirling in a glass. When he stopped infusing the blood chi, the crimson color slowly faded, eventually returning to transparent. The dissipating blood chi was not absorbed by the tooth, instead it simply faded away into the air as it lacked further infusion. I leaned towards Master Wu's assessment of it being a high-level demon beast's tooth. As for the specific type of demon beast and its power level, this tooth is not a complete one. It resembles a fragment that broke off from a larger tooth, making it difficult to determine the species of the demon beast. If even you cannot identify it, it seems this item will remain in hand for quite some time. Lin Muching's expression showed some disappointment, though it was merely a disappointment of curiosity. She felt no regret for spending 100,000 yuan on this tooth. She regarded it as casually buying a nice trinket. The auction house had recently earned over 20 million in total, so 100,000 was merely a drop in the bucket for her. Since the item could not be identified, Uncle Fu politely declined Lin Muching's invitation for dinner as thanks and left with Yang Gu. Uncle Fu's fees for identification were high, but very reasonable. He charged a high fee only if he could identify the item. If he couldn't, he wouldn't take a single cent. Unlike some appraisers who charge an outrageous appearance fee regardless of whether they can identify anything. Yang Gu followed Uncle Fu back to the martial arts school. As for the salary and compensation, Lin Hong would settle that with the Lin family, so he need not worry. Upon returning to the city district, it was not too late. Yang Gu had a medicinal meal in the cafeteria and then shamelessly sought Uncle Fu for a medicinal bath. He then took the ointment he received from the Lin family building that morning, preparing to find the martial arts student who had been picking up and dropping off Li Wanru these past couple of days to express his gratitude. He planned to give them 200 yuan as a token of thanks once the payment arrived tomorrow. When he visited the East City district the day before, aside from greeting his father Yang Huaishan at home, Yang Gu originally wanted to inform Li Wanru at the hotel to be careful during her commute these past few days. The old gambler's health was poor, and after taking a few steps, he would wheeze, making it impossible for him to personally pick her up. Yang Huaishan was an ordinary person who did not know martial arts, and Yang Gu did not want his father to take risks, so Li Wanru had to commute on her own. Unexpectedly, this matter was learned by Cheng Yong, who arranged for an old student from the martial arts school to pick up and drop off Li Wanru. Although the person was arranged by Cheng Yong, the old student seemed quite pleased after being assigned the task. But Yang Gu also felt he should express his gratitude right. After finding the old student and thanking him, he received unexpected news from him. The hotel provides accommodation, so there's no need for morning and evening pickups. Yes, the manager of the back hall at that hotel is quite accommodating and arranged for lodging. The reason for arranging accommodation was simple. The hotel was relatively close to the Shanhofu martial arts school. Some students from the martial arts school who had some spare cash would occasionally go there to drink and socialize. This old student was one of them. When he went to pick up Li Wanru the night before, he waited for a while at the alley but didn't see her come out, so he went directly into the hotel's backyard and happened to meet the back hall manager. Upon hearing that Li Wanru from the Shanty town was actually a friend of a student from the Shanhofu martial arts school, the back hall manager not only promoted Li Wanru from a laborer to an assistant cook, but also gave her a raise. Moreover, he personally arranged accommodation for her. Previously, they wouldn't even let workers from a shanty town like Li Wanru stay at any available rooms in the hotel. Even finding a corner to sleep on the floor was impossible. But now simply having some connection to a martial arts student changed everything. It said that many things that require a lot of effort to accomplish can sometimes be done effortlessly by some people with just a word. This made Yang Gu think of the mother and son he had once taught a lesson. Li Wanru informed him that the old lady had resigned and her son also did not come to trouble her. Presumably, they learned that Yang Gu was a disciple of the Shanhofu martial arts school and felt it was best to avoid provoking him, so they took the initiative to leave. Li Wanru no longer needed Yang Gu as her escort. Naturally, he was pleased to have some leisure time. He returned home directly from the martial arts school. After 2 days away from the shanty town, the construction site had already erected the first layer of walls. They were just waiting for the carpenters to set the framework and pour the concrete tomorrow. The speed could not be said to be slow. Is work going smoothly? Upon seeing his son return, Yang Weishan's furrowed brow instantly transformed into a smile. A father worries when his child travels far, especially since Yang Gu was only 15 years old and had never been away from Yang Huaishan. Everything is fine. The senior brothers at the martial arts school take good care of me, and I haven't encountered any issues. Yang Gu said with a smile, placing the meal he had fetched from the cafeteria on the table. On his way back, he saw someone selling cooked food, so he bought some for Yang Huaishan. Over the years, Yang Huaishan had been frugal, ensuring that Yang Gu had all the good food. If Yang Gu hadn't bought it, Yang Huaishan would definitely have been too reluctant to buy it himself. There's plenty of food at home, why waste this money? Upon seeing the meal Yang Gu brought back, which included both vegetables and meat, Yang Huaishan couldn't help but scold him. I've already eaten, you should hurry and eat. If it goes bad, that would be a waste. Yang Gu didn't say much more. The food had already been bought, and returning it was clearly unrealistic. To avoid waste, Yang Huaishan would certainly eat it. Don't waste money next time, he reminded again before taking the meal to eat in the partitioned area. At that moment, a nearby old gambler heard the commotion and came over, panting and carrying something. His lungs had been pierced before, although he was fortunate to have survived. It left him with lingering effects. He was out of breath, just walking, unable to do any physical work. Yang Xiaoge, thank you for helping Wanru with her job and housing issues, the old gambler said, holding some pastries evidently prepared in advance to thank him. I'm not worthy of such praise. Mainly Wanru's diligent work earned her the promotion, Yang Gu replied politely. Even he felt these words were insincere, but such formalities could not be avoided. After all, he couldn't just nod in agreement. Every time someone thanked him, it was indeed all his achievement, right? Uncle Lee, please have a seat. Yang Gu moved a chair for the old gambler and poured tea, preparing to ask him. He would let the old gambler take the pastries back later. Although solving Wanru's job and housing issues was indeed his accomplishment, the old gambler was so poor that accepting gifts from him felt uncomfortable. Old Lee is here. Have you eaten? Come in and have a bite together, Yang Huaishan said, emerging from the partition upon hearing the commotion. I've already eaten, you go ahead and eat without worrying about me. The old gambler gestured for Yang Huaishan to return to his meal, not needing to mind him. Yang Huaishan saw a few smugglers passing by the door, and his eyes brightened at the mention of food as he kept glancing into the clinic. He did not continue to be polite to the old gambler, but turned back to the partition and closed the door. Uncle Lee, I want to ask you something. When you asked my father to register me at the Shanhu Martial Arts School, did you hear that there are some formidable individuals there? Upon facing Yang Guest's question, the old gambler's expression momentarily froze before he quickly reacted. It is certain that there are formidable individuals at the Shanhu Martial Arts School, but I don't know the specifics of how formidable they are. You don't know why they are formidable? Yang Gu raised his eyebrows. Uncle Lee, please elaborate on what you know. The situation is as follows. The old gambler had Yang Huaishan take Yang Gu to register at the Shanhu Martial Arts School for a simple reason. That was because when he was mixed up in the gang world, he was not just hanging around the shantytown, but had made a name for himself in the city center. Coming from a shantytown background, being able to mix into the city center made the old gambler a role model for many lackeys in the city center. While in the city center, the old gambler had unknowingly offended a student from the Shanhu Martial Arts School. Initially, when his boss heard that someone was going against their gang, he called the lackeys together to teach the other side a lesson. However, upon learning that the other party was from the Shanhu Martial Arts School, he instantly backed down. Not only did he back down on the spot, but he also later hosted a banquet to apologize to the other side. He seriously warned the old gambler and others that even if they offended someone from the Chaobang gang in the city center, he could still negotiate with them. But they must never offend someone from the Shanhu Martial Arts School. The old gambler and a few others curiously asked why. His boss, with a mysterious expression, said it was something that couldn't be mentioned and that they would naturally know once they made a name for themselves in the future. The old gambler kept this matter in mind. When Yang Gu expressed his desire to practice martial arts and Yang Huaishan didn't know much about martial arts schools, he consulted the old gambler who had experience. He recommended the Shanhu Martial Arts School. Previously, when the Haish gang and Tianyin gang clashed, he mentioned that Wu Tai was formidable also because he had witnessed the might of the Siam Association in the city center. And behind Zhou Kuei of the Haish gang was a force that had clashed with the Siam Association a few years ago, resulting in an apology from them. Thus he thought that this time the Tianyin gang could also swallow the Haish gang, which made him appear quite confident, but unexpectedly got slapped in the face. Having not obtained the information he wanted, Yang Gu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. However, even though he didn't know why the Shanhu Martial Arts School was formidable, the old gambler's words made Yang Gu even more certain that the Shanhu Martial Arts School was not simple. Although the old gambler's previous boss had mentioned that he could negotiate with the Chaobang gang, that might have been an exaggeration. After all, the Chaobang was one of the top 3 gangs in the city and had been dominant in the eastern part of the city. Even now, despite its decline, the old saying that a dead camel is larger than a horse still holds. It is not something the city center gangs can provoke at will. But this also indirectly indicated that in the city center, the Shanhu Martial Arts School was stronger than otherwise that boss wouldn't have proactively apologized to the people from the Shanhu Martial Arts School and claimed he could negotiate with the Chaobang gang. There are many martial arts schools in the city center with hundreds of students in total. There are several powerful gangs, among which the Chaobang is quite formidable, monopolizing the only dock in the city center. What secret does the Shanhu Martial Arts School, with only a few dozen students, hold that makes other martial arts schools and gangs extremely wary? Yang Gu continually pondered this in his heart, but unfortunately the information he had was too limited, leaving him unsure of where to begin his speculation. After chatting with the old gambler for a while longer, the sky had darkened, and the other party stood up to take. Yang Gu carried the pastries back for the old gambler, and after a few polite exchanges, he finally set down the pastries and returned to the clinic. That girl Wanru is also pitiful. If you can take care of her, do so. Just yesterday morning, while Yang Gu was broadening his horizons at the Lin family auction, the Wild Wolf gang arrived once again. At first glance, their posture suggested that unless the Black Serpent gang offered a satisfactory explanation, an outright brawl seemed imminent. Zhou Kuei stepped forward to negotiate with the Wild Wolf gang. No one knew precisely how the talks unfolded, but ultimately both factions reached an agreement of formal alliance. Not only would the Wild Wolf gang refrain from encroaching upon the Black Serpent gang's territory, but they also endorsed its occupation of the 3 streets formerly controlled by the Heaven's Eye gang, and publicly declared that anyone opposing this arrangement would be deemed a common enemy of both gangs. The Black Serpent gang's injured members, having recuperated over recent days, had nearly fully recovered, and now, bolstered by the Wild Wolf gangs backing their strength, had grown substantially. There was no question of waiting 2 more months before collecting protection fees. They were a gang, not a charity. Thus, having announced their alliance with the Wild Wolf gang that morning, the new fee structure was issued by afternoon. Factory workers assembling screws paid 40% of their monthly wages, street vendors and small business owners paid a flat rate of 800 yuan per month, and clinics like Yang Ji's far more lucrative enterprises, were assessed 3,000 yuan monthly. Those unemployed or unengaged in commerce were charged a head tax of 100 yuan per person, elderly infirm women and children included. And for those truly destitute, high-interest loans were readily offered. This tariff was even more exploitative than the Heaven's Eye gangs had been, and the latter had already been notoriously ruthless, extracting protection fees while inventing endless pretexts to levy additional charges. After all, the elderly, infirm women and children possessed little labor value, or yielded scant profit. At most, their corpses might later be coveted. Nor had the Heaven's Eye gang devised such morally bankrupt schemes as usury. Under their rule, some starved, others succumbed to illness, but none were deliberately murdered. For if a gang routinely killed residents within its own territory, fear would drive people to quietly flee, destabilizing the very foundation of its control. Yet under the new regime, failure to repay a loan could result in maiming, death, or worse, conscription into clandestine medical experiments at hospitals east of the city. All justified under the ancient ironclad principle: debts must be repaid. Thus, the Black Serpent gang's tactic of coercing protection fees via predatory lending was not merely cruel. It was diabolically ingenious. Rumor held that the exorbitant rates stemmed from one singular motive. The entire scheme, born of sheer avarice, was necessitated by the need to share revenue from these three streets with the Wild Wolf gang. That portion allocated to the Wild Wolf gang was not drawn from the Black Serpent gang's own coffers, but instead levied wholesale upon the district's residents. It was this reality that weighed heavily upon Yang Huaishan, whose clinic's profits had sharply declined. Though the shantytown had recently flooded with newcomers, suggesting a steady stream of patients, the clinic's income had not risen accordingly. These paupers carried scarcely any coin. Most endured minor ailments in silence, seeking treatment only when pain became unbearable, then requesting nothing more than basic analgesics. The clinic's true profitability had always derived from gang warfare, treating a single slashed wound fetched hundreds, severe injuries brought in thousands. During the last clash between the Black Serpent and Heaven's Eye gangs, none of the uninjured sought treatment here. The earnings flowed entirely to clinics operating within the Black Serpent gang's domain. Yang Huaishan had assumed the Heaven's Eye gang's abandoned turf would prove fertile ground. Rival factions would inevitably vie for control, generating fresh casualties, and with lower fees, he could attract loyal patrons. He never anticipated the Black Serpent and Wild Wolf gangs would forge an alliance, drastically diminishing prospects of armed conflict. Now relying solely on ordinary medical consultations, the clinic could barely scrape together enough to meet the 3,000 yuan protection fee, let alone turn a profit. Small wonder Yang Huaishan was consumed by anxiety. Such ruthless exploitation, don't they fear residents will simply slip away? Yang Gu asked. Where would they go? Toward the central district, already so densely packed that finding space to pitch a tent is near impossible. To move in that direction is unthinkable for our kind. Behind us lies the Garbage Mountain, to our left the Black Serpent gang, to our right the Wild Wolf gang. This morning the Black Serpent gang posted an official notice: henceforth only dual-income households may depart the shantytown en masse. Every alternate route to neighboring territories has been sealed off. What then do the Black Serpent gang intend? Yang Gu frowned. Traditionally, gangs in this shantytown practiced a patient, sustainable form of extortion, like harvesting leeks, cutting just enough to ensure regrowth. But the Black Serpent gang's current method was no longer harvesting leeks, it was uprooting them entirely. What else could it be? Pure unbridled greed. Yang Huaishan snarled through clenched teeth. Yang Gu silently wondered, would the Black Serpent gang's shadowy patrons approve such recklessness? Yet he kept the thought unspoken, holding it deep within his mind. The Citadel confined undocumented migrants and refugees exclusively to the west side shantytown, not out of benevolence, but as a strategic filtration system to extract free labor and identify youths gifted with martial potential. Zhou Kuei's scorched earth tactics ran directly counter to the Citadel's upper echelon's interests. His actions threatened lives, not livelihoods. Pondering this contradiction, Yang Gu retired to his room to sleep. The next morning, he went straight to the Martial Arts Academy and reported everything to Master Fu, who coincidentally had instructed him to monitor the Black Serpent gang and report any anomalies immediately. I am aware of the matter. You may attend to your duties. I shall dispatch others to investigate thoroughly. Master Fu spoke with his customary calm, his expression as still and depthless as a placid well. Reassured by Master Fu's words, Yang Gu proceeded to the side courtyard to hall and refine his kiblat. An inquiry launched by Master Fu would undoubtedly yield swifter, more precise intelligence than any effort of his own. By mid-morning, all personnel seconded to the Lin family returned. Lin Hong settled Yang Ji's 3 Thessanian wage without delay. Seeing Lin Hong, at leisure Yang Gu sought counsel on hard-body cultivation. If you can generate surplus Ki-blood, begin with Iron Shirt technique. Our academy can prepare the requisite medicinal bath, and since I am presently unoccupied, I can personally assist your training. Mastering Iron Shirt was deceptively simple. First, one must master the method of guiding Ki-blood flow. Yang Ji's horse stance had long reached perfection. A circulating Ki-blood came to him effortlessly, and mastery followed swiftly. Second, one immerses the body in a specialized herbal decoction, pungent with the metallic tang of rust. Once absorbed, the medicine enveloped the skin as though coated in molten iron. Finally, an assistant strikes the practitioner repeatedly with an iron rod. The cultivator simultaneously channels qi to resist impact and circulates Ki-blood to repair damaged tissue, fusing medicine and epidermis into seamless unity. Through relentless repetition, a dense, resilient membrane forms beneath the skin, indistinguishable from ordinary flesh under normal conditions. Yet during combat, when qi is channeled inward, this membrane hardens instantly, transforming the body into living armor impervious to blades and spears. Like all hard-body arts, Iron Shirt possesses vulnerable points, for in total the eyes, ear canals, groin, and anus. Eyelids may be soaked and struck, but the eyeballs themselves remain defenseless. Thus, open eyes expose a critical weakness. Ear canals present an obvious limitation. Even if medicine could be infused, inserting an iron rod is physically impossible. The anus poses similar constraints, yet unlike the ears, it can tighten, offering marginal resistance. As for the groin, while immersion in the medicinal bath is feasible, enduring repeated iron rod strikes, their demands endurance beyond ordinary mortals. Few can withstand such excruciating agony. Legend holds that at the pinnacle of mastery, Iron Shirt enables not only concealment of the genitalia within the abdomen, but also the relocation of vital weak points. Yet Lin Hong omitted this detail, and Yang Gu, sensing its irrelevance to his current stage, asked no further. Whether such feats are attainable remains to be proven, not through speculation, but through cultivation itself. To inquire before practice begins is to seek answers where none yet exist. As Yang Gu began his practice of horizontal martial arts, his herbal baths increased from 2 times a day to 4. Originally, it was 3 times with 2 herbal baths and 1 special liquid for Iron Shirt. However, it was unclear whether the increase in spiritual seeds had some other invisible enhancement on his physique, or if Yang Gu had a natural talent for practicing Iron Shirt. He had an excellent absorption rate for the Iron Shirt liquid. Even with 2 immersions a day, his skin did not sting from absorbing too much medicinal power. The areas struck also recovered remarkably well. Seeing the remarkable results of his training, Uncle Fu decided to check him thoroughly, increasing the Iron Shirt liquid from once a day to twice. On the first day, Yang Gu managed to reach the proficient level of Iron Shirt, achieving a proficiency of 3,100. His fingers clenched into fists, and the skin on his arms, which had originally appeared normal, suddenly took on a dull sheen. He poked his arm, feeling as if he were poking on cowhide. The Iron Shirt was still not fully mastered. Once he reached the minor achievement level, the skin would exhibit a metallic luster when the blood was sufficiently pumped. If he achieved a major level in his practice, then movement of the blood would feel as if he were encased in iron armor. Ordinary blades would struggle to injure him, and he could even withstand small-caliber bullets. Do not always feel that your horse stance practice is adequate and that you have high efficiency in moving your blood. Instead, focus on taking more herbal baths to quickly increase your blood quantity. Medicines are merely an aid, not a shortcut. Forcing too much use can prematurely exhaust your potential, which is not worth the cost. Seeing Yang Gu had absorbed all the medicinal power in the barrel and was eager for another, Uncle Fu couldn't help but remind him. Medicines can prematurely exhaust potential. Yang Gu, who wanted to shamelessly ask for another barrel, paused. Everything has its limits. It's like when you take a medicinal dish. If 1 serving feels good, you might take 2. After 2, you might feel a bit stuffed, but you could still have a 3rd. Binge eating can indeed provide more energy at once, but your stomach will be overworked. Once or twice it may not feel like much. But minor injuries accumulating over time will ultimately lead to irreversible hidden wounds, Uncle Fu said. Yang Gu nodded. He understood the principle of moderation. However, sometimes after consuming medicinal dishes and taking herbal baths, the visible increase in proficiency made him uncontrollably desire to indulge further. Seeing that Yang Gu took his words to heart, Uncle Fu changed his tone and added, "Of course, if you have a special constitution or bloodline, you may not need to follow the usual rules." Uncle Fu's words made Yang Gu's expression stiffen. Then he looked at Uncle Fu with a calm gaze, saying, I don't know if I have a special constitution or bloodline. Could you help me check again, Uncle Fu? His rapid martial arts progress relied solely on talent and his attributes. He had no special constitution or bloodline, so he wasn't afraid of Uncle Fu's examination. A glint of sharp light flickered in Uncle Fu's murky eyes as he met Yang Gu's gaze for a few moments before speaking, forgetting him too old and lazy to bother with that. Watching Uncle Fu's departing figure, Yang Gu couldn't help but smile. He respected Uncle Fu's privacy by not prying into the secrets of his own body, which undoubtedly showed that Uncle Fu regarded him as one of his own. Only when he regarded him as one of his own would Uncle Fu think about his well-being rather than just digging for secrets to see if they could be grafted onto himself. As he got up to put on his clothes and prepare to go home, Uncle Fu called out to him. The Black Snake Gang is backed by the Haixing Society. The reason they are forcefully extorting land is also explained by the Haixing Society. The reasoning provided by the Black Snake Gang was quite reasonable, as Zhou Kuei had high hopes for the hospital being built on their territory. If successful, it would greatly benefit the Black Snake Gang, providing an additional source of income. However, the funds for building the hospital had been squandered by Wu Tai of the Tianyin Gang. The Black Snake Gang approached investors who were willing to continue funding the hospital's construction, but did not want to be the sole bearers of the expenses. They required the Black Snake Gang to contribute a portion of the funds as well. This way, having invested their own money, the Black Snake Gang would be more committed. Zhou Kuei had no money to fill the funding gap for the hospital's construction. Thus, he had to make things difficult for the residents of the shantytown. Once the hospital was completed, the Black Snake Gang would gain more profits, and the Haixing Society would receive a larger share. Without having to spend a dime, they would gain additional income. Naturally, the Haixing Society turned a blind eye to the Black Snake Gang's actions. Haixing Society. Besides the Siamese Society and the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School, he had learned about another gang operating in the shantytown. Drug dealers. Uncle Fu replied, not only do they sell flour, but they also sell medicinal herbs and banned drugs. Isn't flour a banned substance? Yang Gu asked. Flour is banned for ordinary people, but its effects are average for martial artists. The banned drugs I refer to are for martial artists. What banned drugs do martial artists have? Yang Gu asked curiously. Since you've entered the Lin family's auction house, you must have seen the blood or bones of demon beasts among the auction items, right? I did see them. Senior brother Lin mentioned that implanting beast bones on oneself was forbidden. Yang Gu nodded. Most of the banned drugs used by martial artists are concocted from the essences extracted from demon beasts. These potions can help martial artists rapidly increase their strength or in critical moments deliver an explosive doubling of combat capability. However, they come with significant side effects, especially for those used regularly to enhance strength. Daily use can fundamentally alter the human body, causing animalistic traits to develop and even resulting in complete beastification. Complete beastification? Does that mean one becomes a monster? Yang Gu asked in surprise. That's about the gist of it. Those controlled by their beastly instincts can no longer be considered human and can be categorized as monsters. Uncle Fu nodded. How do we compare to the Haixing Society? Yang Gu tentatively asked. They are just wild dogs. Uncle Fu said lightly. Yang Gu sensed the pride hidden in Uncle Fu's words. The Haixing Society was merely a dog in front of the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School despite being a power in the city. How do we compare to the Chao Gang? Uncle Fu did not answer this question, but shot a glance at Yang Gu, clearly aware of the implications behind his words. Stop thinking about these things. Improving your strength is the most fundamental. Oh, all right. Having been seen through, Yang Gu awkwardly rubbed his nose. Seeing that Uncle Fu had nothing else to do, he left the pharmacy to find the student who had previously helped escort Li Wanru. Although Li Wanru received a promotion and raise, it was based on his status as a disciple of the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School. However, without the introduction from the senior students, they wouldn't know who Yang Gu was. Therefore, he definitely needed to express his gratitude, otherwise it would be too impolite. In the west of the city, on the territory of the Black Snake Gang in the shantytown, a notice had just been issued a couple of days ago, and today the Black Snake Gang began collecting money from household to household. Those who had money paid up, while those without were pulled aside to press their fingerprints on a promissory note. De Biao, along with several lackeys, blocked the clinic's entrance, counting his money 3 times, but still falling short of 3,000, causing beads of sweat to form on Yang Huaishan's forehead. Returning to the shantytown at dusk, the air hung heavy with oppressive silence. As he passed the construction site, he glanced inside once more. Today, the foreman in the red hard hat, who had supervised work for the past 2 days, was nowhere to be seen. He continued forward, and suddenly caught sight of his clinic's entrance. His expression shifted instantly. Without hesitation, he broke into a swift, urgent stride. The clinic door, usually open and welcoming, now hung crooked and shattered. At the threshold, chaos reigned within. Yang Huaishan stood hunched, his face bruised and swollen, methodically sweeping debris from the floor. Beside him, the old gambler trembled as he lent feeble assistance. What happened? Yang Ji's eyes flashed with icy fury. Seeing his son's grim countenance, Yang Huaishan hastily pulled him inside, fearful that Yang Gu might act rashly. Yang Gu drew a slow, deep breath, suppressing the seething rage within, to spare his father further worry. In a low, controlled voice, he asked again, "What happened?" The Black Serpent Gang came demanding protection money. We didn't have enough cash on hand, so they pressured me to take out a loan with exorbitant interest. I refused. They shoved me around a bit. These are just minor injuries, nothing serious. I've already applied ointment, the swelling will fade by tomorrow. Fearing his son might lose control, Yang Huaishan strained to smile, a pained, forced expression that only deepened Yang Ji's anguish stark against his swollen, discolored face. Didn't I tell you? If funds run short, just ask them to wait. I'd settle the full amount by tonight, or at the latest by tomorrow morning. I'd have money when I returned home. Did you not tell them? Yang Gu knew their family's modest means well. The frugality his father had practiced these past days hadn't escaped his notice. That very morning before leaving, he'd specifically reminded his father the wages from his day's labor would be paid out today, 3,000 yuan in total. I did tell them, but Yang Huaishan had initially been reluctant to accept his son's money. Yet he understood clearly spending his son's hard-earned money weighed far less heavily than falling into the clutches of predatory lenders. So when the Black Serpent Gang threatened to raise the clinic if payment wasn't made in full, he chose a different path. He told them his funds were temporarily insufficient, but assured them the full sum would be ready by tomorrow, claiming a trustworthy friend would lend him the money. He spoke of borrowing, not of his son's earnings. First, he feared drawing the gang's attention onto Yang Gu. Second, in the shanty town, local gangs routinely skimmed a cut from workers' wages. When Yang Gu had earlier announced he'd be away for several days' work, Yang Huaishan had warned him never to mention it openly. So he himself would never reveal to the Black Serpent Gang that his son now earned income. Instead, he masked the truth behind the fiction of a loan. But the gang refused to listen. Seeing his inability to pay and his refusal to borrow at ruinous rates, they stormed the clinic, smashing everything in sight, and beat him mercilessly. In truth, Yang Huaishan suspected the real reason behind the assault went deeper than mere unpaid dues or resistance to usury. It was clearly linked to the Heaven's Eye Gang. Previously, the Black Serpent Gang had ignored him to maintain stability, but now, unburdened by restraint, they were settling scores. So it wasn't only Yang Huaishan who suffered today. Others who had drawn close to the Heaven's Eye Gang, or whose relatives had served as its foot soldiers, were also brutally beaten. Don't get worked up. Tomorrow we'll pay them, and all this will be over. Yang Huaishan reassured his son, desperate to prevent any reckless action. Relax, I'm not that impulsive. Watching his father's anxious face, Yang Gu took another steadying breath and picked up a broom to begin clearing the wreckage. Seeing that his son, though furious, had no intention of rushing out to confront the Black Serpent Gang, Yang Huaishan felt a fragile sliver of relief. Yang Gu surveyed the ruined medical instruments scattered across the floor, the trampled, shattered vials of medicine, his gaze sharpening with cold, lethal intent. Just as his father had deduced the motive, Yang Gu too saw through the pretense. This was vengeance, cloaked in extortion. Given the clinic's prior ties to the Heaven's Eye Gang, this was no ordinary punitive raid, nor would a single beating suffice to close the matter. Today, the Black Serpent Gang hadn't merely assaulted Yang Huaishan, they had deliberately destroyed every instrument and pharmaceutical supply. This was not mere venting of anger. It was an attempt to sever the clinic's lifeline to ensure it could never reopen. Perhaps they didn't intend for either father or son to survive at all. After all, compared to the malnourished, desperate immigrants flooding the shanty town, the two of them were strong, healthy, and thus far more valuable as organ donors or test subjects for illicit alchemical experiments. Once the interior was tidied, they boarded up the front door with rough wooden planks. That evening, Yang Huaishan ate a tasteless bowl of noodles. Had he not feared alarming his son, he wouldn't have eaten even that much. The pain from several likely hairline fractures robbed him of all appetite. After closing the door, Yang Gu guided his father to bed, then uncorked a bottle of herbal liniment and began massaging the bruised, purpled areas. Yang Huaishan winced fiercely, but clenched his jaw, refusing to utter a sound. As Yang Gu worked the liniment into his father's skin, his own expression grew colder, darker. Though he could no longer project his chi outward to heal or diagnose precisely, his hands conveyed volumes. By touch alone, he grasped nearly all there was to know about the extent of the injuries. When the last drop of liniment was absorbed, the searing agony subsided, replaced by a soothing, penetrating coolness. Yang Huaishan gave his son an approving glance. Your technique is excellent. You've truly inherited my mastery. He resorted to dry wit, hoping to ease the tension weighing upon Yang Gu. Yang Gu exhaled slowly and gently pressed his father back onto the bed. You sleep here tonight. I'll take the living room. Ever since the influx of undocumented immigrants had turned the shantytown increasingly lawless, Yang Huaishan had slept in the living room guarding the clinic against nighttime intruders. At first, Yang Gu had insisted on taking the watch. He was far stronger now than his father. But Yang Huaishan still saw him as a boy and refused outright. Yang Gu yielded, but in truth his heightened senses meant he could detect an intruder long before his father ever could, even from the next room. You take the bed. I'll sleep in the living room, Yang Huaishan insisted, attempting to rise. His body was in no condition to stand vigil, but he feared his son might slip out under cover of night, seeking retribution against the Black Serpent gang. Sensing his father's anxiety, Yang Gu said calmly, wait here. Then he turned and strode out of the partitioned room, while Yang Huaishan, still uneasy, followed closely behind. There Yang Gu retrieved iron chains from the storage shed and secured both the front and rear doors, before handing the keys to his father. Rest properly in bed. That's how you'll heal fastest. Overcome, Yang Huaishan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. He blinked rapidly, turning away to hide them from his son. You rest early too. You'll need to rise. Yang Gu nodded, watching his father retreat into the partitioned room, then cast a brief glance at his personal attribute panel, propped up a plank with a stool to serve as a makeshift bed, and laid down his quilt. Lying on the crude wooden slab, he closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to feel the torrential surge of his blood and chi coursing through his veins, roaring like a river in flood. He felt himself become that river, its currents unbroken, its waves ceaseless. Then he became a stallion, galloping freely across boundless windswept grasslands. The crescent moon hung in the sky. The shantytown, filled with a foul stench, was exceptionally quiet. In the clinic's partition, Yang Huaishan emitted a steady breathing sound, having fallen into a deep slumber. Yang Gu lay on the wooden board bed, gently putting on his clothes, his footsteps as silent as a cat, as he made his way to the back door. Moments later, a faint sound of iron chains scraping came from the clinic's back door, and a figure squeezed out. Yang Gu tucked the iron wire in his pocket and glanced at the construction site, not far away, illuminated by the hazy moonlight. The walls, already built to 2 stories, were connected to uneven scaffolding made of bamboo poles on the outer walls, resembling a monstrous creature with its claws extended. Retracting his gaze, Yang Gu looked at the densely packed makeshift tents in front of him and tied a piece of cloth around his face. He listened closely to the sounds of breathing from within the tents, trying to discern whether they were in deep sleep or awake with other movements. Cautiously, he approached the 2-story building that originally belonged to the Tianyan gang. The closer he got, the fewer makeshift tents he encountered. The Heishi gang did not allow these smugglers to get too close to their residents, finding them filthy. The big light in the living room of the small building was on, with a group of lackeys from the Heishi gang playing pai gao. No lights were seen in the rooms on the second floor. Yang Gu first circled to the back of the small building to observe the surroundings. In a sudden movement, he leaped up, grabbing the anti-theft window of the second floor without needing any leverage. Peering through the anti-theft window and listening carefully, he checked all the rooms on the second floor and confirmed that there was no one there before he circled to the front yard. Looking at the nearly 2-meter-high courtyard wall before him, Yang Gu gracefully vaulted over it. Once inside the courtyard, he moved silently along the wall's shadow, making no sound as he approached the main house's window. The curtains were not drawn, and a group of people inside were playing with great enthusiasm. Someone had received a good hand and was excitedly urging the dealer to reveal the cards. Yang Gu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing a figure at the card table, a burly man known as De Biao, one of the enforcers of the Heishi gang, highly regarded by Zhou Kuei. Currently, he was responsible for managing the street where Yang Gu's family lived and overseeing the construction of the hospital. Today, he was also the one collecting protection money, and Yang Huaishan had a share of the beating. Scanning the courtyard, Yang Gu bent down to pick up a half-brick. In a flash, he arrived at the main house's door and kicked it open with force. Bang! The door was kicked off its hinges and crashed into the card table in the living room. Yang Gu followed the door inside, throwing the brick upwards. Bang! The light bulb in the living room shattered, and the formerly bright room was instantly engulfed in darkness. De Biao, who had been blowing on his pai gao tiles and shouting not to play crooked, was thrown into chaos. The moment the door flew open, Biao reacted. His powerful legs pushed off the ground, propelling his body. At the same time, he grabbed a small brother beside him and pulled him in front as a meat shield. Yang Gu had his eyes closed before rushing into the room, glancing sideways at the moment he smashed the light bulb. So while the people inside were thrown into panic by the sudden darkness, he adapted to the dim light first. His baton swung swiftly, each strike accompanied by screams and the sound of bones cracking. One shadow swayed before him, was knocked down by a baton, and Yang Gu quickly pursued Biao. The latter, initially retreating, felt something was wrong as the room plunged into darkness. While holding the small brother in front as a shield, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. When Yang Gu knocked down the person blocking his way and rushed forward, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze having somewhat adjusted to the darkness inside. Which big brother passing by can sit down for a chat? Our Heishi gang has the Haixing Society backing us. Biao shouted while moving left towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Biao moved quickly, his words barely left his mouth before he reached the staircase. Seeing this, Yang Gu accelerated his pursuit. Glancing at the figure rushing towards him, Biao threw the small brother away as a distraction and turned to dash upstairs. Yang Gu raised his arm to swat away the approaching lackey. His feet stamped down on the ground, and his body surged forward, the baton aimed directly at the back of Biao's head. Sensing the rush of wind behind him, Biao, who was running upstairs, suddenly squatted and turned. Already a massive figure, as he completed his turn, his entire body swelled with blood and energy, expanding like an enraged grizzly bear lunging forward. He charged forward with such speed that Yang Gu, still in pursuit, was caught off guard and wrapped in two strong arms. Biao's thick arms coiled around Yang Gu like giant pythons, tightening instantly. Suddenly squeezed by the immense force, Yang Gu felt the air in his lungs forcibly expelled, interrupting his breathing rhythm, and his bones groaned under the unbearable strain. Roar! With his target locked, Biao unleashed an inhuman roar full of excitement. His muscles bulged as he aimed to lift Yang Gu off the ground, rendering him unable to struggle, intending to crush him alive. Realizing Biao's intentions, Yang Gu's expression hardened as he rooted his feet and lowered his center of gravity, refusing to let himself be lifted. One pushed up, the other pulled down. The immense force clashing between the two produced a sound reminiscent of steel cables straining under a heavy load. As he steadied his center of gravity, Yang Gu raised his arm holding the baton and jabbed the handle towards the back of Biao's head. Biao's strength exceeded his expectations. If he continued to struggle, he would surely lose, so he needed to break the deadlock. Biao, tightly holding Yang Gu, seemed to sense his intention, and his arms, like huge pythons, suddenly loosened. The opposing force vanished, and Yang Gu stumbled, losing his balance. As Biao actively retracted his strength, his thick arms swiftly pulled back, and his large hands moved from Yang Gu's back to his chest, pushing forcefully. Bang! Yang Gu slammed against the wall beside him, the tremendous impact nearly knocking the breath out of him. The baton handle he had aimed at Biao's head struck his solid shoulder, causing no significant harm. Swish! Biao pressed Yang Gu against the wall with one hand, while his other massive fist charged towards Yang Gu's face. Crash! As blood surged rapidly within him, Yang Gu's physique seemed to swell a size. He glared intensely, his fist meting out a precise strike to the wrist of Biao's fist aimed at his face. He sent Biao's fist upwards, smashing it against the wall. With his knee lifted and leg extended, his toes aimed directly at Biao's groin. Sensing the threat below, Biao had no choice but to release his grip on Yang Gu's hand and retreat, attempting to create distance to evade. And in that moment, Biao retreated to dodge. Yang Gu swung the baton. Following that, he unleashed a flurry of tiger cannon punches. Then, as if he were throwing punches without care, he struck one after another with ferocity. Biao, retreating with his arms crossed defensively, found his defensive stance shattered by Yang Gu's unreasonable assaults. Subsequently, a punch exploded forth and a baton aimed directly at Biao's ear. Crack! Biao's body instantly stiffened as the baton struck a hole through his ear. In the next second, his robust body seemed to have all its strength drained, collapsing to the ground. And despite appearing complex, the entire process took less than a minute. At this moment, the other lackeys had also adapted to the darkness inside the room. Originally, they had seen their leader gaining the upper hand and were cautiously hiding, not wanting to interfere with their leader's performance. But they never expected the situation to change so rapidly. Just a moment ago, their leader was in the advantageous position, and with a simple retreat, he was instantly killed. The lackeys were terrified, their souls nearly escaping them. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Help! Someone quick!" Yang Gu bounded forward like a galloping horse, and the shouting lackey ended up with a hole in his head, just like their leader. The cries abruptly ceased, and the lackeys inside the room, now even more terrified, dared not shout, any longer kneeling on the ground and crying out for mercy. The sunlight bathed the earth. In the courtyard of a 2-story building not far from the hospital construction site, De Biao and 11 lackeys of the Black Snake Gang lay in neat rows devoid of even a single white cloth. Zhou Kuei cast a dark gaze around. The residents in the distance peered curiously at him, and when Zhou Kuei turned his head in their direction, they quickly ducked their heads, pretending to be ostriches. Once the gazes shifted away, they raised their heads again, unable to resist glancing over. It was like a game of whack-a-mole. Their eyes flicked over, and then ducked back down only to peek out again when the attention moved on. A slender man resembling a bamboo pole emerged from the small building. Zhou Kuei lifted his eyelids and glanced at him, asking, "Did you find anything?" No useful clues were found. Since De Biao and the others moved in, the place hasn't been cleaned. Our people have been constantly coming in and out, leaving a lot of dust and footprints, making it impossible to distinguish whose is whose. Zhou Kuei turned to a nearby lackey who trembled slightly and hurriedly said, "I just asked around with the nearby residents heard fighting and shouting last night, but didn't dare to go outside." Though the residents in the distance also heard the shouts, they assumed it was just another house calling out for help against thieves and didn't pay it any mind. No one came out to check. Gather all the brothers and search house by house. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must root out the murderer. Zhou Kuei's expression was as dark as water. Deep down he knew that with no useful clues found at the scene and nearby, it would be nearly impossible to find the killer. Conducting a large-scale search now was merely a way to placate his subordinates and maintain appearances. After all, the Black Snake Gang had expanded, but now had fewer than 200 lackeys. With 7 streets under their control, there were over 3,000 people crowded within them. Now that day had broken, with so many people moving about, all clues had vanished. As for seeking assistance from the Haixing Society for Stronger Individuals to investigate, Zhou Kuei glanced quietly at the construction site not far away and quietly dismissed that thought. In the shantytown, gangs often ambushed each other. Losing over 10 lackeys was not a big deal. Previously, when the Tianyan gang was wiped out, the forces behind them didn't intervene much, only sending a Wild Wolf gang member to take advantage of the situation. He didn't want to complicate matters. All the members of the Black Snake Gang mobilized, turning the 7 nearby streets into a chaotic scene. Other gang members also noticed the commotion and stood at a distance, craning their necks to watch. Yang Gu saw the Black Snake Gang members searching house by house and felt a sense of relief wash over him. There shouldn't be any useful clues left at the scene, otherwise Zhou Kuei wouldn't resort to such a clumsy method as a large-scale search. Before long, the Black Snake Gang members searched through his home. The perceptive Yang Huaishan, after seeing that nothing significant was found, secretly slipped them 200 yuan. The previously unfriendly Black Snake Gang member finally put away his long face, giving Yang Huaishan a knowing glance as he left with his companions. Those whose homes had been searched could basically return to their normal activities as long as they didn't wander into areas that hadn't been searched. Yang Gu greeted his father and prepared to head to the martial arts school. He didn't want Yang Huaishan to detect any signs of worry. Since the news of the Black Snake Gang members being wiped out spread this morning, Yang Huaishan had actually harbored some doubts about whether his son was involved. But then he thought that his son had only been training in martial arts for less than a month. The Black Snake Gang had lost over 10 people, including a very formidable De Biao, who was said to be a martial artist. Yang Huaishan dismissed his doubts, convincing himself that his son couldn't possibly be that powerful. Moreover, the front and back doors had been locked yesterday, and the key had always been hanging from his waist. He had opened the door this morning after waking up, so his son couldn't have gone out. As he left the shanty town and walked toward the martial arts school, Yang Gu remained calm, with no significant emotional fluctuations. Compared to the first time he killed Bai Mao, when his heart raced uncontrollably, he felt much steadier this time. Although he had killed more this time, he maintained a much more composed state of mind. After killing, he not only carefully checked the scene, but also noticed that the earlier cries hadn't alarmed the Black Snake Gang. He even returned a second time to arrange things. In the first-floor room filled with corpses, some with brains splattered everywhere, he felt no fear whatsoever. Arriving at the martial arts school, he ate normally and took his medicinal bath. Even Uncle Fu didn't notice anything unusual, allowing Yang Gu to fully relax. Today he continued to practice iron cloth shirt. After soaking in the medicinal liquid, Yang Gu stood in the training room, wearing only a pair of shorts. Lin Hong held an iron rod, constantly striking his body with it. Each blow was heavy and powerful, creating a series of thudding sounds. He struck his back first, then his chest, followed by the limbs, these easily targeted areas. Afterward, Yonga stretched out his body, exposing areas that were difficult to strike, like the inner thighs, armpits, and soles of his feet. After a round of training, he gritted his teeth, feeling that several places had minor fractures. Meanwhile, Lin Hong didn't even breathe heavily, his endurance akin to that of a beast. Today we'll only soak in the medicine once to give the body a buffer period. Tomorrow we'll soak 2 more times. We can't just go all out from the start, otherwise it could leave behind chronic issues, Lin Hong advised as he tossed aside the iron rod, after seeing Yang Gu circulating his qi and recovering from his injuries. Understood, Yang Gu nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Hong went to the front yard to teach students while Yang Gu continued to circulate his qi and blood, glancing at the panel. Name Yang Gu talent mastery. Through repetition, realm Ming, Gene mid-stage spirit seeds, rooted underfoot spirit seeds, leg techniques spirit seeds, fist techniques spirit seeds, staff techniques spirit seeds, galloping horse, Hua, who stance perfect 133600, tiger cannon fist perfect 125600, a breath control technique major achievement 433500. Iron cloth shirt minor achievement 12200. Last night, the perfect realm of the double horse stance transformed into a spirit seed, and his qi and blood surged. Like a galloping horse breaking through from the initial stage of Ming Jin to the mid-stage. It was precisely because of this breakthrough that he dared to raid the Black Snake Gang's base in the middle of the night. Since defeating Bajuo, he had condensed several spirit seeds, significantly enhancing his strength. Along with the breakthrough in realm and substantial increase in strength, this gave him a good sense of confidence. However, what he didn't expect was that De Biao possessed immense brute strength. Moreover, his combat experience was incredibly rich. He was caught off guard by a bear hug from De Biao, nearly turning the tables on him. One must not underestimate the heroes of the world. These lower-level martial artists in the shantytown are so powerful, let alone the even stronger martial artists. Yang Gu summarized the experiences and lessons from this battle, reminding himself never to be so careless again. After lunch, he decided not to practice iron cloth shirt today, focusing instead on practicing the Hua, Hu stance, and tiger cannon fist. The rapid progress of these 2 techniques to the perfect realm was largely due to the contributions of Master Yuan Zhen. Without Yuan Zhen's appearance, the proficiency of these 2 techniques would have increased slowly, and with such a high proficiency limit, he genuinely didn't know when he would achieve perfection. After practicing Tiger Cannon Fist in the training room for a while, Yang Gu felt a bit bored. He glanced around and walked up to an iron pillar as thick as a water bucket. The iron pillar bore numerous fist and palm prints, clearly having been battered by accomplished students of the martial arts school. Yang Gu found a blank spot and threw a punch at the pillar. His fist wasn't wrapped in qi and blood power. A wave of pain surged through him, leaving a 1-inch deep imprint on the pillar. Releasing his fist, he stretched and tightened his fingers repeatedly, the pain quickly subsiding as a satisfied smile appeared on Yang Gu's face. Although his hand hurt from the punch, the back of his hand wasn't cut and his bones were unbroken. The minor achievement of iron cloth shirt was indeed impressive. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Black Serpent Gang's manhunt for the killer had likewise dragged on for 3 days, yielding nothing. Finally, Zhou Kuei stepped forward, delivering a fiery and impassioned speech. This matter is far from over. The bounty on the killer remains open indefinitely. With that, the gang hastily arranged funerals for De Biao and the others. Temperatures climbed daily, and the bullet-riddled heads of De Biao and his underlings had already begun to rot, leaving no choice but to bury them without further delay. Moreover, Zhou Kuei wished to close the case swiftly, officially labeling it a robbery committed by desperate illegal immigrants who killed for profit, deliberately avoiding any attention from the Haixing society behind the scenes. Once the performance had reached its plausible conclusion, sufficient for public appearances, there was no reason to prolong it further. At De Biao's funeral, Yang Gu was compelled to pay respects, and together with his father Yang Huaishan contributed 200 yuan, 100 per corpse. In the end, Zhou Kuei led a group of Black Serpent Gang enforcers to the docks, where they hired a vessel to carry De Biao's body and those of his men out to sea for burial. The West City shantytown was so densely populated that not a single plot of land remained available for burial. Even if such land existed, interment there would be unthinkable. Within 3 days, corpses would inevitably be dug up and sold. Thus, sea burial had become the most dignified right available to the dead in the West City shantytown. I wonder whether the funeral boat will turn back halfway, delivering the bodies instead to hospitals in East City. Yang Gu mused darkly, glancing sideways at rival gang members gathered nearby. Merely spectating, he muttered under his breath, "You were given the chance, but failed utterly." De Biao had been the Black Serpent Gang's foremost enforcer. Losing him was like losing an arm. For days Yonggu had waited, watching to see whether neighboring gangs would seize the moment to crush the weakened gang. Such an outcome would erase all consequences of his father Yang Huaishan's past as a physician for the Tianyin gang, allowing father and son to live quietly untroubled. Yet no one moved. Not a single rival gang sent scouts, or even engaged in minor skirmishes, despite 3 full days passing. With De Biao's death now settled, Yang Gu rose before dawn the next day and made his way to the landfill for his morning ablutions. Later he arrived at the martial arts academy carrying an unassuming canvas crossbody bag and handed Fu Bo the scattered cash inside, over 10,000 yuan. This money consisted of protection fees collected by De Biao the day he died, recovered by Yang Gu during his second return to the crime scene. Originally, Yang Gu had intended to use this sum as escape funds for himself and his father if the Black Serpent gang uncovered any trace of evidence. Now that no leads had emerged, the money would serve as tuition instead. After all, more than half the month had already slipped away, and his 50th annual tuition remained entirely unpaid. Fu Bo did not ask where the money came from. After carefully counting it, he announced 12,600 Yang Gu nodded in acknowledgement. Then 37,400 remain. Understood. After completing his medicinal bath, the front courtyard buzzed with unusual liveliness. Several subordinate gangs affiliated with the Shanhu Martial Arts Academy had dispatched trainees. During recent screenings, most illegal immigrants had been assigned to factories or hotels. Only a handful were retained as enforcers, and among these some possessed genuine martial aptitude while others were sons of influential figures seeking better prospects for their children. These select few were sent to train under the patronage of their respective gangs' backing organizations. Yang Ji's enrollment at the Shanhu Martial Arts Academy was in fact an accident. Having witnessed Wu Tai's gruesome fate, Yang Huaishan refused to entangle his son with the Tianyin gang. Instead, after discreetly consulting an old gambler, he secretly enrolled Yang Gu at the Shanhu Martial Arts Academy in Central City. Initially, Yang Huaishan held little expectation, merely hoping the academy's respectable reputation would offer solid grounding. If Yang Gu lacked talent, he could simply abandon training and assist at the clinic. He never imagined Yang Gu would possess such extraordinary martial aptitude, nor that this fortuitous twist would lead to his current achievements. Had things followed the ordinary course, had Yang Gu shown only average talent, he would have exhausted his father's savings during training, then faced a stark dilemma: unable to afford tuition or medicinal fees, yet unwilling to quit outright. His options would have been limited to two: first, seek the Tianyin gang's assistance, using them as intermediaries to secure employment with wages split between the gang and himself until enough was saved for renewed tuition. Many impoverished students at the Shanhu Martial Arts Academy followed precisely this path, Lucy being a quintessential example. The second option would have been direct gang enlistment as an enforcer profiting from exploiting others to fund continued training. However, joining the Tianyin gang would require formal severance from the Shanhu Martial Arts Academy and transfer to the Tianyin gang's own affiliated training organization. This path offered certain advantages, and upon achieving proficiency, recruits could ascend to core gang membership. Take De Biao, for instance. Once merely an ordinary enforcer with modest strength, he later trained under the Haixing Society, the Black Serpent gang's patron, and returned as Zhou Kuei's foremost enforcer. This route represented the majority's choice, because in the West City shantytown, rising above obscurity offered only two paths: formal education or gang affiliation. Yang Ji's status as a key cultivation target at the Shanhu Martial Arts Academy in essence marked a de facto induction into the gang. To dream of advancement through factory labor is to condemn oneself to an eternity of turning screws. This cohort comprised 21 trainees sent by affiliated gangs, plus several others drawn by reputation, bringing the academy's new enrollees to 37 within 2 days. It was the highest monthly intake the Shanhu Martial Arts Academy had recorded in nearly 2 years, made possible primarily by the unprecedented influx of illegal immigrants. Under normal circumstances, the academy accepted only 5 or 6 new students monthly, sometimes none at all. Conversely, many long-standing students, of modest talent and means, eventually dropped out, unable to sustain their studies. Thus, the academy's total student count sometimes declined month on month, reaching lows of fewer than. When Yang Gu first joined, the academy hosted over 50 students, a relatively high number. This sudden surge, however, was unprecedented since the academy's founding. The Shanhu Martial Arts Academy maintained exceptionally rigorous standards for outer disciple selection, emphasizing quality over quantity and including stringent moral evaluation. Even those demonstrating martial aptitude would be denied outer disciple status if their character or ethics fell short, let alone inner disciple rank. Such individuals after months of training would gain no access to the academy's core techniques, seeing neither clear progress nor viable advancement, prompting them to seek opportunities elsewhere. Declining to join the commotion in the front courtyard, Yang Gu retreated to his private side courtyard and began the arduous practice of refining his blood and qi. Moments later, as the medicinal effects fully integrated, he prepared to summon Lin Hong for assistance in cultivating Iron Shirt, only to see Lin Hong enter the side courtyard leading a familiar plump young man. Wang Tieju, the son of Lu Sis top enforcer Wang Dachui, is about the same age as Yang Gu. His body is round like a pillar, and he always has a silly grin on his face looking harmless. We have quite a few new recruits this time, and I don't have time to help you practice the iron cloth technique. Coincidentally, this kid has good talent and also wants to practice the iron cloth technique. They'll bring him over for you to get acquainted, then you can help each other with your training. Is he learning the iron cloth technique right away? Yang Gu asked in surprise. Horizontal training requires a certain level of physical prowess and vitality. However, looking at Wang Tai's round body in front of him, well, it seems that my question was a bit redundant. This kid has good physical strength, Lin Hong said with a smile, clearly satisfied with the little chubby boy before him. In fact, when Cheng Yong helped Lu Si screen the smugglers, both adults and children had their bones checked. At that time, it was discovered that Wang Taizhu had excellent physical strength. However, Cheng Yong's bone-picking skills were mediocre. Although he sensed that Wang Tai's physique was extraordinary, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was unusual about it. So after he returned, he casually mentioned it to Lin Hong. Lin Hong originally planned to check on Wang Taizhu whenever he had free time. Unfortunately, the auction at the Lin family had to be held, which delayed the matter. This time, Lu Si sent a few enforcers to the martial arts hall for training, and Wang Taizhu was specifically requested by Cheng Yong. The Shanhu Martial Arts Hall is strict about accepting disciples, but they are not unwilling to take them. They might want to seize the opportunity when they encounter someone with talent. When Wang Taizhu arrived at the martial arts hall, Lin Hong personally examined his bones. He didn't need to follow the same process as Yang Gu, who practiced horse stance first to assess talent and temperament. He simply took Wang Taizhu aside. Moreover, he had Wang Taizhu practice the double horse stance and the iron cloth technique, right away skipping the horse stance altogether. The reason for this approach is that Wang Tai's physical strength and vitality are significantly stronger than Yang Gu's. Following the conventional steps would just be a waste of time. After greeting Wang Tieju, the two followed Lin Hong to the pharmacy. Upon seeing the little chubby boy, Uncle Fu's eyes visibly widened. Without Lin Hong saying anything, Uncle Fu extended his bony hand to poke and pinch Wang Tai's face, his astonishment growing deeper. Finally, unable to hold back, he asked, "What is up with your body? Such strong physical strength and abundant vitality, yet you are not a martial artist." "I'm also curious. Normally your father is a martial artist, so if he teaches you a bit, you should have become a martial artist by now." Lin Hong had the same question when he checked Wang Tai's bones. "Well, is it possible that my dad doesn't know how to make me a martial artist?" Wang Taizhu scratched his head innocently. "How could your father not know? Isn't he a martial artist? He's at the later stage of Mingjing. Did Cheng Yong make a mistake?" Lin Hong was even more puzzled. "My father is indeed a martial artist, but he never practiced martial arts. He doesn't even know how he became one," Wang Taizhu explained. Wang Dachui indeed never learned martial arts. He became a martial artist purely by virtue of his ability to eat well and work hard, unexpectedly breaking through. Wang Dachui could eat a lot from a young age, and he got beaten for it. His family was poor, living in a mountain valley, and the harvests each year were meager. Even all of it wouldn't fill his stomach. So when he ate too much as a child, his father would beat him to prevent him from devouring the family's food. Later one year, when bandits invaded the village, his parents were killed while trying to protect their last bit of grain. He narrowly escaped with his life by hiding in a cellar. After the bandits left, the village was devastated. With no food at home, he could only go to town to find something to eat. Eventually, his strength earned him a position as an apprentice in a blacksmith shop. However, he could eat so much that his master felt it was a loss to have him as an apprentice, and after less than half a month, he was dismissed. With no other choice, Wang Dachui had to find odd jobs to support himself. He persevered until the next spring, using the money he scraped together to buy seeds, and returned home to plant his family's fields. Thus, while taking care of the fields, he continued to do hard labor in town, enduring the most difficult days. Even after the fields began to yield, Wang Dachui still felt he couldn't get enough to eat. So while expanding his land to grow more grain, he continued to work hard for extra money. Later, with the money he earned, he acquired some tools, and opened a blacksmith shop in the village helping villagers repair farming tools. He didn't charge money, he just asked for materials to repair and a bit of food as payment. Thus, through farming and blacksmithing, Wang Dachui finally managed to fill his stomach. During one blacksmithing session, he suddenly felt his strength increase, swinging the hammer with greater ease. He thought it was a sign of improvement in his blacksmithing skills and didn't realize he had broken through to become a martial artist. Even as his strength grew day by day, he paid little attention to it. After all, it was normal to be stronger when one eats well, sleeps well, and works hard. Then naturally a man who is well-fed starts to think about other things. Wang Dachui saved up some money and married a wife, eventually having Wang Taizhu. Unfortunately, his wife was short-lived. After giving birth to Tiezhu, she passed away a couple of years later, leaving the father and son relying on each other. Like his father, Wang Taizhu could eat well from a young age. This forced Wang Dachui to cultivate more land to grow grain. Because he had strength and was willing to work, the wasteland was cultivated well by Wang Dachui, turning into fertile land within a few years, which caught the eye of the village chief. After several failed attempts to extort, the village chief directly captured Wang Taizhu. This infuriated Wang Dachui, a simple man who only wanted to farm and feed himself and his son. In a fit of rage, he burned down the village chief's house and fled with his son under the cover of night, leaving the remote little town he had never stepped out of in decades. Upon exiting the town and seeing the outside world, Wang Dachui realized there were powerful martial artists, and he himself was already a martial artist. With his identity as a martial artist, Wang Dachui found a job that could support both himself and his son. After having some money, he also thought about finding a martial arts hall to learn systematically and check if his son, who could eat just like him, could also become a martial artist. However, their peaceful life didn't last long before a wanted notice was posted. Reluctantly, he had to smuggle his son into the city-state area. Arriving in the city-state area, even getting food was a problem, so naturally, he couldn't arrange for martial arts training. It wasn't until Wang Dachui became Lucis enforcer that Wang Taizhu was sent to the Shanhu Martial Arts Hall. On the wooden bed in the pharmacy, piercing screams erupted from Wang Taizhu's mouth. Watching the chubby boy howling under Uncle Fuss massage, Yang Gu seemed to see his past self. He vividly remembered the excruciating pain that felt like bones were being broken during his first massage. Half an hour later, the massage ended. Don't practice the iron cloth technique, yet let him practice the double horse stance first, then the crouching tiger stance. Once he has refined and transported his qi and blood, he can practice the iron cloth technique thereafter. His qi and blood are so dense that they are nearly congested. If he doesn't properly transport and unblock them, the more he practices, the more mistakes he will make. The priority is to enhance his physical strength first. Uncle Fu reminded Lin Hong, who was standing nearby. All right, Uncle Fu. Lin Hong nodded in understanding. At that moment, Yang Gu emerged from the medicinal tub, looking down at his skin, which seemed to be covered in a layer of iron water. What about me? After the massage, Wang Taizhu's qi and blood were active, making it an excellent time to start practicing the double horse stance, but Lin Hong needed to guide Wang Dachui. Since he had just finished the medicinal bath, he also needed Lin Hong's assistance to absorb the medicinal power. Go practice in the training room by yourself, the effect will be about the same. Cheng Yong is out today, so no one can help you, Lin Hong said. Uncle Fu waved his hand, urging him to hurry and leave, then took out silver needles to add some more ingredients for Wang Taizhu to make it easier for him to enter the double horse stance. As evening approached, the workers began to finish their shifts. The shanty town became lively, though life in the city was harsh, and many struggled to find enough to eat. However, with stable jobs, even after paying protection fees, there was still some surplus. This gave the recently settled illegal immigrants a glimmer of hope for a better life. As long as they worked hard and saved a bit, they could send money back home, allowing their hungry wives and children to have enough to eat. On the hospital construction site, workers continued to work overtime, and the red-hatted supervisor, who had disappeared for a few days, returned. This hospital seemed vital to the investors, as several gang members had died under mysterious circumstances. After just a brief period of relative calm, they were eager to send a supervisor to push the work forward. Upon returning home, Yang Gu unexpectedly saw Li Weiner, whom he hadn't seen for several days. Li Weiner still looked thin and had dry yellow hair. However, perhaps due to her recent promotion and raise, she seemed a bit more spirited today, with a glimmer of light in her eyes. Seeing Yang Gu return, Li Weiner hurriedly turned and ran into the house. This left Yang Gu bewildered, and he looked down at himself to check if there was something alarming about his appearance. Just as he was puzzled, he saw Li Weiner hurriedly running out of the house again, holding 2 packages of food wrapped in brown paper. Roast chicken and marinated duck, not leftovers, but I bought them, she explained. It turned out today was Lee Wayner's payday, and the hotel not only calculated her salary separately after her promotion, but also granted her a half-day off. So she had come back today to buy roast chicken and marinated duck to thank Yang-gu. Looking at her anxious expression, it was clear she feared he would refuse her gesture. Yang-gu smiled and accepted the food, saying, "Thanks, I'm just hungry enough." No need to thank me, I should be the one thanking you," she replied quietly, her head lowered, twisting the hem of her shirt. If it weren't for Yang Huaishan, over the years the two of them would have starved long ago. In fact, even Lee Wayner's job washing dishes at the hotel in the city was arranged by someone from Yang Huaishan's network. Otherwise, with her frail body, she would have found it nearly impossible to find any work. Carrying the marinated food into the clinic, Yang Huaishan was just bringing out some medicine from a small storage room. With the illegal immigrants now working and their wages being paid daily, due to financial struggles, they finally had some money and decided to visit the clinic for treatments for their long-suffered ailments. As a result, the clinic's business was better than it had been in some time. "It's from Wayner," Yang-gu said as he noticed Yang Huaishan looking at the paper bag in his hand. To avoid an explanation that would lead to being scolded by his father for wasting money, he quickly added, "I haven't seen her in a few days, and she seems to be doing better." "That's good to see," Yang Huaishan remarked with a smile. Previously, Lee Wayner seemed like a walking dead, just surviving day by day. Now, after her promotion and raise, she seemed to see a glimmer of hope in life. "Shall we have a drink?" Yang-gu asked with a smile. "Let's have a drink." Yang Huaishan nodded. Although he was still worried about how to manage the protection fees for the next month, the clinic's business had improved somewhat. However, without the significant income from gang conflicts, they were still at a loss. But today was a rare moment of joy, so they decided to have a couple of drinks. Bearing the weight of life every day, if they didn't occasionally relieve themselves, they would eventually be driven to madness. Night fell quickly. Compared to the vibrant nightlife in the eastern part of the city, the other side of the garbage mountain was bustling with traffic in Longgang City. The shanty town in the west was shrouded in darkness, with only a few casinos, brothels, and gang strongholds flickering with scattered lights. In the once small building of the Tianyan gang, ever since Big Biao and others had died, the members of the Black Snake gang felt it was cursed and sought other strongholds on the streets. This place had been temporarily sealed off. Residents living in leaking roof shanties chose to detour around it, keeping their distance. With over 10 people dead, at once everyone felt the aura of decay surrounding the area. They avoided getting too close, fearing they might catch some bad luck. In one of the rooms on the second floor of the small building, dust had begun to accumulate since no one had lived there. 3 figures stood in a triangle, none of them sitting down. "Have you found anything?" Zhou Kuei asked, reaching into his pocket. He wanted to smoke a cigarette, but thought better of it in their current location, so he restrained himself. Just like the deaths of the white-haired man and the scavenger before Big Biao also bore the marks of cannon punches. It should be the same group responsible for both incidents. The speaker was not the red-hatted supervisor from the construction site, but rather the trenchcoat man who had come when the white-haired man died. Same group, but not the same person. Zhou Kuei furrowed his brows, catching the crucial point in the trenchcoat man's words. The attackers this time are much stronger than the last one. Of course, it doesn't rule out the possibility that the last attacker didn't use all their strength when killing the white-haired man. However, I don't find that likelihood very high. Because when facing different opponents, one may adjust their strength, but the intent behind their punches cannot deceive. The one who killed the white-haired man did not exhibit such ferocity in their punches this time. Furthermore, the attacker left no trace of their presence, indicating they had practiced some concealment techniques and were likely experienced. In contrast, the one who killed the white-haired man felt completely like a novice, leaving behind rough traces of their actions at the scene. If it's the same group, why target the Black Snake gang? Zhou Kuei felt an uneasy sense of foreboding in his heart. We haven't found any specifics yet, but could it be related to the Gu Buddha? The trenchcoat man glanced at the red-hatted supervisor as he spoke. It definitely has nothing to do with the Gu Buddha, otherwise how could they have simply killed Big Biao? The ritual to summon the spirit has already been completed, and if they truly found our traces, they wouldn't let the vessel collecting the aura of decay go unpunished. They would have already started searching thoroughly, the red-hatted supervisor said quickly. Upon hearing this, the trenchcoat man and Zhou Kuei nodded. The Gu Buddha was a serious matter. If they were truly exposed, it wouldn't be this calm. If it's not related to the Gu Buddha, then it's much more likely to be connected to the Haixing Society, the trenchcoat man said. Haixing Society. Zhou Kuei was taken aback before his expression changed with alarm. Are you saying it's the smuggling routes near Garbage Mountain? The Black Snake gang was different from other gangs. While other gangs' main income came from protection fees and the Triad's 3-piece suit in their territories, The Black Snake Gang's primary income stemmed from the smuggling of banned drugs, transporting some of the banned substances produced by the Haisheng Society through a hidden passage in Garbage Mountain to Longgang City. Last time members of the Tianyan Gang saw the Black Snake Gang take a box from Garbage Mountain, Zhou Kuei even created a smokescreen claiming it was high-end liquor. In reality, it contained smuggled drugs. During that smuggling attempt, for some unknown reason, the news leaked. The transaction had not yet been completed before the Public Security Bureau was alerted, and the person delivering the drugs, in order to escape, disposed of the drugs into a special garbage bin. Due to the information leak, the Public Security Bureau's investigation was strict, and the buyers hesitated to collect their goods. Zhou Kuei, fearing prolonged exposure, communicated with an insider from Longgang City. He arranged for the garbage cleaning vehicles from Longgang City to transport the drug-laden trash back to the landfill here. Zhou Kuei then sent someone to retrieve the goods from the garbage pile. Unexpectedly, they were caught by the Tianyan Gang members. If it's because of the smuggling routes, why kill the white-haired man and Big Biao? Zhou Kuei was filled with questions. I don't know about that. It could be that someone is interested in the smuggling routes, so they first eliminate your wings before coming for you. Alternatively, it could be that the enemies of the Haisheng Society found them displeasing, but could do nothing about it for the time being, so they took their frustrations out on the Black Snake Gang. Or perhaps recently the smuggling of banned drugs has become too rampant, prompting the Public Security Bureau to issue a bounty, killing a few people to send a warning. Someone in the city district took the job. After all, while the city district seems united against outside forces, in reality, everyone has their own agendas. They are not a solid block. The sun was scorching hot. Yesterday, he had to wear a coat when going out, but today, he could wear short sleeves. The temperature had risen at least 10 degrees overnight. In the side courtyard of the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts School, the tender leaves of the osmanthus tree had already unfurled, while two young figures stood on the bluestone slab, circulating their qi and blood. With the combined efforts of Uncle Fu and Lin Hong, the double horse stance of Wang Taizhu was initiated that very day. Compared to before, when Yang Guest's body was weak and required various medicinal meals and baths to strengthen his physique, the situation had improved. Wang Taizhu was not even allowed to soak in the medicinal bath, nor was he given medicinal meals. He was only given ordinary meals to stave off hunger, to prevent the qi and blood within him from continuing to stagnate, as the qi and blood he had accumulated were overwhelmingly potent. From childhood to adulthood, except for the days spent in the city-state area, Wang Taizhu's father Wang Dachui had never let him go hungry. Wang Dachui had experienced hunger in his youth and understood its suffering, so he did not want his son to endure the same. Moreover, Wang Taizhu had a somewhat unique physique with a remarkably high efficiency in converting food into qi and blood. Over the years, the accumulation had made his qi and blood incredibly thick, leaving others speechless. Although he wasn't a martial artist, yet his physique was even stronger than Yang Gu, a martial artist at the mid-stage of bright strength, and it even surpassed Cheng Yong, who was about to break through to dark strength, making him seem like a little monster. This made Yang Gu incredibly envious. If he had such a solid foundation combined with his cultivation talent and attributes, he would surely soar. Therefore, Uncle Fu devised a straightforward cultivation plan for Wang Taizhu to move and flow the stagnant qi and blood. Stagnant qi and blood were useless. Only by setting them in motion could they transform into a continuous source of fuel, providing energy for the cultivation techniques, allowing for rapid progress. Thus, after yesterday's double horse stance and today's warm-up of circulating qi and blood, Lin Hong came to the side courtyard to teach him the sleeping tiger stance. There was an excess of qi and blood, and his physique was too strong. Circulating the qi and blood had limited benefits for his physique. It required the refinement of the sleeping tiger stance to break through the current bottleneck of his physique and ascend to a new height. At noon, he arrived at the pharmacy and received a brutal massage akin to slaughtering a pig, with no medicinal bath, just pure massage. Lin Hong waited nearby, and after the massage, Uncle Fu picked up the silver needles. Seeing this scene, Yang Gu realized he would be practicing the iron cloth shirt alone today, so he had to crawl out of the wooden barrel to go practice crashing into the pillar. These past 2 days, Cheng Yong seemed to be missing and was nowhere to be found, otherwise he could have asked him for help. Bang, bang, bang. In the practice room, Yang Gu acted like a madman, continuously crashing his body against the iron pillar. After colliding his chest and back, he was still unsatisfied and began to smash his head, poking with his fingers and toes. Only when a thick rust-colored medicinal liquid had seeped into his skin did he finally stop. Around 3 in the afternoon, Yang Gu was practicing his punches when Uncle Fu called him into the pharmacy. Take a look at the compensation from the Bai family and see if you want to accept it. Uncle Fu said, pointing to a long rectangular gift box on the table. The Bai family's compensation. Yang Gu was taken aback and asked, did the Bai siblings come to the martial arts school? They didn't come, they sent someone with the compensation. The matter between you and Bai Yu doesn't warrant the Bai siblings coming in person to apologize, Uncle Fu stated. Yang Gu pondered for a moment and understood the meaning behind Uncle Fu's words. The Bai family also had their pride. Given the minor friction between him and Bai Yu, it was too humble for the Bai family to personally apologize. However, the Bai family wanted to resolve this minor conflict, so they sent someone with compensation. This way the Bai family wouldn't lose face, the gift was valuable and not considered neglectful towards Yang Gu. Yang Gu opened the long gift box, revealing dark black incense sticks inside. What are these for? Uncle Fu glanced at the incense in the box. These are tiger incense made from the residual essence of tiger-type beasts mixed with medicinal materials. When lit, they are beneficial for martial artists practicing tiger-related techniques. Are they valuable? Yang Gu asked. Uncle Fu shot him a disdainful look. 5,000 each. What? So expensive? Yang Gu exclaimed in shock, then immediately leaned over the table, carefully counting the incense sticks from the gift box 3 times. There were a total of 30 sticks worth 150,000. In an instant, Yang Gu felt that Bai Yu didn't seem so annoying anymore. Of course, if he looked at him with that condescending gaze again, next time he would definitely still want to hit him. Look at you being so greedy. Seeing Yang Gu cherishing the incense, Uncle Fu said with irritation. When you're poor, your aspirations are low. When the horse is skinny, its fur is long. How about you waive my tuition for next month? Yang Gu joked. If he was greedy, then so be it. It didn't matter what others thought. What mattered was reaping the benefits. You're only at the bright strength stage, 1 stick every 3 days. Don't light too many or your spirit will become unstable. Uncle Fu ignored the tuition issue and reminded him. However, after saying that, and recalling how Yang Gu appeared when impacted by the martial spirit, he added, your spirit seems inherently strong, so you might try lighting 1 stick a day. This is just ordinary tiger incense. Lighting too many should only give you dizziness and nothing serious. He'll try it out and see how it feels first, Yang Gu replied. Yang Gu hugged the gift box, glancing towards the back of the pharmacy. Uncle Fu immediately understood what he was thinking. Do not touch anything in my room, light the incense, then focus your energy and practice the sleeping tiger stance. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Yang Gu grinned as he expressed his gratitude. After leaving the pharmacy, he dashed towards the backyard, but halfway there he turned back. He was hungry again. He couldn't waste the free medicinal meals. Eating 1 less meal could mean a lot. So Yang Gu first went to the cafeteria to fill his stomach before heading to Uncle Fu's room in the backyard to light the incense. Thin wisps of blue smoke wafted in the room as Yang Gu assumed the standard posture for the sleeping tiger stance, lying on the bed and closing his eyes. He focused his mind, eliminating distractions, and soon he began to hear the sound of snoring. The sound was like a cat chanting scriptures on his chest, yet it also resembled a tiger in deep slumber. Gradually, the snoring transformed into a deep and low roar of a tiger, and the image of a tiger began to materialize in Yang Gu's mind. However, the roar of the tiger was not as domineering as that of Yuan Zhen's martial spirit, and the tiger's figure in his mind was sparse, only a black tiger swaying in his subconscious. He did not know how long had passed. The image of the black tiger gradually faded, and Yang Gu opened his eyes. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he stretched lazily, his bones cracking, feeling as if he could still grow. The tiger incense on the bedside had burned down completely, and Yang Gu glanced at his attributes. Name: Yang Gu. Talent: mastery through practice. Realm: bright strength, midstage. Spirit seeds: rooted underfoot spirit seeds. Leg techniques: spirit seeds. Fist techniques: spirit seeds. Staff techniques: spirit seeds. Galloping horse. Sleeping tiger stance completion 196600. Tiger cannon fist completion 173600. A breath control technique completion 2600. Iron cloth shirt minor success 186200. The proficiency of the sleeping tiger stance increased by 20 points, the tiger cannon fist by 5 points, while the proficiency of the breath control technique and iron cloth shirt remained unchanged. A 20-point increase in proficiency. Looking at the 29 remaining tiger incense sticks in the gift box, Yang Gu's eyes sparkled. He saw a shortcut to converting the sleeping tiger stance into a spirit seed. Having condensed so many spirit seeds, Yang Gu had summarized some insights on this process. The more powerful the technique, the greater the enhancement it provided to his strength when condensing the spirit seed. For instance, spirit seeds condensed from foundational techniques like leg and fist techniques, aside from increasing some basic strength and the skill of applying that strength, did not provide much enhancement. After achieving bright strength, the spirit seeds he condensed for leg techniques, fist techniques, and staff techniques still had the strength of early bright strength. However, after breaking through the double horse stance, his realm directly rose to mid-stage bright strength. With the chi and blood flowing, his strength surged. His legs, like those of a galloping horse, not only increased in speed, but also greatly improved in endurance. And with the sleeping tiger stance, which had a higher proficiency requirement than the double horse stance, breaking through would surely provide an even greater enhancement to his strength. The temperature rises steadily. Far away in the northern border, the canals begin to thaw, and the number of boats heading south increases, making the docks in the city increasingly bustling. Today marks the 6th day for the new students entering the martial arts school, and it is their first time participating in a medicinal bath alongside the senior students. Thus, early in the morning, Yang Gu, who had been practicing in the side courtyard, was drafted alongside Chung Yong to look after these new students. Most of these new students come from the shanty towns, and their physical conditioning varies greatly, resulting in the originally tight formation becoming stretched and sparse, necessitating supervision. For instance, some students with better physiques can run 2 laps before reaching their limits, while others can barely manage half a lap. Students who drop out early need to be promptly returned to the school and tossed into wooden barrels, which requires considerable manpower. Lin Hong led the main group, while Yang Gu and Chung Yong, along with a few senior students, escorted the new students who had reached their limits back to the school. From around 8 in the morning until nearly 11, the first training session for the new students finally came to an official end. After a morning of exertion, aside from refining their blood and energy during the run, they had accomplished little else. Upon returning to the martial arts school, Yang Gu's first task was to soak in the medicinal bath for the iron cloth technique, then have Chung Yong hit him with an iron rod to make up for the missed training. After having lunch, instead of resting, he hurried to the back courtyard to light a tiger incense stick in Uncle Fuss' room. For the past few days, Yang Gu had been lighting 1 stick each morning, noon, and evening. What was previously 1 stick every 3 days had now turned into 3 sticks a day. His proficiency in the tiger stance and tiger cannon fist surged, and Yang Gu took the opportunity to learn the black tiger fist. Since the tiger incense enhances tiger-related techniques, he couldn't afford to miss out on the foundational black tiger fist. This set of martial arts is on par with the double horse stance. Although it is not as powerful as the tiger cannon fist, it undoubtedly enhances physical strength while refining the spiritual essence, which is an opportunity not to be overlooked. When lighting the tiger incense, it was also Yang Gu's moment of rest. In just 15 minutes, his mind, which had been somewhat drowsy due to the spring fatigue, became incredibly clear, even surpassing the effects of a 2-hour nap. In the afternoon, Yang Gu and Wang Taizhu soaked in the specialized medicinal bath for the iron cloth technique. Wang Taizhu had been practicing the tiger stance reasonably well these past few days. However, the tiger cannon fist, which consumes a large amount of blood and energy, was too difficult for him, and he had yet to master it. The black tiger fist consumes less energy, so Yang Gu first arranged to practice the iron cloth technique. He needed to squeeze out some blood and energy for it. Wang Taizhu practiced the iron cloth technique purely because he had an excess of blood and energy after refining with the tiger stance. Therefore, instead of letting the unused energy accumulate, it was better to consume it as much as possible through techniques. Yang Gu watched in envy. What made him even more envious was that Lin Hong with a single stick helped them absorb the medicinal effects, and Uncle Fu directly handed a box of tiger incense to Wang Taizhu. He had never received such treatment before. You used to be as weak as a chick. Hastening the refinement of your blood and energy would be courting death. Uncle Fu noticed Yang Gu's hidden thoughts and shot him a glare. Accelerating Wang Taizhu's practice of the tiger stance was necessary because he had too much blood and energy, making it essential to speed up the refinement. In contrast, Yang Gu's previously weak physique had no room for acceleration. Every day when he returned home, he didn't dare to practice privately for fear of overexerting himself and damaging his foundation. You don't need the tiger incense, you can convert it into 1500 for me. According to your logic, if you don't pay to learn martial arts at the school should pay you instead. Lin Hong's mouth twitched, wishing he could smack Yang Gu's head with the stick he was holding. If you are willing to do it that way, I wouldn't mind. Yang Gu spoke. Before his words could settle, he dashed out. Lin Hong had already raised the stick in his hand. If he didn't run, he would surely get hit. Now that Wang Taizhu could practice the iron cloth technique, Lin Hong and Chung Yong had it easier. They wouldn't be called in to act as sparring partners anymore. Yang Gu and Wang Taizhu could just beat each other up with iron rods. After a bout, they went to Uncle Fuss' room in the back courtyard, where Yang Gu lay down on the bed and lit the tiger incense. In his mind, the tiger transformed from 1 into 2. 1 black was his, and the other a golden gradient was also his. After the tiger incense burned out, he asked Wang Taizhu what it felt like to light the tiger incense while practicing the tiger stance. Wang Taizhu said he vaguely heard the sound of a tiger's breathing resonating with the rhythm of the tiger's stance, doubling the speed of refining his blood and energy. When asked if he had any other sensations aside from the sound of the tiger's breathing, he replied, "None." Since Wang Taizhu could not discern the tiger's intent within the tiger incense, the extra golden gradient he saw naturally belonged to Yang Gu. In fact, Yang Gu did not know that the seemingly simple-minded Wang Taizhu, while mentioning the sound of the tiger's purring, had a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. He heard not just the sound of a tiger's breathing, but also the roar of a tiger. Moreover, he heard two roars, one from his own tiger incense, and another from Yang Gu's, but now both were his. Because of the two tiger roars, the speed of Wang Taizhu's tiger stance in refining blood and energy doubled. Indeed, it doubled, not just the single increase he mentioned. This seemingly simple-minded fat boy was quite clever inside. Even Uncle Fu was momentarily deceived by his thick exterior. However, although Yang Gu was tricked, he did not suffer any losses. His tiger stance had already reached perfection, and the acceleration of refining blood and energy from the tiger roar was of little use to him, since he didn't have that much blood and energy to refine. Moreover, being able to tap into the tiger's intent from the incense, and adding an extra tiger to his mind, increased his proficiency in the tiger stance by 10 points. Hence, he frequently invited Wang Taizhu to use the tiger incense together. Wang Taizhu readily agreed each time. Occasionally, if Yang Gu was delayed by something, he would even remind Yang Gu when it was time to use the tiger incense. This junior brother is too simple-minded. Once I succeed in my endeavors, I will compensate him, Yang Gu thought as he looked at the naive Wang Taizhu. This senior brother is too gullible. He believes everything I say. I aim to enter the inner sect early and become his senior brother, looking out for him in the future. Wang Taizhu thought, gazing at Yang Gu's sincere smile. Thus the two of them each harbored their own schemes, yet with a hint of conscience they got along quite happily. The only one unhappy was Cheng Yong. Having Yang Gu as a junior brother already made him feel pressured. Now with the even more formidable Wang Taizhu, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. If both of them successfully became apprentices in the inner sect, while he remained in the outer sect, he wouldn't be able to face anyone in the martial arts school. Thus, the normally lazy Cheng Yong, without needing Lin Hong to push him, worked extra hard every day, even volunteering for some relatively dangerous tasks, in hopes of finding breakthrough opportunities in actual combat. Days passed like this, and soon the end of the month arrived. Yang Gu had been practicing martial arts for. As the next month approached, aside from the income from robbing De Biao, he had no significant financial resources, making him anxious about the tuition for the upcoming month. Bang! 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 The urgent and muffled sounds of strikes echoed continuously in the training room. On the arena of the training room, Yang Gu and Wang Taizhu were wildly beating each other with iron rods. The two of them focused solely on attacking and did not use the iron rods for defense. They relied solely on their bodies to withstand the attacks of the iron rods, swinging their rods with all their might. Yang Gu's attack speed was very fast, while Wang Taizhu was half a beat slower, so he needed to pause and wait for his opponent. Most of their attacks targeted the limbs or the main torso. Areas like the head, eyes, and face, which are vulnerable, required more precise strikes rather than swinging the iron rod as they did now. After a round of combat, both of them were panting heavily. Although Wang Taizhu was not as strong as Yang Gu and was not a martial artist at the moment, his physique was incredibly strong, resembling an old yellow bull with ample stamina. Thus, in a pure test of endurance, unless Yang Gu used his blood and qi to sustain himself, both sides could fight to a standstill. Besides that, Wang Taizhu not only had a strong physique and ample qi, but also benefited from his constitution in practicing horizontal martial arts. His speed in cultivating the iron cloth shirt was even faster than Yang Gu's. Currently, Yang Gu's progress in the iron cloth shirt had reached the proficient stage and was advancing towards the great success stage. Wang Taizhu, who started later, had also reached this stage. Therefore, Yang Gu had suspected more than once whether this guy was also cheating. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Throwing the iron rod aside, Yang Gu looked up at the wall clock, which read 11:30 noon. Let's first use the tiger incense, then we can have lunch and a medicinal bath, Wang Taizhu replied. The medicinal bath he mentioned was simply for the iron cloth shirt. The restorative medicinal bath had not yet been allowed by Fu Bo. Therefore, every morning he would take a medicinal bath and then spar with Yang Gu. At noon, he would take another medicinal bath, completing his training for the iron cloth shirt twice a day. The remaining time would be focused on cultivating his qi and blood. You can use today's tiger incense first. Oh, I have something to take care of, Yang Gu said. Oh, then I'll head to the backyard first. Wang Taizhu felt a bit disappointed as he wouldn't be able to benefit from Yang Guest tiger incense today. Yang Gu was unaware of Wang Taizhu's little thoughts. After leaving the training room, he first went to the pharmacy to take a shower, then had lunch before wandering around the dock. He claimed to have something to do, which was actually a lie to Wang Taizhu. He had nothing to take care of at noon. The only reason for the lie was that his proficiency in the tiger stance was nearly maxed out. Though he had currently mastered the breath-holding technique to perfection, effectively concealing his own aura, whenever his martial arts condensed into a spiritual seed, his consciousness would be drawn into the corresponding scene. For instance, the big tree of the horse stance, the great river of the double horse stance, and so on. Once his consciousness fell into such scenes, Yang Gu couldn't know if his aura would change in the outside world. When both used tiger incense, they were too close together, so he needed to exercise caution. After all, as the saying goes, one should harbor no intent to kill, but always be wary of being killed. Though he had been getting along pleasantly with Wang Taizhu the fat guy over these days, some secrets were better known to fewer people. After wandering around the dock a couple of times, he strolled near the hotel where Li Wanru worked. He didn't go in to find Li Wanru, he was merely killing time. After passing the time like this, it was almost 2 o'clock when Yang Gu returned to the martial arts hall. He first went to the pharmacy to use the medicinal liquid for the iron cloth shirt, then he stood on the arena again with Wang Taizhu to spar. After a round of combat, today's training for the iron cloth shirt was completed. Wang Taizhu went to the side courtyard to cultivate his qi and blood, while Yang Gu went to the backyard to close the door of Fu Boss room. He lit the tiger incense and closed his eyes in anticipation. The level of the tiger stance is higher than the double horse stance. I wonder what benefits this time's spiritual seed condensation will bring. With wisps of blue smoke drifting in the room as the tiger incense burned, Yang Guest's breathing became steady and uniform, as if he were asleep. On the panel that others could not see, the proficiency of the tiger stance gradually climbed, and when it reached 599,600, the last point of proficiency filled up. The black tiger shadow that had been swirling in Yang Guest's mind transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and dissipated, plunging his consciousness into chaos, losing all awareness. In a state of confusion, Yang Gu didn't know how long had passed, but he felt his dissipating consciousness was starting to condense again, though the speed was very slow and the quantity was very little, making it impossible to think subjectively. Time passed in this hazy state, and one day Yang Gu finally regained some awareness of the outside world. He felt as if he had transformed into a fetus lying in his mother's warm belly, slowly developing. As the time of development increased, his body grew larger and his perception of the outside world became clearer. His consciousness was also recovering rapidly. When his consciousness could think actively, Yang Gu realized he was not a human fetus, as he distinctly felt the mother body carrying him, walking on 4 legs. In addition, he also felt rapid running, swift jumping, and fierce battles. He even heard a command. Thus Yang Gu continuously sensed the information from the outside world, enjoying the comfortable sense of security of being a fetus. This kind of life went on for quite a while, until one day, he felt an irresistible force forcibly pushing him out. The umbilical cord attached to his navel ruptured. An indescribable sense of fear enveloped his entire body as he felt his body losing the protection of his mother's belly, sensing that the entire world was filled with malice. His wet body was constantly licked by a large tongue, providing some comfort to his frightened heart. A nose with heavy breathing continually pushed his body to the side, until he was pushed into a warm embrace. In this embrace, Yang Gu smelled the scent of food, so he opened his mouth and searched continuously, ultimately biting onto something and instinctively sucking. Warm milk flowed into his stomach, and losing the umbilical cord, he found the source of food again, gradually calming down the fear and unease in his heart. After sucking for a while, Yang Gu felt tired and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long it was before a strong feeling of hunger woke him up. He anxiously searched for food and calmed down only after finding something to suck on. Thus he woke to eat, ate to sleep, woke up from hunger to continue eating, and the days passed one by one. Until one day Yang Gu slowly opened his eyes. Familiar curtains, familiar scent of Chinese herbs. As Yang Gu opened his eyes, he looked bewildered, his eyes quickly gathering focus, as if his malfunctioning brain had restarted. After a moment, Yang Gu's consciousness finally completely returned to clarity, realizing that he was a person, not a milk tiger. He got up and glanced at the door, which was still locked from the inside, and no one had come in. Thus he looked at his panel. Name Yang Gu Talent 100 Training into Reality Realm Mingjin Late Stage Spiritual Seed-Rooted Underfoot Spiritual Seed Leg Technique Spiritual Seed Fist Technique Spiritual Seed Rod Technique Spiritual Seed Galloping Horse Spiritual Seed Milk Tiger 03 Tiger Cannon Fist Perfection 597600 A Breath Holding Technique Perfection 386600 Iron Cloth Shirt Proficient 251300 What does 03 mean? Looking at the Milk Tiger spiritual seed on the panel, a question mark popped up in Yang Gu's mind. But the next moment, driven by some instinct, his gaze unconsciously turned to other spiritual seeds. In the back kitchen of the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts Hall, in a small room that was not open to the public, Yang Gu was devouring food like a starving ghost. In front of him, several stacks of empty plates were piled up on the table, yet he showed no sign of slowing down in his eating. Uncle Fu kept entering and exiting with a tray, constantly placing food on the table in front of him, all of which was medicinal cuisine with not a single grain of other food. Watching Yang Gu eat voraciously, Uncle Fu's gaze was filled with a certain hope and curiosity. He had no idea how long it had been or how much medicinal cuisine had been consumed. Finally, Yang Gu's bottomless stomach felt full, and his brain, previously controlled by hunger, slowly began to regain its sanity. Standing beside him, Uncle Fu reached out and grasped his wrist, as if to take his pulse, and after a moment he spoke. Your body's digestive ability has greatly increased. The medicinal cuisine is being digested as soon as it enters your stomach. Your heart is beating vigorously and your vitality is surging. You must feel significantly stronger all of a sudden, right? Yang Gu, just regaining his clarity, was a bit dazed, and it took him 3 seconds to understand Uncle Fu's question. What has happened to me? You must have been born with a certain physical talent, but previously your vitality was too weak and your physical talent was malnourished, unable to manifest. Now, after this period of martial training and eating, your robust vitality has finally allowed your malnourished physical talent to be revealed. Apart from feeling your physique has strengthened, do you have any other sensations? Describe any subtle feelings. It'll determine what talent you possess. Uncle Fu's tone was very confident, as if he had witnessed Yang Gu's physical transformation with his own eyes. His certainty stemmed from having sensed a special constitution in Yang Gu earlier. Otherwise, it would be a bit far-fetched to explain how he had achieved such grace in the horse stance in such a short time. It was akin to a 3-year-old child who had just learned to run suddenly winning the championship in an adult race. It was simply too unreasonable. Thus, while there was definitely an epiphany, Yang Gu's description of it did not seem like a fabrication. However, the epiphany was merely one of the reasons. The root still lay in his physical talent. An epiphany is like precocity. A 3-year-old child can understand the techniques of adult runners. But without strong physical support, even if one understands, they cannot perform. Therefore, the ability to achieve grace in the horse stance in such a short time should be the result of both the epiphany and physical talent. Yang Gu looked up at Uncle Fu, who was confidently theorizing, and glanced at his own panel. Name Yang Gu Talent 100 Practice Becomes Reality Physique Infant Tiger 03 Realm Mingjing Late Stage Spirit Seed Roots Underfoot Spirit Seed Galloping Horse Tiger Cannon Fist Perfected 597600 A Breath Restraining Technique Perfected 386600 Iron Cloth Shirt Major Achievement 251400 Yang Gu had fed the 3 spirit seeds of leg techniques, fist techniques, and stick techniques to the infant tiger spirit seed. The infant tiger spirit seed transformed from a spirit seed into a physical talent, and this talent was capable of growth. The condensation of physical talent requires a large amount of energy, and all his cells were starving mad. That was why the earlier scene of him eating like a wolf occurred. When he rushed into the cafeteria, his eyes were so hungry they looked green. The helpers did not dare stop him, and could only inform Uncle Fu, who then took him to the small private room in the back kitchen, where he had been until now, eating to his fill. I don't even know what talent I awakened. It was when I was practicing the hidden tiger stance with a tiger incense stick. Suddenly a tiger appeared in my mind, and it felt like I had broken through the stance. Then something inside my body was activated, and I suddenly felt very, very hungry. Instinctively, I dashed towards the cafeteria with my mind filled only with thoughts of eating. Yang Gu still wore a dazed expression, showing he was just as confused as anyone else. However, given Uncle Fu's confidence, he felt inclined to agree. You seem to be right about everything. The reason why some lies are believed does not lie in how true the lie is, but rather in the listener's ability to fill in all the illogical gaps. He was not believing Uncle Fu's lie, but rather the information he had filled in himself. Eat, eat, eat. You won't be like Iron Pillar, a bottomless pit for food, will you? Uncle Fu frowned. While being able to eat is indeed a form of physical talent, it is not particular. As a martial artist's strength increases, their physique becomes stronger, and their internal organs will also enhance naturally, leading to a greater appetite. Thus, every expert martial artist is in fact a glutton. This inadvertently weakens the advantages of a talent for eating. It shouldn't be a bottomless pit. Yang Gu replied with uncertainty, bearing a certain aversion to the idea of having a bottomless pit talent. You will find out in a few days. Your physical talent has just awakened, and your body needs a large amount of energy, which is why you're eating so much. Now that you're full, your body's demand for energy will tend to stabilize. You should adapt to the changes in your body, and then see how much you can eat for dinner. If you eat a bit more than before for dinner, it doesn't matter, as your physical talent has awakened and your body's strength has increased, requiring more energy. But if you end up eating significantly more than before and still feel hungry. Uncle Fu did not continue, but the meaning was clear. If it were the latter, it could be concluded that he, like Iron Pillar, was a glutton. He might even be worse off than Wang Tieju, who not only ate a lot, but also had excellent digestion. All the food consumed would ultimately convert into vitality. We'll just have to wait until dinner to see. Yang Gu pretended to be a bit anxious about the test results for dinner, while also feeling a bit hopeful for a better physical talent. Uncle Fu said nothing more. Yang Gu exited the cafeteria and rushed straight to the restroom. Although 90% of the energy from the medicinal cuisine was absorbed, he had eaten actual food, not pure energy blocks, so there was quite a bit of residue accumulated in his stomach. After a thorough relief, Yang Gu felt refreshed as he arrived at the training room. At this moment, Wang Taizhu was no longer there, having gone to the courtyard to gather vitality. The two of them did not need to fight each other in the afternoon. However, Yang Gu practiced martial arts, and the sounds of various weapons clashing affected his focus on gathering vitality. Thus, generally in the afternoons, Yang Gu would be the only one training in the training room. He first punched, then kicked, and took out a short stick to play with. After all the commotion, Yang Gu discovered that after the spirit seeds of fist techniques and leg techniques were devoured by the infant tiger, their properties had not disappeared, rather they felt enhanced. To be more precise, the infant tiger spirit seed transformed into physical talent, resulting in a significant improvement in his physique, effectively doubling his base strength. With a stronger physique, the power of the originally effective fist and leg techniques had also increased. The properties of the spirit seeds remained intact, and Yang Gu let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if the infant tiger had consumed the spirit seeds, their properties would have been lost. While the physique had strengthened, the combat ability might have diminished. Now that the properties of the spirit seeds remained, there was nothing to worry about. He threw a punch at the iron stake without using any vitality. The power of an ordinary punch was equivalent to that of a punch he used to apply vitality before. If he used the Tiger Cannon fist, the power would double again. Keep in mind, this was after his base strength had been increased by double. The power was not something that the previous doubling could compare to. For instance, if his previous strength was 10 points, using vitality would bring it to 20, and with vitality plus the Tiger Cannon fist, it would only reach 40. But now with a base strength of 20 points, doubling it would be 40, and doubling it again would be 80. After testing his strength, Yang Gu began to test other aspects, feeling that his physique was not merely about enhancing strength. In the evening, Yang Gu continued to eat in the small kitchen. This time he consumed 5 portions of medicinal dishes before feeling full. The immense medicinal power swiftly digested by his stomach. After the meal, Uncle Fu called him to the pharmacy, where he prepared a tub of enhanced medicinal bath. Like the medicinal dishes, the enhanced bath was also completely absorbed. The amount of medicinal energy transformed into vital energy had increased nearly 5-fold compared to before. However, the speed of his power enhancement was not 5 times as fast. With a stronger physique, more vital energy was required for improvement. After the medicinal bath, Uncle Fu began to check his pulse, gradually furrowing his brow. After a moment, he released Yang Gu's hand. It is certain that your physical talent has been activated, otherwise your body's strength wouldn't have increased so much in such a short time. However, it is difficult to determine whether it is related to the talent for consumption and digestion, like Taiju's. After all, your appetite and the absorption ability from the medicinal bath are within a reasonable range, and not as exaggerated as Taiju's. After finishing, Uncle Fu's face revealed a thoughtful expression. He tried to correlate the information he discovered with various physical talents in his mind, but still could not find an accurate answer. But in the next moment, a pondering Uncle Fu suddenly fixed his gaze with a glint in his eyes on Yang Gu. You aren't using the breath-holding technique, are you? Yang Gu was startled by Uncle Fu's words, his heart instantly racing. Faced with Uncle Fu's inquiry, he hesitated before speaking. I am. What nonsense are you talking about? Uncle Fu slapped the back of his head with irritation. Seeing Uncle Fu raise his hand, Yonggu instinctively tried to dodge. But just as the thought of avoiding crossed his mind, his Bodis muscle memory failed to react, and Uncle Fu's slap had already landed on his head. You didn't mention. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Uncle Fu raised his hand again. This time Yonggu had learned his lesson. Before Uncle Fu's hand even rose, he began to evade. Smack! The slap landed accurately on the back of his head again, and dodging in advance was of no use. How about I turn it off, and you check again? Yonggu spoke cautiously. He looked as if he hadn't meant to do it. It was just a momentary oversight. Smack! Another slap landed on his head. This time Yonggu didn't even see how Uncle Fu raised his hand. Stop pretending in front of me. If you really want me to check, would you keep using the breath-holding technique? Turn it off now, turn it off now. Smack! Still the same spot, still the same sensation, and he still couldn't see how Uncle Fu struck. Another slap landed on his head. This time Yonggu didn't even see how Uncle Fu raised his hand. Stop pretending in front of me. If you really want me to check, would you? Once outside the pharmacy door, Yonggu couldn't help but stretch his head to peek inside. At that moment, he felt a bit anxious, unsure whether Uncle Fu was truly angry or not. Be careful when practicing with Taiju during this time. Uncle Fu's voice came from within the pharmacy. Hearing this, Yonggu's face immediately broke into a smile. Got it, he replied cheerfully, then left with a light step. Inside the pharmacy, Uncle Fu couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon hearing Yonggu's response. This damn kid who taught him to be so cautious and defensive against everyone. But it's good to be cautious. Thinking of self-preservation is much better than thinking of harming others. If that stubborn mule with his head in the clouds had this level of caution, he wouldn't. Uncle Fu muttered, his expression somewhat gloomy, clearly having thought of something unpleasant. He didn't truly feel angry about kicking Yonggu out of the pharmacy. Instead, he realized he had overstepped, clearly treating Yonggu as a disciple and beginning to cultivate him without any ulterior motives. But when he discovered Yonggu's physical awakening, he couldn't help but indulge his curiosity and investigate. Such behavior of prying into someone else's secrets was clearly not something an elder should do to a junior. So after coming to his senses, he was somewhat embarrassed and angry, leading him to chase Yonggu away. It should be the 100 martial body. After a moment, Uncle Fu instinctively muttered. Then he reacted and slapped his forehead. This damn brain, always unable to control the urge to ponder. The 100 martial body is an extremely rare physique in the martial arts world. This physique allows anyone to break through the entry level of any martial art they practice rapidly. Moreover, it can learn any martial skill and practice any technique. Even if one learns a rigid and aggressive technique today, it would be fine to practice a soft and yielding technique tomorrow. There are no restrictions. Initially, when Yonggu stood in a horse stance and exhibited spiritual energy, in a short time Uncle Fu had some doubts, but he mostly believed Yonggu's explanation that he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, so he didn't consider the 100 martial body. Afterwards, as Yonggu practiced the breath-holding technique, he no longer took the initiative to investigate. Therefore, he was unaware that Yonggu's progress in other techniques was also remarkably fast. During today's checkup, he didn't even realize this kid had been using the breath-holding technique to conceal himself. Clearly, he had also mastered the breath-holding technique to a very high level in a short time, which led him to think of the 100 martial body as a special physique. Of course, his failure to notice Yonggu using the breath-holding technique earlier was primarily because Uncle Fu genuinely regarded Yonggu as a junior and didn't truly wish to pry into the secrets of his physical talent. He was simply curious and wanted to check what kind of physical talent Yonggu possessed, so he could provide targeted guidance. Otherwise, with his skills, the breath-holding technique was not a profound technique. Even if Yonggu's realm of practice was high, he could easily break through it. It wouldn't be possible for him. Yonggu left the martial arts school feeling relaxed, heading towards the western slums of the city. Uncle Fu's final reminder to him was not to expose his physical talent in front of Wang Tai Zhu, clearly indicating he was on Yonggu's side, and didn't blame him for using the breath-holding technique for concealment. The reason he kept using the breath-holding technique was not that Yonggu sensed any malice from the martial arts school or Uncle Fu. Mainly as an older man who had experienced the trials of society, it was not easy for him to fully trust someone. However, after this incident, Uncle Fu undoubtedly could be placed on the list of people he could trust. Having gained another trustworthy person brought him joy, and his steps felt lighter. Returning home, everything was as usual. After the Black Snake Gang collected the first wave of protection fees, things quieted down, and there were no further disturbances. The deaths of De Biao and others seemed to have passed just like that. At the construction site, the progress of the hospital construction improved day by day. The once crowded slum with some weak or accidentally deceased stowaways leaving along with the transportation of various laborers into the city space, finally relaxed a bit, no longer feeling as cramped as before. I want to close our clinic and find a job as an assistant at the hospital in the city. During dinner, Yang Huaishan said to Yang Gu after finishing the last bit of noodles in his bowl. The clinic's income was no longer sufficient to cover expenses, and this month's revenue couldn't even make up for the protection fees. It was only because Yang Gu contributed some money that they managed to scrape by. In the morning, Yang Gu arrived at the martial arts hall ahead of others. After consuming his medicinal meal, he went to the training room to practice the Tiger Cannon Fist, which he had missed for a few hours. As the Tiger Cannon Fist transformed into a spiritual seed, countless tiger figures appeared in his mind, once more fewer than the overwhelming number he had seen when Yuan Jun had assaulted his soul with his martial spirit. Only about 10 or so. These tigers roared incessantly in his mind, causing a painful throbbing in his head. Once the roar subsided, the Tiger Cannon Fist coalesced into a spiritual seed. After the spiritual seed had formed, Yang Gu opened his panel, revealing a look of disappointment on his face. The Tiger Cannon Fist had not helped him break through to a new realm, and the spiritual seed of the Tiger Cannon Fist was on the same level as the sleeping tiger's stance, lacking the empty slots like the spirit seed of the cub tiger. This meant it was merely an ordinary spiritual seed, incapable of evolving into a physique talent like the cub tiger's spiritual seed after being fed other spiritual seeds. Did the cub tiger cover this type of physique? Or is there a limit to human capability where one can only possess one type of physique talent? Looking at the spiritual seed of tiger fury that formed from the Tiger Cannon Fist, Yang Gu pondered in his heart. Unfortunately, he did not even know what specific physique talents existed. Naturally, he was unaware if anyone possessed dual physique talents or even multiple physique talents gathered in one body. Taking a deep breath to push these questions from his mind, Yang Gu began to test the characteristics of Tiger Fury, and this test caused his eyes to light up suddenly. Tiger Fury could actually be activated or deactivated at will. Having gathered so many spiritual seeds, this was the first spiritual seed that could be actively used, unlike other spiritual seeds, which provided passive enhancements. Upon activating Tiger Fury, Yang Gu would enter a berserk state, his blood vitality burning at double the rate, and his combat power would also double. He felt the speed of his strikes and the burning of his vitality in the Tiger Fury state. Originally excited, Yang Gu sighed, helplessly. My physique is still too weak. The invincible state can only last for 1 minute at most. It can only be used as a trump card, not to be wasted. After testing the power of Tiger Fury, Yang Gu went to the front yard to find Lin Hong and learned the basic fist technique of the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts Hall, the Black Tiger Fist. He also had Lin Hong give him pointers on sword techniques, knife techniques, and spear techniques. After the Tiger Cannon Fist transformed into a spiritual seed, his previously full martial arts panel now resembled a few small kittens needing to be replenished. Moreover, as the growth of physique talents also required spiritual seeds, naturally the more martial arts he practiced, the better. However, now with the newly formed spiritual seed of Tiger Fury added to the list, he had 3 spiritual seeds again. Yet Yang Gu had no intention of feeding it to the cub tiger. The awakening of his physique talent had caused such a stir that yesterday he was nearly driven to gnaw at the table from hunger. Thus it was better to wait a bit for the upgrade of his talent. He did not want to provoke too much excitement for himself, nor did he wish to cause too much of a stir for Uncle Fu. Furthermore, having just acquired the physique talent, there were still many functions yet to be explored. His intuition told Yang Gu that blindly upgrading his physique was not a wise choice, as it could potentially lead to instability and excess weight. It was safer to proceed with steadiness. Regarding Yang Gu wanting to learn the Black Tiger Fist and other weapons, Lin Hong had not received any hints from Uncle Fu. Thus, while he taught Yang Gu, he reminded him to focus and not to be overly ambitious by trying to learn everything, lest he bit off more than he could chew. Yang Gu naturally expressed his gratitude for Lin Hong's reminder and explained that he simply wanted to understand more about weapons to see which ones suited him best without intending to learn them all, for he lacked the time and energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Hong finally relaxed and felt assured as he left. In Lin Hong's view, Yang Gu's martial arts talent was exceptional, and even more rare was his grounded effort and willingness to endure hardships. He practiced diligently every day, never resorting to shortcuts. With such talent and such determination, Yang Gu was likely to become his junior disciple, and he did not want Yang Gu's focus to be diverted, slowing his own martial arts progress. Before long, Wang Taizhu arrived at the martial arts hall, and the two went for a medicinal bath, then continued their usual sparring. Yang Ge deliberately held back his strength otherwise with his current power. Even if Wang Taizhu had a robust physique, a single strike with an iron rod would likely break his bones. After all, although Wang Taizhu's physique was strong, it was only robust in foundation. His body was merely a rough block that had yet to be refined, and hitting too hard would cause it to crumble. However, despite holding back ever since acquiring the physique, he emanated a vitality from within that was stronger than before, which Wang Taizhu keenly sensed. You seem a bit different today. Wang Taizhu scrutinized Yang Ge from head to toe, a curious expression on his face, as if merely making casual conversation. Yet beneath his gaze a glint of sharpness flickered, probing for any clues. There has been a breakthrough in your stance practice. Your physique has seen some improvement, and your internal vitality is more vigorous now. Yang Ge replied, not revealing any unusual emotions on his face. After noticing he had become more handsome in the morning, while washing his face, he had intentionally increased the intensity of his breath-holding technique. As a result, this enhancement of his physique, brimming with vitality, could not be concealed, so he fabricated an explanation. Is that so? Wang Taizhu appeared somewhat skeptical. Shouldn't a breakthrough in stance practice enhance strength? How could it possibly alter one's demeanor, especially making one significantly more handsome? He had also achieved a breakthrough in his double horse stance. Yet after his breakthrough, he remained as unhandsome as before. If anything, with a more vigorous vitality, he felt even bulkier. Exactly. For instance, take you. After practicing martial arts, your spirit and demeanor have also changed. Compared to when you first came to the martial arts hall, timid and hesitant, you have become more confident and assured. Didn't you notice that? Yang Ge asserted this with great certainty. My demeanor is changing too. Wang Taizhu's tone was laced with doubt, yet he believed it to some degree. Whether his demeanor had changed he could not ascertain without looking in the mirror, as he disliked doing so. But there was no doubt his mentality had transformed. Before practicing martial arts, he was merely a starving stowaway from the shantytown in the west of the city, constantly pretending to be harmless and striving to avoid any trouble. Since becoming a disciple of the Mountain Tiger Martial Arts Hall, the stowaways who had previously glared at him now kneeled before him, offering smiles and fawning upon him. Those gang members who once dared not offend him now greeted him politely, offering cigarettes and saying hello. Now he walked with his head held high, no longer shrinking back as an invisible person afraid of drawing attention from others. I have definitely changed. If you don't believe me, you can ask others. There is a saying that goes, a person with knowledge has a radiance about them. After practicing martial arts, you have become increasingly confident, and your demeanor must have changed as well. So I have changed. Have I become as handsome as you? Wang Taizhu wore a silly smile on his face. Compared to me, you're still quite lacking. Perhaps if you shed some weight, you might catch up. Yang Ge responded. Wang Taizhu's silly smile froze, and he raised a middle finger at Yang Ge. Damn, if I slimmed down, I would definitely be drop-dead gorgeous. It's you who should be chasing after me. Confidence is a good thing, but deceiving oneself goes too far. Yang Ge patted Wang Taizhu on the shoulder. Scram, do you know how handsome I was when I was young? Everyone who saw me praised my tiger-like head and stature. Are you sure that was a compliment on your handsomeness? Yang Ge questioned with a face full of skepticism. Just say whether it was a compliment or not. Wang Taizhu lifted his chin, wearing an expression that dared Yang Ge to deny it. Yes, it was a compliment. Are you satisfied now? Yang Ge replied in a tone as if coaxing a child. Noon. The two continued to use the tiger incense in Uncle Fuss' room in the backyard. As the incense burned out, Yang Ge stretched lazily. From now on you can light the incense yourself. Ooh, I won't accompany you anymore. What's wrong? Just a little spar, and you get angry. Besides, I was the one who got beaten, so why are you upset? Wang Taizhu with a bruised face looked at him in confusion. Do you think I'm that petty? Besides, as you said, I was the one who hit you, not the other way around. What is there for me to be angry about? Looking at Wang Taizhu's face, which bore the marks of his handiwork, Yang Ge couldn't help but smile wider. This fat man, relying on his good foundation, had recently surpassed him in the iron cloth realm and began to show a bit of disrespect towards his senior brother, who had entered the school earlier. Originally, Yang Ge, being magnanimous, didn't want to bother with him, but since he had provoked him today, he had to assert his seniority and suppress him. Of course, he was careful with his strikes. Although Wang Taizhu looked badly beaten, it was mostly superficial injuries. The two were eager to eat and use the tiger incense, having no time to tend to their wounds. Otherwise, with a little time to circulate their qi and blood, they could quickly reduce the swelling. In an hour, there wouldn't be any trace left. So why is that? My mastery of the tiger lying post is already quite high, so this tiger incense is of little use to me, Yang Ge said, proudly raising his chin. The tiger lying post had now become a physical talent, while the tiger cannon fist transformed into a spiritual seed. With the foundational fist technique's spiritual seed enhancement, he had already achieved minor success after practicing the newly learned Black Tiger Fist for over an hour this morning, and his proficiency was increasing rapidly. Though the increase in proficiency slowed down with the breakthrough of realms, he could still achieve perfection with a little time, and there was no need to extravagantly spend 500 for a stick of tiger incense to hasten his cultivation. Moreover, according to the rules of spiritual seed condensation, the effects of the same level of spiritual seed on physical enhancement would be overridden by previous spiritual seeds. For instance, after the horse stance transformed into a spiritual seed and enhanced his physique, the foundational fist and leg techniques provided limited enhancement to his foundational strength. The characteristics of spiritual seeds lean more towards technique, such as how to kick harder or how to punch faster. The proficiency of the Black Tiger Fist is on par with the double horse stance. The double horse stance transformed into a spiritual seed, enhancing Yang Ge's physique and breaking through a minor realm in strength. Therefore, even if the Black Tiger Fist broke through immediately, the enhancement to his physique would still be limited. Yang Gu even suspected that the enhancement aspect of the Black Tiger Fist might now be completely overridden by the higher-level Tiger Cannon Fist. Thus, Yang Gu learned the Black Tiger Fist mainly to condense spiritual seeds for physical talent as sustenance and to enrich his fist techniques. He didn't wish for much from the characteristics of the Black Tiger Fist's spiritual seed. Therefore, there was no rush to condense this spiritual seed. Besides, the speed of the Black Tiger Fist's proficiency improvement wasn't actually slow. The so-called slow here refers to the absence of the Tiger Incense's enhancement. Compared to other students, Yang Ge's breakthrough speed in the Black Tiger Fist was already envy-inducing. At what realm does the Tiger Lying Post become useless for the Tiger Incense? When you reach that realm, you'll understand. Yang Gu did not give a straightforward answer. After speaking, he left the backyard without waiting for Wang Taizhu to ask further. Watching Yang Ge's departing figure, Wang Taizhu couldn't help but mumble, "Just say it directly, can't you? Why act all mysterious? You've only been here at the martial arts school a little longer than I have. If I came earlier and let you hit me while standing still, you wouldn't even be able to break through my defense." After leaving the backyard, Yang Gu went to the pharmacy preparing to sell the tiger incense he had. Due to using Wang Tai's tiger incense, he had only needed 12 sticks of the Tiger Lying Post to break through. Now he had 18 sticks left. Selling them for 500 each along with the previous tuition fee of over 100 mint, he wouldn't have to worry about tuition for the next 2 months. This level of tiger incense is indeed of no use to you. Uncle Fu glanced at the box on the table and got up to walk towards the medicine cabinet. He then bent down and pulled out a porcelain bottle from the bottom of the cabinet, tossing it to him. "What is this?" Yang Gu opened the porcelain bottle and poured out a pill the size of a longan, which was wrapped in a layer of white beeswax, obscuring the specific condition of the pill inside. "This is the Deer Fetus Nourishing Pill. Just what you need to replenish your body. One a day, don't take more. This is made from deer fetus essence and retains quite a bit of deer genes. Genes are tricky. If you remove them too thoroughly, it affects the efficacy of the medicine, but if you don't remove them, it affects mental clarity. So eat less and don't be greedy." "Is this the kind of banned drug sold by Haisheng Society?" Yang Gu couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Uncle Fu scoffed disdainfully. "Don't compare my medicine to that junk no one wants to touch. If they had my skills, they would have ascended to the heavens long ago. How could they still be holed up here in the shanty town making banned drugs?" Upon hearing this, Yang Gu instantly felt that the pill in his hand was a treasure and quickly stored the porcelain bottle. You learn things quickly, but don't scatter your efforts. Learning in a systematic way will enhance your combat power even more, Uncle Fu advised. Yang Gu nodded with a flicker in his eyes. "Okay, I will ask Senior Brother Lin for any good suggestions and make some plans." Uncle Fu must have determined in his heart that he had some kind of special physique. However, since Uncle Fu didn't specify, he pretended not to know to avoid unnecessary explanations. Leaving the pharmacy, Yang Gu went to the training room to continue practicing punches and weapons. Uncle Fu's advice needed serious consideration, but he had to cultivate the things he had already learned to manifest their spiritual seeds and not waste them. The afternoon passed quickly, and when Yang Gu finished dinner and arrived at the martial arts school entrance, his father Yang Huishan was already waiting for him. Yang Gu supported the decision to close their family clinic. After all, the business wasn't doing well, and they had to face the potential risks of robbery or forced debts. Closing it down and finding a job would be less of a hassle. However, this job wouldn't last forever. Yang Gu had already thought of it, and once he stabilized his strength after the breakthrough, he would actively seek work from Uncle Fu. In the future, he would take care of the family and let his father Yang Huishan enjoy a life of ease. However, he hadn't mentioned this to Yang Huishan yet, not because he was afraid his father would object, but because he hadn't achieved any results yet, and mentioning it would seem like drawing up grand plans. Once he really found a job and had a stable income, placing the money he earned in front of Yang Huishan would be much more persuasive. How's the job search going? There are a few suitable ones, but the salaries offered are not high. They'll keep looking, Yang Huishan said with a relaxed expression. In truth, he was lying. Today he had visited several clinics in the city center and even inquired at hospitals. As soon as they heard he was from the western shantytown, they showed immediate disdain. They didn't even ask about his abilities and directly kicked him out. The only small clinic that hadn't kicked him out offered a ridiculously low salary, barely enough for meals, let alone the 40 cut taken by the Black Snake gang. Seeing the stiffness at the corner of his father's smile, Yang Gu guessed that the job search was probably not as easy as he claimed. However, he did not point this out. The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder towards the shantytown. That evening back home, Yang Huishan waited in the living room while Yang Gu prepared dinner for him. Although the clinic was no longer operational, several unsold medicines remained. So while dusk had just fallen, they briefly reopened the door to conduct business, hoping to earn a modest sum if any patients arrived. After dinner, Yang Huishan took the night watch and Yang Gu retreated to the adjacent room. Ever since his injuries had fully healed, Yang Huishan had resumed keeping vigil through the night on his own. Yang Gu made no objection and returned once more to the adjacent room. Back in the adjacent room, Yang Gu retrieved the porcelain vial given by Elder Fu and poured out a single pill, carefully breaking away its beeswax coating. A pungent metallic scent, mingled with the aroma of traditional herbs, surged sharply into his nostrils. Is this really a pill? Yang Gu stared skeptically at the dark, foul-smelling pellet resting in his palm. Its overwhelming bloody stench rendered it deeply suspect, utterly unlike the fragrant, soothing medicinal aroma one expects from refined pills. Though muttering complaints under his breath, he hesitated only briefly before popping the pill into his mouth. Instantly, its thick, iron-rich bitterness flooded his mouth, so acrid it nearly forced him to spit it out. He forced it down his throat, where it burned like a searing iron sphere, scorching his esophagus with. Upon reaching his stomach, the pill detonated in a roaring surge of heat. Yang Gu immediately guided his blood and qi, transforming the volatile energy into robust vitality. As he circulated and refined his vital essence using the lying tiger stance, a faint, resonant deer call echoed within his awareness. Not the ethereal melodic cry of deer in the mist, but the fierce, aggressive bellow of a rutting stag. With each resounding call, his entire body's vital energy surged wildly, like two rutting stags confronting one another, both inflamed and unyielding. Driven by primal rivalry, they locked antlers instantly, two titans clashing without warning, each determined to dominate the other. The deer's call agitated Yang Ji's mind and unsettled his breath. Only his mastery of the twin horse and lying tiger stances prevented him from losing control entirely. Oh! Just as Yang Gu steeled his focus to silence the deer's call and deepen his circulation of vital energy, a soft, yet fiercely defiant cry pierced his consciousness. At that instant, the deer's bellow recoiled, as if confronted by its natural predator, its vigor collapsing utterly. Yang Ji's mind fell into serene stillness. Free from distraction, he immersed himself fully in guiding and refining his vital energy. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes, his face alight with quiet elation. Deer Fetus, Great Tonic Pill. Truly worthy of its name. A single dose delivered the cumulative potency of 5 medicinal baths, though its flavor was sharp and its energy violently potent. Unlike the gentle grass-like subtlety of medicinal baths, this raw meat-like intensity yielded far denser, more satisfying nourishment. Glancing down at his legs, Yang Gu sensed he'd grown taller. The tightness of his shoes confirmed it. That fierce infantile cry must have been a suckling tiger's, right? He glanced sidelong at the interface displayed before him. Truth be told, he had never imagined his suckling tiger physique talent possessed such an effect. Merely a single defiant cry had cowed the stag's commanding roar. Recalling that sensation, his gaze drifted instinctively toward the porcelain vial resting on his bedside table. If so, may I take another Deer Fetus Great Tonic Pill? One pill clearly hadn't reached the absorption threshold of his suckling tiger physique. Though his body now brimmed with vitality, a subtle, persistent hunger still lingered beneath his skin. More should be fine, Yang Gu murmured to himself, then reached for the vial and tipped out another pill. Elder Fu had cautioned against overconsumption, not out of fear that Yang Gu would succumb to the pill's overwhelming power, but because residual bestial instincts from the deer might corrupt his spirit. Now, however, that threat had been neutralized by his suckling tiger physique. His body felt harmonious, his mind lucid and unclouded. Taking another pill posed no danger. Another deer fetus great tonic pill slid down his throat, once again igniting fiery heat along his esophagus and deep within his stomach. Yet this time the burning sting carried an unexpected thrill, a vibrant, exhilarating warmth. Like swallowing a bold, fiery liquor, though it seared the throat, its fierce vapors rushed upward, flooding the mind with intoxicating clarity. Once he had fully assimilated the pill's potency, Yang Gu leaned back with a contented sigh, gently every cell in his body felt satiated, a profound, unparalleled comfort. Ordinary fullness invites lethargy. This cellular satiety induced a deep, blissful repose. He surrendered to that instinct, stretched out upon the bed, and slipped effortlessly into a profoundly restful slumber. The next morning, even before dawn breached the horizon, Yang Gu stirred awake. Rising from bed, he stretched languidly, his bones crackling with pleasurable ease. He glanced down at his feet. Time for new shoes. His shirt and trousers, though slightly short, were still wearable, tightness barely noticeable unless scrutinized closely. But shoes bore weight and friction. Even a slight constriction pinched his toes uncomfortably. "Dad, shall we head out together today?" "You go ahead. I doubt anyone hires this early. I'll make my way there around noon." "All right then." Yang Gu glanced outside where the sun had just begun to crest the horizon. Indeed, far too early for job hunting. In truth, if Yang Huaishan wished to close the clinic and find steady work, he ought to have approached the Black Serpent Gang, whose 4% commission fee was not levied without reason. Alas, past tensions with the Heaven Eye Gang had soured his relations with the Black Serpent Gang's enforcers. Though to Biao, the man who'd beaten him, was dead, who could say whether others still held grudges. Thus he had no choice but to seek employment independently. A cool breeze lingered in the morning air. As the sun climbed, the previously silent shantytown stirred to life. Yang Gu joined the stream of laborers heading toward the city center, deliberately hunching his spine and regulating his facial blood flow to appear pale and frail. This guise allowed him to blend seamlessly into the crowd, where most others were gaunt and hollow-eyed from hunger and relentless toil. To stand tall and radiant amid such exhaustion would invite envy, or worse, immediate scrutiny from the Black Serpent Gang's enforcers, drawn instantly to any standout figure. Once inside the martial arts academy, such pretense became unnecessary. He needed only activate the chi sealing technique to conceal his latest Ming Gene cultivation level. The day unfolded as usual: morning immersion in the Iron Shirt herbal bath, followed by sparring with Wang Taizhu. Afternoon training in the practice hall, while Wang Taizhu refined his vital energy in the tranquil side courtyard. Yet at dusk, Lin Hong sought him out with word of an evening assignment, again tied to the Lin family. A shipment was due to dock tonight requiring security personnel, hence their request to Tiger Mountain Martial Arts Academy. Yang Gu found the arrangement puzzling. The East District possessed its own port. Why insist on docking in the city center, especially when the prior cargo theft remained unsolved? Yet Lin Hong's expression betrayed no unease, as if such logistics were perfectly ordinary. Yang Gu wisely withheld further inquiry. After all, his wages were guaranteed regardless. After dinner, Yang Gu stopped by home to inform Yang Huaishan. Given his prior experience on such assignments, Yang Huaishan worried less this time, knowing his son would return by morning. Returning to the academy, Yang Gu encountered Cheng Yong, whom he hadn't seen in days. Cheng Yong stood grinning broadly, teeth bared, saliva flying, as he chattered animatedly with several veteran students residing at the academy, his joy effervescent as if he'd just swallowed honey-sweetened fortune. The waves crashed against the shore, making a rustling sound. Above the dark dock at berth number 7, a 1,000-watt light bulb hung high, illuminating a section of the dock. It was as if this massive dock monster had opened one eye. At the berth, among the battered, peeling fishing boats, one could see the surface was in disrepair. Strong laborers, specifically called out by the cargo gang after work, were each biting on their molars, working together to drag out massive ice blocks resembling small cars from the cabin. These ice blocks refracted light under the illumination, vaguely revealing the frozen contents inside. Among the frozen items were sheep, deer, and even bears. These animals were not ordinary, but rather mutated beasts that had begun to undergo transformations. Although the sheep's size was similar to that of an ordinary domestic sheep, its pair of horns emitted a sharp aura, causing anyone close to the ice block to feel as if they were being cut by a knife. The spotted deer appeared unremarkable at a glance. However, if one focused on the spots on its fur, they would notice that these spots resembled eyes continuously blinking, inciting an urge to draw closer. The grizzly bear in the ice block looked normal overall, but if one paid attention to its right forepaw, they would see that its brown paw was devoid of fur and covered in scales. These are the mutated beasts. Looking at the animals being dragged from the ship, each encased in massive ice blocks, Yang couldn't help but ask. This time he had come to assist the Lin family, accompanied only by Cheng Yong and Lin Hong. After brother Lin Hong arrived at the dock, he disappeared somewhere, leaving just the two of them together. Some animals have awakened their bloodlines, leading to ancestral reversion or special mutations. This results in a qualitative enhancement in their life forms, allowing them to evolve from ordinary animals to mutated beasts, Cheng Yong explained. Having done security work numerous times in recent years, Cheng Yong was quite knowledgeable about the common understanding of mutated beasts. So how do you determine the level of a mutated beast? Is it related to the size of the mutated parts or the degree of evolution? Yang Gu continued to inquire. Although he had seen parts of mutated beasts at auctions, it was his first time seeing a whole mutated beast. It is related, but not absolute. For instance, that spotted deer has spots all over its body that resemble eyes. This mutated part is quite significant, right? Yet its level is the same as the sheep beside it, which only has a pair of mutated horns. Both are first-level mutated beasts. Determining the level of a mutated beast is akin to assessing a warrior's strength. You cannot rely solely on what you see with your eyes, as a warrior's strength is not merely dictated by their size. One must observe the aura they emit. Often superficial appearances can be misleading. For example, I'm looking at you now and seeing an ordinary person, but are you truly just an ordinary person? Cheng Yong said. I see. Yang Gu nodded thoughtfully. He had originally thought that the levels of mutated beasts were clearly defined and easily discernible, not realizing that assessing their strength was so reliant on keen observation. However, considering that he had been using the concealment technique to completely mask his strength at the late stage of bright qi, even now Cheng Yong would perceive him as merely a healthy ordinary person. Thus, judging the strength of the other party indeed could not rely solely on appearance. Even their aura might not be entirely trusted. Who knows if there are also cunning ones among the mutated beasts? Are the level distinctions between first-level and second-level mutated beasts equivalent to those of the bright qi and dark qi warriors? It's not a direct comparison. First-level mutated beasts are divided into early, mid, and late stages. If assessed solely on physical evolution, they can correspond to the 3 levels of bright qi, dark qi, and bone strength for warriors. Cheng Yong stated. Is it really that different? Yang Gu looked astonished. It is indeed that different, Cheng Yong affirmed. Seeing Yang Gu's bewilderment, he further elaborated. A first-level mutated beast is equivalent to a third-level warrior, not because warriors are inferior, but because these mutated beasts are exceedingly formidable. The first 3 realms for warriors are fundamentally about strong physiques, honing bones, and enhancing strength. For example, Yang Gu had been a bright qi warrior for some time, but his overall strength and endurance were comparable to that of a cow. However, if a cow begins to mutate, it often develops even more formidable traits. For instance, a cow's horns become solid and sharp, its hooves can channel the force of the earth, and even a simple increase in strength is beyond an ordinary bright qi warrior's capabilities. This disparity arises from the inherent differences in physique. Humans are born with high intelligence, but weak physiques, so purely categorizing strength based on physique means a first-level mutated beast indeed equates to 3 levels of warriors. However, realm does not equate to absolute combat power. For instance, as long as a warrior's mind is intact, they cannot hope to match a mutated beast in a direct brawl. Warriors can use weapons, employ poison, or launch sneak attacks. Alternatively, they can attack from a distance using bows, arrows, or firearms, all of which are effective means to kill mutated beasts. However, because first-level mutated beasts in their early, mid, and late stages offer immense nutritional value to bright qi, dark qi, and bone strength warriors, this leads to the exaggerated comparison of realms. Once a warrior breaks through to the bone strength realm and enters the internal organs realm, this comparison will return to normal. The internal organs harbor the spirit. Warriors entering this realm begin to touch deeper layers of power. In battles, it's no longer purely about physical strength, and techniques start to incorporate additional traits. At this point, the comparison of strength essentially aligns with the levels of mutated beasts. The internal organs realm corresponds to second-level mutated beasts, while the blood transformation realm corresponds to third-level mutated beasts, and so forth. In fact, if the comparison were reversed, humans are inherently wise, while mutated beasts only begin to show signs of intelligence after reaching the 3rd level, departing from their primal instincts. The wisdom of ordinary people directly corresponds to the 3rd or even 4th level mutated beasts. Thus, differing perspectives on comparison naturally lead to a perception of significant disparity. Is the outside world chaotic with many mutated beasts? After digesting Chung Yong's explanation, Yang Gu continued to inquire. Like you, I've only been to the East District. I have no idea what the outside world is like. Brother Lin should know, but he hasn't told me. Chung Yong's gaze drifted past the fishing boats looking out at the dark sea filled with yearning for the outside world. Do you know which country our Longgang City belongs to? Country? Which country? Are you asking which faction our Longgang City belongs to? Chung Yong's face showed confusion. Yang Gu raised an eyebrow. Which faction? I misspoke. I don't know which faction it belongs to. I asked Brother Lin the same question before. Brother Lin said I haven't entered the inner door yet, so I don't need to know these things. Once I join the inner door and want to know something, I'll be qualified to check the library in the East District. Alternatively, I could find a teacher to teach me privately. Chung Yong grinned broadly at Yang Gu. Today he was in such high spirits that he kept flashing his big grin. This was because he had finally broken through to become a dark chi warrior, becoming an inner disciple of the martial arts school. He no longer had to worry about Yang Gu surpassing him and becoming his senior. Is the knowledge blockade in the city so severe? Yang Gu murmured to himself. In fact, the knowledge and information blockade in the city had long been foreshadowed. For instance, the garbage dump in the West District, which brings back so much trash from Longgang City every day, has a pitiful amount of books and newspapers. Moreover, the content is limited to Longgang City with almost no information concerning areas beyond it. During school, the knowledge taught by professors was also monotonous. Being able to read and putting in a bit of effort was considered excellent performance. There was no geography, let alone history. The textbooks on physics and chemistry were also painfully The goods were unloaded from midnight until the early morning, with a total of 3 ships unloading. Perhaps due to the previous incident of goods being lost at the dock warehouse, this time all goods were directly loaded onto trucks after being unloaded from the ships, without stopping at the dock. Yang Gu and Chung Yong accompanied the convoy with 5 large trucks in one batch. Along with the personnel for clearing the path and securing the rear, the Lin family dispatched about 20 martial artists to escort them. Lin Hong did not accompany them. Instead, he stealthily followed one of the trucks to maintain an element of unpredictability. If someone were to target the Lin family's goods and happened to encounter Lin Hong among the escort, it would undoubtedly be a disastrous encounter. Fortunately, the entire night passed peacefully without encountering any brazen thieves. After the last batch of vehicles delivered the goods to the Lin family's warehouse, Yang Gu and Chung Yong returned together without stopping in the Eastern District. The vehicle that took them back to the city district was a truck, which besides the 2 of them was also carrying 2 large blocks of ice. One large block contained a frozen stag estimated to weigh around half a ton, much larger than the spotted deer they had seen before. However, Yang Gu felt that this larger stag was not as formidable as the spotted deer and probably wasn't worth as much. The other large block contained a big goose, which appeared to be an ordinary farm-raised goose similar in size and feathers. The only difference was that this goose had a longer beak and a distinctly red and glossy appearance. The stag was a reward from the Lin family to the martial arts school in addition to the hiring fee. The goose, on the other hand, was a gift personally entrusted by Lin Muchen to Uncle Fu. Yang Gu glanced at the stag's dark antlers and then at the goose's reddened beak. A bizarre thought popped into his mind. A half-done stag couldn't possibly compete with this goose that weighed less than 20 pounds. Once back at the martial arts school, the 2 unloaded the stag from the truck and pushed it to the yard where the cafeteria was located. Uncle Fu rushed over upon hearing the news, looking at the goose inside the ice block with a satisfied smile. He had a penchant for this. His withered hand reached out, seemingly lacking strength, but it pierced through the ice block as if it were tofu. Throughout the entire process, no sound was made, nor were there any ice chips splattering. Yang Gu watched as Uncle Fu used his finger as a hook to lift the ice block and then patted the ice block containing the frozen stag beside him. Very hard. A genuinely solid ice block, not tofu. I didn't expect Uncle Fu to have this skill, Chung Yong remarked in surprise at the scene. Yang Gu turned his head and gave him a once-over, inwardly muttering, "Have you become a fake inner disciple? Uncle Fu's prowess is something you don't even know about. What are you looking at?" Chung Yong asked, bewildered by his gaze. Nothing, Yang Gu replied, redirecting his gaze to the large ice block beside him. How should we handle this? Smash the outer ice and the rest can be handed over to the kitchen. Lin Hong, who had not been seen much the entire night, also returned to the martial arts school at this time. Then he'll go find a hammer. Yang Gu said. Are you sure you need a hammer to break ice? Lin Hong raised an Yang Gu's expression froze for a moment before he realized. He was still accustomed to being an ordinary person and had not yet adapted to his identity as a martial artist. He reached out and patted the ice block beside him, testing its hardness before striking it with a punch without enveloping his fist with blood chi. Bang! Ice shards flew everywhere as one corner of the ice block was shattered. Yang Gu shook the ice debris off his fist and threw another punch. This time he didn't hit the shattered corner, but landed a solid punch on the ice block. Bang! Ice shard scattered. This thing is softer than a solid iron pillar, but still pretty hard. The sensation from his fist gave Yang Gu a clearer judgment of the ice block's hardness. Then he punched again. However, this punch, while not using blood chi, was no longer an ordinary punch, but the tiger cannon fist. Boom! The ice block suddenly shattered, and Cheng Yong, standing nearby, quickly stepped back to avoid the debris. Once the flying ice pieces settled, he saw that Yang Gu had smashed a third of the ice block with that punch. Cheng Yong couldn't help but show an expression of surprise on his face. The power of your tiger cannon fist doesn't seem like something that can be executed in the early stage of Mingjing. His gaze kept sizing up Yang Gu, and he couldn't help but speculate, could this kid have broken through again? He wasn't the only one surprised. A fleeting look of astonishment also crossed Lin Hong's face. Yang Gu's breath restraining technique was practiced so well that even he didn't know Yang Gu's current strength. What is this? It looks fierce. Wang Tieju, who arrived at the martial arts school in the morning, walked into the yard, curiously circling around the stag. The sun had already been up for a while, and not only Wang Tieju but other ordinary students had also gradually arrived. It's a stag. If it has already become a spirit, how can it not be fierce? Yang Gu replied with a smile. Become a spirit? Is it a monster? Wang Tieju's eyes widened as he instinctively stepped back a few paces to distance himself from the stag. You know about monsters? Yang Gu asked. Wang Tieju rolled his eyes, looking at him as if he were underestimating him. Although my hometown is poor and remote, it's not isolated from the world, alright. Besides, have you never watched a grand performance since you were young? Didn't your parents tell you ghost stories? Only hearsay. I thought you had seen monsters before. Yang Gu's eyes flickered slightly. Wang Tieju was literate. His father Wang Dachui had sent him to school since childhood to ensure he would have a better future. Evidently, Wang Tieju hadn't learned anything about strange beasts in books. All his knowledge in this regard came from stories told by the older generation. Have you seen monsters before? Wang Tieju asked defiantly. Lin Hong, who was nearby, seemed unwilling to let the two quarrel. Interjected. All right, the other students have arrived at the martial arts school. Oh, let's drag this to the kitchen. Oh right, these antlers are still usable since they are not too old. Oh, let's dig them out later and send them to the pharmacy. They have good effects for replenishing blood. Speaking of which, he glanced at Yang Gu, who looked the weakest among the four in the yard. Did you go hunting last night? After having breakfast in the cafeteria, Wang Tieju and Yang Gu walked side by side towards the pharmacy. We didn't go hunting, we were escorting for the Lin family. That stag was a reward from them, Yang Gu explained. Lin family. The Lin family in the Eastern District. You'll understand more specifically when you become a martial artist and have the opportunity to help in the Eastern District. At this moment, Yang Gu finally understood why Cheng Yong and Lin Hong had always mentioned things like "you'll know when the time comes" during their conversations. In the past, he felt that Lin Hong and Cheng Yong spoke in half-truths, leaving things unfinished and frustrating. Now, with Wang Tieju asking, he finally understood their feelings. Explaining this would be a waste of breath. It was better to wait until Wang Tieju had the opportunity to go to the Eastern District to see for himself and understand clearly. Thus, he received a remark from Wang Tieju, echoing a phrase he often muttered, "Leave half the conversation. What are you trying to appear profound for?"